The greatest sanctuary, after the master's death. I went crazy. Chapter 1 Master is dead. Eldest brother is a reborn. A secret I learned when I was 13. I still remember that it was a dark and windy night when our esteemed master was invited by the Holy Lord of Yaoqi in the Central State to observe a lecture, leaving the Emperor's Fall Forbidden Zone for about half a year. That night, eldest senior brother took advantage of the moonlight to silently sneak into the Imperial Tomb Cluster Mausoleum and opened the violet weather Great Emperor's tomb, which had been silent for 10,000 years. The tomb of a great emperor contains great unknown terrors and dangers. If not at the great emperor realm, even a quasi-empire trespassing into the emperor's tomb would be a 9 deaths. But eldest brother just carried a lantern, his face as calm as water, and walked into the tomb as if he were returning to his own backyard. Then, I watched as he carried an ancient and vicissitudes purple giant tripod out from the emperor's tomb. Purple Extreme Immortal Cauldron. That's one of the oldest and most famous extreme Dao imperial armaments on the continent, and a single strand of the star Dao pattern on the cauldron can annihilate a great power at the Saint Realm. If eldest senior brother wasn't the owner of the extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, would that Emperor Soldier, which suppresses the ages, let an unfamiliar junior carry himself secretly out of the Emperor's tomb? Eldest brother is definitely a weird thing that's been alive for an unknown number of years. Second elder brother is a traveler. Do you know about travelers? It's the kind of person who comes from another world. When I first started, I thought that second senior brother was all godly all day. Like his brain wasn't working very well. Something about not fooling the young and poor. Something about my son Wangtang having the qualifications of a great emperor. And he even asked me one day if I preferred to eat salted or sweet tofu brain. I told him that I like spicy food. And the second elder brother glanced at me with divided disdain and ignored me. The second elder brother was born with a different pupil. Accompanied by a juvenile supreme pixie, his luck is entangled in his body. He can step on a holy level divine weapon when walking on the road. And he can squat out a 10,000-year-old longevity medicine when squatting a toilet. Proper luck is added to the body, making people envious and jealous of the teeth itchy. And the most unbearable thing is that the second senior brother and the eldest senior brother are naturally at odds with each other, like they were enemies in their past lives. These two buddies are at each other's throats every day whenever they have the time. And it's really hard for me to be caught in the middle. Although second senior brother can't beat eldest senior brother, he has a thick skin. He can bite back even if eldest senior brother punches him 3 times. And I heard that recently the second senior brother picked up an ancient divine corpse outside and refined it into an out-of-body incarnation. So I don't know if he'll be able to take more advantage at the hands of the eldest senior brother this time. Oh yeah, there's also little sister. That ninny is kind of the only sane person in our line of gravekeepers. The young princess of the G family of the Central State Imperial clan, born with the body of a sword immortal, the top of the Green Cloud fairy list, and the first female sword immortal of the younger generation. Ji Wushu, there is a daughter of the royal family, standing all alone, with an unrivaled talent that surpasses the present and the past. This is the 16 words of truth that the Green Cloud ranking evaluated to our youngest sister. If it wasn't for the fact that our youngest sister has been at the side of this obscure contraption of yours, Master, since she was young, the Saint Sun Celestial Pride who came to the door to propose marriage would have been able to trample through the threshold of the G family. But it's not much worse now. A few years ago there was a young master of the Xian Yuan family squatting outside the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, bitterly waiting for our lovely little senior sister, wanting to seek that nebulous marriage. But later on, that young master waited until his second senior brother who had rushed back from the outside, and the second senior brother, being a very reasonable person, broke his legs and threw him into that Luoshui River outside the restricted area. Joking aside, how can a homegrown cabbage be coveted and salivated by wild boars outside the depths of the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone? A clean-cut young man in green clothes leaned under an old tree, complaining bitterly and rambling to the short, ancient tombstone beside him. Master, ever since you died, there hasn't been a new great emperor in the human race. And even the quasi-emperor realm is all but left with a few old things from the Ji clan and the Jiang clan from the ancient clan. The prophet of the temple said that this is the human race entering the desolate era, and that it will be difficult for anyone to break through the yoke of the heavenly Tao and visit the realm of the great emperors within 1,000 years. Ugh! The clean-cut young man couldn't help but sigh helplessly even as he spoke. Right now there are also some douchebags outside the Forbidden Zone spreading rumors that the killing sins you created in your life, Master, were too heavy and hurt the heaven and the Qi, causing the human race to be trapped and locked by the heavenly Tao. And that's what invited the calamity of the desolate era. But there's no one else to blame. The second brother said their brains have grown into that pussy, so why don't we just obey them? The short, gray headstone had no inscription on it, and stood in front of a shabby little mound like a cheap, crumbling stone monument by the side of the road. However, no one would have thought that it was underneath this small, plain and uninteresting dirtbag that the last great emperor in the history of the human race, the Eternal Life Emperor, was buried. The Everlasting Emperor was the longest-lived emperor in the history of the human race. According to legend, this great emperor had been guarding the tomb of all the great emperors in the history of the human race within the forbidden area of the great emperors of the human race since the ancient era. As the years go by, the vicissitudes of life remain the same. The forbidden area of the great emperors was the most terrifying and mysterious forbidden area of the human race, in which were buried the tombs and legacies of a total of dozens of great emperors that had appeared since the birth of the human race. The extreme emperor's soldiers slept with the great emperors, and the inheritance and treasures contained within the great emperor's forbidden area were of a magnitude unimaginable to the entire continent. But even so, since the ancient times, there are still not many people dare to break into the great emperor forbidden area to find treasure. This is because in the forbidden area of the great emperor there is the legendary longevity of the great emperor guard, also has the existence of the tomb guardian lineage. Tomb guardians, as the name suggests, were cultivators who guarded the tombs of the great emperors of the human race. Now that the generation of tomb guardians had gone through 10,000 years of inheritance and change, there was only one elderly great emperor realm master and 4 rare disciples left. And just a dozen years ago, the last great emperor gravekeeper of the human race, the everlasting great emperor, fell. The dome of the sky was stained with blood, the stars were dimmed, dusk shattered beneath the stars, and the entire continent could hear the helpless sighs of that aged human emperor. But at the same time echoing in the distant starry sky, there were also the roars of several other alien great emperors in shock and horror. The everlasting emperor stepped out of the great emperor forbidden zone before he died, holding the extreme emperor's soldier in his hand with a desire to die, slashing 18 foreign race paragon emperors in a row, and strangling 3 emperor realm ancestors to death. It was at the last moment that he dragged his tattered and withered great emperor's body and lay down peacefully and silently in the grave he had dug for himself. And the one who finally filled in and sealed the tomb for the Eternal Life Emperor was the clean-cut young man who was now lying on his back complaining endlessly on the wordless tombstone, the 3rd disciple of the Tombkeeper lineage, Gu Baishui. I know you're doing this for the good of the human race, but right now it's really stressful to rely on the 4 of us siblings to guard the entire emperor's tomb. Gu Baishui shook his head somewhat helplessly and dumped the last cup of liquor he was holding onto the top of the wordless tombstone. The clear liquor flowed over the surface of the grayish-white headstone, down the pitted face of the monument, and eventually seeped into the darkened dirt. The young man in green clothes looked up at the distant starry sky and night curtain, and was silent for a long time before he sighed leisurely. Master, where exactly did you hide that extreme Tao Emperor soldier? Chapter 2, I'm crazy. The everlasting emperor had a mysterious extreme imperial armament. However, no one on the continent knew what that extreme Tao Emperor soldier looked like, and no one had actually seen its appearance. One could even responsibly say that those who had seen that extreme Tao Emperor soldier were literally all dead, with no dregs left. However, after the fall of the everlasting emperor, more and more people on the continent began to wonder what that extreme imperial armament actually looked like, as well as how terrifying an imperial armament had been created by this great emperor who could be ranked in the top 3 in the history of the human race. It was said that the emperor's soldier in the hands of the everlasting emperor was a supreme treasure of unparalleled offense and attack, possessing unparalleled killing power, and that was why the everlasting emperor was able to behead 3 alien emperors in a row with his own strength. Some people also say that the Eternal Life Emperor's imperial soldier is a longevity artifact that disobeyed the heavenly Tao, and that the Eternal Life Emperor's ability to break the shackles of longevity to become the longest-lived emperor of the human race relied on this extreme Tao imperial soldier. But opinions vary, and they're all just wild guesses. As the closest little disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor, Gu Baishui can sincerely tell all the world that he doesn't know either. When that master Gu Baishui was on the verge of death, he had called him alone to the front of the mausoleum and had his young apprentice bury the earth and seal the tomb with his own hands, so Gu Baishui could be sure that master hadn't brought anything into the tomb, and hadn't used the imperial soldier to accompany him at all. But before that obscure old man closed his eyes, he said something very strange and weird to Gu Baishui. Something might come to life after I die. You have to keep an eye on that thing. If it escapes the great emperor's forbidden zone, something big will happen. Gu Baishui was confused for a moment then, blinking her eyes in some bewilderment. Master, can you make it clearer? What is that thing? Your extreme Tao Emperor soldier? The everlasting emperor? However, did not say another word and closed his eyes silently. allowing the soil of the everlasting tomb to bury the tomb's grave entrance. And Gu Baishui stood by the mound for a long time hesitating, but finally he couldn't help but ask, "Master, will you die in your old age?" In fact, Gu Baishui didn't expect the old man who had died in the mausoleum to respond to him, but he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. But he always felt as if someone was pressed against his ear and vaguely said a word in the noisy mountain wind. "Will." The bright moonlight passed through the clouds and spilled down onto the path in the back of the mountain. The pale silver moonlight cast a hazy, fuzzy glow over the forest path, as if someone had sprinkled the road with crystal clear grains of salt. As the forest shook, Gu Baishui yawned and squinted lazily as he hurried alone towards his cave. He didn't know how many times he had traveled this road with his eyes closed, and every time on New Year's holidays he would carry a jar of old osmanthus wine to the back of the mountain next to his master's mausoleum and drink it. Of course, if there was any wine left over after drinking it, he would share a few cups with his master. However, today was not a special day. It was entirely because Gu Baishui's cultivation was nearing completion, and he was about to merge with the immortal terrace, becoming a truly high-ranking mighty cultivator on this continent. Below the immortal terrace are mortals. Above the immortal terrace are the gods. Harmonization of the immortal platform ignited divine fire, is considered to be out of the mortal world, became a real small gods on the continent. The path of cultivation after the immortal terrace was also more hierarchical. Divine flame, great power, proof of the way, semi-saint, saint, great saint king, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. As the third disciple under the everlasting emperor, Gu Baishui's cultivation talent was naturally considered excellent. From mortal cultivation to the divine flame realm, he had only used less than half a katana of time, and was considered a heavenly existence in other holy lands. His youngest senior sister, Ji Wushu, was 18 years old this year, and she was only a senior in the realm of proof. Second senior brother was at the sage realm 3 years ago, not older than himself by a few years. Eldest senior brother, unbeknownst to him, had probably secretly broken the mirror to become the youngest saint king of the human race. There were only 4 senior siblings left in the empty and lonesome Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone nowadays, and compared to his fellow disciples, Gu Baishui was indeed slightly inferior. Well, actually, in all conscience, he's a long way from those creepy guys. However, among the 4 senior siblings, Master was indeed closest to Gu Baishui, which he couldn't figure out why. His own look is considered to be clear, but the second elder brother is as long as a demon, like a demon face. The younger sister is like a fairy from the fairy palace into the mortal world, as dusty and cold. So in terms of looks, Gu Baishui thought that she only had that slight advantage over her eldest senior brother. But what does Master mean by secretly giving me this copper mirror? Letting me secretly observe the prohibitions and scenery in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone? Or is it to let me spy on 2 senior brothers? Gu Baishui pulled out a blurry, ancient copper mirror from his chest, and against the hazy moonlight, the scenery in the mirror was constantly alternating. This ancient mirror with an ancient appearance and a copper-green stain on the back was the only magic weapon that his own master had given to Gu Baishui for more than 30 years. There is no specific class, and there is nothing terribly lethal about it. The only function of this copper mirror was to be able to monitor all the places in the entire Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone in a silent manner. As long as Gu Baishui moved his mind, he could ignore all the terrifying prohibitions in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, and all the places were as transparent to his eyes. Regardless of whether it was the 2 elder brothers or the youngest sister, as long as they hadn't entered inside one of the emperor's tombs, Gu Baishui could use the bronze mirror to peek at what they were doing and no one would be able to detect it. It's powerful, but it's also weird. Rubbing the back of the ancient bronze mirror in his hand, Gu Baishui's face looked extraordinarily blurry in the moonlight. The path in front of them led to Gu Baishui's cave. The old tree shook and swayed, the shadows of the tree were splotchy, and the night breeze this evening was also a little cold and creepy for some reason, as if there was a cold hand constantly stroking one's neck. On the forest path, Gu Baishui shook her head with some annoyance, trying to shake off the unsettling and strange feelings in her mind. But for some reason, this clean and clear young man suddenly had a body lurch and looked at the bronze mirror in his hand in silence. A strange and bizarre but always lingering thought suddenly welled up in his mind. One can peer into all the places of the Great Emperor's forbidden area with this copper mirror. But until now, it seems that one has not used the copper mirror to look at the place he is in. It does sound interesting to have yourself peering into yourself and the bronze mirror mirroring the bronze mirror. A finger gently swept across the blurred mirror surface, and the scenery in the bronze mirror began to distort and transform with it. First, there was an empty and gloomy forest path, and then a slim teenage figure also appeared at the end of the path. That's Gu Baishui, the Gu Baishui in the mirror. Everything was as usual, but for some reason, Gu Baishui looked at her back in the mirror with some inexplicable twists and strangeness. It always seems like, has something extra. But what's the extra? Gu Baishui frowned tightly, and his gaze gradually solidified at the feet of the teenager in the mirror. And then, his scalp suddenly exploded like a numbness. The moon was bright, but there was another furry, horrible shadow at the feet of the teenager in the mirror, clinging to his back. It's so quiet, it's like a grudge. Chapter 3 Redhead Unknown. The shadows of the trees swayed and the moon was clear. In the middle of the path between the forests, the slim young man in green clothes was motionless, frozen dead in place like a stiff log. A bone-chilling coolness crept into his mind from the spine behind himself, and Gu Baishui could vaguely imagine a pair of deadly, horrifying scarlet eyes staring intently at the back of his head, quietly, but in fact, it was already close at hand. Gu Baishui couldn't move and didn't dare to move. His vision stiffened as he looked at the bronze mirror in his hand. Everything in the mirror was exactly the same as reality, without any deviation or change. The only difference was that the self in the bronze mirror had a furry, hideous shadow at its feet, but Gu Baishui couldn't see anything when she glanced at her own feet. Unseen in reality, it is revealed in the bronze mirror, through which it turns out to be possible to see something unseen and horrible in the forbidden area of the Great Emperor, and that thing had been following Gu Baishui for who knows how long, never revealing itself to anyone else. Gu Baishui's pupils shrank, and an extremely terrifying guess suddenly flashed through her mind. If this mirror that the master gave himself is the only thing that can detect that horrible monster behind him, is it possible the thing behind Gu Baishui knew this too? It knew that only this copper mirror could see it in the Great Emperor's forbidden zone, which was why it had been hiding behind Gu Baishui, and as long as Gu Baishui wouldn't examine himself with the copper mirror, it would never be exposed, and probably not even just for tonight, not just for this eerie trail. For the past many years, this horrible monster had been sticking silently behind Gu Baishui, like a maggot attached to a bone. Never leaving? There's something you can't see that's been plastered on your back for years? Everything you've been through and done has been taken in by it. Even when you're asleep in the middle of the night, it's hiding in the dark corners behind you, quietly watching you with dead creepy eyes. A wisp of cold, piercing night wind blew into the collar, and Gu Baishui's throat knots gently squirmed. Not moving much, he knew of its existence, but it might not know what was going on now. No matter what that monster behind him was, spooking it would undoubtedly be the dumbest choice of all. Gu Baishui remained silent as she stared at the bronze mirror in her hand, trying to find something different in clues in the scene reflected in the mirror. He couldn't actually see the true face of the monster behind him by relying on a furry shadow alone, but he didn't dare to directly mobilize the perspective of the bronze mirror right now, exposing the thing completely in the mirror, because Gu Baishui couldn't be sure that the monster behind him could see the mirror in his hand, and if it was taller than he was by more than a head, it was very likely that its sight was now resting on top of the bronze mirror, waiting for a certain moment of subtle horror to come. The forest shade swayed quietly, and the nighttime mountain breeze remained cold and creepy. However, when a wisp of mountain wind blew from behind her, Gu Baishui calmly and naturally to the point of being flawless shivered, like an instinctive reaction of the human body. The scene in the bronze mirror shifted backward imperceptibly, and right in the corner close to the edge of the copper mirror, a handful of dark red hair was blown by the night wind and flashed in the copper mirror. Gu Baishui's breathing stopped for a brief moment, his deep black pupils quickly trembling, his scalp tingling as he clenched his fists. Late life unknown? A red-haired monster? Before Master died, he said something would come to life, talking about the red-haired monster behind himself? But the Great Emperor's forbidden zone was dotted with tombs and graves, so any tomb or tomb that had something crawling out of the grave and turning into a living, red-haired unknown, would be a catastrophe worthy of catastrophe. If not for the fact that no quasi-emperor was qualified to be buried in the Emperor's tomb complex, and a red-haired monster of the quasi-emperor realm, what qualifications and abilities did he, Gu Baishui, have to look after this appalling contraption? The soles of Gu Baishui's shoes unconsciously rubbed against the dirt under his feet. And at the same moment, but he realized that the scene in the mirror had started to become even stranger again. The shadows of the forest trees swayed with the wind, and the hazy moonlight that spilled over the forest and paths was gradually colored into another misty blood red. The dense forest path in front of him remained unchanged, while the identical scene in the mirror turned into a bright red world. Gu Baishui froze slightly, but before she had time to react, she suddenly saw the furry shadow at her feet in the mirror squirm silently. The teenager's breath stopped instantly and his body tensed into a lump. Did that monster find out even though he moved so carefully just now? In the bronze mirror, Wisps of red hair fluttered in the sky with the night wind, spilling out of midair like willows, taking up all the view. On the boulevard, the slim, green-clothed boy stood alone in the midst of the roiling willows, as if he had been drenched in a fluttering red rain. A hot, ragged breath sounded behind him, almost right next to his ear, like it would bite into the teenager's fragile neck the next moment. Wait! Just before the vagueness of imminent death was about to completely envelop Gu Baishui, this clean and crisp teenager suddenly shouted out. The furry shadow in the mirror paused for a moment, and its ragged breathing was suspended. The terrifying monster behind Gu Baishui seemed to be startled by the sudden sound of the teenager's voice, and somewhat caught off guard. It paused in place, but the monster didn't continue to make a move, and seemed to want to hear what the teenager wanted to say. My master is dead, but there are still 2 other senior brothers in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. If you kill me, you'll definitely alert them, and no matter how weird your skills are, you won't have another chance to escape from here. The teenager's threat was direct and dry. However, the monster behind him didn't react much and didn't seem to be very attached to Gu Baishui's 2 senior brothers. Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched, and then continued. My eldest senior brother is the rebirth of the Ziwei Emperor of the ancient divine court, holding the extreme imperial weapon, the purple extreme immortal cauldron, and he has a bad temper. The young man in green didn't finish his voice, or rather Gu Baishui didn't continue any further. A hairy, thick arm then reached out from behind his head, swept through the hair at the corner of his ear, and his dark, thick fingers slowly pointed into the shadows of the dense forest at the end of the path. Dense red hairs fluttered at the corners of his eyes, and a heart-stoppingly unsettling aura enveloped Gu Baishui. But when Gu Baishui followed the direction of the monster's finger, he froze in place again. Under the shade of the dense forest, a blurry figure dressed in black loomed, unable to see its exact face. The man's clothes were flat and meticulous, with a plain wooden medal on his waist, his sleeve robe gently shaking, and a purple round tripod of ancient vicissitudes in his right hand's heart. Big brother? Chapter 4, Strange Siblings. The lineage of Toon Guardians of the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone had a long heritage, and there were only 4 senior siblings in total in this generation. Eldest brother had a calm and mute character, always wearing a clean and plain black robe, usually not smiling, like a silent and speechless stone. The second brother is lazy and jumpy, often wearing white brocade robes, wearing a white cloud crown on his head and stepping on gold boots. Looks like a rich boy's demeanor. There were only a handful of living people in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, and the 2 elder brothers looked very different from the outside. So even though Gu Baishui couldn't clearly see the appearance of the black-clothed man under the tree, he could guess the identity of the man from his clothing. What's more, he was holding an ancient and austere purple extreme immortal cauldron in his hand, which was unique even in the Imperial Toon complex. Gu Baishui was also a little confused as to why his eldest senior brother had appeared here, because as early as half a month ago, his eldest senior brother had already left the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone and had been invited to the Holy Land of Yaoqi to attend the peach banquet of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. If senior brother returned early, as long as he came within 1,000 miles of the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, Gu Baishui's bronze mirror would definitely be alerted. But until now, the eldest senior brother had already stood in the shadows of the dense forest on the opposite side of the room, and he hadn't even noticed it in the slightest. Could it be that eldest senior brother had discovered the existence of the copper mirror and then borrowed the purple extreme immortal cauldron to deliberately shield his senses? But what did eldest senior brother want to sneak back into the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone without his knowledge? Gu Baishui couldn't figure it out. And what made him feel even stranger was that he could follow the claws of that red-haired monster behind him to see eldest brother in the woods. But he didn't seem to be able to see Gu Baishui, who was uncovered on the dirt road in the forest. The eldest senior brother was holding a purple extreme immortal cauldron like this, his gaze calm and deep as he looked in the other direction in silence. The moonlight is bright and the night wind is cold. There is Gu Baishui's cave. Why do you think the only guy who wants to kill you is that monster behind you? The eerie voice of his other self echoed in his mind. The bright moonlight turned scarlet, and the other Gu Baishui in the bronze mirror suddenly trembled and twisted violently. Fear and the uncertainty of the unknown completely tainted and enveloped an otherwise clear mind, and wisps of scarlet seeped from the depths of his pupils before expanding. The red-haired monster behind him didn't make another move against Gu Baishui, and even took a silent step back. When the night wind blew again, 2 or 3 light reddish hairs laboriously burrowed out of the skin, writhing wildly and openly in the moonlight. These red hairs that emerged from the flesh and blood wrapped around Gu Baishui's body. A sound of weird sneers echoed over the dense forest, and the body of the slim green-clothed teenager became stiff and numb. He was like a piece of clean earth tainted by the infestation of the unknown. and tufts of red hair spread out over his body, trying to drag him into an endless abyss. The figure of the black-clothed man in the forest in the distance gradually blurred and dissipated. This deadly silent and quiet deep forest became more and more horrible and eerie. Gu Baishuwei could clearly feel something burrowing into her body, fighting with herself for control of this body like another dirty consciousness. The choking sensation of ominousness and calamity nearly clogged his throat and mouth, but he was powerless to resist, and could only open his mouth noiselessly, feeling one eerie red hair break through his flesh and skin, eating away at his consciousness with abandon. The corners of his eyes were gradually covered by the red hairs on the side of his face, and his vision slowly blurred. The horrible red-haired monster behind him didn't know what it was doing, perhaps just a fishy glint in its eyes, silently watching the newborn kind in front of it. Gu Baishuwei opened his mouth feebly, his eyes dark and cloudy, and his thoughts became more and more sluggish and sticky, just like an old man on the verge of dying. But just before the green-clothed teenager's consciousness fragmented, a calm and cold voice resounded abruptly at the end of the path. "Third senior brother, are you enjoying the moon?" The familiar clean voice echoed in his ears, like a basin of cool water coming at him head-on, instantly waking up the fuzzy conscious Gu Baishuwei. The green-clothed teenager's eyes snapped open, and with hardly any hesitation, he abruptly turned his body, his gaze looking deathly toward the empty space behind him, an empty space without anything. The other Gu Baishuwei in the bronze mirror made the same move, but the moment he turned his body, the furry shadow under his feet suddenly paused. It seemed that he was not expecting his prey to suddenly turn around and even dare to look straight at him. The wind passes through the forest a little, and the night silkworms do not chirp. In the very next moment, a furry, strange face that was difficult to describe in words suddenly appeared in front of Gu Baishuwei's eyes. It broke into reality from the mirror. Red eyes and black face with fangs inward, stiff black grooves filled with red hair, and the monster's nostrils were almost pressed against Gu Baishuwei's nose, with only a thread separating the two. Gu Baishuwei froze in place, the blood color in his pupils fading away, leaving only a bewildered and shocked face intertwined. In a dead silence, the red-haired monster once again took a few steps backward, then cocked his head and grinned his big mouth, silently mocking the young man who froze in place. "What's going on?" The mind-shaken Gu Baishuwei's lips trembled, and before she could say anything she was swallowed up by the raging darkness and lost all consciousness. "Elder brother, are you sleeping on the side of the road tonight?" At the other end of the forest path, the cold and clear young girl in a blue robe and long skirt raised her eyebrows suspiciously, looking with a puzzled face at that third senior brother who had suddenly fainted on the side of the road. Ji Shu hesitated for a moment, and his huge divine sense swept through the entire dense forest and the back of the mountain. But indeed he didn't find anything strange. So after a few moments of silence, this little princess of the Ji family took a step to Gu Baishuwei's side, then lowered her head to look at the unconscious green-clothed teenager for a few moments. The young girl pursed the corners of her lips and stretched out her right hand to tug at her senior brother's belt and gently lifted it, effortlessly picking up her own senior brother and then walking towards the cave in the distance. "Third senior brother, it's not going to be another offense, is it?" The somewhat helpless voice of the young girl faded away, and the path between the trees fell back into its former calm and dead silence. Only in the place where the green-clothed teenager was unconscious, a tall and eerie shadow gently raised its eyes, its gray pupils filled with death and uncertainty. This red-haired monster just watched in silence as that young girl picked up Gu Baishuwei in front of her. A red light flickered in its eyes, and it flicked its head sideways. Jishu also couldn't see it like everyone else. If memory serves, that young girl after the death of the everlasting emperor was the only source celestial master in the forbidden area. Coo. Chapter 5, I faked it. Mild sunlight pours through the window. The summer breeze is warm, and the cicadas are gradually chirping. The candle resting on the wooden table only burned a small amount, and the green-clothed boy on the bed rolled over peacefully, then opened his eyes suspiciously. Gu Baishuwei rolled over in a flash and scanned the cave where he had lived for half an aeon with a face full of dismay for a few moments. The utensils were complete, and the cave's forbidden formations were intact, with no signs of being broken by the intruder. But he himself clearly remembered that last night in the forest path encountered that very strange and horrible red-haired monster, and almost died. How could he wake up in his cave? Could it be that was a dream? Gu Baishuwei narrowed his eyes as his right hand probed into his chest and touched a plain, rough, ancient bronze mirror. But he didn't pull the bronze mirror out of his chest before he heard the lazy voice of some young girl from outside the cabin. "Third senior brother, are you awake? If you're awake, don't freeze, come out and eat something." Gu Baishuwei froze and shook his head a little shakily. He should still be awake, or else how could he somehow hear that girl Jishu's voice? "And it's in your own cave. So what's the big deal? If you don't come out, senior brother, I'll root out all these broken flowers and grasses planted in your cave. They're an eyesore to look at anyway. The young girl's face was expressionless as she threatened the teenager inside the room. The teenager's face stuttered at the words, and he suddenly collapsed in bitterness, propping himself up against the wall and poking his head out breathlessly. Beyond the wooden house, in the middle of the green and verdant grass, a clean and tidy round jade stone table was placed under the tree. 2 clean white futons rested on either side of the stone table. A young girl wearing a plain white long dress, her eyebrows like a painting out of the dust in peace, sat on top of the futon, put down the ancient books in her hands, and raised her eyes to look at the teenager who emerged from the room. Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, then smiled dryly. Junior sister, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Ji Wushu's eyes moved slightly as she raised her head and said, the Ji family's clan ritual ceremony ended 3 days ago. So where else can I go if I don't go back to the mountain gate? As the most favored little princess of the Ji family, Ji Wushu herself was very uninterested in those complicated and boring trivialities in the family, and even a bit bored. The clan members were in awe of her and pleasing to her. The elders shushed her, and all of the Ji clan's resource feats were just mundane things laid out under her nose to her. The portal to the divine treasures of the Central Continent Imperial family's divine treasury accumulated over 10,000 years was wide open, and seriously counting. Gu Baishui, the youngest sister whom the heavenly Dao pined for, was the richest gold master in the division, even richer than that guy of the second senior brother. But the only one who didn't like these was Jisoo. The young girl who had lived in the clouds since she was a child had never liked these things. She did not like noise or solitude, comfort or exertion. She was indeed a willful slacker and never denied it. But just like what the third elder brother said, people are actually selfish and greedy. It's already amazing to be able to see yourself. Why change and repress? Don't be too tired. Don't be too annoyed. Be capricious is actually suitable. Ji Wushu felt that what third senior brother said made sense and made no sense. Just like she loved the clear night breeze among the mountains, the dew of the grass and trees in the early morning, and all the rarities and oddities in the mountain gate of the emperor's tomb. There are always a few people around. No more, no less, just right. No, that's not what I asked you. Gu Baishui at the entrance of the wooden house shook his head and asked with a serious expression. I mean the entrance to my cave. I just replaced an ancient formation a few days ago. How on earth did you break in? Ji Wushu's body lurched as she responded with a taut little face. Third senior brother, you forgot that I've studied formation divine Dao with master for a while. I haven't forgotten. Those days when you were grinding me to tutor you every day. Senior brother, I didn't have a good night's sleep for a whole month. How could I forget? Gu Baishui rolled her eyes. It's because it's clear that you're accomplished in formations that I'm curious as to how exactly you managed to break in. Ji Shu was silent and just looked up at Gu Baishui. The two individuals stared at each other in silence for a long time before a certain young girl blinked in embarrassment. The corners of Gu Baishui's mouth twitched and she sighed silently. Did you tear down my door again? Aha! How many times has this happened? 11th. It's 11 times. Gu Baishui asked breathlessly. Is there nothing you want to say? Ji Shu pondered for a moment, then nodded innocently. Senior brother, it was you who forgot to give me the cave mantra this time. Gu Baishui froze for a moment and asked rhetorically, which of the 11 times before that did I give you the cave mantra? No. Keisha shook her head. That's why I've dismantled it so many times. The young girl's taken for granted tone caused Gu Baishui to be silent for a while before vaguely thinking clearly about what this junior sister of his meant. No. Senior sister. Ah. There's a question I've never been able to figure out. Elder brother, you ask. Why do you only tear down the doors of my house and not those of your first and second brothers? Ji Wushu thought for a moment, then responded. Eldest brother and second brother's cave is nothing interesting. Nothing but piles of spirit stones and longevity medicine seeds. So, Gu Baishui nodded silently, understanding what his junior sister meant. The first and second elder brothers have nothing but treasure in their homes, and their own homes have everything but treasure. This is a very realistic and helpless thing, because the rules of the Gravekeeper's lineage are such that no one can go down the mountain into the Red Earth without reaching the Sentai realm. If you can't get out of the door, you won't be able to meet the opportunity, so Gu Baishui is naturally poor. With a light flick of her sleeves, Gu Baishui sat down on the futon, looking at the empty desktop once again in deep thought. Sister, if I remember correctly, you woke me up so I could come out and get something to eat, didn't you? Aha. What about food? Ji Shu was quiet for a moment, then looked at her senior brother with some difficulty. Senior brother, I don't know how to cook. Then you will. Kishu blinked with a face full of innocence. Gu Baishui's clear face twisted for a moment, and after a long moment of silence he finally nodded in resignation. Elder brother will get you something to eat. Trouble, elder brother? No trouble, I'll get some medicine to poison you. It was midday, and Gu Baishui, who had eaten and drunk enough, was lying on the verdant lawn of his cave. The green coat covered the shade of the tree, and the teenager looked at the old tree above his head. The warm sunlight cut through the canopy of the trees, leaving scattered patches of light on the lawn. The white-clothed girl walked by in silence, then gently kicked the green-clothed boy. Gu Baishui moved his but in a sensible manner, making a place for his little sister to lie down. Two lazy guys lying in the shade, hands resting on the back of their heads, cheeks blowing in the cool summer breeze, ears heard a burst of cicadas. Gu Baishui seemed to have completely forgotten about the terrifying red-haired monster on the path last night, as well as the uncertainty and nervousness that her life was hanging in the balance. The fresh scent of the lawn and the faint fragrance from the young girl beside her lingered on the tip of his nose, like the coolness of a blossom, like the freshness of a quiet spring. Gu Baishui squinted her eyes, enjoying this brief moment of peace and comfort. Elder brother, do you know what that red-haired monster was last night? Can you see? Well, I pretended. Chapter 6, The Three Ways. Rumors of red hair and unknown have been recorded in many ancient books on the continent. Some cultivators would encounter unknown ominousness in their old age, growing dense red hairs on their bodies and turning into a horrible and bizarre monster. Spurned by the heavenly Tao and the laws, this monster hides its form in deep forests and hunts blood relatives and high-ranking cultivators as its instinct. However, second senior brother said that this kind of weirdness would only happen in the late years of the Source Celestial Master and to another special kind of person, and I'm not sure exactly what it's because of. The Source Celestial Master and the other kind? Gu Baishui raised an eyebrow and asked, but I'm not a Source Celestial Master, and I'm not an old man, so why is that thing looking for me? Ji Shu pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not sure. This kind of thing seems to be better understood by second senior brother, but he's not in the Emperor's Tomb Forbidden Area right now, so I don't know who to ask. Gu Baishui found it a bit strange and asked, you're a Source Celestial Master and you're not sure? Master only taught me source seeking and spirit nurturing, he never taught me anything else. Gu Baishui froze and asked, why? Because Master said that the origin Heavenly Master itself is a profession of seeking out minds and veins and committing dangers to seek out the source. I'm talented, but this profession fundamentally doesn't help me much. Ji Wushu said lightly, the Ji family is very rich, and I'm also very rich. There is no lack of cultivation resources. You know that, senior brother. Gu Baishui was speechless and asked again, then where is second senior brother now? The three of you were able to leave the Forbidden Zone, so you should have heard from each other, right? Second senior brother seems to be in the 10,000 poisons domain. It is said that the demon ancestor's first daughter is about to come of age in the 10,000 poisons domain, and the vast majority of the geniuses on the continent have rushed over to join in the fun. Ji Wushu said with a sideways glance, with second senior brother's hilarious nature, he definitely won't miss this opportunity. Gu Baishui was silent for a moment after hearing this, and the dark shadow under the shade of the forest last night suddenly swept through her mind, and a hint of eerie feeling vaguely surfaced in her heart again. What about big brother? Eldest brother? Jishu's face also looked a bit strange, a touch of undisguised displeasure and helplessness spreading across her clear little face. Eldest senior brother is still in Yaoqi. The peach banquet will not officially begin until tomorrow. The previous holy maiden of Yaoqi and eldest senior brother have been hooking up all day long. How would he have the time to return to the mountain? Eldest senior brother didn't return to the mountain? This news in turn caused Gu Baishui to be a bit stunned and froze in place for a moment. If the eldest brother didn't go back to the mountain, then what was the thing in the woods last night that was staring straight at his cave? It's not right. Although he didn't see that person's face clearly, he clearly remembered that the figure was holding the purple extreme immortal cauldron in his hand. Who else could it be if not Big Brother? A ghost? How come the situation in this mountain was becoming more and more unbelievable and puzzling? It seems like ever since Master entered the tomb, the great Emperor's forbidden area has suddenly become unfamiliar. Gu Baishui frowned, and with a twitch of his mind, he suddenly had a special idea. Since there's something going on in the mountains, you might as well get off the mountain yourself. Can't afford to mess with me? Can't afford to hide? It happens to be half a sun did not go down the mountain, and now the immortal platform realm into the red dust to travel a bit, is also considered to polish the state of mind. As for the red-haired monster in the great Emperor's forbidden zone, with his senior brother and countless terrifying Emperor's tomb prohibitions watching over it, how could it not be his turn to suffer? Eldest senior brother is still at the Peach Blossom Fair to match with the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi? Gu Baishui raised her eyebrows and looked at the youngest senior sister beside her and asked, "Didn't you say that eldest brother didn't have any desire to find a Taoist couple? Why did he suddenly change his mind?" "How would I know?" Ji Shu skimmed her mouth. "Maybe it's because the mountains are lonely and cold. And eldest senior brother has also been seduced by the warblers and swallows of the Yaohe Holy Land." Gu Baishui gave Ji Wushu a strange look. "Eldest brother is looking for a Dao couple. Why are you so resentful?" Ji Su sniffed and froze for a moment, then turned her head to look at the tree-lined lawn for a while in silence, not making a sound or knowing what she was thinking. "Sure fu. Do you think all of us cultivators need to find a Taoist couple in our lives?" Gu Baishui thought for a moment, then shook his head. "It shouldn't be either. Isn't our master alone, diving into the questioning for the rest of his life?" Jishu's clean and clear little face flashed a touch of obstinacy. Sideways head is exceptionally serious and asked, "Then senior brother, you will plan to find a Taoist couple, to accompany each other for life?" Gu Baishui was silent for a moment and touched the tip of her nose. "I think sooner or later, but I don't have the heart for it right now." "So, then that means you don't want to get married yet?" "But eldest senior brother intends to find you a Taoist couple in the Yaoqi Holy Land." Gu Baishui's tone of voice changed and he looked at his senior sister with a face full of consternation. "Senior brother? A Taoist couple? For me? Ji Wushu's little face nodded non-stop. Her eyebrows were crafty, quite a smug look of snitching behind her back. "It is said that the next Yaohe Holy Maiden, the yearly fragrance of 17, has not yet reached the immortal platform. It's all over the place, saying that the most mysterious little mister of the great emperor's forbidden area will tie the knot with the next holy maiden of Yaoqi, and that the great mister himself promised it, so it can't be a lie." Gu Baishui froze, still somewhat incredulous. "Is eldest brother crazy?" Ji Wushu was innocent. "I don't know, but you're clear about eldest senior brother's nature. If he really settles on this marriage, you might have to dig master out of his grave to change his mind." The corners of Gu Baishui's mouth twitched, then nodded helplessly. What Ji Wushu said is actually right. The big senior brother's nature is stubborn and archaic. It has never been like that, except for the words of the master who can't listen to anyone. If we really let eldest brother make this marriage work, I'm afraid that even if second brother rushes back, it won't change anything. The problem was that he was now followed by a red-haired monster behind him, and his life was in danger. So how could he care about that? What then? Gu Baishui sidled his head and looked at his junior sister who was acting dumb beside him. On weekdays, it was this girl who had the most ghostly ideas, and the two senior brothers were always more tolerant of her than they were of themselves. But it wasn't the matter of the marriage contract that he was asking about, but the red-haired monster from last night. Not knowing the essence, lives are at stake. 3 ways. Ji Wushu stretched out a white, slender finger and said with a face full of seriousness. The first way, go down the mountain to the south. Follow the Luoshui River to the 10,000 Poisons domain. Look for the second senior brother and let him help you think of a way out. This is the next best thing. What about the second way? The second way, go down the mountain to the west. Head to the Yaoqi Holy Land to find the eldest senior brother, and then ask the eldest senior brother to take you to the Source Tower, where the old celestial master of the Source Tower should be clear about what that red-haired monster from last night is. Gu Baishui nodded and raised his eyes to ask, this is the middle strategy? Aha! What about the top strategy? Tell me. Skirt swaying lightly, the pretense of composure of the white girl to hide their own minds very well. Her eyebrows curved coquettish smile, her face piled up innocent rosy smile. Come back to Ji's family with me. Senior brother. The central continent is actually not bad. Gu Baishui froze for a moment, and after a long period of silence suddenly grinned. Senior sister. Senior brother is a patient. Senior brother. The Ji family is very rich, but it may not be enough to feed me. Senior. I'm rich too. Chapter 7, The Rotting Emperor. As dusk was approaching, a burst of light and slow footsteps came from a corner in the back of the mountain within the great emperor's forbidden zone. This was an unusually secluded cave. The cave was dim and lightless, and the evening sunlight outside the cave spilled over the entrance, covering a layer of ambiguous halo. The sound of a fire igniting echoed through the cave, and Gu Baishui raised his own fire folders and stepped into the hidden cave. After about half an incense stick of time, Gu Baishui arrived at the deepest part of the cave, then used a fire refractor to light up the ancient lampstand on the wall. The gentle light dispelled the darkness and gloom, and illuminated the full extent of the vast cavern. This was a cave piled high with ancient books and bamboo tubes, with ancient books all over the place curling up their yellowed pages as if they had been flipped through many times. Dark bookshelves were scattered around the edges, and the smell of rotting dampness wafted vaguely from the faded apricot pear wood. How many books were here? Even Gu Baishuwei couldn't remember. All he could remember was that when the shelves couldn't hold the weight of the books, there wasn't an inch of unused space left in the cave. With light and slow footsteps, Gu Baishuwei skillfully found a flat countertop in the center of the mountain of books and sat down on his knees. Red-haired monster. Unknown. Source Celestial Master. Let's see. There seems to be a mention of it in the Source Celestial Chronicles. A flash of clarity flashed through the green-clothed teenager's eyes, and after pondering for a moment, he looked towards a corner of the mountain of books, and his right hand probed out and accurately drew out a worn-out old book. The pages of the book flipped, and Gu Baishui's clear face was getting stranger and stranger as it flickered under the candlelight. The name Gen Tenchi originated in ancient times. In the ancient times, the heavenly Tao was distorted, the laws evolved, and the continent was barren and withered of cultivation resources such as mineral veins and spirit grasses, making it difficult to satisfy the ancient cultivators' thirst for resources. Ancient cultivators had begun exploring the depths of the earth's mineral veins and some of the ancient divine tombs in search of richer resources, and the Genshin Master is the best of the best of the best, searching for tombs and sources, opening tombs and stealing tombs, terrain break gates, and celestial chakras. The Source Celestial Master knows everything and can do nothing. After the Source Celestial Masters became a system, the human cultivators relied on the huge resources excavated from the ground to develop exceptionally prosperous, and even spawned quite a number of large forces and clans that cultivated the Source Celestial Masters to search for sources and rob tombs to feed their own sects. One of the most famous and the only clan that has been passed down to the present day is the one that is headed by the old Celestial Master, the Source Pagoda. However, the Heavenly Tao had its shortcomings, and when the Origin Heavenly Master prospered to the extreme, a terrifying and bizarre crisis roamed silently. At the same moment, all the Source Celestial Master clans on the continent underwent unexplainable and unsettling changes. Almost all of the old Origin Heavenly Masters who had entered their twilight years had disappeared into the continent without exception. The only thing left behind was just a weird and ominous tuft of red hair. In his old age, the Genjutsu Master will suffer an ominous encounter with a terrifying red-haired creature that will step out of the shadows of the unknown and drag the Twilight Genjutsu Master into the abyssal hell. There is also another theory is that the source of Tianshur divulged the secrets of heaven, so the twilight years will be condemned by the Heavenly Tao, incarnation of the red-haired Bazaar, wandering in the deep mountains and old forests immortal. All of these statements seem to make some sense, but I always feel as if something is missing. Gu Baishuwei flipped through the pages of the book, gazing carefully and meticulously at the red markings next to the black letters in the gently flickering candlelight. This book, the Record of Source Heaven, was an old book from the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, so old that it was unknown who the author was. However, judging from the handwriting, it appears to be the original handwritten record of a single person. The black handwriting is information from the investigation, and the red markings are the author's own speculations and analysis. Gu Baishuwei had rummaged through this old book from the book pavilion, and he always had a strange unfounded feeling. He knew the author of the book, or the author of the book was among the few of them who were masters and disciples. First brother? Or second brother? Gu Baishuwei wasn't sure, but the familiar handwriting always gave him this premonition. What was missing? I couldn't figure it out and spent a long time investigating. What is the red-haired monster's true form? Where do they and the unknown really come from? Where did the elderly Genji go after he disappeared? This one question echoes in my mind all day long, and I can't rest. I stayed awake and searched the ancient ruins and the attic of the Source Tower, piecing together all the clues and pieces. Finally, that night, I solved the mystery that had haunted me for decades. Everything points in the same direction. 2. I see what comes after the eerie and unsettling. The real monster that cannot be spoken of explicitly, that cannot be looked at directly. It might be a great emperor whose body had been rotting for many years, but didn't want to die. I call him the Rotting Archon. It was also the day I got all the answers I wanted to know. The red-haired monster's original body was indeed the aged old Yuan Tianshur. But, not really. There's something much scarier hiding in all the rednecks. Both the red hair monster and the unknown come from the curse of the decaying great, but no one knows what part of history the decaying great is in. And what intrigues me the most is what exactly is the corrupted emperor's extreme Tao emperor soldier, and is it related to red hair's bizarre appearance? I guessed something and needed more to beg the question. The only thing I can leave for posterity is a word of advice. If you come across an invisible red-headed monster, be sure to watch your back. Phew, the dimly lit fire candle wavered once more. The sky outside the cave had completely darkened, and Gu Baishui closed the ancient book in his hand. But his face grew increasingly strange. Corrupted emperor, extreme imperial soldier, an invisible red-haired monster. Doesn't that say something about me? The empty cave echoed with the voice of the green-clothed teenager muttering to himself. And beyond the cave the shadows of the trees swayed, and raindrops sprinkled down from the pitch-black dome of the sky. The night breeze blew into the cave, bringing with it a silky coolness. Gu Baishui's right hand rubbed the ancient book in his hand, his eyes flickering with light and dark intertwined luster. There's something even more terrifying hidden in the red-haired monster. The corpse of the decaying great emperor? Or is it the extreme imperial soldier of the decayed great emperor? If the red-haired monster that sought me out was what was described in the book, then what was its purpose in seeking me out? I'm not a Genshin master, and I haven't practiced the relevant Taoist arts, so there's no reason for the red hair and the unknown to seek me out. Gu Baishui narrowed his eyes as his sight swept towards the wind and rain outside the cave. And how come that red-haired monster face I saw last night kind of looked like my own? The fingertips sliding on the ancient book gave a gentle lurch, and Gu Baishui suddenly touched a bit of wet, sticky liquid on the book's title page, like undried pen and ink or stained blood. The green-clothed boy's body stared, slowly lowering his head before his eyes fell on the title page that was hidden in the back of the book. A string of twisted and crooked bright red and piercing handwriting, bizarre and incomparable, lay on the back of the old book, recklessly intruding into Gu Baishui's eyes. The handwriting was not dry. Someone had just written on it not long ago. Perhaps it was just now that someone guessed that Gu Baishui would come to this cave, would find this book, and wordlessly leave words for him. Of course, it may not be a person who writes. It could be a scary thing. On the dull yellow title page, written in a seven-sided manner, was this line: I am not corrupt, and want to live. Now to escape. Gu Baishui's body stiffened, as if she realized something, and jerked her head up to look at the only exit of the cave. A tuft of bright red fur drifted in from the pouring rain and landed at the end of the passage. The silhouette flickered, and a furry bizarre body blocked the cave entrance, dark red fangs exposed, its gaze dead silent and soundless as it looked at the green-clothed teenager. Escape. Chapter 8, Exodus from the penalty area. Madman on the right. Escape. A hoarse, dry voice echoed in the cave. This was the first time Gu Baishui had heard this monster's voice, harsh and dry, like gold and stone grinding. The green-clothed boy on the stone platform was silent for a long time, as if he didn't expect this monster to spit out human words, and for a while he didn't know how to respond. Escape to where? Downhill. Escape. From restricted areas. Why? Something is trying to kill you. And me. Gu Baishui froze for a moment, looking at the monster coming through the curtain of rain in disbelief. Something is trying to kill me? Not you? The tall-bodied red-haired monster didn't respond, but instead opened its grayish-white dead pupils and looked at Gu Baishui as he slowly nodded his head. The development of things was completely out of Gu Baishui's expectations. It was obvious that the invisible red-haired monster was the thing that had left itself a message in the ancient book, and instead of expressing any malice, it was now cautioning against the unknown dangers it was about to encounter. Gu Baishui frowned, his heart growing more and more suspicious as well as wary. This was the great emperor's forbidden zone, and he himself was one of the only 4 disciples left in the Gravekeeper's lineage. Logically speaking, there was no place in the entire continent that was safer and more capable of protecting Gu Baishui than this forbidden area. But this monster still urges himself to leave the forbidden zone. So that means, the danger comes from inside the forbidden zone? Gu Baishui sidled his head and was just about to ask something more, but his body jerked, remembering the bizarre figure he had seen last night. In addition to the red-haired monster at the entrance of the cave, Gu Baishui also saw 2 other people. One of them is the big brother who can't see his face but is holding the purple extreme immortal cauldron. There is another one. The little sister that he saw before he passed out? If the red-haired monster hadn't meant any harm to himself from the start, wasn't it possible that the danger came from the other 2 guys? Its appearance is really just an early warning. Buzz. The copper mirror in the bosom of his chest suddenly trembled, and wisps of burning heat emanated from inside the mirror, baking Gu Baishui's chest. Gu Baishui was slightly silent, and his right hand probed into his chest, but did not take out the piece of bronze mirror, for his chilly hairs stood on end at this point, knowing full well what this situation meant. This meant that one of his own siblings was close to his current cave, close by, but not present. Who? Boom! The teenager opened his mouth, but his voice didn't travel far before the entire cave filled with books collapsed. The ground shook and the rain poured down. A terrifyingly huge to the extreme purple giant cauldron descended from the sky. smashing the mound that wrapped around the cave into ruins. The purple giant cauldron hovered noiselessly in the darkness of the night, and 1,000 strands of haze poured down like a waterfall, with a terrifying power that crushed the entire mound into pieces and powder in a matter of moments. Obviously, the mysterious master behind this ancient and simple giant tripod did not want the green-clothed teenager in the cave to come out alive, so the moment he struck, he pushed with all his might. It even treated the terrifying prohibitions in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone as if they were nothing, and the teenager who was submerged in the ruins only vaguely saw a flash of radiant vicissitudes of purple before tearing the red-haired monster at the mouth of the cave into pieces. Gu Baishui was defenseless and could only play hard to get away. He took advantage of the last breath of the giant cauldron's descent to activate the teleportation spell that was covered by books under his buttocks, teleporting Gu Baishui to the fringe of the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. Then, it was a playful escape. Like the red-haired monster said, fleeing from the Forbidden Zone, fleeing from the whole place where he had lived for half an aeon, but had suddenly become unfamiliar. In the midst of the pouring night rain, a young man in a lousy green robe stumbled and fled out of the mountain, not daring to turn back and not being able to do so, and in the shadows not far from that ruin, a slim figure stepped out from under the shade of a tree, and with a light lift of his right hand, a small ancient purple tripod traveled through space and landed in a clean white palm. The man's eyes moved slightly as he looked sideways at the distant night rain, watching with his own eyes as the teenager who looked like a defeated dog escaped the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, but didn't chase after him. The man just gently turned the small purple tripod in his own hand. In the midst of the drifting night rain, a grayish-white thunderbolt descended from the sky with terrifying might, accurately splitting on a certain teenager's heavenly aureole. Gu Baishui's body stiffened for a moment, and then fell straight down into the Luoshui River at the entrance to the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, alive or dead. But he escaped in the night rain, escaped from this terrifying Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. 3 days later, a tattered floating corpse floated out of the water in a pile of rocks on the banks of the Luoshui River, and was set in the gap between two round rocks by the impact of the current. However, because of the remote location, the shore is a deep forest, so no one found this floating body. As night fell and misty moonlight poured down from the night sky, the floating corpse suddenly twitched and then sat up without a sound. The floating corpse was draped in green, tattered robes, its eyes lifeless and its face haggard. He just sat there by the river all night in silence, soundless and silent. He came back to his senses just as dawn broke on the second day, and dragging his feeble body into the jungle along the bank, he has since disappeared from the banks of the Luoshui River. Another half a month later, a young man's slurred voice came from a broken temple in the middle of a deserted mountain. My second senior brother once read a book, Genius on the left, Madman on the right. The second brother says there are geniuses and madmen in the crowd, and there is a dividing line between them. The geniuses are silent on the left side of the line, and the lunatics sing and dance on the right side of the line. But when it comes down to whether they're actually crazy or geniuses only they know. There are geniuses who will cross that line and pretend to be crazy when danger looms. There are also lunatics who will disguise themselves as normal from time to time and blend in with other teams. The hemp-clothed girl who was also roasting in the temple fire was a bit helpless and nodded perfunctorily. So are you a genius or a madman? I am a beggar, and you are a beggar, or we both would not be reduced to stealing tributes to eat in this broken temple. Gu Baishui was cloaked in hair and covered in dust, but compared to the gray-headed little beggar across the street, he felt that he was still more decent. The hemp-clothed girl scratched her head, and said to Gu Baishui in an extraordinarily serious manner, I'm not a beggar. I've made it clear to you. I'm going to Luoyang to look for my relatives. Searching for relatives. I know, but it's almost 10,000 miles from Light Pavilion to Luoyang, and you're a little girl traveling alone to look for your family. Not afraid of encountering mountain bandits or anything? The hemp-clothed girl shook her head, wiped the dust on the tip of her nose with her hand, and explained to the somewhat talkative weirdo, I'm a cultivator. That's the legendary immortals. Immortals you know, right? Chapter 9, Catching a Corpse in the Night Rain. I know. Monks. It's not uncommon. Gu Baishui swallowed the already chewed tasteless white steamed bun in his mouth and grinned as he asked, but I haven't seen a cultivator who almost starved himself to death. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't careful when I went out and was tripped by you who was starving and fainted in the doorway, and then dragged you into this broken temple. You should have turned into a starving ghost and gone to the Yellow Springs Road by now. The hemp-clothed girl's clear little face was a little embarrassed, and her slurred mouth stubbornly said, I am the cultivation is not yet home. If not for my granny forgetting the second half of the cultivation recipe, I would have already finished cultivating the chakra sea realm to dispel the grain. Where do I still need to eat? Oh, and where's your granny? Passed away. Oh, So, Gu Baishui pursed the corners of her lips. It seems like it's quite easy to die lately. And my master died as well. Is your master a monk too? He was a Taoist priest. And he also looked after other people's graves. And then when he got older, he prepared a grave for himself. The hemp-clothed girl nodded in confusion and asked again. So where are you going now? Go to Luoyang and look for my second senior brother. Is your second senior brother in Luoyang? I don't know. The hemp-clothed girl wrinkled the tip of her good-looking nose, and then suddenly laughed heartlessly. So you're also going to Luoyang to visit your family? Ha! Gu Baishui thought for a moment, then nodded. Sort of. A fire was roasting in a broken temple in the mountains, and two scruffy beggars sat opposite each other by the fire, listening to the rain outside the temple and looking at each other strangely. Are you going to Luoyang to find your own father? Aha! Recognize a relative? The hemp-clothed girl hesitated. Not necessarily. Let's take a look first. Oh, and what do you want with your second brother? How can I say this? I suspected that my eldest brother was trying to kill me, and sought help from my second eldest brother. Gu Baishui waved his hand, looking like it wasn't a big deal. The hemp-clothed girl froze, but also didn't react to such a huge amount of information for a moment, and after a long period of silence eventually only held back a sentence. So you master and brother. You have a pretty average relationship, huh? It's okay. Master was pretty good before he died. Gu Baishui paused for a moment, had a thoughtful look at the opposite side of the small beggar who was still concentrating on nibbling the steamed buns. I've forgotten to ask. What's your name again? Luo Ziwei. That doesn't sound like a beggar's name. The hemp-clothed girl rolled her eyes at the words. Her clear little face was written with speechlessness. I was not a beggar in the first place. So what is your name? Doggy. Ha! The young girl was confused for a moment. Gu Baishui, however, pointed to himself in a serious manner. Li Doger. This was my stage name when I used to beg for food. The young girl was silent for a moment, looking at the man's sincere face and wondering for a moment if he was joking. Then you're pretty awesome. That's of course. To do a profession you have to love a profession. If you go out to ask for food under the name of Luo Ziwei, people will still think that it's some princess who has come to investigate the people's situation. And business naturally won't be good. The teenager spoke in a serious manner, but the young girl felt her head getting bigger and bigger. Who's the princess who came out to ask for food in a compassionate manner? Grounding. Grounded? It's all buried in the dirt, isn't it? In response to the young girl's precise trolling, Gu Baishui was completely indifferent, and even seriously suggested, I'll also give you a stage name of asking for food. It's a good idea to save things and use it. No need. Luo Ziwei shook her head, politely rejecting his kindness. How about a vegetable leaf? It sounds kinda exotic. The hemp-clothed girl sternly refused. I said I'm not a beggar. I'm a cultivator. That's fine. You give me back my steamed buns, and the beef with sauce. The broken temple fell into a brief silence. The rain grew louder, and eventually a certain uninitiated young girl chose to give in under Gu Baishui's coercion. Each of them took a step back and dropped the word vegetable from the leaf, using the leaf as the stage name for the young monk's profession of begging. The night rains drifted in and out, and in the pouring rain, the woodpile in the broken temple radiated wisps of warmth, lighting the last bit of fire in the deep forest. Jingle bells, jingle bells. A strange bell rang through the rain outside the broken temple door. Gu Baishui put down the bronze mirror in her hand and looked up towards the outside of the temple. The little beggar beside him also froze and raised his head, a little curious as to who would be shaking a brass bell in such a rainy night. The half-broken wooden door creaked and a large, rough hand felt its way out from behind the door, yanking the tattered wooden door aside. It's raining really hard. The big man outside the door wiped his face with his soaked sleeve and looked woefully at the broken temple. It just so happened that Gu Baishui also looked outward, and the two of them met each other's eyes, and both of them sidestepped their heads a bit strangely. Gu Baishui felt that the visitor was a bit strange because the big man outside the door was wearing a plain black Taoist robe, with white lines on his sleeves and yellow amulets plastered on his body, a yellowish mahogany sword on his waist, and a somewhat familiar rusty copper bell in his right hand. It was clearly a Taoist priest dressed as a Taoist priest, and a cloud-walking Taoist priest at that, or one of the strangest kinds. And the big man with the open chest felt embarrassed because he hadn't expected the presence of other people in this isolated broken temple. He stood in the doorway and hesitated for a moment, giving Gu Baishui a dry smile. Little brother, sheltering from the rain? Gu Baishui nodded. Taoist you are? It's not a job, it's a living. You have to work even at this late hour. You are quite fortunate. Taoist. Alas, it's all the same. There's no such thing as a good thing in the world that doesn't come with a lot of hard work. The big-haired Taoist priest waved his hand. His afterglow glanced behind him absently, and asked again tentatively, "Is there room in the temple?" Gu Baishui narrowed her eyes, her vision lifting lightly as she looked at the dark night outside the broken temple, vaguely realizing something as well. "There is a place, but the most you can do is to let you come in to shelter from the rain. And those guests behind you, please take them to the firewood room to be settled for the night." The big man Taoist froze for a moment, as if he didn't expect the young man to know what he did. He hesitated slightly, but still nodded and smiled at Gu Baishui. "That's troublesome. Guest?" The little beggar beside him raised his head in ignorance, looking at Gu Baishui with a face full of confusion. "Rushing in the night rains, resting in the daytime, yellow talisman to protect the body, and peach wood to drive away evil spirits." Gu Baishui shook his head with an odd expression on his face. "This Taoist master is the one who does the dirty work?" "Dirty work?" The hemp-clothed girl was getting more and more confused, but at this time there was also a burst of crisp bells coming from outside the wall. Puff puff. Regular heavy steps rose and fell, and a stiff figure loomed over the wall and doorway. Gu Baishui leaned his body toward the inside of the temple, then sighed helplessly. Commonly known as the body snatcher. Chapter 10. After sleeping, the rain outside the broken temple was falling harder and harder. Bean-sized raindrops ticked recklessly on the stone steps, running down the grayish-white steps into the dirt. The little beggar was a little disoriented and drifted off to sleep against the stone statue enshrined in the broken temple. Gu Baishui sat by the fire and watched as the big-haired Taoist priest brought his clients one by one into the broken temple's firewood room. There were 6 bodies in all dressed as officials of a particular dynasty, carrying baskets of books, with yellow amulets already wet on their brows. The curtain of rain obscured his vision, and Gu Baishui couldn't see the faces of the corpses, but he thought that they were all corpses, and there was nothing to see in their gray faces. "It's been raining for 2 or 3 days now." The big Han Taoist shrugged off his wet sleeves and walked in along the side door of the broken temple, his face full of helplessness and obscurity. "I've suffered a lot with these clients, too, all day long with the wind and rain." The teenager by the fire made room for the big man and nodded kindly. "Taoist master, the rainy night is the heaviest time of the year. Are you not afraid of accidents when you're traveling in the rain with those clients behind you?" "Ugh, how?" The big man was very relieved to sit by the fire and smiled brightly. "These customers of mine are very good to talk to. As long as the daily tributes keep coming, they have agreed that they won't make any trouble." "Yes?" Gu Baishui glanced in the direction of the firewood room and asked thoughtfully, "What is the Taoist master's name?" "My real name is Wu Tian. Taoist name Wu Tian. If little brother doesn't mind the bad luck, just call me Big Brother Wu." The big man was exceptionally self-possessed, with the unpretentious demeanor of a man of the Jianghu. "Brother Wu." Gu Baishui poked out his hands and roasted the fire in front of him. "You're in such a hurry to hurry. Where are you sending these clients of yours?" "It's not far off. There's one in Luoyang City and one in the Red Earth Poisonous Domain. After delivering these 2, I'll be quite free." "So," the big man took out a piece of soaked bun dough from his own parcel, and chewed it with flavor with the wine gourd at his waist. "I'm quite familiar with this road. I have to run it once every 3 or 5 years, and I've rested my feet a few times in this broken temple in the mountains. But I've never seen an outsider linger. In fact, in the middle of nowhere, you do have a lot of guts, little brother." Gu Baishui just smiled and didn't say much. However, listening to the big man said so, he turned his head to look at the stone platform behind him. This broken temple's stone statue has long been half collapsed and broken. Can't see the face, also don't know who exactly is enshrined. The big man seemed to see the teenager's curiosity, swallowed the dry food in his mouth, and paused for a moment before speaking out. "In fact, a few years ago, there was a rich and noble family in this barren mountain, who moved over from Luoyang and settled here." Gu Baishui turned his head sideways, seemingly interested in the big man's words. "Moving from Luoyang to here? Moving from that prosperous old city to the deep mountains and old forests?" "Yes, it was a business family that did some very strange business." The big man's face looked a bit odd, and Gu Baishui asked after him, "What kind of business is it?" "Robbery." "Robbery?" Gu Baishui froze for a moment. "Well, robbing." The big man's face was helpless as he said, "Robbing the scholars who are passing through to the capital to catch the exams." Gu Baishui was a bit puzzled. What's so good about robbing a poor scholar? Poor scholars are nothing to rob, but you think these scholars are all want to enter the capital to get the merit. In case which high school scholar? It can be a fish leap dragon gate big shot. Ah, what kind of reasoning is that? Gu Baishui frowned. That family robbed deep in the mountains to prevent the poor scholar from taking the exam? Of course not. That family has its own calculations. The big man drank a mouthful of spirits from his gourd and continued with interest. The shabby scholar fell into trouble, and then met a beauty to save him. The two lovers were in love, and the beauty waited for the scholar to win the gold list, which is a complete story. Except that there are many scribes in this story, but only one family of beauties. Gu Baishui thought about it and understood what the big man meant. That family hires mountain thieves to rob scholars traveling to and from the exams, and then they themselves come to the rescue, gifting them with coins to be sent to the capital to take the exams. And then when the scholars reach high school, their own families will soar together? Brilliant! The big man smiled brightly. But there's still a problem. Gu Baishui asked again. How did that family know which scholar would be able to succeed in the high school? I don't know. The big man shook his head. But that lady said that it's called casting a wide net to catch more fish, and that large-scale investments can always be blindfolded to the right one. Gu Baishui froze. Always felt that the tone of that young lady was a bit familiar. How? Is it like what his own second senior brother would say? And then what happened? Later? The big man was silent and sighed with some frustration. Without a poor scholar's examination for merit, that family's young lady will remain unmarried for life. So unlucky? The big man nodded. The time is right. Outside the broken temple the rain was sparse and windy. A ragged door panel was blown by the wind and rain, and the shade of the trees looked like twisted monsters climbing and dancing across the muddy ground. The fire in the broken temple wavered a bit, and the teenager stood up and greeted the big man before leaning inside the broken temple. I'm used to traveling at night. I'm twice as energetic when it's nighttime, and I can't change my habits even after many years. The big man tightened his Taoist robe and smiled nervously. If you trust me, little brother, go to sleep. I'll just keep watch. Gu Baishui pondered for a moment, then gently nodded. He was still the third disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor, and the rumored little mister of all the great holy places. Even if something went wrong nowadays, he himself was still a great cultivator at the peak of the Xiantai, and was not yet so cautious about a corpse catcher who was rushing on a rainy night. The night was deepening and the fire was warm. Gu Baishui and the little beggar beside him just drifted off to sleep, while the corpse-catching big man sat by the fire silently looking at the night rain outside the temple, occasionally looking back not knowing what to think. Gu Baishui slept drowsily in dead this sleep. He had often been hazy and dizzy ever since he was struck by that grey thunderbolt in his heavenly aura, but he still always had trouble sleeping. As long as he closed his eyes, he would often see two strange backs, one holding a small purple tripod in his hand, and one covered in strange red hair. But tonight Gu Baishui hadn't dreamed of anything. He then fell asleep in a daze, and between his half-sleep and half-wakefulness, he also vaguely heard a burst of brass bells ringing in his ears. Pft! The ground shook gently, and a heavy footsteps came far and near, sometimes as if they were in the rain outside the temple, sometimes as if they were close at hand. Ta! The broken temple leaked its roof, and a string of cool rainwater dripped onto Gu Baishui's face before stalling. Gu Baishui wiped his face with his right hand in his drowsiness and realized that the rainwater seemed to be a bit sticky, sticking to his face in an exceptionally uncomfortable way. He rolled over a bit bored, but after a long time, a certain teenager's body suddenly stiffened. It's not rain, is it? Chapter 11 Paramount Emperor's Old Corpse. It was night, and a cloudy wind blew, provoking Gu Baishui into a cold sweat. Shrinking in the corner of the teenager snapped open his eyes. His body tensed into a piece, and then he realized that in addition to himself and the small beggar who slept beside him in a compassionate way, the broken temple was empty. Another series of raindrops slammed down from the top of his head and tickled the tip of Gu Baishui's nose. Gu Baishui raised his head suspiciously and realized that the flowing rain came from the top of the stone statue's head behind him. It appeared that a hole in the scaffolding above the statue's head had allowed rainwater to run down the statue's forehead, and the weird sticky feeling in his dream should be the dirty dust that had piled up on top of the stone statue's head for a long time, muddy with the rainwater and flowing down together. Gu Baishui shook her head. She herself was unlucky. Choosing a place to sleep was not peaceful. The house is raining, and the rain is still only drenching itself. With a somewhat sticky face, Gu Baishui didn't move and stood up, then moved the little beggar beside him to the place where the rain was leaking. The hemp-clothed girl slept very dead, opened her showy little mouth not reacting at all, only wrinkling the tip of her nose in her dream. The rogue teen tilted his head in slight anticipation and waited for a moment, only to realize that it was as if he had left his spot and the rain stopped dripping. The raindrops were hanging from the corners of the stone statue, swaying leisurely, but not falling down. Gu Baishui froze, then turned around in disappointment and looked at the fire in the center of the broken temple. Brother Wu's figure disappeared. I do not know whether to go out or to take care of those guests. The divine sense in Gu Baishui's mind shook out and swept through the entire courtyard, finding 6 more corpses lying in the woodshed. And standing under the eaves outside the temple was a burly back figure, his hands lifting up the gears as he performed a maneuver that was familiar to all men. The pattering rain outside the window gradually spawned a different feeling, and the urge to urinate surged. Gu Baishui followed his body's instincts and walked to the eaves of the broken temple to stand side by side with the big man beside him. A few moments later, a tilted column of water was added to the rain in the sky, and the column of water soon became indistinguishable when it landed in the soil. Gu Baishui's body shivered naturally, squinting her eyes to enjoy the coolness of the night rain and the relief within her body. Soon, however, he realized that the big man beside him was silent, and that the column of water slanting over the storm was just a single stream. Being at the most basic level of politeness, Gu Baishui did not look askance, nor did he inquire if the big man's body was some unspeakable and unspeakable secret. But then his divine sense moved and he noticed a strange thing moving in the woodshed to the side. Or, more accurately, a body rolled over and then a gurgling breath came from the tip of its nose. Breathe? Do corpses breathe? It shouldn't be necessary. But if it wasn't a body that turned over inside the woodshed, what was it? The divine sense vaguely outlined the outline of another big man, who was lying between several corpses, his hands folded, his face as calm as water. It's Brother Wu? Gu Baishui froze for a moment and raised an eyebrow, then suddenly fell silent again. The one sleeping inside the woodshed is Brother Wu. So the one standing beside him now holding his pee is who? A cold wind blew, and the columns of water that poured unchecked into the rain curtain came to an abrupt end. The yellow talisman shivered in the wind and rain, a dark yellow color rising and falling in Gu Baishui's afterglow. A wave of cool air went down his spine and straight to the back of his head. Gu Baishui's mouth twitched as he lifted his pants. Then his neck stiffened as he turned his head sideways. What came into view was a pale, withered face, full of dead eyes and gray pupils and white eyes. Obviously, it was an old corpse, dressed like a civil minister of some ancient dynasty, with a crane crown on its head and an ancient face. You could hardly tell a corpse's character and life from it, but Gu Baishui always felt that there was a pale soul behind this old corpse watching over him. Gu Baishui gulped, and the old corpse sidestepped with a wooden expression. The wind and rain were fluttering outside the temple, and I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but a drop of rainwater happened to hit the yellow talisman on the old corpse's forehead. Suddenly, the yellow talisman wobbled off and down, drifting out of the eaves of the house and falling into a puddle in the teenager's frozen vision. Asterisk. Gu Baishui subconsciously took a step backward, the spiritual energy in his body running up and suppressing his violently beating heart, wanting to use his cultivation of the Xiantai realm to deal with this old corpse that was pretending to come out in the middle of the night to scare people. But the next moment, this old corpse in front of him calmly raised his eyes. Then everything changed. The heavens and the earth change color, and all things are silent. The entire broken temple, the falling rain in the sky, even the shadows of the trees and the sound of the wind were completely frozen at this moment, covered by an unseen burst of gray. At the bottom of the grayish-white dead pupils in front of his eyes, an incomparably bright river of stars was instantly derived. The mountains, rivers, and stars disillusioned endlessly, as if the laws of the entire heaven and earth had evolved for endless years under the old corpse's eyes. Gu Baishui only felt countless massive stars coming at him head-on, and he was as small as dust being annihilated under the old corpse's eyes. Emperor's breath. This grandpa is a quasi-imperial realm. Thunder rumbled in his ears, and the teenager under the roof fell cleanly unconscious and into complete darkness. I don't know how much time has passed. When Gu Baishui woke up again, the sky outside the broken temple had already lit up. Gray clouds still shrouded the sky and mountains, and the hay-drift rain fluttered in mid-air. The rain is much lighter today than it was last night, and the fire has been out for a long time. The broken temple remained quiet and peaceful, as if nothing had happened last night. Gu Baishui froze and sat up. Raising her eyes, she found that the little beggar who had slept heartlessly all night was squatting in front of the fire, rummaging through the ashes of the fire with a tree branch to find a roasted sweet potato. With the tip of her nose stained with gray and black dust, the hemp-clothed girl tilted her face up to look at Gu Baishui and smiled heatedly. The air was fresh, and there was a gust of footsteps outside the temple door. As the big hunk of a Taoist priest stretched and yawned and walked in, a hint of an imperceptible smile swept across his simple and honest face. Yo, little brother awake? Did you sleep well last night? The thunder was not small. Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched, and he instantly remembered the horrible and appalling old gentleman he had encountered at the door last night. The eyes were pregnant with stars and rivers, and a single wisp of imperial breath pressed down so hard that he almost fainted. A corpse of the quasi-emperor realm was just a client of this corpse-catching Taoist priest in front of him? And it's just one of them? This big man brought a full 6 customers last night. It can't be 6 corpses of the quasi-emperor realm, right? So what kind of horrible person is this guy? The big man named Wu Tian scratched his head, and his gentle sight gently swept over the teenagers in the temple. Gu Baishui's face turned white, and he tugged the corner of his mouth towards the big man at the door in a regular manner, pulling out a stiff smile. Seniors, eat it? The big man was quiet for a moment, then shook his head. Not really, but there's no rush. I usually travel at night and plan to rest a little longer in this broken temple. Gu Baishui was slightly silent, then stood up and walked over to the sisal-clothed girl who was double holding a sweet potato. With a gentle lift, he picked up the young girl by the collar, then bowed politely to the big man. Then we won't disturb senior's rest. It's dawn, and the 2 of us actually have some urgent matters. Chapter 12, A guy named Lee. A Taoist-robed corpse driver drives 6 corpses through the pouring night rain. Gu Baishui didn't know what the other 5 corpses were from, but with the ability and guts to drive away an old corpse of a quasi-emperor, how could this big Han Taoist be a terrifying existence above the saint realm? A random temple to escape the rain and you stumble upon a zombie-catching saint? Gu Baishui didn't think there would be such a coincidence in the world. Just like what his own second elder brother had once said, behind all chance there is inevitability. And in our world, chance many times means unpredictable danger. In short, chance is poisonous. Surprisingly, the big man standing at the door had no intention of stopping Gu Baishui either, and even politely sidestepped to make way for the path out of the broken temple. Gu Baishui didn't move and said goodbye to the big man in a regular manner, then tugged the somewhat puzzled hemp-clothed girl beside him to simply leave the broken temple. The deep forest outside the temple was still drizzling, and the big man leaned against the doorframe, watching in silence as the strange teenager drifted away in the rain. Wooded paths, wet dirt and mud. The teenager in green clothes seemed to be tugging at something beside him as he hurried off into the distance on his feet. The sisal-clothed girl who was tugged on her sleeve tilted her head sideways, cradling the sweet potato in her hand and wrinkled the tip of her pretty nose, then turned back to glance at the big Han Taoist priest at the entrance of the temple. The big man guarding the entrance to the temple moved his eyelids a little, as if he was aware of it, and stretched out his right hand towards theirs and waved. However, the youth in green did not turn around, so naturally he did not know who the big man was waving at. Wu Tian also sighed with some frustration and shook his head as he looked at the figure that was fading away in the rain curtain. When it's raining and slippery, pedestrians on the road need to pay more attention to their footing and to what's behind them, because you're not really sure if there are 2 rows of footprints left on the same dirt road or just one. Throughout the rainy night at the broken temple, 3 men had taken shelter from the rain. A young boy who has suffered a robbery, a small, gray-headed beggar, and an oddly large man who was herding 6 corpses. The teenager chatted with the hemp-clad girl, and a subtle trial and error was maintained between him and the corpse-catching Hulk. But what the teenager didn't seem to realize was that the other 2 guests who were staying in the broken temple never seemed to mention the other's presence. They didn't seem to have a chance to talk, and when one came, the other was already asleep. Well, an odd, low hissing sound rang out from behind the big man, and a dry, steady palm held down the doorway before stepping through the temple door. With gray pupils and white eyes, and a mute face, this was the old corpse of the quasi-emperor that Gu Baishui had stumbled upon last night. The big man sidled his head and locked eyes with the mysterious old corpse of an unknown dynasty beside him for a moment, then sighed with a helpless face. Master, you can't blame me for this. It's the lady who ignores me. I can't shyly come up to find unhappiness, right? Roar. The old corpse opened its mouth expressionlessly. Wu Tian froze, then skimmed his lips. Didn't Miss also ignore you? Resign yourself to your fate, master. This journey to Luoyang still requires the 2 of us to be companions. The old corpse of the quasi-emperor silently squinted his eyes and looked at the roiling rain outside the broken temple without saying anything else. Miss wants to finish her last journey with that young man. Of course she has her own ideas. As long as she can be happy. Apprentice, I will naturally not be jealous. The old corpse of the Paragon Emperor gave the big man a look. Wu Tian was silent for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and sighed softly. In fact, it's a bit jealous. It doesn't matter if Miss can't see me. I'm not worthy of Miss as a peon in the first place. The young lady has never married in her life. And I remember the roguish way in which she first told us with a serious face that she liked women. The big man raised his eyes. Looking at the rain outside the eaves seemed to remember something. The corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked up a smile. The trees swayed, the rain was cool, and all things in this forest seemed unchanged. But Miss actually dislikes women. The old corpse was silent, nodding wordlessly. She just couldn't let go of that Li guy. From Luoyang to this broken temple. Never. The big man narrowed his eyes expressionlessly. Even though we all know that the one surnamed Li has been dead for a long time. Wu Tian told that young man a story last night. It is said that there is a rich family in the deep forest, specializing in robbing the scholars who enter the capital to catch the examination on this road. And then the young lady of his family will come forward to rescue the unlucky scholars who are in distress. Cast a wide net to catch more fish. As long as there is a scholar in the high school royal list, that shrewd family will also soar. His young lady was born very beautiful, although she knew nothing about music, chess, calligraphy and painting. But she was indeed very shrewd and intelligent. Last night the big man told the young man that the lady of that family's final reckoning had come to naught, and because no scholar had ever reached the high school scholarship, the lady had remained unmarried all her life. But actually he lied. It is not that no one has won the damn scholar. And there was even a session of the royal list where the top 3 were taken up by those unlucky scholars. But the young lady didn't marry anyone, because she could never let go of a very jealous fellow in her heart. His last name was Li. He was a scoundrel. Long dead scoundrel. Because he died, Wu Tian would then never be able to defeat him either, which was a very helpless and sad thing to see. What saddened him even more was that even his own master was fond of that scoundrel. So when De Han won the martial arts scholarship, he gave up the prosperity and riches of Chang'an without much careful thought. He returned to this deep forest and followed his master as a simple and ordinary corpse chaser. Wu Tian had been chasing corpses for many years, aimlessly, taking things as they came. He was a person who had little ambition or pursuit in the first place. As long as he could come back to see the lady once in a while, he would be at peace. Oh master, why do you think Miss would want to walk this distance with that teenager? Or in this broken temple? Taoist robes hanging down. Wu Tian wordlessly sat down on the stone steps in front of the broken temple door and sidled his head in some confusion. The quasi-emperor's old corpse did not respond, but its gray pupils moved as if it had some answer in its heart. Is it because this broken temple is where the young lady and the man first met, and the teenager resembles him? Wu Tian narrowed his eyes in a wooden and flat manner. Or is it because, well, he's a traveler? The trees are still. The wind stops. The rain stops. The body of the quasi-emperor's old corpse lurched. The fangs between his lips and teeth poked out all of a sudden, and a palpitating scarlet red flashed through his originally dead and grayish pupils. It's a funny thing, master. You've been searching for the existence of a traveler all your life, and you didn't expect to meet an eccentric teenager after your death instead. Wu Tian rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular and thick arms, then calmly raised his eyes. A huge thunderbolt flashed behind the gray clouds, silent but warlike. I don't know if that teenager is a traveler or his second brother. I'll ask him myself when the lady leaves. If he is, then the sky's the limit and he can't escape. Oh yeah, that teenager seems to be followed by an extreme Dao Emperor soldier behind him? That's a pain in the ass. Chapter 13, The Crossers. I may have seen them before. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? My sweet potatoes aren't even baked through yet. The hemp-clothed girl tilted her face somewhat helplessly and asked the teenager beside her. The forest shook. The rain drizzled. And the mountain land was soaked by the overnight rain, still muddy and a little sticky on the soles of the shoes. The green-clothed young man walking in front of the mountain path sniffed and turned back, explaining in a fervent manner. There's a fierce Taoist priest in the temple. Don't you see? Saw it, but it didn't look too menacing. Did it? The little beggar was a bit skeptical and wiped the rainwater on his face with his sleeve and said, Didn't you say that the Taoist priest was some kind of corpse driver? Yeah, how bad luck for a corpse catcher. Gu Baishui said perfunctorily, then suddenly paused. He realized that the two of them were still not far out of the mountains, and that the corpse-driving Taoist priest in the temple might still be able to hear him. So Gu Baishui lightly coughed and lowered his voice. It's not a matter of bad luck or not, but mainly my second senior brother said that when you go out, you have to be more mindful, and especially beware of those strange people. The little beggar froze. Strange people? Well, those who are always flashing their eyes and retreating behind the crowd. Those who yell 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't fool the youth. And those who are always somehow bullied and looked down upon. These people are not easy to mess with, Gu Baishui said in a serious manner. And my second senior brother has specially reminded me that the old people on the roadside and under the cliffs should be helped more. And the ones with the surname Yi, Lin, Li, and Wang had better stay away from them. Why? Because most of those people are dangerous. And it's also safe to say that if you get too close to them, you're in danger yourself. The little beggar froze and nodded. And after thinking about it, he asked Gu Baishui again. Your second senior brother knows so much. How come I haven't heard you talk about your eldest senior brother? My eldest brother? Gu Baishui suddenly fell silent for a while before saying, my eldest senior brother's words are usually few and far between, and there is only one thing he most often instructs me to do. What? Gu Baishui shrugged. Don't listen to your second senior brother's blind pussy. The hemp-clothed girl froze for a moment at his words, then burst out laughing with a poof. Gu Baishui was a bit helpless. Actually, my eldest and second elder brothers are both quite remarkable people. Only that most of the time my eldest brother is not too willing to talk, and my second elder brother's words are too broken, and it hurts one's ears to read them. Is that why you're always talking about your second brother? Gu Baishui nodded. When I was little, my second senior brother always thought that he and I were kindred spirits, from the same very distant place, so he always tried to test me, and his mouth was always chanting some weird words without a clue. The clear bottom of the hemp-clothed girl's eyes suddenly paused, and after a moment of silence, she tilted her small face up with some curiosity. What strange words? Gu Baishui was oblivious to this, and for some reason, he seemed to instinctively have little wariness of this little girl beside him. Like what I see the little master brother, you have the capital of the great emperor. You stand here. Senior brother, I go to buy you a few oranges. Master, just of the lecture of those god pattern Dao book to my CPU or dry burnt. And the most classic. Why I just cannot dry your big brother it. These are the words that second senior brother often recites. Gu Baishui said. But later, when second senior brother realized that I really didn't have much empathy with him, he disappointedly instructed me that if I went down the mountain and met someone like him, I must be more careful. So, the little beggar silently lowered his head and looked at the muddy spots on the tips of his shoes. Gu Baishui was also silent for a long time, then tilted his head and let out a long sigh. Second brother is very unapologetic. He confessed to me that he is a traveler from another world. Rumble. A sudden flash of thunder streaked across the dimly lit sky, blinding light exploding almost right overhead. The bright rays of light instantly illuminated the dimly lit mountains and forests, as well as the stunned and bewildered little face of the hemp-clothed girl with her head bowed. Luo Ziwei froze for a long time without coming back to her senses. What did he just say? Wasn't there a mention of a traveler? This kind of taboo and secret involving the history of the entire continent can be said in the open so generously? You're so honest, aren't you? The hemp-clothed girl silently glanced at Gu Baishui and opened her mouth, but still didn't make any sound. It was true that she had subconsciously used a small means of affecting her sea of consciousness to make this rare and strange teenager less guarded against herself, but it wasn't so unsuspecting, was it? It feels like you're approaching a puzzle with care and seriousness, but then you turn a page and realize that the answer has been laid out clearly on the page. The teenager was honest and sincere to a fault, even to the point where it felt a little disconcerting. Traveler? Well, just people from another world, Gu Baishui said. Second senior brother said that there have actually been many travelers in the history of our world, and that there was a very famous heavenly emperor in the ancient times who traveled from another world, and that heavenly emperor's surname was Yi. In second brother's eyes, the world we live in is more like a ranch, where you and I are native aborigines, and those who have traveled through are more like guests who have accidentally trespassed onto this ranch. Of course, each traveler has a different personality, so there are good guys and bad things among the guests. The hemp-clothed girl fell slightly silent and asked another rather strange question. Your second elder brother seems to know a lot about those travelers' stories? Maybe. Gu Baishui touched his chest and said after pondering for a moment. Actually, second senior brother said that today's times are different from the past, so the identity of a traveler might not be so mysterious and taboo anytime soon. The hemp-clad girl was a bit uncertain and asked, why? Because the second elder brother he found some traces of travelers, right in this era. In all corners of this continent. Some? Aha. Gu Baishui stroked his chin with a thoughtful look. The second elder brother said it seemed like something strange had happened. So the ranch had many guests descending in the same era. The travelers aren't as mysterious and unknowable as they used to be, and they may even be a group of aliens who change history. The hemp-clad girl was silent for a long time, then softly asked, do you think that will be the case? Actually, I'm not sure. Gu Baishui, however, shook his head. Second senior brother always says some inexplicable nonsense, so I can never be sure if the words he says are true. So do you believe him about the travelers? Gu Baishui hesitated for a moment, then frowned hesitantly, but did not give a clear answer. It actually exists. The cool rain dripped on his cheeks, and the young teenager froze for a moment, looking at the little beggar beside him who had suddenly spoken out. Travelers, they exist. The hemp-clad girl shrugged as the teenager had done, then smiled. I've seen one. Chapter 14, The Beginning of a Story. You've seen one? Aha. Traveler? Aha. Gu Baishui glanced at the hemp-clothed maiden, her face filled with a polite desire to speak. What? Luo Ziwei arched her eyebrows and smiled gently. Can't a small cultivator like me meet a traveler? It's not like it won't work, I guess. It's just something I didn't expect. The two of them, Gu Baishui and Luo Ziwei, walked to the intersection at the foot of the mountain, and further forward was the official road leading to Luoyang, but there was still a drizzle on the sky, so there weren't many pedestrians and merchants coming and going on the road. The young man and the young woman stood under the same age tree, waiting for the rain to stop outside under the dense canopy of the old tree. Both of them were silent, looking at the pattering rain and not knowing what to think. What's he like? The young man in green suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Who? That traveler you mentioned. The hemp-clothed girl fell silent, listening to the sound of rain and cicadas in her ears, and her thoughts seemed to drift back to a long time ago. After a long time, she stood in the shade and smiled softly, coquettishly. Clean and fresh. He's nice guy. 11 Li, a very good man. His name is 11 Li? Luo Ziwei nodded and said softly. His name is actually Li Nianyu, born into a very large family with many branches and leaves, very rich. This name was given to him by his grand-grandfather on the day he was born, signifying that he has more than enough for every year, and is at peace. But he always found the word Nianyu a bit strange. It always reminded him of a kind of fish that could be eaten, so he didn't really like people calling him by his real name. He preferred to be called Li 11, also because he was the 11th born heir of that generation in the family. Gu Baishui asked. Then in that case, if he had a younger brother he would be called Li 12? The hemp-clad girl froze, then shook her head. He did not have a brother, as he moved from Chang'an to Luoyang with his own mother and father shortly after he was born. But he did have a younger sister, born smart and beautiful, named Li Su. Li Wu. Gu Baishui recited the name once, always feeling a bit inexplicably familiar. Well, in fact, Li Shi's family is very prominent, and is also the most famous and prestigious family in the entire Luoyang city, but he's actually very lazy and unambitious. His greatest pleasure is to lie under a tree and sunbathe, turning over one side afterward. So this person grew up with little ambition or aspiration to be a dude. The hemp-clad girl blinked, rambling on about stories from long ago as she reminisced. P.S. The following is the story of Li 11, which is branched off from this article and requires a bit of brain-spinning time. The story begins at the very beginning in an old city called Chang'an. Chang'an is the capital of the Tang Kingdom and the most prosperous old city in the Tang realm. At that time, Li 11 had not yet been born, and the most famous person in Chang'an city was another young man surnamed Li. He was Li Shi's father and the youngest Jingui general. When his father was young, he had led the Tang Xuanjia iron cavalry through every inch of land within view, driving out the barbarians and recovering the northern desert, becoming famous at a young age, and never having any ancient defeats throughout his life. And the young general of the Tang was no pipsqueak of courage. He was born in the temple, but preferred the scenery outside the palace. Prairie stars and wild horse herders, smoky towns and literati. All of this worldly interesting things he wanted to go and see with his own eyes. Though everywhere he'd been, he'd ended up leaving a trail of wreckage and broken arms, a mountain of corpses and blood. He has made too many killings in his life, but he actually has no power of choice. A person's life would always go down a strange path without realizing it, and there was no way to turn back but to go with the flow. Li 11 later told me that his father wanted him to be mediocre. It's mediocre, not plain. Later, the Tang general chose to leave Chang'an city, dismissed his armor and went to Luoyang. In the memories of the residents of Luoyang city, that great master of the Luoyang Li family seemed to have always been a bowing, gentle and calm old farmer. He always wore plain linen clothes with short sleeves, woke up early to watch the sunrise and morning sun, the morning light through the sprinkled earth, and was also keen to take care of his own square piece of farmland and soil, always burying his head in his family's farmland rice paddies. Li 11 once told me that his father had divided his life into two parts. The first half of his life was spent on the battlefield and on horseback, boisterous and noisy, but there wasn't really much to remember. Before moving to Luoyang, he met a girl in the city of Chang'an. Li 11 and I told that story. The first time Pops and Mother met was actually a little earlier and more interesting than anyone in Chang'an city knew. It was the night before the birthday of Emperor Tang Taizu, and the city of Chang'an was brightly lit up with lanterns and lights. The people of Chang'an city looked forward to the birthday banquet together, and every household hung up big red lanterns. On the banks of the river, Rows of paper lotus flowers bobbed shallowly in the clear water. On the small bridge, a Kongming lantern flew up into the night, lighting up the whole Chang'an. The teenage general who triumphed in the northern expedition and the merchant girl who cheerfully sold lanterns by the bridge abutment met at that time. My mother was an ordinary woman from a merchant's family, from a collateral line, and had not received much attention since birth. She loved the city of Chang'an when it was decorated with lanterns during the festivals, because then she could sell lanterns and save up a lot of broken silver. And my father is the second main attraction of tomorrow's banquet, both the birthday banquet and the celebration of his triumph. My dad didn't like the hustle and bustle of the banquet and the pushing and shoving of glasses, so he sneaked out of the palace and acted as a city policeman's soldier to go hang out in the Chang'an night market. The crowd was raging, and the teenager and the young girl locked eyes. As a peddler and a city manager, always business-minded, Mother had prepared a lot of lantern riddles at her stall. 3 cents for one guess, and the guest who guesses the answer gets to pick a Kongming lantern of their choice. Some guessed correctly, for luck, and rejoiced in themselves. Some people guessed wrong and it didn't matter, they were just curious about the mystery. But there was a stubborn young city manager who just squatted tautly in front of the stall, looking at the biggest Kongming lanterns and guessing that question for the whole half of the night. I thought my dad was clumsy, but he was actually smarter than anyone. The next night, the young city manager was still guessing at the puzzle. He exchanged all the gold nuggets in his pocket for copper plates and broken silver, and accompanied the merchant girl to squat for a night. His legs were numb from squatting, and he didn't guess any riddles correctly. The young man scratched his head sadly, and the young girl cupped the broken silver in her hand and bent her eyes with a smile. Palace Hall, brightly lit. The civil ministers and military generals did not wait for the protagonist of the banquet. A little disillusioned, Grandpa Taizu and Du Shofu were killing each other on the chessboard, and they didn't notice where their own family's mixed-up kid ran off to. The city of Chang'an was bustling that night, with some people happy and others sad. The moon was obscured by dark clouds and a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The night wind was chilly, and the merchant girl next to the bridge abutment coughed up blood. At that time, for the first time, the young city manager, who had ridden and annihilated the enemy on the battlefield, panicked a little. Chapter 15 Young City Manager and Vendor Girl. Parents' Love Story. There is a disease in the city of Chang'an called cold lung consumption. The patient must not be exposed to cold, or he may cough all spring and summer at the first sign of illness. It can't be cured, and it's not contagious, but it will always be unconsciously disliked by others who don't know about it. The trader girl is the one who has this disease. She doesn't have much of a family and thought she would come out and sell some lanterns to buy medicine, but I didn't realize it was going to rain that night, so she started coughing. The young city manager sent her home and asked her if she would still be selling lanterns tomorrow night, so he could help her get a good spot. The merchant girl shook her head and smiled a cheerful smile, not a hint of reluctance to be seen. She said she wouldn't even have to sell lanterns herself in the future. It was her family's arrangement that she was to enter the palace and take part in an imperial prince's recruiting contest. If all went well, she thought she could win over the other talented girls and marry the prince she'd never seen before. She just didn't know what the man looked like. The royal family is rich. Maybe they can cure her. The young city manager froze in place, as he seemed to remember his old man saying that he was going to give him a recruiting ceremony from. Is there really such a coincidence? Then, as she said, she won. The young girl from the merchant family was indeed very talented, even surpassing the only daughter of Chief Minister Du, making people lose. She was in the palace hall when she met the young prince who was rumored to be unstoppable and trampled on 5 countries. Not bad looking, looks a lot like the young city manager who didn't have much of a brain. Exactly the same. Tang Taizu sat in the dragon chair, sideways had secretly asked his own family boy full of satisfaction. The taut-faced young city manager didn't say a word. His head kept nodding. But my mother backtracked and cursed and chased my father around, and the two almost fought in the Golden Hall. The two of them were imprisoned by Grandpa Taizu in the North Tourist Pavilion next to Taishang Lake for 3 days and 3 nights before they were released. Whether mother wanted it or not, the two of them were engaged. In order to apologize, the young city manager promised to oblige the young vendor girl with a request. The young girl thought for a moment, pointed to a high mountain outside Chang'an, and said she wanted to go there. He looked at the hill and froze, asking why. She said there was a rumor in Chang'an City that old gods lived on that mountain and that there was a bonfire in front of the god's door. The person who crosses the bonfire will be able to ward off diseases and live a long and healthy life. The young city manager hadn't heard the story, but not doubting it, he put on his backpack and set off with the young girl. That mountain outside of Chang'an is really high and foggy and humid. The young girl must stop and rest every time she climbs a section of the mountain. And sometimes she is choked by the mist and coughs, her little face suffocated in red. The young city manager frowned tightly, always trying to find ways to distract her in order to make her work less hard. Halfway up the hill, she started coughing again. Weakly, the teenager asked her about her childhood. She was silent for a long time, then shook her head, saying that her mother had left early, and that she had begun to live on her own at a very young age, and couldn't remember much of what had happened before. But what she remembers most is that her mother once cried so hard that she always took her hand and mumbled something over and over again. When mother leaves, the maid will be left alone. The girl of my own family is so well behaved and understanding. What if she is bullied in the future? She was quiet for a moment, pursed her lips and said she didn't want to be bullied. The teenager fell silent, hesitated for a moment, and responded, according to my family's custom, if someone bullies you, you just cut him with your sword. The young girl blinked and asked softly, but mother said I was a girl. The teenager scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying with a serious face, then I'll give you a pink sword, suitable for girls to slash. The moon and stars were bright, and the two young men on the hill suddenly hemmed and hawed and laughed out at the same time. Near the top of the mountain, the fog was already very, very heavy. The merchant maiden had no strength left, not even the strength to cough. She lay on the young city manager's back and hazily fell asleep. A deep and restless sleep. By the time she woke up, the two of them were only a dozen steps from the top of the hill. Instead, the young city manager stopped and looked back at her for a few moments. The merchant girl was a little unsure and wrinkled her somewhat sticky little face. He asked, dreaming? Been coughing. He stopped talking and continued to carry her forward. But the young girl buried her head and whispered, the men in my dream wouldn't let me cough, and set me up on the cliff, clamoring for me to jump down. The young city manager pursed his lips and said nothing to comfort her. Cold consumption is a very odd disease, obviously not contagious to others, but everyone avoids it like the plague. He didn't know how she had been before, but figured it wouldn't have been very comfortable. I would like to visit Luoyang if I can be cured. Why? I've heard that the willows in the city of Luoyang are beautiful, but I have a lung disease and may not be able to visit for the rest of my life. So, as the day dawned, the teenager finally ascended the hill. He lowered the young girl on his back, then suddenly grinned, shaking his head and laughing. She cocked her head. What are you smiling about? I just had a dream too. His answer was serious. The vendor girl knew that he had carried himself all the way. It was always impossible for him to have fallen asleep on the way, but she still asked with a smile on her brow. Nightmares too? No, the best dream I've ever had. What did you dream about? The sunrise climbed up the side of the mountain, lighting up the soft silhouette of the teenager. I caught you. My dad and mom didn't end up meeting any old immortals, but there did seem to be an old man in green robes on that hill, rolling up his sleeves and roasting a fire. The two men who had just climbed the hill got a good look at the old man's face, blinked, looked at each other, and then fell into an odd silence. The old man squatting on the ground and roasting on the fire was Du Qing, Chief Minister Du, the head of the literary path, the most learned man in the world. Du Shofu was forced to fast with Grandpa Taizu in those days, and was only allowed to eat vegetarian food at all times. That campfire was the one he used to sneak up the mountain for meat and roasts. When two young men who had bothered to climb the mountain crashed the event, the old guy got annoyed and beat up the teenager. It also cured the young girl's lung disease. Then later, the young city manager took the trader girl to Luoyang, bought a large piece of land, built an estate, and spent his days working his own fields. Whenever the willows are floating, there are always people in Luoyang City who are very happy. If the story ends here, it should be a very happy ending. But soon afterward, Li 11 was born. Chapter 16, Li Shu. But a year later, Li 11 was born. The shade of the trees shook. The summer silkworms chirped softly, but the maiden in hemp clothes who was telling the story was as calm as water, without any fluctuation. The sound of the rain outside the tree grew louder and louder, and a green-clothed teenager sheltering under the old tree turned his head sideways and looked at the end of the distant official road. A team of rickety carriages appeared in the field of vision, appearing to be a merchant caravan that was braving the rain to catch up on the road. And the direction of travel also seemed to happen to be Luoyang. Maybe we can get a ride, Gu Baishui suggested. Luo Ziwei shook her head. I don't have any money. I don't have any money either. Gu Baishui shrugged. Second senior brother and I said that money is the most worthless thing in this world. No different from dung. So before he went down, he looted my cave of all the valuable dung and didn't even leave me a hair. Luo Ziwei was silent for a moment and sighed. Your second senior brother is really a rotten person. Yes, Gu Baishui also nodded rather approvingly. So when I robbed little sister later on, my heart was actually a bit overwhelmed. Then you're a lousy person, too. And I didn't say I wasn't. Gu Baishui looked at the approaching caravan on the official road without shame. I'll think of a way to bring you in to blend in. And you'll be responsible for telling me the rest of the story. The hemp-clad girl thought for a moment, then nodded. Li 11 was born in 336 AH. The family also has a younger sister, 2 years younger than him, named Li Suo. When Asuka was born, the city of Luoyang was in the midst of the willow season, which is why she was given such a name. In the eyes of outsiders, Li 11 was a rich young master with a jumpy and lazy personality. Asuka is a little girl who doesn't like to talk much and has a very dull and eccentric personality. They were indeed brother and sister. That's what Li 11 said himself. But there was nothing about either looks or personality that showed any resemblance to these two. Li 11 has a thick skin and hangs around the streets of Luoyang City all day long. Wherever there is a bustle he goes. Asuka is the complete opposite of Li 11. She is uncomfortable whenever there are more than 3 people in a room, and one of the other 2 has to be Li 11. Su was born very pretty, white and quiet, just like their mother. And Li 11 looks more like his father, which in all fairness can only mean that it's healthy, I guess. Luoyang City's Li residence manor was huge, so big that even after searching the entire Li residence, he couldn't find where that little girl, Su, had gone to hide. At the same time the manor is also very small, so small that no matter where Li 11 hides after getting into trouble, he can always be caught out by the old farmer of his own family who has discharged his armor and returned to the field, and give him a hard whip. But the strangest thing was that while everyone in the mansion couldn't find the hidden Su, Li 11 was very good at finding her. It is also thought to be that Su never avoids Li 11. So this creates a weird circle. Whenever Li 11 got into trouble he would be taken out and tortured. And after Su got into trouble he would have to find Li 11 first, and then let Li 11 go to her. If Li 11 couldn't find her, it meant that he had deliberately harbored his sister and would be tortured by the old farmer just the same. Oh yeah, Flossie is going to get into trouble. More accurately, it was the sullen little girl who was responsible for the vast majority of the woes in the manor. Li 11 really broke into the trouble of 10 does not exist, and a considerable part of them are to their own unlucky sister to take the blame. As a scapegoat, Li 11 said, Su was never a bore. She had a bunch of weird and wonderful things in her head and always had the courage to put them into practice. Only when she drummed up these things always behind everyone's back. Only Li 11 had the honor of observing and commenting on 1 or 2. So when the trouble broke out, it was for Li 11 to take the blame. That girl is actually willful and talkative, only pretending to be nice in front of outsiders. Li 11 wondered if he owed her. Everyone in the mansion was distant to Su. Even that girl just pursed her lips and said nothing when she was occasionally scolded by her parents. The only one who was close to his out-of-tune brother. I sometimes think that Su is a hurdle that God has set up in my life. A few days ago she blew up Pop's fish pond. Literally blew up the fish. I was then pushed out to take the blame again. And guess what? Hey, Pops is still really old and strong, and hung me up and smoked me for half an hour. Sure, it's something I'm used to. After all, I grew up getting smoked. But I just can't figure out what that girl meant by covering her mouth and snickering when I was hung up and whipped. So she was quite happy when I was whipped, right? But I do kinda wonder what the toilet is and what the light bulb is in Wu's mouth. Li 11 pouted and rambled on and on as he nursed his wounds in bed, not forgetting his family's unlucky sister's great cause. That bulb thing is really going to blow up, and it's so dangerous too. I think we should put it on hold. Awoshu said that he's going to make some gunpowder in the next few days. I don't know if it's safe or not, but at least it should be more reliable than a light bulb. Later on, Li 11 told me that he and Su had a secret base that no one knew about. At the back of the Loyola City estate, there is a small lake in the back of the hill, and a very tall and large willow tree planted by the lake. Whenever there was nothing to do or things got too big, the two of them would run to the back of the mountain and hide. When the time is right, go out and get smacked again. Asuka's experimental base was also in the back of the mountain, and all of her strange and bizarre experiments were conducted in the caves. There are times when she cats inside the cave. She can tinker with herself for a whole day, and the cave is so smoky and colorful that even Li 11, who is so curious, is not willing to go in and take a look. Occasionally, the girl's panicked cries for help would still come from inside the cave, and then Li 11 would skillfully put on the coveralls that Asuwa had prepared for him, and rush in with his mask to save her. In the most exciting days, there was always a roaring sound coming from the back of Luoyang City, louder than thunder. scaring the forest beasts to flee in all directions, and Lee-11 was always running around in a hurry, sometimes carrying a fright girl by the back of her collar all the way to the river and jumping straight into it. In those days, Sue was working on gunpowder. In those days, Lee-11 always had tinnitus and couldn't hear people calling him, and his face was so black it looked like he'd shoved his head in a fire pit, but Sue was still white, because when Lee-11 rushed into the cave, he always protected her in his arms then ran out playfully. Then later on, Asuka gave up on developing gunpowder. She said she had only one brother and would be lonely if she was left alone if it blew up. Lee-11 was very relieved, feeling that his sister had finally grown up, and it was not easy to get a peaceful sleep that night. But when he woke up the next day, he met a pair of innocent, clean eyes. Brother, have you heard of radium? What the hell? Chapter 17. I didn't say I'd only met one traveler. Asuka has since given up her dream of inventing. On the day of her 16th birthday, she went alone to the willow tree in the back of the mountain and silently fumed for half a day. At dusk, Lee-11 carried 2 large baskets of ancient books on his back, panting as he moved up from the foot of the mountain. Brother, I want to be a poet. Sis, aren't you thinking too much? Asuka glared at Lee-11 in annoyance, then picked up the thick book and read it herself. She really reads, the serious kind. Lee-11 was a little surprised, but did not make trouble, so he gave her a book to read with her. Spring to fall, summer to winter snow. The two of them then finished moving book after book in the Lee House Book Depository by the lake in the back of the mountain. Whenever summer came, Lee-11 would cling to the willow tree by the lake and yawn in boredom. It was cool in the shade, and Sue rested on his lap with a book over her face to keep cool. Lee-11, on the other hand, was staring at the sky in a daze as clusters of willow flakes drifted down from the top of his head like snow that would never melt. When Sue had read the book almost to the end, she began to make up some very interesting stories and told them to Lee-11. Some stories were so long that she would tell them for a few chilly days, and some were so short that they were as short as the occasional chirping of cicadas on a summer's day. Lee-11 didn't know where on earth that girl had made up so many strange stories from. The sky is the limit. There's no way to verify it. It's like a story from another world. Asuka says she wants to be a poet and has to accumulate more books to read first, but Lee-11 was too lazy to carry the books back and forth for her, throwing her into the book depository. She would only occasionally bring the little bookworm food at mealtimes. The little bookworm and the cache chewed book after book, and Lee-11 accompanied her through layer after layer, enduring many years of that little girl's broken thoughts. As Asu read more and more books, her attainment in the way of letters also became higher and higher, which was reflected in her daily communication with Lee-11. Brother, did you bring food? Brother, did you bring food? Brother, did you bring food? Brother, eat, understand? Hungry. One day soon after that, the collection was devoured by little bookworms, so the salted fish sunning themselves under the willow tree became 2 more. Asuka asked Lee-11 a very strange question that day, and he never figured it out. Brother, have you ever wondered why we always see the masts first at sea then slowly see them all? Think about it, think carefully. A few years later, when it was time for Taizu's feast again, Lee-11 and Asu followed their father to Chang'an City. There was a lot going on in Chang'an at that time. For example, the young men of many ancient families in the south had come to Chang'an City, ostensibly to celebrate the birthday of grandfather Taizu, but in reality, they wanted to compete with the literary talents in Chang'an City in a competition of the way of literature, then poetry and song, and also the piano and chess. The southern water town of Jiangnan is a holy place in the eyes of the Tang literati, with temples all over the place and poems. It was all the land of some ancient families and clans, honored by their ancient surnames. However, since the implementation of the New Deal by Chief Minister Du Chengdu, the cultural and Taoist chi of the Great Tang Dynasty has gradually converged in the city of Chang'an. The southern families were not convinced, so they tried their best to compete with Chang'an City. The old showmen and old sourpusses of the world knew that they were no match for Chief Minister Du, so they planned to recover face from the younger generation. For the 4 paths of Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, the southern family sent only one young man, but he won, alone, over all the talented men of Chang'an. There is no one in Chang'an who can surpass him in the 4 paths of Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. The result was similar to what those old showmen in the south had predicted, and there was indeed nothing in Chang'an City that could win against that young man from the worldly family. So they were proud and conceited. The talented men of Chang'an City were silent and blaming themselves, but at that time, no one downstairs knew that Du Shoufu, who was known as the head of the literary way, was on the top floor playing a game against a listless white girl. The outside of the building was in an uproar, and the people in the building didn't even raise their eyes. Because of the slow pace of Chief Minister Du, Su felt bored and even yawned. Outside the building, the unbeatable young man of the worldly family walked into the building, full of self-reserved pride, but found no one to pay attention to him. Lee 11 said. When that dude saw Chief Minister Du, his eyes were grave and reverent, as if he was on the verge of an enemy, also as if he had admired him for a long time. But for the white-clothed girl who was playing against Chief Minister Du, the young man from the worldly family did not have the slightest impression at all. Not that it mattered, though, because he just stood and watched the board for a moment before his face went pale and silent. The game was complex, so complex that he couldn't understand it, but it was also clear that he felt the strain and danger of the black pieces. Asuka is holding white. That last game was a draw, not because Chief Du reversed the situation. It was because Su was sleepy and wanted to go home and sleep. Su was very good at chess. Chief Du never got down with her after that night. But that lackluster old man deliberately arranged a 10-day chess game downstairs in the North Traveling Pavilion. A game of young, middle-aged, and old showmen from the southern families by Asuka. From the oldest to the youngest, not a single one has been spared, and not a single one has been lost. The pretty face is shocked by the wind and rain, and the fall of the sun is fixed in Chang'an. The cool white girl brought everyone in Chang'an City an unspeakable shock. It was then that Su came into the world's view. And it was then that she began her own dazzling and radiant story. The caravan's carriage swayed gently, and in the carriage Luo Ziwei nibbled on the sweet potato in her hand. Soft and sticky, her cheeks bulging with small packets. Gu Baishui lifted the curtain of the window, looked at the oceanic rain outside the car, and yawned without making a sound. The two of them blended into this merchant caravan, but it didn't take much effort. The leader of this caravan was a merchant from the city of Chang'an, who had traveled far to the west to do business, and had only recently returned to Tang from a very far-away place. The people of Chang'an City were all more or less warm-hearted, so when that old merchant saw the two wood-like young men trapped under a tree by the heavy rain, he naturally stopped his carriage. The old merchant asked where they were going. Luo Ziwei, that girl really didn't have too much heart, honestly said she was going to Luoyang. Luoyang City and Chang'an were not actually on different roads, so Gu Baishui, a rotten person, was very cocky and lied that he was going to Chang'an, hoping that the old merchant would give him a ride. But he didn't realize that the old merchant thought that Luoyang was not far away, and planned to go to Luoyang to buy some goods before returning to Chang'an City. So by some misadventure, the two of them were still placed in an unused wagon and waddled on their way. I remember you just started telling me that the traveler was Li 11? Aha. Luo Ziwei chewed the sweet potato in her mouth and answered vaguely. Gu Baishui asked, but from the stories you've told so far, that girl named Li Sua is more like a traveler. Why? Luo Ziwei blinked. Gu Baishui thought for a moment, then said, my second senior brother is a chatterbox, and loves to tell me strange and bizarre stories, and the same goes for the one you mentioned. Ah Su. The hemp-clad girl nodded nonchalantly, and, Gu Baishui raised his eyes. What Ah Su said in your story? That we see the masts on the sea first and then slowly see the full hull of the ship. This is something my second elder brother also asked me about. Second brother said that we actually live on a sphere. The moon is a small sphere and the sun is a big sphere. It's because of some gravity that we're attracted to the surface of the sphere. Luo Ziwei froze and frowned somewhat suspiciously. Is that so? I don't know. I've never even been down the mountain. Where have I seen the sea? Gu Baishui had an indifferent face. But I discussed this with my master. My master said that when I go down the mountain later, I can try walking around by myself to see if I can return to the mountain from the other direction. Luo Ziwei asked. So are you going to try it in the future? Try what? Take a walk. Gu Baishui shook his head. I'm not an idiot. So why bother? If master has said so, then it must be okay, otherwise wouldn't he still have to come looking for me if I got bored and lost? A lot of these questions don't really need a definitive answer. Just a little bit of brainstorming, and I'm actually kinda wizened. Luo Ziwei pondered for a moment, as if she felt it was somewhat reasonable, and nodded gently. So you think Floss is a traveler from another world? Gu Baishui didn't deny it. Isn't it? Yes. Surprisingly, the hemp-clothed girl easily gave a very simple answer. Gu Baishui paused for a moment, then asked again, what about Li 11? Luo Ziwei didn't say anything, taking a large bite of the sweet potato in her hand. She was silent for a long time before speaking softly. I didn't say. I've only met one traveler. Chapter 18, Two people on the uncharted list. Asuka plays chess while the southern clans and the crowds of Chang'an City watch, while Li 11, who is at the same time, is stuck with a difficult problem. Li 11 interrogates a sinner. a weirdo, and also a villain from the north in the heavenly prison. It was a task his old man had given him, one that baffled him. The murderers in the cell came from the ancient country in the far north, and the crimes they had committed were too numerous to mention, and the gods were outraged. He's a demonic monk. At the age of 10, he worshipped under an evil cultivator and sacrificed the lives of his family of 13 to set foot on the path. At the age of 15, he deprived himself of his own kindred's origin, causing his untimely death and breaking the mirror with his blood. At the age of 18, when he came of age, he used the devouring forbidden method to eat his benefactor's flesh and blood to cultivate his body and break the mirror to become a demon. At the age of 30, he cultivated a magic weapon with a country's fortune, and coldly watched millions of his countrymen die in a sea of corpses and blood. He has committed almost every sin the world can imagine. The middle-aged man in the jail was a great evil through and through, an irrevocable mistake from the moment of his birth. But at the same time, he couldn't die so simply because only this devil knew where the demonic weapon that sealed a million wronged souls was hidden. If the ghosts of the wrongdoers are not dispersed, there is no way for the millions of ambushed bodies to be buried and reincarnated. The ancient kingdom in the north had tried every means to pry open this middle-aged man's mouth. No matter what harsh and sharp punishment, he was indifferent, and so this fiend was escorted from the north to the city of Chang'an. Chief Minister Du handed him over to Li Shi's father, who in turn gave the middle-aged man into his custody. My father didn't think I could pry his mouth open. He was just too busy. Everyone was busy in Chang'an City at that time. I was the only one who didn't have much to do. My father saw me skulking around on the streets and got upset, so he held me down in the heavenly prison to do an errand. He didn't think about what I could do, and I didn't think about what I could do to that demon. But old man Du told me that if I wanted to pry that guy open, I had to find out what his demons were and what he valued most in this life. Li 11 was completely clueless. That devil didn't even spare his own relatives. His lover died in his hands. What else in this world could he value? Li 11 didn't know and didn't ask the silent middle-aged man in the cell. There was a dead silence in the heavenly prison, and outside the summer wind was scorching and the cicadas were chirping nonstop. The stone wall at the entrance to the water dungeon, however, was cool, perfect for escaping the heat and the heat. A middle-aged man was locked inside the water prison, and Li 11 crouched outside the doorway looking at the sky. Neither of them felt any connection between the other and themselves, and Li 11 didn't even say anything to the middle-aged man in the jail. There were no words, waiting for the parting of the ways. And the day after that, when Asu finished playing chess, he also habitually came to the entrance of the water dungeon to look for his fetishistic and lazy brother to avoid the summer heat and gossip. It was also that day that Li 11 learned what that devil really valued. That fellow has no desires, no human emotions, and all he thinks about is practicing cultivation and ascending to the top of the immortal path to seek immortality. He felt that the path he took was the right path and the fastest shortcut, and although he lost the battle, he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Cultivators are supposed to cut off the 7 passions and 6 desires and detach themselves from the bondage of mortal dust. He viewed himself as the most lucid cultivator in history. There simply wasn't that person on the continent who could reach such a terrifying cultivation realm at his age. Every record of breaking the mirror is that devil's. No one is stronger than him or more talented than him. He is the only one who is right. He said the wrong thing is the whole world. Instead, Chief Du said to kill the heart before killing. It was true that there was no genius in Chang'an City who could outwit the devil, so Chief Minister Du took a white girl who had just finished playing chess and began to practice. At the entrance of the water dungeon that day, Asu yawned lazily and glanced towards the inside. That middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something as well, tugging at the heavy chains on his wrists and opening his cloudy eyes. The first time she came, she had just started practicing. A few days later, she broke the mirror for the first time. After a few more sunsets, Su broke another realm. Easier than drinking and eating. Day after day, the middle-aged man in the watery cell grew silent, watching the white girl poke her head in. The footsteps lightly crushed all of his pride and obsession. Cultivation doesn't seem to be that hard. Brother, do you want to try? The day before Li 11 left Chang'an City, that devil finally let go. He demanded that he and Su meet in the water dungeon, and he could explain exactly where the magic weapon was hidden. But he would only tell Su alone. No one knew exactly what Asu and that devil had said, and that devil kept his word and handed over the hiding place of the magic weapon. But after leaving the water dungeon, Su seemed to have suddenly become silent. She sat on the roof looking out at the stars and the night all evening, transfixed, without saying a word. In the early hours of the next morning, Asu told Li 11 that she wasn't going to go back to Luoyang with him. Asu stayed in Chang'an City and followed Chief Minister Du to the Weiyang Palace to practice. The Weiyang Palace is the most mysterious place in the Tang dynasty. People only know that the deputy head of the Weiyang Palace is Du Shoufu and that's it. I heard that in the Weiyang Palace there was a Weiyang steel stone, on which was engraved the Weiyang list, which recorded those young people on the continent who stood at the peak and were the most talented. Half a month later, there was a newcomer on the uncharted list. The white dress topped the list, the youngest daughter of the royal family, singularly named Wushu, top of the uncharted list. That really sounds somewhat impressive. Ah Su lived in Chang'an City and followed chief minister due to practice in the Weiyang Palace. Li 11 returned to Luoyang, still have no ambition, lazy to kill time, as a salted fish waiting for death and sunshine. Nothing seems to have changed much. He goes out early to work the farm and returns at dusk as he always does, collects clothes when it rains, and when he has nothing to do, he fights with the old farmers in his family to find faults. These days are not as prosperous and exciting as Chang'an. But Luoyang is also very relaxed and peaceful. The people in Luoyang City are used to this. The young master of the Li family wanders around the streets all day without a care in the world, looking like he has no worries or brains. Only whenever the willow flakes sprinkled the lake, this idle young man would always sit alone in the pavilion in the center of the lake, holding an old, worn-out book for a whole day. In those days there was frequent exchange of letters between Luoyang and Chang'an, and Li 11 and Asu would send a letter to each other every 2 days. From time to time, that girl ASU would complain to Li 11 about how heavy the schoolwork was in Weiyang Palace and how nagging those old men were. Every time she sent an envelope to Li 11, it was thick, as if she wanted to tell him everything that had happened in Chang'an City. On the contrary, Li Shi's replies to the letters are very sketchy, sometimes talking about some trivial matters, sometimes stuffing a few clusters of willow flakes from Luoyang City and sending them over. The most excessive one was when Li 11 used the flush toilet that Asu left in Luoyang and accidentally nourished himself. He took his grievances out on the innocent young girl in the city of Chang'an. Half a month only answered one letter, wrote slightly. The little girl in Chang'an City exploded and wrote a dozen letters accusing and stinking him. But the rotten teenagers under the willow tree in Luoyang City were laughing as if the lackluster life of the manor was a lot more interesting. Li 11 didn't feel that there was any change in being separated by two places at that time, and Asu was always that clingy and nagging little girl in his eyes. It was just that he was occasionally a little curious as to what the rumored unseen palace was really like, and how those cultivators with great skills were different from ordinary people like them. Top of the uncharted list. TBH? That does sound grand. In fact, ever since that day when the uncharted tablet was changed, the name at the top of the list had always been Asuka. If nothing else, people in Chang'an felt that this record would stand for a long time. Perhaps a more talented person will appear in Chang'an City long afterward. But that should be a long time from now. The storyteller in the tavern had even compiled the story of the white girl in Chang'an City, intending to tell it to those foreign guests. The tea house was fragrant and full, and the guests were waiting for Mr. Storyteller to start the show with fruits and plates of food with great interest. But one day not long afterward, the uncharted monument shifted once more abruptly. An exceptionally unfamiliar name replaced Su at the top of the list. It was a beautiful day with a gentle breeze. A young man walks into the city of Chang'an and solves Asuka's chess game, as well as breaking the record of the top of the uncharted list. The bells and drums of the North Tour Pavilion are ringing. He walked to the top of the building and stood in the harsh sunlight unable to see his face clearly, calmly and indifferently overlooking the multitude of people downstairs. He's Li 11. Chapter 19. A young general in Luoyang City. As the sky grew dark, the merchant caravan heading towards Luoyang stopped at a small post station on the side of the official road. The guards and servants of the merchant caravan methodically dismantled the goods, and Gu Baishui and Luo Ziwei followed the merchant caravan's people and stayed at the stagecoach station. But because the rooms at the stagecoach station were really too few, the two of them were placed in the same small, remote room. As night crept on, the rain outside the window tickled the leaves, punctuating the coolness of summertime. Gu Baishui pushed open the window and set up the partition on the window again, so that the cool evening breeze could roll away the stifling heat in the house and also not let the rain drift into the house. The hemp-clad girl didn't react much either, squinting pleasantly as the refreshing breeze from the window brushed her cheeks. Both of them had just returned from a meal in the hall downstairs, and the old merchant of the caravan was also very enthusiastic and full of red-faced bravado and generosity, saying that they could speak to him about any inconvenience. The old businessman said he had been to Luoyang many times when he was young, and that he loved the peaceful old city and had thought of settling there. But then he was busy taking over the business of his family's merchant fleet, running around all the time, and gradually forgot about this intention. Gu Baishui had never been to Luoyang before and was somewhat curious about that historic old city. So the self-acquainted man had just run over to the old merchant's dining table with his bowl in hand and had a long and enthusiastic chat with that old merchant. Luoyang City is actually not far from the Luoshui River, and the ancients relied on the water to build the city and also relied on the Luoshui River to sustain their livelihood. Later on, transportation was convenient and developed, and Luoyang City became more and more prosperous and beautiful, becoming one of the oldest cities with the longest history. The old merchant spoke eloquently with a fluttering brow. In terms of history and culture alone, Luoyang City should have been built only a few decades later than Chang'an City, and is one of the oldest few cities in the Tang Kingdom. Gu Baishui asked him, since Luoyang City is so mountainous and beautiful, when is the most suitable time for travelers to visit? Now. Just now. The old merchant smiled rather self-congratulatorily. There are many willow trees along the banks of the Luoshui River, and whenever summertime arrives, the sky outside Luoyang City will be filled with white willow flakes. Outside the city is a lush flat grassland. Above the grassland is a sprawling willow flurry. That kind of magnificent and marvelous beauty is most rare. When you've really seen the willow flakes in the sky and the warblers flying over the grass, you'll realize that life is actually just like that, and that all kinds of sufferings are actually no big deal. Gu Baishui nodded thoughtfully at his words, then asked the old merchant a somewhat strange question. In Luoyang City, are there any rich and noble families surnamed Luo? Surname Lo? The old merchant froze for a moment at first, frowning and pondering for a long time, before finally shaking his head. It doesn't have much of an impact, but Luoyang City is very large, so perhaps there are so many households. Gu Baishui asked again, and has there ever been any famous Tang generals settled in Luoyang City? The old merchant thought again, then nodded with some hesitation. Luoyang City really used to have a renowned and proud general. This young general was a royal son from Chang'an City. And once he had achieved his ambition he went straight into the green clouds, walking among the stars and leading the entire era of 100 blossoming flowers. Gu Baishui asked rather curiously, then what is this general's name? The old merchant was a little uncertain, frowning back for a long time. The Tang royal family is naturally surnamed Li, but the name is really a bit hard to remember, and that was a long time ago. And does this general have any siblings? Someone who is also well known? The old merchant froze, then shook his head. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any. Gu Baishui nodded thoughtfully. According to the old merchant, there was a high probability that the general he was talking about was Li Shi's father. After all, the old merchant said it was a story that happened a long time ago, and Li 11 and the little beggar should be very close friends, so the difference in years between the two should not be too big. The key thing is that Li 11 has a very famous sister. That talented young girl named Li Su shouldn't and couldn't go unnoticed. I'm just asking. It's quite lucky to catch a good time to visit Luoyang City. Gu Baishui and the old merchant laughed, and after they had enough wine and food, they returned to the second floor, to their own and the little beggar's room. The rain fluttered outside the window, and the fire candles inside the house swayed gently. The hemp-clothed girl leaning against the window yawned lazily, while the green-clothed teenager sitting on the wooden chair on the other side quietly took out an ancient bronze mirror from his own chest, and then noiselessly gazed at that bronze mirror for a long time. A few moments later, the hemp-clad girl by the window returned to her senses, and the teenager at the wooden table put away the bronze mirror in his hand. The two looked at each other and smiled subtly at each other. Gu Baishui wanted to continue listening to that story that hadn't been finished in the carriage, so he asked the young girl by the window, is Li 11 a genius? Luo Ziwei nodded slowly and firmly, seriousness written all over her clear little face. He's a genius, an amazing kind of genius. Gu Baishui sidled her head and asked again, and how does that compare to his sister? The hemp-clothed girl suddenly fell silent for a long time before she shook her head wordlessly. Gu Baishui didn't know if she was trying to say that Li 11 was inferior to Asuo, or if she wasn't actually sure. And then what happened? Later, the hemp-clothed girl turned her head sideways, her long silky hair spilling off her shoulders and swaying quietly with the cool rainy breeze. A lot more has happened since then. Gu Baishui raised an eyebrow. Then you're not going to finish your speech? It's too late. I'm a bit sleepy. The hemp-clothed girl smiled innocently. Let's talk about it tomorrow. So can we finish the lecture tomorrow? Maybe. Who knows? The fire and candles in the room quietly went out, and the hemp-clothed girl stretched out comfortably before wrapping herself in the quilt and burrowing into the bed. And Gu Baishui shook his head helplessly, blew out the fire candle and lay down in the bamboo chair on the other side and closed his eyes silently. The rain outside the window this evening was so loud that the tree canopy shook in the storm. The rain slanting against the windows and the railings was like someone standing outside the window quietly tapping on the windowpane. Gu Baishui had another dream this night. but this time his dream was clear and odd. A furry figure pushed the window open, then tumbled in through the rain. The sisal-clothed girl on the bed couch was sleeping very well and very dead, and that furry shadow was standing right next to Gu Baishui's bamboo chair, her gaze dead on her face. Gu Baishui knew she was dreaming, but she still felt a little inexplicably creeped out. It was only after a long time that the teenager on the bamboo chair asked with some annoyance, "Do you have something to do?" The large, hairy man was silent for a long time before finally yawning back in his sleep. Don't go to Luoyang. Chapter 20, The Lady and the Scholar. Early in the morning, the rain outside the window of the inn had lessened considerably. The drizzling rain drifted through the forest and on the official road, cool and restful, and did not impede the journey of the rushers. Gu Baishui had risen early, leaning on the window and greeting the guards downstairs warmly. "It says that it will arrive outside of Luoyang before dusk today." Gu Baishui turned back and looked at the lazy young girl who was still lounging on the bed, and asked strangely, "You don't seem to be in any hurry at all. What's the rush?" The young girl who was still shrinking under the quilt yawned breathlessly. "It's just a family visit and going, not seeking revenge." "What's the rush?" Gu Baishui thought for a moment and then asked, "You've never seen your family in Luoyang?" The young girl tilted her head sideways, then shrugged her shoulders and smiled. "Never met to absolutely. How should I have had a meeting when I was born?" The young girl's answer was a bit of a rogue, and she didn't seem to show any nervousness about going to look for her Luoyang family since the beginning. Gu Baishui became even more curious. "Your surname is Luo, so your father's surname is Luo as well?" Surprisingly, the young girl shook her head. "His last name isn't Luo, it's Yi. I took my surname from grandma, and I don't plan to change it in the future." Gu Baishui froze, somewhat unsure. "Why is this?" "Because he didn't raise me, and my mother wasn't going to let me take the last name of either of them." Saying it was a bit too unlucky and fortunate. Luo Ziwei's eyelids twitched, then smiled somewhat helplessly. "Mother has always envied Granny. She always said that if a woman could live her whole life like Granny, it would be really dashing and enviable." The room was quiet for a moment, and the green-clad boy rubbed his chest in silence. His chest hid an ancient copper mirror, brought out from the great emperor's forbidden area, but now he didn't know why. It suddenly became more and more burning. The bronze mirror seemed to be warning and cautioning its owner of some unknown danger, associating it with the dream she had last night and the furry figure in the dream. Gu Baishui vaguely guessed that the danger and warning might be related to the old city of Luoyang, but he didn't finish the story, so after a few moments of silence he pressed the slight bulge in his chest, ignoring the bronze mirror's warning. And at this time, Luo Ziwei, who had folded the quilt, sat down next to the wooden table and poured herself a cup of refreshing tea. She pondered slightly and spoke to the teenager by the window. "Actually, neither my father nor my mother are from Luoyang. Both of them used to live in a small city. The name of the small town is Light Pavilion." The Light Pavilion was far, far away from both Luoyang and Chang'an City, and it was a long walk to reach those bustling old cities. In a small town, there is a woman and a scholar, childhood sweethearts, and have grown up together since childhood. The woman's family was considered well-off in the small town, and she was a carefree young lady. The scribe, on the contrary, came from a poor background and grew up in a dilapidated schoolhouse. In the schoolhouse of the small town, the scholar had a very old-fashioned and stubborn father, an old showman who had never achieved any merit in his life. The old showman has been dealing with the holy books all his life, and when he was young, he had a dozen times of imperial examinations, but he was not very famous. In the end, but because there is no support for the plate, in that prosperous old city really cannot survive, only to give up the imperial examination, forlornly returned to the Light Pavilion. The old showman, who had not been successful in his life, pinned his hopes on his son. He wanted his son to fulfill his dream of going back to that bustling old city and getting a great deal of credit, wash away his lifelong obsession with a return to his hometown in fine clothes. So the old showman became more and more strict. "To the son of a young boy will be either beaten or scolded." Old people say that women are wise early in life, and in those days the young lady was very much in love with the scholar who was always being scolded. Two children often escaped their homes and schoolhouses in the dead of night to look at the moon under an old tree and talk about what they wanted out of life. The scholar said that he was going to make a name for himself, that he was going to read a lot of books and then go to Luoyang and Chang'an to get a title. He wanted to prove that he was no worse than anyone else, and that his father would be proud of him on the day he won the gold medal. The scribe's ambitions were ambitious, but the woman thought long and hard about them and didn't have much of a clue. She felt as if she was an ordinary person with little ambition, who would do well to live out her life in peace. "If I could, I'd like to go around to other places with my favorite people. eat good food and see nice sights. The scribe promises that he will, and they both get their wish. The woman blinked curiously and asked why. The scribe said, "It's a beautiful moon tonight, and we have a long time to go." He said we, and the woman laughed. Later, the scholar and the woman were betrothed. At the age of 19, the scribe left that small town and set out on the road with a thick parcel. Hesitantly, the place he was going to was a very large and prosperous city, and he was going to get great merit and come back in style. The woman stood guard over that small town and watched the scribe go on his way, just smiling and saying nothing. That day, the old showman walked out of the schoolhouse and watched his son embark on that very long, very distant road. For some reason, the old showman suddenly remembered the day he left Chang'an City. It was raining heavily outside Chang'an, and the rain was cool. The old showman listened to the clamor of the city, put on his parcel, and left there in silence and soundlessness, like an old dog that has fallen into the water. That was the most memorable and painful moment in his life. It was also the moment when the old showman suddenly understood what the book called the two tragedies of life. One tragedy is called All Souls. What was the other one? The old showman suddenly forgot. He just narrowed his eyes and watched the young scholar's back as he hesitantly left the small town. Then it never came back. The old showman has been examining for more than 10 years, and that scholar who uses his labor and hard work is always going to be better than the old showman. In the first year of taking the imperial examination in Chang'an City, the scholar passed the examination and took half a step into the civil service. He wrote a letter and sent it back to that small town, and then stayed in Chang'an to prepare for the imperial examinations the following year. But the next year, he just got a shokai, which is even lower than a lifer. Third year, showman. Fourth year, not one. Fifth year, still not winning. The young scribe wrote fewer and fewer letters to his hometown, but the letters he received never stopped. But, isn't all good news? The old showman departed this life in the 6th year of the scholar's absence. The schoolhouse was deserted, the floods spread, and that little far-off town passed through a very difficult year. But the women in the small town were all right, so there was no need for the scribe to worry about them. The scholars in Chang'an City were like demons, vomiting their blood to try to get a meritocracy, tightening their clothes and scrimping, and surviving year after year. He seemed to have forgotten the small town far behind him, and the girl who was waiting for him in it. More likely, though, he was too ashamed to look back. Then later, the city of Chang'an received a final letter and some coils. The girl in the small town didn't wait for him anymore and remarried to a family of her own. I hope that he will take care of himself in the city of Chang'an. The scribe who had received the letter shut himself up in the dim little study, and did not come out of it for a long, long time in silence. 2 years later, a scholar left the city of Chang'an for Luoyang. In another year, the scholar joined a merchant family in the city of Luoyang, and never went back to that small town. Chapter 21, She died by his hands. Did your mother remarry afterward? No, there hasn't been. The hemp-clothed girl propped her face with her hands and sighed in frustration. Mother wanted to wait for him for the rest of her life. But unfortunately, mother's whole life isn't long. In that year, the small town was hit by a very large flash flood, and many of the families of the victims were left homeless. Mother's character was already soft-hearted and kind, so she opened her family's granary to relieve the victims. When the flash floods and the plague had passed, the little town survived, and my mother contracted the disease, and after a few years she passed away. That letter was written by mother on her sickbed, and she used up that last time of her life in just a few hundred words to keep the person on the other end of the letter from realizing it. Luo Ziwei took another sip of the herbal tea on the table, her face expressionless. Mother said that the one in Chang'an City had a hard life, and her own life had been so hastily finished, so she hoped that I wouldn't walk in their footsteps. Neither the last name wants to be Yi nor Lu. It's fine to follow Granny's last name, Luo. If one day I can find something I like, then it's up to me to take whatever surname I want. People, you can only live for a lifetime. Being happy is actually the most important thing. The young lady and the scholar in the small town end up not realizing what they want in life. The scholar did not share his father's obsession with meritocracy and left the bustling Kyoto that did not belong to him early. The young lady in the small town had never left that small place in her life, and they both assumed that the other would have a good life, while accepting a not-so-good life for themselves. The sound of wagon wheels rolling came from downstairs. Braving the drizzling rain, this caravan once again set sail for Luoyang. The young man and the young girl were placed in one of the caravan's wagons, which rattled and drove onto the official road next to the inn. However, before leaving the inn, that warm-hearted old merchant made it a point to find Gu Baishui, who was helping to feed the horses. The two men stood under the tumble-down roof and chatted for a few moments about something the old merchant had suddenly remembered. I also suddenly remembered last night what the name of the general I told you about was. Senior. The merchant's face was red and his mouth opened with a bright smile. I think he's called Li 11, the great-grandson of the royal family. The green-clothed boy who had finished feeding the horse at the side suddenly had his body lurched. His face blanched, his lips wriggled a few times, but still didn't make any sound. The old merchant was oblivious and continued on. And according to rumor, he did have a sister when he was a child, but she died prematurely before reaching adulthood. So there are very few records about her in Luoyang City. She's dead? Dead. The wheels beneath them rolled forward, and the two young men in the carriage sat opposite each other on either side, looking at each other. Gu Baishui didn't say anything, just looked at the hemp-clothed girl in the carriage in silence. Luo Ziwei was oblivious to his sight, seriously dealing with the melons and pastries in front of her. What happened to them? The hemp-clad girl's arm lurched, and the fingertips gripping the fresh fruit moved. After a few moments of silence, Gu Baishui asked out loud, Li 11 and Li Wushu, what happened after their story? Luo Ziwei's eyes moved slightly, giving Gu Baishui a somewhat strange look. What do you want to ask? I want to know the story of what happened afterward. Gu Baifeng said expressionlessly. In the beginning, you told me that the crosser you knew was Li 11, but since the beginning I haven't heard anything alternatively special about him. On the contrary, his younger sister, Li Wushu, has an outstanding and radiant natural talent that fits the description of those who travel through the world by second senior brother. The carriage was quiet for a while. The hemp-clothed girl raised her head, chewing the rice cake in her mouth with a wooden face without any flavor. Gu Baishui's expression was calm, but I heard that she died later, at the youngest and most beautiful time in one's life. The rain was slow and the wagon swayed. The carriage was quiet for a long time before the hemp-clad girl laughed silently, a smile that was a little tired and a little inexplicably sad. Yeah, she's dead. Floss has been dead for a long time. I miss her. A lot. The hemp-clad girl wrapped her hands around her knees and rested her chin against them, murmuring with confused eyes. Gu Baishui looked at the shrunken little beggar and silently frowned, then tentatively asked, did she die of a disease? Luo Ziwei was silent for a long time, nodded, then shook her head. Everyone said she died of an illness, but I never felt that way. Why? Gu Baishui asked. Because Wu is a very healthy and cheerful person, and never takes good care of herself, doesn't get sick, and doesn't let others worry about her. Luo Ziwei paused when she said this, a complex emotion flashing across her eyelid. So I think that Su was killed. It's a hunch and a gut feeling. There's no proof, but my instincts have always been spot on. Gu Baishui asked again. But you also said that Shua is a very powerful genius, so it's logical that no one can hurt her that easily. Luo Ziwei nodded. Yes. Gu Baishui frowned. Then who do you think that Su died at the hands of? This time, the hemp-clothed girl didn't think for too long, and without even much hesitation she opened her lips and teeth, and with a flat face she uttered such a passage. That year Li 11 fell ill, and his father and mother went to the city of Chang'an, and there was no one in Luoyang to take care of him. Su wrote many letters, but in the end, worried about his illness, she sneaked out of the Weiyang palace and returned alone to the outskirts of Luoyang. She met a man in her family's mansion, and then, she died in the willows that were raised in the sky in Luoyang City. Gu Baishui narrowed her eyes. Who did she meet? Li 11. The little beggar laughed wordlessly, the sadness under his eyes surging like a tidal wave. He killed his only sister with his own hands, the little bookworm he hung on to all day and complained about all the time. You see, it's such a sad story. The year 356 of the Tang dynasty calendar was the fourth year that Asuka had left Luoyang. A lot of bad things are happening on the continent. There are always some white-robed magicians running around in Chang'an City Star Pavilion, their faces grave, holding compasses to view the sky and the stars. The ancient family hopefuls closed themselves off and sealed off the mountain, and retreated into the Great Zephyr Mountains. The continent was in mourning as the old ancestors of many ancient countries passed away. However, the most shocking thing on the continent is that Li Shi's grandfather, the great ancestor of the Tang kingdom, walked into the depths of the Cloud Mist mountain range all by himself and has not been heard from since. Old Man Du said it was a sign that the old age of decay was fading away. It is in fields that have experienced desolation and disrepair that luxuriant wildflowers can bloom. Only this time it came too suddenly, as if it had stepped from the stars into the wilderness overnight. Chapter 22, The Old Beggar's Bones. Asuka has been practicing in the Unseen Palace for 3 years. She followed her teacher to the Northern Kingdom ceremony, and also to the Southern Family's mountain sealing ceremony. That nagging little girl had gone through a lot in the past few years and had become more and more silent and cool. She spent much of her time dressed in a plain white dress, carrying a basket of books behind her own teacher. An old man in hemp clothes led a young girl in white through a plain of warbling grass and over an old forest of deserted people. It seemed as if countless worlds had seen that clean and dusty young girl in those years. She came from the royal family of the Tang Kingdom, from within the Weiyang Palace, and practiced the Tao with Chief Minister Du. At that time, Li 11 was still a lazy young man from a rich family with no ambition. The days in Luoyang City were uneventful, with a mild spring day hanging silently in the sky, the meadows and the wilderness, the willows and the streams. All this was unchanged, as peaceful as it was idle. Only occasionally Li 11 would be guilty of skipping class to sunbathe under the willow tree in the back of the mountain, or hiding in the pavilion in the center of the lake to read books and fish. The old gentleman at the private school couldn't control him, because at the beginning of the year, Li Shi's old man and mother moved to Chang'an City, and he was the only one left in the huge Li mansion. Li Shi's mother returned to Chang'an City because his maternal uncle had died of illness, and the entire Chamber of Commerce spread throughout the Tang Kingdom needed his mother to take the lead in taking care of it. And his father went back to Chang'an because Grandpa Taizu had gone to the Cloudy Mountains and the country was unstable and needed his father to take back charge of the Tang army. This left only Li 11 in the city of Luoyang. In fact, at the beginning of the year, among those who went to Chang'an City was also Li 11. He was traveling to the border between the Tang realm and the Cloud Mist Mountain range as an imperial grandson to bid farewell to grandfather Taizu together with the royal clansmen of the Tang Kingdom. The Cloud Mist Mountain range was the center of the entire continent, boundless and mysterious for a long time. Legend had it that the tombs of all the great emperors in the history of the human race had been constructed in an outer restricted area of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. No one had ever gone deep into the Cloud Mist Mountain range, and no one knew just how big that mountain range was. However, after Li 11 came back from the Cloud Mist Mountain range, he fell ill and coughed non-stop from morning to night. The imperial doctor at the palace said he had only contracted a wind chill and was not in any serious trouble. Li 11 didn't say anything, just nodded and hemmed and hawed at me. That spring passed very slowly, and the city of Luoyang often hung up a side of plain white mourning cloth and hemp clothes. The elderly people also passed away one by one. Luoyang City, an old store in that spring but like a dead branch and leaves, slowly withered away. I would still often go to Li's mansion to look for Li 11, but I also slowly realized that his family's manor was gradually filled with some rusty young faces, the old houseboys who were old enough to have passed away without realizing it. Li 11 is still coughing non-stop, sitting in the gazebo in the center of the lake all day, staring at the distant sky in a daze, not knowing what to think. He wasn't as heartless and gagging as he used to be, and always used to be glowering and silent. He would just still grin every time he saw me and act like nothing had happened. That's when I started to get a little scared. The rickety carriage finally stopped in front of the Luoyang city gate. The leader of the merchant caravan was at the city gates going through the entry procedures with those officials and soldiers guarding the city. Instead, the old merchant got out of the carriage alone, tucked his hands in his sleeves, and looked in silence at the tall city walls and the white willow flakes that gradually drifted up on the plains outside the city. He was as dusty as an old merchant who has finally returned home after a long journey, but still despondently nostalgic for this familiar land. Gu Baishui also got out of the carriage and raised his head to look at the vast and vicissitudes of the old city in front of him. The city gates were wide and heavy, and the stone walls were mottled in vicissitudes. Outside Luoyang City was an endless plain, with two tributaries of the Luoshui River encircling it, nestled inside the grassland fertile soil flowing into the distance. The little beggar was alone on the edge of the carriage window, looking at a large stone at the entrance of the city in a daze, not knowing what to think. As the breeze picked up, the old merchant flicked the cuffs of his sleeves and straightened out his clothes before walking towards the city gates with a calm expression on his face. At last he had come to the city of Luoyang, and in the season of the willow, the old merchant had come to pay his respects to an old friend who had passed away, and also to see off a young friend on his way. A long line formed at the entrance of Luoyang City. It was probably just as the old merchant had said, that it was just the right season to visit Luoyang at this time of the year, and that was why there were so many foreigners in very different clothes waiting outside the city gates. Gu Baishui glanced sideways for a while before realizing that all sorts of travelers had gathered outside this bustling old city. There was the wandering ranger with a long sword at his waist. There's the white-faced scholar with the long, brocaded shirt. There are scruffy dudes with open chests. There are also fishing men who are lazy and out of their minds. These people seemed to come from all over the world and gathered outside Luoyang in this season of willow flakes, not knowing the purpose of their coming and not asking for a way back. An old beggar in ragged clothes stepped out from behind a willow tree at the side of the road. and with one hand propped up on a bent and twisted tree staff, and one hand guarding a broken and chipped china bowl, he dragged his tired and feeble body, and slowly ferried to the tail end of the caravan. The old beggar looked old and pudgy, his face covered in dust and dirt. The travelers lined up outside the city ignored him, and the old beggar seemed to have no intention of begging them. Just like that, Gu Baishui watched the bowed old beggar walk step by step through the crowd and finally stop in front of him. The curtain on the wagon shifted. Gu Baishui looked at the porcelain bowl stretched out in front of him and fell into a brief silence. He didn't know how this old beggar had picked himself out of a. There were so many rich and wealthy travelers outside the city, and they chose the poorest of the poor themselves. Is this old beggar new to the business? You can't even tell who you can get money from, can you? I don't have any money. Gu Baishui held his tongue for half a day, and finally said this sentence sullenly. The old beggar froze, then shook his head and stubbornly leaned his porcelain bowl toward Gu Baishui. Gu Baishui scratched his head somewhat helplessly, hesitating for half a second before pulling out a piece of half-hard, half-dry steamed bread from his own chest and hesitantly placing it in the old beggar's bowl. It was the last bit of rations he had left this morning. The old beggar was silent for a moment, looking at the innocent green-clothed teenager on the opposite side, vaguely understanding something. He coughed softly a few times and rather disgustedly lifted the piece of steamed bread out of his own porcelain bowl before pointing to the teenager's right hand. Gu Baishui was unsure, but she still stretched out her own palm with her palm facing upwards. The old beggar turned the bowl over, and a piece of what looked like a leftover gnawed bone fell into Gu Baishui's palm. The surface of the bone was pitted, with a few strands of hair interspersed in the thin cracks of the bone, and it just didn't look very clean. Gu Baishui's face darkened, the corners of his mouth twitching as he looked toward the old beggar who was making fun of himself. But the old beggar was calm, and even coughed violently a few times, his voice hoarse. Don't go into Luoyang. Take this bone and run as far as you can. Chapter 23, Shaking Light. Holy Lord. G. Family Parent. The old beggar leaned on his own cane, turned and bowed his back and left the caravan. Gu Baishui stood frozen in place, watching that old beggar with his sleeves hanging down, walking unhurriedly towards the entrance of Luoyang City. He was like an old man who was independent of the world, following time step by step, traveling far away for countless years, eventually returning to this ancient city. The old beggar didn't care about anyone lined up outside the city, and had eyes for nothing more than this same old, aging, prosperous old city. He only gave a gentle sideways glance and a calm, warm smile as he passed the old merchant who was standing in line at the city gates. The spring breeze was blowing, and the old beggar walked into the old town on his own. After another moment, Gu Baishui sighed meaningfully and looked at the old beggar who tried to jump the queue with a complicated face, and was thrown out from the city gates by the officers and soldiers guarding the city with no expression. The air of a man of the world shattered. The old beggar grimaced and rubbed his ass, greatly trotting all the way back to the tail end of the line outside the city, lining up honestly. What's all this? Gu Baishui cried and laughed and scratched his head, looking at the old beggar's broken bones in his hand for a moment of hesitation, but still didn't throw it on the side of the road, but casually received it into his own cuffs. Second brother said that all the old things are good. Gu Baishui returned to his carriage and found the young girl by the window still staring at the large rock under the willow tree. Actually, there's one thing I've never figured out. Gu Baishui said this. Luo Ziwei turned her head sideways and asked back. What? Li 11 is your friend? Sort of. He grew up in Luoyang? Luo Ziwei nodded again. Aha. Gu Baishui's eyes moved slightly as she looked at the hem-clothed girl and asked seriously. But you said you came to Luoyang to recognize your relatives. You've never been to Luoyang, so how could you know Li 11? Luo Ziwei thought for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. I didn't say that he and I met in Luoyang City. Gu Baishui froze and asked. Where was that? Chanting outside of Luoyang. The hemp-clad girl shrugged roguishly, perfunctorily, but didn't look like she wanted to say any more. Gu Baishui then didn't ask any more questions, only touching the piece of bone in his sleeve and shaking his head somewhat helplessly. The carriage rolled forward and soon arrived at the place at the entrance of the city. The guarding officers and soldiers of Luoyang City were inspecting every traveler and merchant caravan entering the city, and according to the regulations, the teenagers and young girls in the carriages were also required to get off the carriages to be inspected. Luo Ziwei stepped off the carriage in a very light and simple manner, and together with the old merchant, they passed the inspection and stood inside the Luoyang City gates. But something unexpected happened when the official's inspection took Gu Baishui's turn. Name. The soldier guarding the city with a soldier's helmet on his head held a pamphlet and asked Gu Baishui casually. Li Doger. Gu Baishui made up a fake name more casually. The inspecting officer looked up at him, said nothing, and went on. What is it for? Poet. Gu Baishui's face remained unchanged, and he babbled in a serious manner. I'm a wandering poet, with a home in all four corners of the world. Wandering poet? The young officer guarding the city froze, then laughed dumbly. This is the first time I've heard of this. You're from outside the Tang Kingdom's domain? Gu Baishui thought for a moment, then nodded. From the western region. The young officer nodded. No wonder. Gu Baishui asked. Blame what? No wonder your surname is Li. The young officer said. In the Tang Kingdom Li is the national surname. Apart from the royal clansmen, very few outsiders have the surname Li. You came up here and gave me such a show. I thought it was some duke and prince on a private visit. Gu Baishui didn't realize there was such a thing, so she asked, then can I go into the city? The guards, however, let out a laugh. Not really. Why? Because you're from outside of Tang. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was a normal day, but right now the whole city is under curfew, and if you don't have a clearance document and a guarantee from a resident of the city, I don't have the right to let you in. The official guarding the city put away his pamphlet, then pointed to Gu Baishui in the other direction outside the city. The curfew is 7 days. If you don't have anything urgent to do, you can go to the inns and manors outside the city to deal with them for a few nights. Gu Baishui frowned, not expecting to encounter this kind of trouble. The merchant caravan walked past him in order, and the old merchant came over to understand Gu Baishui's situation. But there was nothing he could do. That little beggar was heartless and didn't care about anything, but also stood in the shadows inside the city gates and cocked his head to Gu Baishui and smiled heatedly. I'll go into town first. Then, Gu Baishui could only nod and said to the hemp-clothed girl in the city gates, I'll think of a way to see if I can find a chance to blend in. The hemp-clad girl shrugged and said, that's fine. Then he turned away in style. The young officer on the side, however, sighed somewhat helplessly. It's fine if you want to blend in, but can you say that behind my back? How about being so arrogant in front of the city guards? Gu Baishui thought for a moment and asked seriously, are you still on duty tomorrow? The young officer froze for a moment, then shook his head. I'm on the late shift tomorrow. Gu Baishui also shrugged roguishly. Then I'll go into the city in the morning. The young officer also laughed out in anger at the words of the teenage rascal. That's fine. Just don't say your surname is Li again. Just like that, the merchant caravan slowly drove into the city gates, while Gu Baishui was stopped alone outside Luoyang City. He parted ways with the hem-clad girl and wondered if her journey to recognize her family had gone well. However, Gu Baishui did not go to the manor and inn that the young officer and soldier said, but instead, he relied on the big stone under the willow tree at the city gate and kowtowed to the melon seeds and watched as the ranger scholars and travelers outside the city gates walked into the city of Luoyang. It's really just me, an out-of-towner, isn't it? Gu Baishui shook his head helplessly and received the bits and pieces of melon rind in his mouth into his sleeve. Sunset at dusk. Just as the Luoyang city gates were about to close, the last group was welcomed at the city entrance. A group of three, an old man, a young man and a middle-aged man. The old man wore a long shirt, black face and white beard. The wrinkles on his face were piled up like old tree bark, and he looked exceptionally old-fashioned and aged. The middle-aged man was dressed in brocade. His face was elegant and warm, and his demeanor was quite extraordinary, waist with a delicate and simple jade plate, on which is simply engraved a G word. And the last young man, the most conspicuous and outstanding in the three, handsome and clean face, clear eyebrows, flawless lips and teeth, with an ancient and simple long sword hanging from his waist, and a folding fan shaking in his hand. Gu Baishui saw those three people, and then froze in place with his mouth wide open. He pondered for a long time, and still didn't come up with an answer. The old holy lord of the shaking light Holy Land, the head of the Ji family in the central continent, Ji Changshang. These two bigwigs didn't come to Luoyang City together just to have a seat as a guest, did they? And who's that last one? Why does it look so bad? Chapter 24 Hearing a book in Luoyang City. Nightfall came and went, and the city of Luoyang was lit up with orange lights. With its gates and lights, the old city was as bustling as ever before the midnight curfew. A slim silhouette crept out along the corner of the old city wall, and then patted the dust on himself rather lugubriously. This gray-haired young man was none other than Gu Baishui, who had passed through the wall. He had purposely waited outside of Luoyang City until it was dark before finding a corner with not many people to sneak into the city. Why is it so hard to use an earth-walking technique in this Luoyang City? It almost squeezed me into the wall. Gu Baishui shook his head in annoyance, and the dust that flew up made him involuntarily cough a few times. In theory, Gu Baishui was a great cultivator of the Xiantai realm, and with earthwork techniques at his fingertips, Walking underground for 300 to 500 miles wasn't a difficult task, but for some reason, when he disappeared into the walls of Luoyang, he felt as if he had fallen into a muddy swamp and couldn't move an inch. If it wasn't for Gu Baishui gritting his teeth and desperately arching outward, he would probably have gotten stuck in the cracks of the stone and gloriously become a withered bone in the city wall. That would be a big joke. An immortal terrace cultivator being crushed to death by a wall would be laughed at by other cultivators for several lifetimes, right? Gu Baishui patted his hands, then probed at the distant streets of Luoyang City. The streets were lit up with people coming and going. One by one, the pawns and hawkers were hawking on the street, and in the quaint restaurant directly across the street, a long-bearded, fan-folded storyteller was talking non-stop. The storyteller was in the mood. His eyebrows fluttered and he looked quite engaged. Gu Baishui raised her eyebrows and without thinking too much, she stepped towards the restaurant across the street. But he didn't have any money, so he didn't ask for any tea or fruits, and casually fished out a small bench to mingle with the slackers at the door who were playing cool and listening to the books. The storyteller happened to speak to the next chapter at this time, drank a mouthful of tea on hand to moisten his throat, and then continued. The story he recounted outside the building was one that the new boy in green happened to have heard, only he didn't finish it for him. The storyteller sat on the platform, his voice staccato, and continued. The protagonist of our story is the rumored exiled immortal man of Luoyang City, Li 11. Li X spent his entire life in and grew up in the city of Luoyang, and only went to Chang'an City to wish His Majesty the Great Ancestor well on his birthday every year. That's why even though he is the first grandson of the Great Ancestor, he has never resided in the imperial city, unlike the other royal sons and princesses who often accompany the Great Ancestor. However, according to rumors, within the same generation of royal clansmen, His Majesty the Great Ancestor's closest relative is instead his young grandson who is always away. From time to time, I hear people in the palace mention that His Majesty the Great Ancestor often recounts that none of the sons and daughters he had were like him. The eldest prince was elegant and calm, and the second prince was fierce and overpowering. Although most of the other emperors have their own strengths, none of them can be as unique as him. The ministers are also speechless, for His Majesty the Great Ancestor is indeed a very great man, otherwise how could he deserve the name of the Emperor of the 1,000 years? His Majesty the Great Ancestor has also said that the sullen Li 11 resembles himself in his youth, but he was not the most similar. He could only be ranked second, because there was another teenager in front of Li 11 who made even Taizu speechless. That guy was more like His Majesty Taizu than Li 11 because he was much more roguish and shameless than Li 11. But His Majesty the Great Ancestor doesn't like that boy. One always dislikes one's younger self, and that bastard boy abducted his own precious daughter. Many people are not sure who that person in His Majesty Taizu's mouth is, as no one other than First Counselor Du dares to mention it either. It was a piece of history, a very subtle and secretive piece of Tang history. The ministers were even more amazed at that time at His Majesty the Great Ancestor's evaluation of Li 11, because they could not see anything special in that young man who was lazy and idle all the time. There are plenty of imperial princes and princesses with great talent. How could His Majesty the Great Ancestor think that Li 11 could match his younger self? Isn't it a mistake or something? But soon, His Majesty Taizu left Chang'an City and went to the depths of the clouds. Not long afterward, Li 11 came alone to Chang'an City, inscribed his name on the Weiyang Monument, and also began his legendary life that could be called magnificent. After the storyteller's words, the sound of the gong at the corner at the end of the street also rang out. As the stroke of midnight approached, the residents of Luoyang City should have gone back to their homes and prepared for the curfew. The silhouettes rose and fell. Some guests smacked their lips before they were finished, and there were also little boys who began to pack up those empty fruit plates and cups. At that moment, though, a clean right hand reached out from the sizable crowd. A green-clothed teenager sitting on a bench frowned and suddenly asked such a question to the storyteller on the stage. What kind of person is Li 11 really? The hall fell silent, and the guests who had gotten up turned their heads rather curiously, waiting for a response from the storyteller on the stage. As a rule, a day's book is finished for a day, and after telling the day's story, the storyteller will not say any more words. But for some reason, the storyteller on stage seemed a little different tonight. He was silent for a long time, then slowly sighed. As far as I know, Li 11 is a good old boy. Gu Baishui froze for a moment and asked again, "What does that say?" The storyteller gave him a look and wiped his dangling wood with a table rag. It has been said that Li 11 was actually far smarter than his peers at a very young age, and was very spiritual in poetry, song, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and knew everything at a single point. But in the story, Li 11 has lost the spirit of his childhood since he grew into a teenager, and spends his days loafing around, lazier than the midday sun. The storyteller raised his head and asked Gu Baishui on the stage, "Do you know why this is?" Gu Baishui shook her head. "Not sure." The gongs sounded far away, but the storyteller on the stage silently turned a page in an old book on the table and looked at the teenager on the stage and said, "Li Shi's father was a famous general of the Tang kingdom, who fought more than 100 battles in his life and never lost a battle. And only after he was old did he curb his murderous nature and return to the countryside. He felt that he had committed murderous sins in his life, and asked for nothing else but the peace of his children. But he also respected Li Shi's opinion and gave him two very different choices. One choice was in Chang'an, the other in Luoyang. In the end, Li 11 chose Luoyang and has since collected himself into a speck of dust." Gu Baishui nodded thoughtfully as the storyteller on the stage continued. In fact, Li Shi's mother was very optimistic and hoped that her child would one day walk in the rising sun and be looked up to by the world. But Li 11 has already promised the old farmer and has chosen to live an ordinary life. But the good thing is that the storyteller paused at this point and did not continue. But what he didn't expect was that the teenager on the stage took over his words and finished what he hadn't said. "Good thing he has a sister. A well-behaved sister?" Chapter 25, Willow Fluttering, Eventful Autumn. As the night deepened, the guests in the Luoyang restaurant had all left, leaving only a mess of food tables and dishes. The odd-job boy closed the doors and windows and cleaned up the leftovers with his hands and feet. The only young man in green left out of all the guests was casually grabbing a handful of melons and getting high with one hand. That young man in green was left behind by the storyteller in the restaurant with his words, so the odd-job boy didn't dare to say anything more. While there was still some time left in the curfew, the boy straightened his seat, then walked up the empty street through the small door of the tavern and trotted off in the direction of his house. There were then only two people left in the empty restaurant. One was Gu Baishui, and the other was Mr. Storyteller. The fire candles gently swayed, leaving Gu Baishui's storyteller to pack up his storytelling implements, then walked off the stage and sat down across the table. The storyteller looked past middle age, in his 40s, wearing a plain gray tunic and holding a cup of warm tea. The tavern was quiet for a moment, and Mr. Storyteller put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the young man across the table, frowning with some confusion. "It's been a long time since anyone mentioned her." "Her?" Gu Baishui raised her eyes. "Li Su? Aha." Mr. Storyteller nodded and looked out the window at the empty streets of Luoyang. Most of the old people in Luoyang City only remember the story of Li 11. The little girl behind him has been forgotten for a long time. Gu Baishui asked with a sideways glance. "Why?" "Because she died young, like a star that flickers in the night sky, and was only in the world for a short time." Mr. Storyteller took a sip of tea, then said to Gu Baishui, "Since you know their stories, that means you're from outside Luoyang City." "I actually heard it from someone else, and only know some of the stories, not all of them." Gu Baishui put down the fruit peel in his hand and said immediately after, "The story I heard broke at that time when Li 11 was sick, and after that he went to Chang'an City, starting a new chapter of a genius rising and shining. I don't know what happened during the time he was sick, what kind of illness he had, why he suddenly began to rise to prominence, and why no one in the city of Luoyang had much of an impression of Li Wushu, and why this pair of siblings who have grown up together since childhood will kill each other outside Luoyang City." The restaurant was plunged into a dead silence, and Mr. Storyteller's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at the green-clothed young man across the table with a deep gaze. Gu Baishui, however, didn't care and even raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. Something weird was supposed to have happened during the time 11 Li was sick, and that's the story I want to know the most. Mr. Storyteller was silent for a long time after hearing this, and shook his head woodenly. "I don't know. I don't know what happened during the time Li 11 was sick. I'm just a storyteller in Luoyang City. I don't have much else besides remembering some old forgotten stories." Gu Baishui nodded silently, and after being quiet for a while, he asked this paragraph. "Is Li 11, who walked out of Luoyang City, one of the great emperors of the human race?" Mr. Storyteller froze, and after a long silence, nodded wordlessly. "Maybe or maybe not. No one knows where Li 11 ended up, but with his talent and qualifications, becoming an emperor and witnessing the Tao is not impossible. The era in which Li 11 was born was a long, long time ago from now, and all the rest was submerged in the river of time, except for the willow flakes that fluttered outside Luoyang City, which remained unchanged." Gu Baishui vaguely anticipated this. Li 11 might be someone from a long time ago, But what he didn't understand was why that little beggar who came to Luoyang to look for his family would know the story of Li 11, and also looked like he knew Li 11 very well. If someone from that era had lived until now, they should at least be an old sage, not to mention a quasi-imperator, right? The maiden in sackcloth is a saint? That's a bit too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Or maybe she didn't actually know the kind of character that Li 11 was, and had just heard Li Shi's story and deliberately said it to fool herself. When Gu Baishui thought of this, he vaguely remembered the words of that little beggar from the night before. Outside the broken temple the wind and rain were shaking, and the gray-headed little beggar was hiding under the broken temple's offering table, blinking a pair of innocent eyes, curiously looking at the same wretched green-clothed teenager. I went to Luoyang to look for my family and came from Xuanyang. Her father was the scholar who left his hometown to take the exam. I think his name was Yi, right? Since this storyteller knew the stories from a long time ago in Luoyang City, then maybe he also had an impression of that scholar surnamed Yi. Was there a young scholar surnamed Yi in the city of Luoyang at that time? Gu Baishui asked with extra seriousness. That scholar should have come from Chang'an City and joined a wealthy family. Mr. Storyteller froze for a moment, then furrowed his brows and looked at Gu Baishui rather oddly for a few moments. Naturally there is. The private tutor that the Li family hired for Li 11 was a Xiu Kai who joined the Yi family. Later on, that Xiu Kai inherited the Yi family's old generation's family business, and became the Yi family's master in Luoyang City. The Yi family and the Li family were already well acquainted, and both generations were very close friends, so both Li 11 and Li Wushu practiced their lessons in the Yi family master's private school when they were young. Gu Baishui pursed the corners of her lips without moving, feeling that she had caught the most important suspicion of this matter. Then the Yi family is still in Luoyang City now? Mr. Storyteller shook his head, then nodded strangely. The old mansion with high walls and deep courtyards on the west side of Luoyang City is the former Yi family's residence, but it has been deserted for a very long time, and I don't know if anyone still lives there now. Deserted? Gu Baishui some want to understand. If the west side of the city surnamed Yi's family is the little beggar to find relatives of that household, that deserted for a long time, and what is the reason? Could it be that old family master Yi left Luoyang? The little beggar made a trip for nothing? Or is that little beggar not here to find her family at all? She has been lying to herself all along and came to Luoyang for something else as well? Sir, do you know where the location of the old Yi mansion is? I would like to go and take a look tomorrow. Mr. Storyteller frowned, then pointed Gu Baishui in the direction of the city, the west corner of the city, the household with 2 stone lions at the entrance. But I wouldn't advise you to go to old Yi's mansion these days. Gu Baishui froze and asked, why? Mr. Storyteller gathered up the clutter on his desk and let out a long, slow sigh. Because many outsiders have come to Luoyang City in the past few days, and some of them are former visitors to Luoyang who have come here just to say goodbye and honor their memories. There are also those who are not in their right mind and have other plans. When the willows are flying in Luoyang City, it's often an eventful time as well. Chapter 26, Master's Bronze Mirror, the foundation of the way of proof. The night was long, and Gu Baishui found a study in the restaurant to deal with the night. Outside the window there was a fierce wind and rain, and the shadows of the trees danced wildly in the wind and rain, like monsters climbing on the wall with their teeth and claws. Booming thunder occasionally rumbled outside the window, and bright bolts of electricity cut through the sky, illuminating the empty tavern. It was raining heavily tonight, and Gu Baishui sat on the wooden chair by the window, listening to the sound of the gusty winds raging outside the window, and in silence pulled out the bronze mirror in his chest. Gu Baishui hadn't taken out the bizarre bronze mirror since leaving the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. Alone, he made his way north along the Luoshui River, doing his best to curb his scent and fluctuations in the hope that the mysterious man with the purple tripod in the Emperor's tomb wouldn't be able to find him. Gu Baishui didn't know exactly who it was that had struck out at him that day. It might or might not have been the eldest senior brother, but there was no doubt that today's Great Emperor prohibited area harbored great terrors and dangers involving taboos. And the source of where it all began was this bronze mirror of unknown origin. It was the only relic left to him by his master, and it was also a bizarre magic weapon that could monitor the entire Great Imperial Forbidden Zone. Gu Baishui had also suspected that it was because of this bronze mirror that the hairy, ominous monster had come to his door. He even felt that behind this bronze mirror, there was a pair of eyes that could also see himself. As the second brother said, when you are gazing into the abyss is gazing into you. That was why Gu Baishui had never taken this bronze mirror out these days. But tonight was a little different. It wasn't a whim, it was just that Gu Baishui suddenly had an odd idea. What he was thinking was whether or not this bronze mirror could still be used outside of the Great Emperor's forbidden zone. If this bronze mirror was just as capable of ignoring all prohibitions and laws in the outside world, and could easily monitor everything around it, then it would be a completely heaven-defying supreme treasure. Being able to explore the ancient secret realm at will and peek into the secrets and techniques of mighty cultivators was even tantamount to an auxiliary extreme imperial armament for a cultivator with a lively mind. When Gu Baishui thought of this, her breathing suddenly became a little thicker, and even the heart in her chest unconsciously beat faster. With a heavenly chance in his hand, Gu Baishui even guessed that perhaps this bronze mirror was one of the fundamentals of Master's proof of becoming an emperor. The index finger caressed the mirror's surface, and a seeming fluctuation rippled out. Gu Baishui's mind moved and immersed his divine sense into the plain-looking copper mirror, slowly closing his eyes. Then, he saw the whole Luoyang city, 100 miles in circumference. From this restaurant under one's feet all the way to the willows and streams along the Luo River, all of them were visible in minute detail, imprinted in the mirror's reflection. Everything in the world was reflected in his hands, and he was as supreme as a god, looking down on this ancient city from above. The streets of Luoyang City were empty and dead silent, and the raging storm raged and pounded on every store with closed doors. A strand of divine sense that no one could detect quietly merged into the wind and rain, and with the color of the night, it swept over all the objects without a sound. No one can notice or know. It turns out that this copper mirror is not only in the Great Emperor's forbidden area, but only in the suppression of those Great Emperor's tombs. It is not so unbridled, not so scary and weird, but starting tonight, a certain teenager in the tavern will be able to act as an unseen ghost, prying wantonly into all the untold secrets of the continent. Since then, the road is open. Gu Baishui fell into a brief silence, followed by unspeakably complex emotions. There is the excitement and ecstasy of bone marrow trembling, the confidence and expectation that the road can be realized, and also a trace of indescribable despair and confusion. Is my master actually a peeping Tom? He became an emperor by peeping and living? Gu Baishui laughed, but his mind also opened up at once. With such a heaven-defying treasure in hand, where in the world could one not go? Even more dangerous places, as long as they do not risk their own lives to fall into the circle of nowhere to escape, will not be considered a life and death difficulties. Thinking like this, Gu Baishui's drifting consciousness in Luoyang City stumbled through a thin wall. In the bedroom behind the wall sat an old man with gray hair and an elegant and noble middle-aged man. The two of them seemed to be talking to each other about something, but the thunderstorm outside the window was too loud, so Gu Baishui was a little hard of hearing. The wisp of divine sense floating within the bedroom trembled gently, somewhat hesitant as well as indecisive. It was because the young man in green behind this wisp of divine sense recognized the identities of those two people in the room. One was the old saint master of the Shaking Light Holy Land, and the other was the current head of the Ji family in the central continent. Both of these two were at least terrifying existences of the old sage realm, honored beyond measure throughout the entire continent and looked up to by countless cultivators. Gu Baishui didn't know whether or not these two saints could detect his prying eyes with their realm's depth, and this was a risky and thrilling attempt for him. Finally, perhaps unable to withstand the bronze mirror's temptation to pry into other people's secrets, the wisp of divine sense in the room silently approached the two people who were talking a little closer. The voices in his ears were getting clearer. It should all be pretty much here, right? The old saint lord of the Shaking Light Holy Land narrowed his eyes indifferently. I saw quite a few familiar faces just outside the city. The old thing from the Jade Clearance sect, the new saint from the Jiang family of the central continent, and that old beggar who doesn't know what he's about. Without stepping into the saint realm, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to come to Luoyang City at this time. The elegant and noble middle-aged man nodded and smiled with a calm expression. Nowadays, this Luoyang City is home to a small half of the continent's fellow saints, and the other half should also be secretly keeping an eye on the situation here. The mountain rain is coming down, and colleagues with little guts wouldn't dare to trip into this life-threatening muddy water. What's happening in the 10,000 Poisons domain is nothing more than a small fight among the younger generation, and a means to cover up the gathering of saints in Luoyang City. After all, the stories that have taken place in this Luoyang City are the things that could truly change the landscape of the continent. In fact, since the beginning of this year, the continent's mid-continent imperial clans and ancient clans look just as silent behind closed doors as they always did. The saintly families and sects on the continent seem to be extraordinarily low-key this year, uncontested and peaceful. But in reality, where no one knew, there was a low-profile and simple old man who had quietly left his own sanctuary and clan through the sect's back door. They crossed the mountains in silent agreement, and approached this old city on the banks of the Luoshui River step by step from the South China Sea. From sunset to early morning, none of the dozens of great powers of the human race in the sage realm traveled in the air, and just took one step at a time to the outside of Luoyang City. In the city of Luoyang today, there is an aged old thing living in almost every tavern. However, what exactly the saints of the human race gathered here for was something that only these old saints in Luoyang City knew. The room was briefly quiet for a few moments before the shaking light old Saint Lord suddenly sidled his head expressionlessly and asked such a question to that elegant middle-aged man. That Li 11. Which great emperor is that? Chapter 27, Saints gather in Luoyang City. Which great emperor is Li 11 in the end? The old man's sudden question caught both the middle-aged man and Gu Baishui a little off guard, and the divine sense in the corner of the room, which was lying on the wall, quietly shrunk. But even then, the two saints in the room seemed to remain oblivious. The middle-aged man who was the head of the Ji family was silent for a while, listening to the sound of the wind and rain outside the window, and slowly squinted his eyes. I have investigated many ancient books and clues of the great emperors of the human race over the years, and the vast majority of the great emperors have been traced in their later years, and it seems that he has chosen to sleep for a long time in the tombs and mausoleums of the great emperors that the everlasting great emperors sit in. The emperor and the emperor sleep together, jointly guarding the chi of the entire human race. But only 3 great emperors silently disappeared from the earth, leaving no traces behind. The Emperor Tomb Forbidden Area is the only place where there are no tombs of his, and no one knows exactly where he went. The Ji family lord moved his eyelids and said, one great emperor is called the Bai Luo Immortal Emperor. One great emperor is the Qing Emperor Jun, and this last one is rotten. Rotten? The old Saint Lord's pupils contracted violently, as if he was extraordinarily sensitive to this name. The Ji family master nodded silently. The corrupt emperor, also known as the unknown emperor. I have searched through countless relics and secret realms, and I have not been able to locate any traces of him left behind in history. Old Saint Master Shaking Light knew Ji family head Ji Changsheng very well as a person. He was the only person in power in the history of the Ji family to come out of the sideline, and he was also the youngest sage of the lineage in recent generations. In the eyes of outsiders, Ji Changsheng was an elegant and easygoing gentle family head. And it was only under his leadership that the Ji family had steadily prospered from its original youthfulness to the most powerful imperial family in the central continent. But only those who truly understood Ji Changsheng knew that this seemingly graceful Ji family head had never been a moderate conservative. Even on the contrary, this middle-aged family head who led the revival of the Ji family was the premier adventurist in the entire continent. He was the one who forcefully sent the Ji family's most brilliantly gifted little princess into that dark and forbidden tomb. He was also the one who was alone all the time, traveling through the mountains and secret places, searching for all the ancient secrets buried on the continent. However, the shaking light old Saint Lord was still a bit puzzled. Since you haven't found out any clues about the decaying great emperor, where did you learn of that person's name? Ji Changsheng looked at the fire candles swaying around the table and smiled in a weird, wordless way. Actually, I learned about it from the great emperor's forbidden zone. The divine sense moved slightly, and the candle flame condensed. The old holy lord opened his mouth in shock. You mean, that girl child of your family? I spent so much effort to send her into the great emperor's forbidden zone. Naturally I didn't just want the name of Mr. Imperial Disciple. Ji Changsheng said with an expressionless face. There are secrets of the entire human race buried in the great emperor's forbidden zone, but no one is qualified to step into it except for the Tombkeeper lineage. After great emperor Changsheng returned, the only ones who could enter and exit the emperor's tomb at will would be his 4 disciples. The old sacred lord's expression was a bit stunned as he asked Ji Changsheng, are you trying to finger the emperor's tomb? But unexpectedly, the middle-aged man calmly shook his head. Great Emperor Everlasting has 4 disciples. Mr. Big City is unpredictable, and Mr. Second's temperament is eccentric and jumpy. I don't really think that Wuxuer has any chance to win over them and take control of the great emperor's forbidden area. Not to mention the fact that there's also a Mr. San who has never shown his face hidden in the great emperor's forbidden zone. Mr. 3. The shaking light old Saint Lord raised his eyebrows and seemed to be somewhat curious as well. What kind of character is this Mr. 3 of the forbidden zone? I don't know. Ji Changsheng, however, frowned a bit strangely. My family sure never mentions her 3rd senior brother to me, and when I asked her what her senior brother was like, she only said that her 3rd senior brother was a good person. Good people? The old holy lord froze for a moment, then laughed softly. That's not a good assessment. Good people don't live long. Ji Changsheng, however, thought for a moment and said rather calmly, I believe in the judgment of Wuxuer. Her 3rd senior brother may really be a good person, or perhaps, he really doesn't have a long life. Heavy rain poured down outside the window, and the strand of divine sense shrunk in the corner remained unnoticed. The two saints in the room chatted back to the topic of the city of Luoyang. Do you think that Li 11 is the later corrupted emperor? Old Saint Lord Shaking Light asked. Ji Chongsheng nodded. That's at least the closest answer I feel. Old Saint Lord Shaking Light's eyelids twitched as he asked again. Then do you think that Li Shi's tomb is buried in Luoyang City or not? Ji Chongsheng didn't respond directly, but instead let out a distinctive laugh after being quiet for a while. The only emperor's tomb that is buried outside of the great emperor's forbidden area. If it wasn't for this, would so many of our old bones sneak to this old city from thousands of miles away? There can't be anyone who really thought that that person would have such great faith that half of the saints of the human race would personally give her a farewell, right? When she dies, the only emperor's tomb outside the forbidden zone should surface. Ji Changsheng raised his eyes and said calmly, the gravekeeper's first mister is far away in Yaoqi. Second mister is being dragged in the 10,000 poisons domain. And both of the gravekeeper's remaining disciples are still within the forbidden zone. Since none of them are in Luoyang, it's up to each of them whether or not they can go down to the tomb and seize Li Shi's inheritance. The old sacred lord figured out the middle-aged man's thoughts and asked, that's why you brought that boy Lu Ziyo to Luoyang City? Yeah, after all, he's more experienced than us old guys in this whole tomb raiding thing. And he says he's familiar with people like Li 11. Someone like that? What kind of person? Those very strange people in history, I guess. A wisp of divine sense retreated silently from inside the house, but not far away. It followed the wind and rain into the darkness of the night, approached the next tavern, and then dived into another room. This house was inhabited by a young prodigal ranger, unkempt, with one foot on a wooden chair, carrying a chicken leg in his left hand and flipping through an atlas on the table in his right. The atlas was full of female cultivating fairies with delicate and beautiful appearance. There were cool and proud female warriors, and there were also devilish women with demonic faces. The prodigal ranger looked on, not smacking the grease stains on his palms, rather enjoying himself as well as looking rather lewd. Gu Baishui's wisp of divine sense hit on the beams of the room, looking down at the ranger below and pondering for a long time before barely recognizing the identity of this person. Han Fei Cheng, the chief great disciple of the previous generation of the Jade Clearance sect, the leader of the three main leaders of the righteous path, a supreme heavenly pride formerly known as the Great Prince of the Righteous Path. On weekdays, a serious, meticulous, a gentleman look, quite respected by the orthodox humanity. But perhaps no one knew that this Great Prince of the Righteous Tao would be hiding in a small inn, pontificating on the continent's famous fairy beauties. It's really jaw-dropping and unimaginable. Gu Baishui left this room silently, drifting to the other restaurants like a wisp of smoke in the night rain. The newest saint of the Jiang clan's royal family in the central continent, Jiang Yun Chang, the second supreme elder of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, Twilight West Mountain, lord of the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture's Cave of Heavenly Blessings, Daoist Duo Bo, the old sage of the temple, the vice principal of the Immortal Palace, and the grainer of the Valley of the Granary. A group of old saints who had faded into obscurity on the continent and those newly promoted young saints had all gathered in this old city. They stayed out of each other's way, maintaining a subtle tacit understanding, like hunters hiding in the shadows, waiting patiently for a certain moment to arrive. This city shrouded in torrential rain was crowded with saint after saint of appalling seniority. The saints came with the storm and gathered in the city of Luoyang, and it was only then that Gu Baishui realized that he had become a speck of dust caught in the middle of countless great Buddhas. Originally, with the bronze mirror in his hand, there was nowhere in the world that he couldn't go, but now that he was surrounded by saint after saint, he had become a fat prey that had thrown itself into the net. It's a good thing no one has found out who they are, and no one knows who they are yet. But even if he took a step back and said that Gu Baishui had been pulled out by those saints in the city, it wouldn't be so bad that he would be slapped to death under everyone's noses. After all, how could he say that he was also the third disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor? And at most, he was just being secretly killed and seized the treasure. It should be. Chapter 28, The Second Red-Haired Monster. In the study room of the restaurant, Gu Baishui still didn't open his eyes. Instead, his brows were furrowed in a thoughtful manner. Li 11 is the corrupted emperor? The old saints in Luoyang City are all here for Li Shi's tomb? Then if that's really the case, who is the she who will die in Luoyang City in the mouth of Family Master Ji? The Li Wu who's dead in the story? Or is it someone else? Thoughts gradually drifted away, and Gu Baishui thought of the little beggar who was full of nonsense. She said she had come to Luoyang City to look for her family. So had she already gone to the deserted Yi family residence? What will be the result? Again? The green-clothed teenager closed his eyes tightly, and the plain bronze mirror on his knee. but in a silent manner gradually seeped out a grain of black-green patina from inside the mirror. Gu Baishui knew nothing about this. His mind immersed in the bronze mirror, and continued to drift through the night rain to a corner in the western part of Luoyang City. A strand of divine sense that no one could detect accompanied the torrential rain on the streets and stopped at the most corner of Luoyang City, in front of the gate of an old mansion that had been deserted for a long time. This is the former Yi family residence, now the old deep house. Broken bricks and tiles. The tall vicissitudes of the walls are covered with lime green creepers, and these tenacious vines are entwined together to withstand the wind and rain. The stone lions at the entrance had also long been covered with dead branches and leaves, and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. The ethereal divine sense passed through the heavy gates and into the old courtyard that was stranded in time. Dead branches and leaves fly around, and old trees hang low as the rain beats down on them. In the middle of the courtyard is a dry pond, the bottom of which has been rinsed by the torrential rain that fell from the sky this evening. Gu Baishui searched the first large courtyard for a while and didn't find any silhouettes, nor did he find the little beggar who said he had come to look for his family. So he moved on, searching deeper into the old mansion. As the rain poured down, a masked man wrapped in black with a hooded head stalked in the shadows on the stone path of the Yi family's old mansion compound. Lu Zio lowered his eyes and eyed the dark yellow compass in his hand, trying to find something unusual about this courtyard. Main degree. Do you think that Li 11 is my predecessor or not? Lu Zio's eyes were not slanted, but his mouth abruptly uttered such a passage. The torrential rain washed over the entire courtyard with abandon, shaking the dead branches and making the trees hideous. From a normal perspective, the empty courtyard was dead silent, and he was clearly the only person around. But for some reason, this teenager had been muttering nervously to himself. Actually, I'm not too sure. After all, I haven't really seen that senior family head. She asked me to come to the Li family residence to look for some clues, but I always felt that it wasn't quite right. Legend has it that Li 11 was extremely gifted and practically pushed through everything on his cultivation path, using only a few hundred years to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm. Then later on, there are no more records of him in history. Lu Zio paused here, then gave an odd laugh. But the Li 11 in this story is also just the version that has been circulated on the continent. The real Li 11 that I know from where Ji family head is. But it is a guy that makes people admire and also makes people chilly. There was a brief moment of silence in the deadly courtyard as the sound of the wind and rain stalled slightly, and a teenager's self-talk tore the silence of the night to shreds. Killing his father and sister, causing his own biological mother to die of illness. This kind of cold-blooded and cruel person was also creepy when I first heard about it. But it's also true that only such a little-known supreme ferocious demon can be worthy of the name of the decaying great emperor. TSK, a model for my generation. A dull sound came faintly out of the pouring night rain, but still nothing emerged from the courtyard. Lu Zio listened sideways for a moment, and nodded with a smile at the corner of his mouth. May degree, you are not unreasonable. A general success is 10,000 bones withered, not to mention a predecessor who has become an emperor. Naturally behind him is an uncountable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And this is also the first time that you and I are going down to the great emperor's tomb, so thinking about it is still a bit exciting and nerve-wracking. I just don't know what elderly 11 left for me. Whether there are any extreme emperor soldiers or other opportunities for witnessing the Tao. Masked teenagers and an unseen creature whispered in the courtyard as they wandered recklessly through the desolate old mansion grounds, trying to find traces of the life that Li 11 had left behind here. The large mansion seemed to be empty. No little beggars. No old houseboys guarding the house. Lu Ziyu was initially a bit cautious and cowering, worrying if there was something horrible and unknown inside this old mansion. But when he explored for a while, he realized that the old mansion was indeed an ordinary merchant family, leaving no traces of any cultivator having lived there. So the teenager, who was good at going down to the grave, got relaxed and casual. He even picked up a conspicuous orange lantern and began casually surveying the old yard. Actually, this old Yi mansion has some history, Lu Zio said to the empty space beside him. The last Yi family head was an old showman who joined the family, and was also Li 11 and Li Shu's teacher during their teenage years. The Yi family and the Li family have been friends for 2 generations, and the only daughter of the Yi family's master and Li 11 are even known as childhood sweethearts in Luoyang City. However, for some unknown reason, the Yi family's young lady refused the Li family's offer of marriage. Li 11 deliberately retaliated and brought the entire Yi family into disrepute, losing face in Luoyang City. Miss Yi is also a very stubborn person, and did not bow to Li 11 until the very end. She left Luoyang with the Yi family master, and has not been heard from since. Lu Zio walked along the long corridor sheltered from the rain and came to a ritual hall hanging with white-veiled rags. He did not push the door in a hurry but stood in the doorway for a while. So it's not just me. Even the G family head can't figure out what happened in the once existing Luoyang city. Why did that originally chestless and lazy and casual teenager have a drastic change in temperament in just one springtime? Why did Li Wushu die outside of Luoyang city? And what kind of disease did Li 11 have? It was quiet for a moment in front of the door to the Hall of Sacrifice, and Lu Zio listened with one ear, then nodded toward the empty shadows. Yes, the G family head thinks that I'm a talent for the tomb and wants to test the waters with me first, but he doesn't know about your existence, and that's my biggest card. The sight of the masked teenager muttering to himself at the empty doorpost was indeed eerily unsettling. However, not far behind Lu Zio, a strand of colorless and soundless divine sense quietly followed him all the way, silently watching the teenager who was still mumbling. His attention wasn't even on the eccentric teenager, but rather his eyes were fixed on the clearing that Lu Zio was facing. There seemed to be nothing there, but there was actually a monster that looked familiar to him. Another completely different, fanged out, red-haired monster. Chapter 29, The Red-Haired Monsters Behind the Crossers. This is the Yi family's old sacrifice hall, and all the people in there should be honoring the deceased clan members of the Yi family. With a soft creak of the wooden door, Lu Zio pushed open the wooden door of the ritual hall and stepped inside. Orange lanterns illuminated the dimly lit ritual hall, and dust flew up unchecked as the storm blew through the door. An old yellow and black wooden plaque was scattered in the dust in the corner of the ritual hall, and there were not many spirit seats left on the offering table. According to the custom of the Kingdom of Tang, no matter where one died in life, one must return to one's roots after death. Even in the historical era of chaotic wars between lords, the Tang Kingdom would try to do everything possible to pick up those soldiers who died away from the battlefield at the end of the war. Li 11 is a native of the Tang Kingdom, and even a great-grandson of the royal family, which is why those old sages guessed that before Li 11's death he would return to the city of Luoyang and build a mausoleum of his own. Lu Ziwei inspected the ritual hall unhurriedly, and also continued to whisper to the red-haired monster behind him. However, I don't think Senior Li 11 may bury himself in Luoyang city, and the so-called saying of returning to one's roots doesn't really suit Li 11. Li 11 was originally an outsider, so what place to return to? Just like me, if I die someday, make one you can scatter my ashes beyond the stars. Maybe I can really go home for a visit after countless years. The night rain blew into the sacrificial hall, but the masked teenager who bowed and rummaged around suddenly had his body stuttered, as if he suddenly thought of something, and his face looked oddly at the silent red-haired monster behind him. Close question. You say, if Elder Li 11 is a traveler like me, will he have a kindred spirit like you by his side? The red-haired monster's body lurched, and there was not a single expression on its wooden and hideous face, but it nodded slowly and heavily. It seemed to open its mouth, and the morose white fangs at the corners of its mouth moved. Lu Zio's pupils contracted dramatically, and his expression was a bit stiff as he pulled at the corner of his mouth. No, it's not that bad, is it? You mean, if Li 11 is really a traveler, then his kind around him might not be dead yet? Lu Zio was a bit incredulous and frowned, but G family head did say that Li 11 would chant something to himself a lot of the time. I initially thought that it was a cheat sent by the heavenly Tao to the traveler seniors, so now it seems to be that it's a homunculus hidden behind it that's just like you. The red-haired monster named Main Questionable didn't respond to anything, and only the masked teenager down in the tomb was muttering silently to himself. Could it be that a traveler and a red-haired monster are standard in this world? Mimi, what exactly is the origin of your people? Are they being spawned by the heavenly Tao? Or is it another newly developed system? Strange. Can't figure it out. When Mequan didn't answer Lu Zio's question, he stopped dwelling on it and turned to himself, rummaging through the dusty plaque. According to what I know of traveler conventions, a century will usually only have one traveler in the same time period. Just like Senior Li 11 many years ago and me now. We were born as protagonists who were shoved into this world, and in the future, we will also prove to be emperors by the book. But there's something I can't figure out: why Senior Li 11 and his sister are both travelers and have killed each other. Lu Zio muttered to himself in a broken voice. Is this considered flesh and blood? Rather true. Both physically and in terms of souls from the same place. As far as I know, there should be two seniors in front of me. One is Emperor Yi Tiandi, and the other is corrupted Emperor Li 11. Don't look at the fact that I'm only at the Xiantai realm right now, but I've actually figured out what emperor name I should take in the future. How about you say Emperor, or Martial Emperor? But I've dug so many graves, so I'm not going to end up with the name of Tomb Emperor, am I? It also sounds a bit too obscure. No one answered Lu Zio's chatter, But at that moment, a slightly cool night breeze suddenly blew into the dilapidated ritual hall. The night wind swept up the dust, and also in the dust, revealed a black spirit tablet that had fallen behind the counter table. Lu Ziyo casually glanced at it, then involuntarily froze and reached out to fish the spirit tablet out of the crack of the counter table. Yi family's sacrificial hall. How come there's another one surnamed Li? Lu Ziyo frowned in confusion and carefully looked over the spirit tablet in his hand for a few moments. The position of young friend Li Nianyu? Whose friend is this Li Nianyu again? The strand of divine sense hiding in the corner of the ritual hall shook violently, showing signs of collapsing as if struck by lightning. In a certain restaurant, the green-clothed teenager with his eyes closed suddenly became extremely pale and bloodless, and even the 7 orifices at the corners of his eyes and ears began to ooze bright red blood outwards. The bronze mirror in his hand was currently crawling with greenish patina, densely sticking to the surface of the mirror, looking like a living granular monster, quietly writhing. And at the very same moment, outside the door of that deserted old ritual hall, there suddenly came a familiar and clear sound of a young girl's inquiry. "Which one are you?" That strand of divine sense hidden in the corner of the ritual hall that was about to collapse, subconsciously tried to turn the perspective to look at the person coming from the courtyard behind him. But a sharp, tearing agony suddenly emerged from the mind of a certain green-clad teenager, as if someone had been ravaging his brain with an axe. The intense pain of the touch overpowered all, and Gu Baishui could only vaguely glance at the 2 figures standing in the rain at the entrance of the ritual hall in the breath before her consciousness shattered. Standing in front was a young girl with a thin figure and clear, peaceful eyes. Gu Baishui couldn't see too clearly, but vaguely could also recognize the outline of a small beggar. But the little beggar's shadow reflected on the ground was completely enveloped by an even bigger and stronger figure behind her. The red hair flew, the muscles were gnarled, but the pupils were a dead gray. Gu Baishui recognized it. The furry shadow behind the little beggar was the same red-haired monster that had escaped from the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone and had been following him to Luoyang City. It is also an old red-haired monster that is far more pale and terrifying than Lu Zio's Meiji. Or perhaps, it was the red-haired monster that had been following Li 11 alone. Long time ago. Rumble. Loud thunder rumbled through the window and bright lightning illuminated the dimly lit study. The bloodless youth in green slowly opened his eyes, blood filling the bottom of his pupils. In just a few incense sticks of time, Gu Baishui had unknowingly been emptied of all his energy by the bronze mirror in his hand. A writhing granular sensation came from his palms, and Gu Baishui wordlessly lowered his head, glancing a few times at the bronze mirrors on his knees that had already been covered in patina, then gave a bitter laugh in frustration. Is this out of battery? You sure know how to pick your moments. Chapter 30, Gu Baishui's deduced story. It rained extraordinarily hard in Luoyang City last night, with lightning and thunder and heavy rain. A certain green-clothed teenager who had been cowering in the tavern was silent for the whole night, and in the end, he still didn't dare to take a step out of the tavern. The bronze mirror in his hand seemed to have exhausted the originating aura that had been stored up for many years, and was wrapped in a layer of thick patina, lying quietly in front of Gu Baishui's chest like a mortal artifact with no spirituality. And Gu Baishui's own physical state wasn't optimistic either. He indeed hadn't expected that just utilizing the bronze mirror to probe for just a few incense sticks of time would bring such a horrific load to his body and sea of consciousness. Divine sense dried up and her chi was like a swimmer. Gu Baishui was even in a physically shaky trance for a while as she stood up in her chair. Gu Baishui looked completely like a patient who hadn't recovered from a major illness at this point. His face was as pale as paper. His eye sockets were sunken and dark, and even every step he took was a little too weak for his legs. That's why Gu Baishui didn't know what was going to happen in the old mansion in the west of Luoyang City last night. He only remembers that before his own consciousness collapsed, the masked boy found a spirit tablet in the ritual hall, on which the name Li Nianyu was engraved. Li Nianyu, that's Li 11. But why did Li Shi's spirit tablet appear in the ritual hall of the Olji family? Then later that little beggar appeared again in the courtyard of the sacrificial hall, and the shadow that stood behind her was none other than the red-haired monster that had run out of the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. Gu Baishui sat on the chair by the window and pondered silently for a long time, stretching out his right hand and taking out a clean piece of rice paper and a brushing stone from the bookshelf on the side. He laid the rice paper flat on the desk, and then used a brush to write the words Corrupt Emperor, Li 11, Red-haired monster, and Traveler on it, and other words were written on it. The soft nibs of the brush sketched and drew on the rice paper, eventually connecting to form an oddly shaped word picture. And the young man in green so unblinking looked at the hand of the calligraphy and painting for a long time. From the early morning to the midday drops of water did not enter, but also did not leave the study half a step. He eventually deduced the story. The beginning of the story takes place in Luoyang a long time ago. An old general who had discharged his armor moved with his own family from the bustling city of Chang'an to the outskirts of Luoyang. The old general purchased a large family estate outside Luoyang, reclaimed the farmland himself, groveling and laboring, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. He is very satisfied with the calm and peaceful life in Luoyang city, and spends the whole day like a diligent old farmer, tending his acreage very attentively. Shortly afterward, the couple from Chang'an had a child. Taizu, who was far away in Chang'an, gave the child a name, Li Nianyu, but then people in Luoyang city were more used to calling him by another name, Li 11. Li 11 was extremely intelligent in his early years and was gifted in everything. He could play the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting with ease, as if nothing could be difficult for him. When he got a little older, he wanted to try practicing, but that old farmer in the mansion told him that cultivation wasn't always a good thing, and that there were times when spending one's life in peace was a rare thing. Li 11 did not understand, so father and son talked on the roof of the mansion for the whole night, from under the dirt to beyond the stars, from Luoyang to Chang'an. As the sky clouded over, Li 11 compromised. He was no longer obsessed with the matter of cultivation, but chose to collect himself into a speck of dust and settle down to be a rich young master. From playing the piano, chess, painting and calligraphy to touching fish and catching shrimp, the days of idleness are also a different kind of fun. Only occasionally, when it was late at night, Li 11 still couldn't help but tilt his head up and wonder at the scenery beyond the clouds and stars. Cultivation. Maybe it wasn't as boring as his old man said. The city of Luoyang is very spare, like a motionless pool of water that rarely ripples. But it's a good thing Li 11 has a quirky sister to add to the dull days. My sister's name is Li Wushu, and she was born in the season of the willow. Asuka is a little newt in front of outsiders, but a nagging little bookworm in front of Li 11. The two siblings grew up together under the willow tree in the backwoods, and they also laid under the tree together to pose in the sun. Sometimes Li 11 would be a little curious as to why the sister that mother later gave birth to was like a salted fish, but compared to himself, Wu was a pretty good-looking salted fish. The two salted fish lay under the willow tree in the back of Luoyang city, slowly wasting away over a very long period of time. Occasionally the little salty fish would tell the big salty fish a story, something strange and quirky, from another world. A lot of the time the big salty fish just listened in silence, staring blankly at the sky overhead. Then later, the two salted fish followed their old man to the city of Chang'an. Asuka was dragged into the Weiyang Palace by an old man in a green shirt and robe, and transformed into a very talented girl. Ashu is famous, dazzling like a shiny salted fish, and Li 11 returned to the city of Luoyang and continued to live his idle swinging life. In the city of Luoyang, there was a large merchant family named Yi. The old head of the Yi family was an old shokai who had not passed the examination and was also the lecturer of Li 11 and Li Su. The old showman has a daughter, 2 years younger than Li 11, born very beautiful. People in Luoyang city thought that Miss Yi and young Master Li were a pair of childhood sweethearts. They often watched as Li 11 abducted a little porcelain doll-like girl from the high walls of the Yi mansion and fled outside the city. And most of the time, they were both followed by an old showman carrying a wooden stick in anger. This is the story of their early childhood. The study was quiet for a moment as a clean finger turned over the back of the rice paper and began the next chapter of the story. One spring, Li 11 in the city of Luoyang fell ill. The imperial physician in the palace said he had only contracted a wind chill. Nothing serious. But only the teenager who had returned from the Cloud Mist mountain range was aware that his illness was not so simple. He met something, a thing that ran out of the cloudy mountains. The thing looked like a monkey with red hair and filled with ominousness. And I don't know why, but Li 11 was the only one who could see that monkey. All the other people in Luoyang city ignored it, like it was invisible air. That monkey followed Li 11 through one of the longest springs of his life. He was sick. And during the time he was sick he also learned something else from the mouth of that red-haired monkey. For example, the traveler, but also for example, his own sister, Ashu. He figured out exactly how his sister had made up those strange and bizarre stories and where they came from. What would you do if a strange spirit invaded the body of your dearest and then took on her face and lived silently beside you for many years? Chapter 31, Mid-Yuan Festival, Encountering a Paperman. Li 11 is crazy. Outside the city of Luoyang, that time when the willow flakes were once again floating, he met the white-clothed girl who had come back from the city of Chang'an in a dusty hurry. Then the maiden died in the roiling willows. Shortly afterward, Li 11 left Luoyang and took a red-haired monkey to Chang'an. There is one less swinging teenager in the city of Luoyang, and the history of the continent has one more mysterious and bizarre rotten emperor. Long years have passed, and the ancient city on the banks of the Luoshui River is still peaceful and quiet. During the spring and summer seasons, the same willow flakes that fill the sky will flutter along the lakeshore and in the streets. The decayed Great Emperor disappeared into the continent, and there were many rare and strange tombs in the Great Emperor forbidden area of the Cloud Mist mountain range, and it was not known whether there was a decayed Great Emperor's body lying in one of the tombs. It wasn't until half a month ago that an unlucky disciple under the everlasting emperor opened a bronze mirror and by chance saw the old red-haired monster that had been wandering in the Great Emperor's forbidden zone for many years. The mysterious man with the purple tripod in his hand summoned terrifying thunderbolts and split the green-clothed boy down into the Luo River. Floating along the river, Gu Baishui woke up from the jumble of rocks by the river and met another eccentric little beggar in the deep forest. The two of them walked together, and perhaps it was fate that brought them back to the city of Luoyang without realizing it, but it also happened to catch a delicate point in time. At this time, the city of Luoyang is different from the previous peace and quiet, more than a lot of very differently dressed faces of life. The old saints gathered within the city of Luoyang, waiting for the day when the tomb of the corrupted great emperor would come out. Second elder brother said that there is no absolute coincidence or chance in the world. Gu Baishui's eyes twitched and her face went pale as she coughed a few times, frowning tightly as she looked at the calligraphy and paintings on the desktop. Then there is only one question left, whether Li Shi's tomb is in Luoyang city or not, and if it is, where is it buried? The tomb of the corrupted emperor. If it's not a saintly position on the continent, it's true that it's not qualified to get involved. The study was quiet for a long time, and it wasn't until sunset and dusk that Gu Baishui pushed open the wooden door and walked out from inside. The restaurant seems to be extraordinarily quiet today. The tables and chairs in the hall are empty and there are not many guests. Outside the door of the restaurant drizzling rain. The street stalls are not vendors hawking. Occasionally walking past a passerby is also in a hurry. There was only an old storyteller holding a bowl of fennel beans, leaning against the door of the tavern, chewing the beans in his mouth as he looked out the door at the rain. Awake? Mr. Storyteller turned his head and looked at the pale green-clothed boy holding the doorpost, and froze with some surprise. Why are you so weak? Did you forget to close the window last night and catch a wind chill? Gu Baishui shook her head. It's nothing major, just a bit of a cold. Just in time for this? Mr. Storyteller sighed somewhat helplessly. All of the pharmacies in the city have closed their doors, so even if you want to grab some medicine, you'll have to wait until after midnight tomorrow. Yes? Gu Baishui looked at the empty streets and asked somewhat strangely. Why? The city of Luoyang has a 7-day curfew, and tonight is the strictest time. Mr. Storyteller said. All the stores in the city have to shut down, and the residents close their doors and windows, seal their portals, and wait until after midnight tomorrow night to come out. Is it that strict? Tonight, of course, is the midwinter festival of the ancient Tang calendar, which occurs almost once every 4 years, and each time it counts out to be a different time. Sometimes it's the beginning of the year, and sometimes it's the end of the year. Mr. Storyteller swallowed the fennel beans in his mouth and said in a rather preachy manner, when the Mid-Yuan festival arrives, the ghost gate opens, and the yin qi is the heaviest in the 4 years. Of course, we ordinary people can't casually wander around in the streets. Gu Baishui thought for a moment and then asked, then will there be city guards patrolling the streets? There should have been in the first half of the night, but they all went home as soon as the midnight hour came. After all, the inspecting officers and soldiers are ordinary people. So, Gu Baishui nodded silently, looking thoughtfully at the street outside the tavern. Mr. Storyteller, however, closed the door of the tavern to himself and turned back to advise Gu Baishui. You Tang foreigners always like something new and strange, and like to seek out the most freshness and excitement. But as the old saying goes, there's only one life, so being less curious can help you live a few more years. Gu Baishui heard the admonishing intent in Mr. Storyteller's words and gave a serious and sincere laugh. That's right, I'm listening to Mr. I'm not going anywhere tonight. The two looked at each other for a few moments. The youth in green looked well-behaved and sincere, and Mr. Storyteller smiled rather gratifyingly. As darkness fell, Gu Baishui nimbly climbed over the wall at the back door of the restaurant and jumped onto the empty street without the slightest delay. His second senior brother did say that if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer, but his second senior brother himself always said one thing and did another, never listening to his master's words. On the eve of the Mid-Yuan festival, the streets of Luoyang city were empty without a single figure. The sky was filled with raindrops that became mist and drifted over the old city. Gu Baishui opened his eyes to look into the distance, but he was also blocked from view by the pouring rain and fog. The spiritual energy in the Dantian had already tended to dry up. and it had only recovered about 1 layer in one night. And the divine sense in the sea of consciousness was even a little worse. Gu Baishui had never felt so weak before, but it didn't really make much difference to him. The mortals in Luoyang City couldn't hurt him, and he didn't have no problem resisting when he encountered those old saints in the city themselves. Gu Baishui roughly determined the location, then braved the heavy rain overhead and headed towards the old mansion in the west of the city. But the teenager kept his feet on the ground while still muttering a chant. Ugh, that's not right. There's actually no one in town who knows I'm here besides the little beggar. Why do I have to take this risk? With the bronze mirror in hand, as long as we can safely avoid these old saints in the city of Luoyang, where can we not go in the world? Was I struck by lightning that night? Only then was I confusedly lured into Luoyang City by that little beggar? It's not too late to believe and turn around and turn back. But the second brother also said that the most hateful person in the world is the guy who only tells half the story. That little beggar didn't finish his story. ********. The long streets and ancient paths are filled with fog. Gu Baishui didn't know how long he had been walking alone, only feeling as if he was almost there, but there was always the next corner in front of him. The Mid-Yuan festival was getting closer and closer, and Luoyang City seemed to have become haunted without realizing it. Fog and clouds of rain intermingled, making it almost impossible for pedestrians to see slightly farther away, and there were few people on the empty, quiet streets. There were no inspecting soldiers, no watchmen, not even a bit of light seeping out of the stores on either side of the portal road. There seemed to be only 3 things left in the entire city of Luoyang: rain, fog, and a lost teenager. Gu Baishui was lost. Lost in the rain and the streets, no longer able to tell where to go. The street ends at the corner and behind it. Just as he was at a loss for words, an ethereal sound of bells suddenly rang out from the mist that filled the distance. The white veil caresses and the plain cloth shakes. A group of silent walkers came silently from a distant corner. It was a group of white paper figures in mourning, red lips and green eyes, with a weird and creepy big red color on both cheeks. They were silent, looking silently at the sole pedestrian blocking the road right in the middle of the street. Gu Baishui's cheeks opened numbly and his neck stiffened as he took a step backward. Then he realized that the same bell rang behind him. Chapter 32, 100 Ghosts Walking at Night, 2 Teenagers Who Are Not Afraid to Die. On the empty street, there was only one shadow of the young man in green. At the end of the street in front of them was a group of paper people whose faces and bodies were ghastly white and bizarre. They walked silently on the streets of Luoyang City, but their bodies were not wetted by the rain in the slightest. The procession of white paper people seemed to be carrying a white wooden sedan chair right in the middle of the procession, and something seemed to be sitting inside the wooden sedan chair, but the heavy rain obscured the view, so it was almost impossible to see clearly. The same horrible bells rang out behind them. Gu Baishui's face turned a little green. Her body stiff and numb as she turned around and quietly glanced behind her. It was another group of black paper figures, walking through the dim rainy mist. Black face and black clothes, gray lips and white eyes, just as silent, just as quiet and dead. The center of the procession of black paper people also carried a black and brown coffin. And what was contained in the coffin? Gu Baishui was also unclear. He didn't even dare to open his eyes too much. He just stiffened his face and shivered. Being blocked on a street by 2 teams of horrifyingly bizarre black and white paper people. Moving forward and backward both seemed to be choices that required an extreme amount of guts. The 2 teams of paper people were getting closer and closer, and the rain and fog on the streets seemed to have suddenly thickened. The rain soaked into his collar and his back was cold. Gu Baishui stayed in place like a piece of wood, neither moving forward nor backward. The green-clothed teenager closed his eyes unknowingly and allowed the 2 paper men in the procession at the end of the street to wobble and crash into him. Gu Baishui closed her eyes and fell into darkness. Snap, snap. A jumble of footsteps came from in front and behind him at the same time, as if something was running through the rain and fog, but he still didn't open his eyes. Who? A cool air blew past his ears, and it was as if something strange had flickered by him, like a beast with a writhing throat or a slurred human face. Gu Baishui's eyes remained tightly closed. His body taut, and even his divine sense didn't transgress the slightest bit out of his body. Gradually, another cacophony of murmurs and sneers rang in his ears, sizzling and slurring. A human figure swept past him, constantly traveling through the heavy rain, also bringing up a cool mist. Gu Baishui seemed to be standing alone in the middle of a noisy street, with people coming and going, but no one cared about this strange teenager. 100 ghosts walk the streets of the old city at night, and only one alien with tightly closed eyes remains. Where are you from? A strangely curious teenage voice rang out from his right ear, echoing clearly in his mind. Gu Baishui's lips moved, but no sound came out. He didn't know if he should answer either, nor did he know if the voice was asking if he was. But the next moment, someone answered that answer for him. The voice came from his left ear, somewhat familiar and somewhat distant. I came from Xuanyang, and went to Luoyang to look for my relatives. Really? I've heard that Xuanyang can be far away. I've never been out of Luoyang. So you're pretty amazing then. What about you? Me? Would you believe me if I said I'm a rich boy? Who's fallen on hard times? I believe it. The voices of the teenager and the young girl intersected and faded away. I don't know how long it took for the surroundings to become completely quiet before Gu Baishui slowly opened her eyes. But there were no paper men in sight. No fog. No streets. The city of Luoyang is full of ghosts at night. And those street ghosts moved him here. An old mansion with a few large, long-faded characters engraved on the door plaque at the head was the Yi family residence. There are 2 stone lions in front of the old mansion. One on the left. One on the right. In front of the 2 stone lions was an open space. In the clearing on the left stood a young man in green, and in the clearing on the right stood another masked young man in black. The 2 teens actually met last night, but only one of them knew it. You are? Lu Zio looked at the green-clothed young man across from him a few times with some doubt, not being able to figure out the other party's origins for a while. Gu Baishui was quiet for a moment, then said expressionlessly, passing by to hit the sauce. Sauce? Lu Zio was dumbfounded and shook his head rather flatly. Coming out to play soy sauce on the night of the Ghost Gate at the Mid-Yuan Festival. Do you think I'm some kind of foolish simpleton? Just so perfunctory? Gu Baishui tilted her head sideways. Then what do you think I'm here for? Lu Zio narrowed his eyes, his chin gently raised. Actually, I don't care what you're here for. Perhaps you're a disciple sent over by one of the old saints in the city, but you're bound to not be able to compete with me in Luoyang City, so I'd advise that there's no need for you to waste your time here. Lu Zio's condescending stance caused Gu Baishui to freeze for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this masked teenager had already penetrated into the Yi family sacrificial hall last night, but a whole day had passed and he so instead was still kicked out? It's all out of doors. And how does he take it so for granted? Gu Baishui raised her eyebrows and asked Lu Zio. Then why don't you go in? Lu Zio calmly returned. The time has not yet come. Time? At the stroke of midnight. This old mansion won't be open until after the arrival of the Midwinter Festival. Gu Baishui asked again. How did you know? Lu Zio was quiet for a moment, vaguely remembering the maiden in hemp clothes that he had seen last night inside the old mansion. She was the one who drove herself out of the mansion and made herself wait outside the old mansion's gate for a whole day and night. Naturally, I was told that the entire city is under curfew tonight, and that neither the mortals of the city nor those old saints hiding in the shadows will go out and show their faces. Lu Zio said with a cold face. There will only be 2 kinds of people in front of the door of this mansion tonight. One is a living person who can walk into the courtyard, and the other is a dead person who has been admitted by the ghost gate. Which kind do you think you are? Gu Baishui didn't respond to his question, but instead frowned and looked Lu Zio up and down for a few moments before suddenly asking, You're from the Yinyang Holy Land? So what if it is? Lu Zio narrowed his eyes, then removed the black cloth from his own face, revealing a cold, self-respecting countenance. Lu Zio wasn't just a disciple of the Yinyang Holy Land. More accurately, he was one of the alternate holy sons of the Yinyang Holy Land. As a qualified traveler, Lu Zio had been blessed with good fortune and smooth sailing since he came to this world. First, he was promoted from an ordinary servant disciple to an inner disciple, and then he was valued by the sect leader of the Yinyang Holy Land and became the alternate of the Yinyang Sacred Son. Although he wasn't a true saint's son yet, it didn't make much difference to Lu Zio. As long as the previous saint's son stepped down, the position of Yinyang saint's son would naturally be his, and according to Lu Zio's plan, the old saint's son of the Yinyang sacred ground should die a violent death before he returned to the sacred ground. Everything went smoothly and nothing looked like it had much to do with you. This was a figured story development for him, with the old mansion containing the legacy of a great emperor from a traveler's predecessor. After this night, he was truly a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Only the green-clothed teenager in front of him who appeared out of nowhere was still a bit of an eyesore. A flash of ferocity and coldness flashed through the depths of Lu Zio's pupils. How about killing him right here? Chapter 33, The Old Beggar's Faithful Man. Can you beat Lu Zio yourself? This was a problem that caused Gu Baishui some headaches. On the surface, Gu Baishui and Lu Zio were both cultivators at the peak of the Xiantai realm. It was only that Gu Baishui couldn't find a single working magic weapon all over his body, except for the bronze mirror that was pretending to be dead in his chest. Lu Zio, on the other hand, was the alternate saint's son of the Yinyang Holy Land, a traveler who was blessed with a chance, and was hung with magic weapons from the inside out. Moreover, Gu Baishui only had about 10% of his spiritual energy left in his dantian at the moment, and his divine sense was also close to drying up, so the chance of winning if he made a move rashly was infinitely close to zero. It's a very frustrating thing to be sick and weak against an enemy. If it wasn't a frontal hard encounter, even if Gu Baishui didn't have any magic weapon in his hand, he was confident that he could use hundreds of different means to make that young conceited guy across the street suffer all the pain. But unfortunately, it looks like they'll have to do it the hard way in the current situation. Do we have to do it? The green-clothed young man's voice caused Lu Zio to freeze for a moment, and then gave a somewhat indifferent light laugh. What? Afraid? Not really. Gu Baishui shook his head. I'm just a little curious. Why do you think you must have gotten Li Shi's inheritance? Are you two related in any way? This is a very simple and rough test. The doorway of the old mansion was quiet for a moment. Lu Ziyu leisurely raised his eyes, expressionless, looking at the opposite youth in green. This has nothing to do with you. I only give you two choices. One is to turn around and leave. I can treat it as if nothing has happened. And the second is to die in my hands. A long sword surfaced in Lu Zio's hand. With a stern face and a stern aura, an undisguised ferocious aura came out, and Lu Zio looked like a ferocious beast that chose to devour others. His gaze fixed dead on himself across the room. Gu Baishui frowned and glanced at the closed door of the old mansion, and was just about to say something when he heard an old voice coming from behind himself. Why do young people always like to fight and kill? It's easy to hurt yourself when you're too angry. The wind stops and the rain falls silent. The two teenagers in the doorway turned in unison to look under a roof on the corner. Unnoticed in the shadows, a bowed old beggar straightened up tremblingly, a chipped porcelain bowl in his hand, and smiled wordlessly toward them. Didn't I tell you boys to stay out of town and run as far as you can? Gu Baishui froze for a moment and touched the rough bone in his sleeve, then asked in confusion, Elder, you followed me all the way? Not really. The old beggar scratched his head and laughed nervously. The two of us met outside the city, and I felt that you kid and I had a destiny before I sent you a piece of bone. Gu Baishui was a bit confused. Where is the fate? The old beggar was silent for a moment, then said with a serious face, You are poor, poorer than when I was young. What the hell? Gu Baishui was confused. Where did you see that I was poor? It's not seen. The old beggar shook his head. It's felt. At that time, I touched all the cultivators outside the city. Only your kid's pockets were cleaner than his face. When I was your age, I had a brick in my pocket, but you didn't even have a stick. I've never seen a poorer cultivator than you in my life. Gu Baishui's face was a bit unsettled, but he knew very well that the old beggar was telling the truth. On his own body, there was only a bronze mirror that he couldn't even figure out the grade of. Other than that there was nothing else. But the poor are destined to be with you. Elder? What kind of reasoning is that? No need to reason. The old beggar smacked his lips and smiled oddly. The gong method I practiced is relatively special, and I can see the beads on a person. You should understand what I mean. Gu Baishui fell silent at his words, and a silky coolness climbed up his spine and drilled into his mind. The old beggar's meaning was already clear. He saw the dazzling and radiant beads on Gu Baishui's body and wanted to try to touch the treasure from his own body when he was outside of Luoyang City. But he found nothing, so the old beggar decided that Gu Baishui had an extraordinary treasure on him, only it wasn't in his possession at that time. Gu Baishui also guessed what the old beggar valued. He only had a bronze mirror on himself, and in his eyes this bronze mirror was a heaven-defying artifact that was expected to prove the Tao. The old beggar wanted the very same bronze mirror, but for some reason didn't touch it, so he gave himself a bone and followed him all the way. I don't have what senior wants on me. Gu Baishui's face remained unchanged, not revealing the slightest crack. Surprisingly, the old beggar also nodded. I know you don't have anything on you, and I don't want anything on you, so what do you want? The old beggar was silent for a few moments, then pointed to the old mansion with closed portals. I want what's inside. The old beggar actually didn't lie. He was a strange old sage who wandered the continent. His kung fu was able to see through the bejeweled aura of a person's body, and not just in the present, but possibly in the future as well. The old beggar hadn't touched anything from Gu Baishui's body, so he felt it was very likely that Gu Baishui hadn't gotten that supreme treasure yet. And within the city of Luoyang, the greatest opportunity was Li Shi's great emperor inheritance. With this, the old beggar surmised that the person of destiny in the old mansion was this green-clothed young man who wanted to make a deal with Gu Baishui. You bring me the contents of the courtyard. I am a very trustworthy merchant and will pay you appropriately. The old beggar thought about it and sighed very somewhat helplessly. I don't like to cheat people, and I am already very old, and I don't have any disciples under my door. If the things in Luoyang City this time cannot help me to break the mirror and increase my life, I also need a little disciple to pass on the skills on this old man of mine. As the rain blew, Gu Baishui was silent for a long time, his gaze gradually becoming calmer. Elder, you wanna press the treasure on my body? The old beggar nodded. I'm a person who believes more in fate, but I believe in probability more. Gu Baishui thought about it and suddenly let out a laugh, then said with a sideways glance, Elder, there should only be 2 people who can enter the old mansion courtyard tonight? The old beggar glanced at the silent Lu Zio on the other side and nodded. The only ones that the old sage wouldn't dare to come are you 2 who aren't afraid of death, so you might have a 1 in 2 chance of betting right. That's also the reasoning. Well, why not increase the probability a bit? Gu Baishui and the old beggar coincidentally looked at Lu Zio, whose face instantly turned iron blue. His lips stiffened and trembled, but he didn't say anything. 1 person into the mansion. That's actually enough, isn't it? Chapter 34, 2 Saints outside the old mansion courtyard. I'll only give you 2 choices. One is to turn around and leave. I can pretend that nothing happened, or die at the hands of the old-timer. The situation shifted quickly, and Gu Baishui innocently shrugged, sending back the words that Lu Zio had threatened him as they were. The night rain was refreshingly cool, and Lu Zio's face was as ugly as a frosted eggplant. This Yin Yang Saint's son didn't expect that there would be such a sudden extra. Obviously Li Shi's mausoleum was close at hand. It was almost within reach for him. Mimi Degree had already dealt with that old redhead beside Li 11 in the depths of the old mansion, and if nothing else, he should soon be able to gain the approval of that old red-headed monster to carry on the mantle of the decaying great emperor here. But whoever thought an old beggar would come out halfway? Isn't tonight the Mid-Yuan festival? Isn't it a ghostly funeral day? Why would such a desperate old saint dare to come to the door of the old mansion at this hour? This old beggar is really not afraid of being contaminated with death gas and suffering bad luck when crossing the saint's calamity? Just when Lu Zio was in a dilemma and hesitating, that scruffy old beggar silently shook his head again. Your kid's words don't make much sense. The world's greatest treasure is for those who have the destiny to get it. How can you threaten others in such an unreasonable manner? Lu Ziyu froze for a moment. The bottom of her eyes brightened, and she looked slightly expectantly at the old beggar. The old beggar raised his eyes and smiled kindly at the naive teenager with a face full of kindness. We 2 are destined for each other, and he is a shameless man who intervenes. So why should he be given the first choice? Wouldn't it be cleaner for the 2 of us to just do away with him with no consequences? The old beggar's voice was flat, and Gu Baishui raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips in some surprise. I am instructed, Elder. Only the blood color on Lu Zio's face receded all of a sudden. Frozen on his face with a somewhat comical expression, he unconsciously took half a step backward, only to freeze his body in the next moment. The old beggar knocked the porcelain bowl in his hand, and the overwhelmingly terrifying sage pressure swept in, like a mountain and star, enveloping Lu Zio in place, with no way to resist in the slightest. The old sage wasn't joking, he really wanted to kill Lu Zio. The rain grew louder, and the knot in Lu Zio's throat quirked, and he could no longer tell if it was rain running down his face or his own cold sweat. The threat of death crept closer, like an invisible knife against one's vulnerable throat. But it wasn't the sound of a ruptured neck, but the old beggar's saintly pressure suddenly dissipated and disappeared. Lu Zio's body was a bit weak, and she also heard the sound of light and slow footsteps coming from behind herself. Elder, you're really an unreasonable one. The noble middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out from the shadows, looked at the old beggar rather helplessly, and sighed softly. Why should seniors get involved in the fights between juniors? Isn't it good to let the youngsters settle things on their own? The old beggar and the middle-aged man glanced at each other, and narrowed their eyes in bland indifference. Gee, family master? I didn't expect it to be you tonight. Does that old thing shaking light not dare to come? Ji Chongqing shook his head. Second cousin uncle is too old and not quite suitable for tonight's situation. The old holy lord of the Shaking Light Holy Land was Ji Chongqing's second uncle. This was a little-known hidden secret on the continent, but the old beggar was not surprised. That old thing, your second uncle, is dying of old age just like me, and he's still so timid? The old beggar laughed slightly mockingly. When you get older you have to accept the fate that you will die. You don't dare to let go and let the juniors with bright prospects take the risk for him? But it's really unproductive. Old Shaking Light. Ji Chongsheng did not agree with the old beggar's statement, and very seriously defended his second uncle. It's just that the choices are different. Some people will cherish the little time they have left even more when they get older, and some will instead be as carefree and dashing as seniors. But those who are as sprightly as seniors are after all a very small minority, and there's nothing wrong with second uncle being more sparing of his life. The old beggar nodded silently. He was actually quite appreciative in his heart for Ji Changsheng, a relatively young junior. To be able to control the entire Ji family from the sideline with his own strength, and to run the Ji family in such a prosperous and flourishing manner in just 1,000 years. Ji Changsheng was indeed a good seedling that made people jealous of the Ji family. What about you? You kid is so young. Why can't you think of grabbing the chance with us scrappy old things? The old beggar looked at Ji Changsheng a few times with some strangeness. Didn't you only enter the sage realm not long ago? Isn't your lifespan enough too? That's not true. There's enough to go around. Ji Changsheng sighed helplessly. It's not that my second uncle's lifespan is about to end. I thought of bringing him out to try his luck, to see if he can break a realm and extend his lifespan or something. That's quite a heart, you kid. The old beggar was quiet for a moment before asking again, but just to renew the life of this old man for shaking light. Isn't your kid also too desperate? I had thought that I was the only one who dared to come to Old Ji Mansion tonight, but I didn't realize that all the old men in the city were shrinking in their shells like kingpins. And instead, it's you, a young junior, who dares to stand here and play with my life. Wasn't it you, senior, who broke the rules first? Ji Changsheng smiled. The midnight of the Mid-Yuan festival is the time when the one in Old Ye's mansion leaves. We outsiders shouldn't take offense nor dare to do so. I also can't figure out why you, senior, can't even wait for one night's time to have to enter the mansion first. If the one in the mansion gets angry, I don't think senpai would be able to carry their retaliation, right? The old beggar's eyelids moved, and after a long period of silence he spoke ruefully. I'm too old for this, so old that I don't have much time left to hook up with the old things in the city. This is my last chance to look to the emperor, and if it doesn't work out then I'll have to sit down and die. An old man with nothing to fall back on certainly has the qualifications to go crazy one last time. The old beggar said here paused for a moment, looked at the elegant and noble middle-aged man and said, on the contrary, it is you juniors. There is still a very long time and many possibilities. There is no need to accompany me, this old man who is about to die, to take risks. Ji Changsheng heard the exhortation in the old beggar's words, but he pondered slightly and still smiled speechlessly. Elder, you don't know me. I'm an adventurist and a madman. The old beggar narrowed his eyes, but Ji Changsheng thought for a moment and continued. In my humble opinion, we might as well do this. We saints will only die 9 deaths if we enter the mansion tonight. While these two little guys from the Xiantai realm may not be how the one in the mansion is. Senior, you and I can just wait at the entrance of Old Ye's mansion and see which of the two of them will have this heavenly chance. If your little friend wins, I can use the Ji family's 10,000-year-old family lineage as a guarantee and call on my second uncle to team up with you, senior, to deal with those red-eyed old saints in the city and escort you out of Luoyang. And after leaving the city this is a separation. The rivers and lakes are forgotten. Ji Changsheng smiled gently. If Lu Ziyou wins, then the latecomer has another unkind request. The old beggar frowned, wondering what calculations the young Ji family had. Tell me, senior, you should know that our Ji family has a dragon blood immortality pill that has been passed down from generation to generation, which can cleanse and cut down the marrow of the body, renewing the life and avoiding calamities. Ji Changsheng shrugged rather casually and cheerfully. This season has grown 2 dragon blood eldritch fruits. I want one to be used on my second uncle, and the other eldritch fruit can be gifted to seniors. Chapter 35, The Sheltering Place. Ox-headed horseface. The other one can be gifted to the senior. Ji Changsheng's voice was calm and bland, but the bravado and confidence in his words caused people to look sideways. The old beggar froze for a moment, and after a long period of silence, he sighed languidly. You brat, are planning to drag my old bones into your Ji family. Ji Changsheng smiled gently. It's just a good karma. Using an everlasting immortality fruit to make good karma. I've never really seen a family head with a bigger hand than yours. It doesn't seem unreasonable for the Ji family to prosper and thrive in your hands. Although the Ji clan isn't a remarkable place, I don't think it's a problem to provide for seniors for a few thousand years. Ji Changsheng asked with a sideways glance. What does senior think? The old beggar nodded in silence, accepting Ji Changsheng's suggestion. It looks like you're very confident in the boy you've chosen. Yes, there are some. Ziyu is the holy son that my oldest master personally chose from the Yinyan Holy Land, and he is very knowledgeable about tombs and tombs. And? The old beggar asked again. Ji Changsheng raised his eyes. And? You know very well what the Old Ji Mansion is. The only emperor's tomb lost outside the great emperor's forbidden zone. And you would be so confident in a young scion? It's not to make fun of this old piece of bone of mine, is it? Ji Changsheng was quiet for a moment, then nodded unabashedly. Ziyue, it's a lot like that one. That guy? Li 11. Ji Changsheng said. My oldest master said that among the younger generation, Yu is the one who resembles the Li 11 he remembers the most. If Ziyu doesn't have the means to gain the approval of the one in the mansion, then there shouldn't be anyone else who is qualified to open Li Shi's emperor's tomb either. The old beggar was silent for a moment at his words, and then looked towards that Gu Baishui who had been silent. What do you say? Gu Baishui didn't have much of a reaction, just looked at the closed door of the old mansion behind him and said, I want to go in and take a look. Then go in and take a look. I actually have quite a bit of faith in you, kid. The old beggar waved his hand and stood with Ji Changxing in a delicate position outside the old mansion courtyard. The night is raining, and the hour of midnight has come. The dusty old Ji mansion door silently cracked open a slit. The two teenagers standing in the doorway in the pouring rain looked at each other, then quietly and silently laughed softly. They remembered each other's appearance and saw the undisguised hostility and indifference in each other's eyes. The seniors are their business. Lu Zio narrowed his eyes expressionlessly, his gaze grim as he looked at the green-clothed teenager. In fact, I've previously gone inside the old mansion, and there are a few good places inside that are suitable for burying you here. Gu Baishui didn't pay any attention to him, and just replied with a strange-sounding sentence after being quiet for a while. I know you've been here, and I know you've been evicted, and I know more than anything else that there's an old man and a young woman in this old mansion with two creepy red-haired monsters. I know better. You're actually a traveler. The cold wind and rain blew into the quiet and dead old mansion. The two teenagers pushed open the gate of the Yi mansion, and then went deep into this old, silent and uninhabited Yi mansion. Crunch! The heavy vermilion door slowly closed, blocking those two relatively speechless saints from the door, and also isolating the shadows that drifted outside the mansion, those old saints who were secretly probing in the night sky. In Luoyang City, the two teenagers stood at the entrance of the old mansion, feeling the same irresistible cold aura seeping into their bodies, eating away all the spiritual energy in their dantian before collapsing away. The sea of consciousness was silent, and all the divine senses were sealed in the sea of consciousness by this old mansion at the same time. Within a few breaths of Gu Baishui and Lu Zio just stepping into the old mansion, they had fallen from cultivators at the peak of the Xiantai realm to unarmed mortals. The hour had passed, the ghostly aura filled the air, and Lu Zio's face was gloomy and uncertain as he looked towards the courtyard inside the door. In front of the two men were 5 or 6 flights of steps downward that led to the courtyard. There were 2 more curving stone paths in the courtyard that led from the doorway to the lobby across the street. A stone path covered with black stone tiles, inwardly dark. The other stone path was covered with white stone tiles and was immaculately clean. Obviously, these were 2 roads that went to the same place. One road was for Gu Baishui, and the other road was for Lu Zio, but neither of them knew what awaited them at the end of the 2 roads, and there was an equal hesitant silence. Almost at the same time, a strange sound of gada gada came from the lobby at the end of the path. Gu Baishui and Lu Zio both involuntarily froze for a moment, and both vaguely felt a bit familiar. How does this sound? Like the sound of cow and horse hooves on the floor? Put. Odd noises rang out from the lobby, and on either side of the shadows behind the lobby screen, 2 burly, hulking figures burrowed out. The hulking figure to his left staggered, his thick nostrils wheezing fiery, cloudy breath. The burly figure on the right was heavy-footed, his wide lips turned up outward and chewing on white foam. Both figures were almost as tall as 2 men, and a little straightening might have topped the beams overhead. So these 2 dangling figures bowed inside the lobby and held their walk. It wasn't until they walked out into the courtyard that they bothered to straighten up, grinning widely and gasping for breath. It's so damn frustrating. This old yard used to be this small too? Why do I remember like it wasn't like this before? The one on the right complained a few times. The one on the left squinted at it, then mockingly rolled his lips. You used to look like this? Can't you use your brain? Move your brain? How? The one on the right scratched his head, a bit foolish and annoyed. This roof is so low. What if I use my brain and break the roof? I'll be the one who gets scolded by the lady. The one on the left was speechless and could only shout towards the 2 dumbfounded teenagers at the gate. What are you 2 douchebags still waiting for? Hurry up and pick a path over. Master Ma, I still have a bunch of things waiting to be dealt with. Gu Baishui was slightly silent, and Lu Zio's face was a bit complicated, for the 2 that emerged from the lobby were familiar to him, a bull's head and a horse's face. The one on the left, who spoke with a sharp tongue, had a long horse's face, and the one on the right, who was simple and slow, had a 4-square cow's head. These 2 hellish messengers recorded in the ancient books just appeared alive in the first courtyard of the old Yi house. The 2 teenagers at the door remained motionless, and the 2 messengers, Oxhead and Horseface, were a bit impatient and stepped over. The huge bull's head shielded his head from the rain, And Horseface impatiently prodded. One person at a time. Go to the hall and answer the questionnaire. Answer sheet? Gu Baishui thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked the somewhat appalling-looking Horseface beside himself, is the answer sheet the same for both paths? No. Horseface didn't answer, but Bullhead shook his head honestly and gave an unsuspecting account. At the end of the white stone road on the left is the window of the test. For the cultured. Lu Zio's eyes flashed with a strange color when he heard this, and he asked tentatively, then the answer sheet on the right. The test is about martial arts? The huge bull's head paused for a moment, then glanced at Lu Zio with a rather disgusted look, his eyes as if he had seen some uneducated fool. On the left is Bundo. On the right. Of course it's science. You've never even read a book? Chapter 36, Wu is a science student. You've never even read a book? With these words, Oxhead choked Lu Zio to the point where his face turned a shade of green and white. It would have been fine if it was someone else, but the bullhead in front of him was full of clear stupidity, with white foam hanging from the corners of his mouth, and he was also looking at Lu Zio with a look of disgust and pity. For a self-appointed Yin Yang Saint's son, the killing power of these words was still a little too great, but again, Lu Zio couldn't do a thing about it, because the bull just gasped for breath and spewed out blazing, dark red fire breath from its nostrils. What could he do with a bull's head that was at least in the realm of saints? Lu Zio could only stifle his voice and hold it in his stomach, and with an ironclad smelly face, he snatched a step ahead of the others and walked towards the black stone path. The reason he chose this path was also simple. Before crossing over in his last life, he was a science student. See, I was right. The bull's head grinned a big, rather smug, naive laugh, followed by a complimentary cut. It looks like he hasn't read much, or has he chosen a different path? No? Lu Zio's body stiffened, but he didn't dare to talk back, so he held his breath and walked up the black stone path. Don't just stand there. There are still provisions left. Go in and try. Under Ma Mian's urging, Gu Baishui nodded helplessly before walking down the white slate path toward the lobby. There are two small, low tables in the lobby of this courtyard, one white and one black. In front of each table was a futon of the corresponding color, and a side of dark yellow rice paper was laid flat on the tabletop. The two young men sat down on their futons in a disciplined manner like candidates waiting to be tested. There was a lazy Horseface sitting next to Gu Baishui, and a naive and serious Oxhead squatting next to Lu Zio. The two men then, in disbelief, turned over the papers in front of them. The top of Gu Baishui's test paper was printed with a square, and there was only one question on the paper. In the fall of 355 years of the Tang dynasty, Ah Su had already entered the Weiyang Palace to practice for more than 2 years. A letter from home was sent from Chang'an City, saying that Ah Su followed an old gentleman in the Weiyang Palace and left the Listening Wind Pavilion, ride a crane south to the water towns of Jiangnan for a banquet. Jiangnan has many prestigious families, and the cultural and moral qi has endured for a long time, and it is the most revered place for literati and ink writers in the Tang dynasty. This banquet gathered almost all of the distinguished sons of the world's families to exchange words and pen and ink. Simply put, this is a grand banquet for the disciples of those families who are hidden in Yunmengs to communicate and compete together. The old masters from the deeper parts of the family will also come out to judge, and work together to promote the prosperity of the literary way. The banquet also never rejected outsiders. As long as they were truly talented literary talents, all had the opportunity to become famous overnight at this feast. Only most of the time, the ones who end up winning at the banquet are those who are talented and proud from the world's families. And it can even be said that there are no exceptions. This time, a white girl came from the distant city of Chang'an and walked into the final temple test of the banquet. The teenagers of the world family were like enemies, gazing intently at the white-clothed girl who had won all 10 games of the chess path. Asuka was a bit uncomfortable with the stares, so she turned around and glared at them fiercely. Some of the worldly youngsters then froze, feeling that it was not very polite, and dryly turned their heads away. There were also some teenage boys who simply directly reddened their faces and lowered their heads, not daring to look at that young girl again. Ah Su Ah, really good looking. At the temple exam that day, the old showman came up with a very odd test question, beyond the stars and loneliness. The young men of the world's families were either thinking hard or silent, and at the end of the lamps and candles being burned out, these talented men still wrote many poems that could be described as subtle and brilliant. However, when those young people and old showmen saw the rice paper handed over by that white girl, they still froze for a long time. The name of that song? The Water Song. When is the bright moon? An old showman himself got up and finished extolling the words in front of the crowd. The great hall was silent. Some people had complex and frustrated faces, and some people sighed long and leisurely. More than that, It was still an unspeakable vibration and sigh of admiration in his heart. The young men of the world watched that young girl ascend to the heights, the wind blowing through her hair, her white skirt gently lifting, as cool and clean as the autumn wind. This sight is deeply engraved in the hearts of many people. The lyrics written by Asu were tied up in a high pavilion by the world's old talents, and were seldom taken out for the admiration of outsiders. Although there are many copies in circulation, there are still many people who are as curious as I am about the real handwriting that was left behind in that day's temple examination. I wrote to Chang'an City and asked Asuka, who said it was actually her request for two main reasons. For one thing, she didn't write the lyrics in the first place. They were written by a gentleman named Su Shi, and she merely copied them down. She made it very clear to those old showmen on the day of the temple examination. Only none of them believed her. I asked her if she would still write poetry in the future, and Su returned to me with the certainty that she wouldn't and couldn't write anymore. I didn't understand, so I asked why again. Asuka said first of all it wouldn't have been good to use the sage's brushstrokes to deceive the world, and that's the only one she could memorize. She says she's a science student? Oh yeah. Su also told me the second reason why she doesn't want others to see the real handwriting of the temple examination. It's very plain and justified. The white girl whose name is all over Kyoto and who has only pressed Jiangnan, her brush writing, is quite ugly. Gu Baishui finished reading the test paper in his hand, and his eyes rested on the last page. It was a sentence that was only half written. People have their sorrows and joys. The moon has its ups and downs. This is the examination question that the examination paper left for Gu Baishui to fill in the last sentence. Also at almost the same moment, an irritated and also cranky voice came from the black table next door. What do you mean it's a ING science test? Higher order linear differential equations? Solving infinite series? I'm all ING crossed over and I still have to do this right. Ha! There's a pretentious young man in an old mansion who breaks his defenses so thoroughly that you could say he's hysterical. The burly bullhead next to him looked a little overjoyed and silently pressed back the young man who wanted to lift the table. The lady said no one will be allowed to leave until the questions are answered. Horseface's face was drawn, his eyes wandering to the candidate beside himself, unsure of what he was thinking. And after Gu Baishui was silent for a long time, he poked out his right hand and gently held the end of the pen. On neat rice paper, the last line of the lyric was added. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. But I wish for a long time and 1,000 miles. When the pen and ink were finished, Ma Mian narrowed his eyes and looked at the green-clothed boy. You've heard of this lyric? Yes. Gu Baishui smiled indifferently. I'm a poet. Chapter 37, White Impermanence. Second question. This lyric is called Song of Water, written by the northern song poet Su Shi, and is one of my favorite poets. Elder brother. Oh, elder brother. You may not be aware that in my last life, elder brother, I was a great writer, and I have also published books and collections of poems, and I am quite accomplished in the study of poetry. Aha! If you are interested, senior brother, I can send you a few poems that can be immortalized for generations to come. It's good to go out down the mountain and pretend to be a bully. Well, there's only one condition. Tell me straight, elder brother. Junior sister just returned to the mountain from G family. There is a good 1,000-year-old jade dragon snow Ganoderma in her hand. You will help your senior brother to cheat over in a while. What do we say about 37%? Second senior brother. You're late. What do you mean? That 1,000-year jade dragon snow Ganoderma has already been claimed by eldest senior brother. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Eldest brother even promised to split it with me 40/60ths. And when I didn't agree, he beat me up. Little senior brother, you are quite miserable. You don't have to comfort me. Second senior brother, that snow Ganoderma is actually what master wanted to use to make wine. I went to the back of the mountain and complained about it, and now eldest senior brother should be taking a beating from master. Senior brother, you're being a bit shady, learning from two elder brothers. Senior brother, when senior brother just went up the mountain, it seems that he saw the eldest senior brother looking for someone all over the mountain. Do you think he would want to beat you up again? Elder brother, when you say that, I'm starting to hurt now. There was a debauched second senior brother in the great emperor's forbidden zone, and Gu Baishui had memorized a lot of strange words and phrases by ear over the years. One of the things he was most impressed with was this Song of Water. However, Gu Baishui's favorite part of the song was not the phrase wish for a long time, 1,000 miles together. Rather, it is the previous sentence. People have sorrows and joys. The moon has shade and roundness, and this matter is difficult to complete in the ancient times. A gust of cloudy wind blew through the courtyard. and Gu Baishui calmly handed in his test paper. At the other table, some ambitious teenager had gripped off another chunk of hair, but still hadn't worked out the science questions on the paper. The old bullhead chewed his tongue with some impatience, rolling his eyes again and again. At this time, the horse face on the other side of the room shook the test paper in his hand, then raised his eyebrows. You answered correctly. Follow me to the next courtyard. The courtyard was strangely quiet for a moment, and Lu Zio's body stiffened slightly as he jerked his head up, his gaze frozen in death on the green-clothed teenager who had gotten up. A horrible and appalling thought gradually grew out of his heart. Whether it's arts or science, the questions on this paper are from another world and shouldn't be answered by anyone other than a traveler. But Gu Baishui answered. Does this mean that he is also a traveler who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers? A flash of icy cold and gloominess flashed across Lu Zio's pupils, his gaze firmly glued to Gu Baishui's body. But in the next moment, he was unceremoniously pressed back down by a bull's hoof. What are you looking at? People have finished answering the questions, and you still want to cheat? The bull's head angrily slapped the right side of Lu Zio's face. You have to be ambitious even if you're uneducated, and you're pointing at others to give you answers? Don't even want your face. Hearing the voice of the bull's head exhortation, Gu Baishui, who had already walked to the entrance of the lobby, couldn't help but freeze for a moment, turning around and calmly shrugging his shoulders. Why don't I wait for you in the back? Lu Zio's face flushed red, but after a moment of silence he forced himself to calm down. He exhaled a few deep breaths and focused on his paper, not paying attention to outside distractions. The heavy rain in the courtyard was still spilling over, and Gu Baishui walked under the eaves of the long corridor, following Ma Mian through an archway to another courtyard. Go in by yourself. Old White is waiting for you inside. Horseface stopped at the archway and raised his long chin at Gu Baishui. Gu Baishui nodded silently, having some conjectures and expectations about the old white in Ma Mian's mouth. As expected, when he stepped into the courtyard a few steps later, he saw an elongated figure at the door of the house. He was dressed in white official clothes, with a tall hat on his head and a morose white whaling stick in his right hand. When Gu Baishui looked at him, he turned around as well, revealing a flat, cold white face. A bright red tongue licked the corner of his mouth, and the tall, thin, white-faced man pointed inside the house, his words succinct and clear. Get in. White Impermanence didn't seem to have any emotions towards Gu Baishui, so he just brought him into this room before closing the door from the outside. In the same room, only one side of the wooden table and one side of rice paper were waiting for Gu Baishui. The pages flicked over and the showy, clean handwriting jumped off the page. This was the second problem Gu Baishui encountered. I met Li 11 first, and then I met Asu later. At the end of spring and the summer solstice, I followed Li 11 for the first time and went to his family's lake pavilion to escape the summer heat. On that day, the spring breeze was warm, and the willow flakes flew up in the sky, rising and falling on the emerald green lake like a white bird of prey. There is only a gazebo in the center of the lake, and in it there is also only a young girl dressed in white, reading an ancient book in silence. Li 11 said that the girl in the pavilion is his sister, a little mute who doesn't talk much in front of outsiders, but in front of him is always chattering non-stop, as if pouring out all the words he holds back to outsiders on himself. He was also a bit annoyed recently, so he called me to the back of the mountain. Wanting to give Asu's mouth a break also let him clear his head for a while. Li 11 was right. Asua didn't say a word on her first day with me. She just muffled and gnawed on her book. And no matter how much Li 11 teased her, she didn't want to speak. Feeling a bit bored, Li 11 turned around and went to pluck the old man's radish in his own vegetable field. But what he didn't know was that not long before he left, Su said the first thing to me, "Isn't my brother kind of stupid?" I hesitated for a moment, looked into the bright eyes of the young girl across from me, and for the first time against my will, I nodded, and then we became friends. And Su says I'm the only friend she has, and it's always been that way since I was a kid. After Asuka and I became friends, Li 11 did clear up quite a bit. Asuka had a new playmate who was willing to listen to her stories, so she planned to tell me all the stories she had told to Li 11, speaking from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Occasionally Li 11 would idly get involved. He just sat under the willow tree with a bowl of melon seeds, sometimes a lazy listener. The interest will also take the initiative to squeeze away from the Asu, their own addiction to a storyteller. When Li 11 told stories, he always danced with his hands and raised his eyebrows, and that girl, Asu, always cooperated with him by holding her small face, which was full of seriousness and good behavior. I got a little curious because all these stories were told to Li 11 by Asu, so why was she listening to them with more seriousness and devotion than I was? Asuka tilted her head, bent her eyes, and laughed a few times in an exceptionally sly manner. It's really quite fun to see my brother blabbering nonsense. But one day, Sue suddenly didn't want to tell stories anymore, drooping her little face with a sad frown. She wrapped both hands around her knees and fumed under the willow tree for a long time before she asked me a very strange question. What if a person just sleeps, and wakes up as a different person? Chapter 38, and to regard the suspicious eyes of others as a ghostly flame. How can a person just sleep and wake up a different person? I wasn't thinking straight. I've heard Grandma say that some advanced practitioners can take over others when they are near death and occupy a new body as a way to avoid calamities and enemies. When a cultivator performs a seizing, he will use his powerful divine sense to wear out the soul of the seized person, turning him into a clean shell that inherits everything that didn't belong to him in the first place. Family, friends, even lovers. I have not been a practitioner since I was young, so I don't really understand what goes on between practitioners. But I still think it is indeed cruel and powerless for defenseless innocents to have their hard-earned lifetime karma taken over by a strange soul. Granny said that in the eyes of some monks, there was really no difference between mortals and pigs and animals. Mortals raising pigs and birds for blood and meat, and cultivators raising mortals to destroy their souls and take over their bodies. In essence, there is actually not much difference. At that time I had a very strange thought. Could there be such a thing that they look at monks in the same way that monks look at mortals and mortals look at pigs and birds? Condescending, cold and cruel. A white wisp of willow fluttered over under the willow tree, and I looked back at the white girl in the shade. Asuka frowned prettily, her mouth still crumbling with rarities. She asked me, "Isn't that a very unfair thing to do to an innocent person whose body has been taken over?" Asuka looked at me with burning eyes, but I turned my neck unnaturally and didn't answer her question. For on that warm summer afternoon, beside the shimmering shores of a small lake, I somehow, somewhere in the back of my mind, popped a suspicion that has caused me the most fear and trembling in this life. That conjecture even showed only the slightest outline before it was crushed to death in the depths of my soul. But then that conjecture became reality, and the end was more horrible, more appalling, and more powerless from the depths of my soul than I had ever thought possible. I guess, it's a different situation to consider. Half a month after Sue asked me that question, I found an explanation that seemed quite reasonable. Asuka was munching on a book at the time and froze at the sound of my voice and looked up. Different circumstances? Well, in fact, everyone is just a chaotic baby when they are first born, and a clean and pure soul attaches itself to the baby's body to form a brand new life. I explained it carefully and as if I were trying to convince myself. If the baby itself has no emotions or consciousness yet, and a mature soul takes up residence, it's not a turtle dove. It's just forgetting to drink the Mona soup. Asuka's already clean and clear eyes brightened up at once, pursing her lips and seriously pursuing the question. Then what if you also don't know whether there is a young soul in the baby's body or not? I was silent for a long time, but finally shook my head. I don't know. Sue's mood was a bit down. Her head lowered and she opened her mouth softly. Yeah, who would know about something like that? I was silent for a long time, and told another far-fetched truth to Sue. Ashu, do you think it could be the case that there is actually no alien soul at all? But rather, the baby had a long dream before it was born. She's lived her whole life in the world of dreams, and when she wakes up, her life is really only just beginning. She, is unnecessarily guilty. The white girl under the willow tree froze for a moment and raised her head in bewilderment and ignorance. The orange sunlight passed through the gaps between the leaves, and the dappled light sprinkled on the young girl's clean cheeks, looking as good as a painting. Ryoga tilted his head back and grinned stupidly, hee for a long time, but much later I realized that I wasn't actually the first to know this. One fine night, a father and son sat on the roof of the Lee family residence, and they had actually talked about it for a long time. Son, in fact, this continent is much bigger and more complicated than you think. Your grandfather, also known as my old man, discovered some strange people in the history of the continent a long time ago, and he wanted to go beyond the stars to have a look. And also asked me if I wanted to accompany him. And what did you answer? Dad, I said I had a wife. Only one wife. Your grandfather beat me up and told me I'd married a wife and forgotten about him, but he hasn't asked me about it since. Oh, last time I was in the capital, your grandfather asked me to bring another message, but it has nothing to do with me. It's for you. Me? Well, he said it's too lonely to travel far alone, and asked if you boys want to go out for a walk in the future, so the two of you can be companions together. Sitting on the eaves tiles, Lee 11 was silent for a long time, and as the night breeze blew by, the teenager raised his head to look at the bright moon and smiled heatedly. I've got a father and mother to take care of, too, and I'm going to take care of you in the city when you're old." The old farmer grinned, but couldn't help but ask a very obscure question. "Father and mother will always leave, and then you won't have so much to worry about in Luoyang City." The teenager on the roof shrugged and laughed louder than any of the stars twinkling and dancing in the night. "I have a younger sister, Flossie, and I'll always celebrate that girl's birthday when the willows are in full bloom every year. TSK, quite a hassle. It's going to be many years of birthdays from now on, isn't it? Be healthy and live a long life. Oh, our wushu." That night, after frowning and pondering for a long time by the lakeshore, Sue finally wrote down a line of not-so-nice phrases with a trembling quill pen. That passage was the only one she showed only to me, and I've always remembered it. "And regard the suspicious eyes of others as a ghostly flame, and go boldly on your nightly way." The green-clothed boy in the room held a pen to fill in the blanks on the rice paper, and his mouth moved quietly, as if saying something wordlessly. Outside the courtyard the night reigned, and after a moment of silence a tall, thin, white figure walked to the eaves of the house and pushed open the wooden door of the house. Squeak! White impermanence blew in with a cool night breeze, and Gu Baishui yawned, handing over the rice paper in his hand. The white impermanence lowered his head, his eyes moving slightly in scrutiny for a few moments, then wordlessly put away the rice paper. "Follow me." Gu Baishui got up and followed white impermanence, following the familiar long corridors towards the third courtyard that came next. White impermanence still had no intention of striking up a conversation with Gu Baishui, but after Gu Baishui frowned and pondered for a moment, he suddenly spoke out and asked this. "Have we met there before?" White impermanence's body lurched, but still didn't react much. "I'm a man with a pretty good memory, and there were 6 bodies lying in the woodshed of the broken temple that night. One was you, wasn't it?" Chapter 39, Are You a Traveler? The corpse catcher Dahan had driven 6 corpses that night, one of which was a terrifying old corpse of a quasi-imperialist, which had almost scared Gu Baishui out of his soul. Of the remaining 5 corpses, Gu Baishui hadn't actually seen what they really looked like. The curtain of rain obscured the view, but as the corpse-catching Hulk moved the corpse to the woodshed, Gu Baishui vaguely saw the only white shadow. 5 black or dark red corpses. The one white one just looked out of place. "And it's long." White impermanence turned his body expressionlessly, calmly and coldly glancing at Gu Baishui. "It's me, and the 2 big brothers outside the courtyard, Bullhead and Horseface." "2? Well, 2 bodies." Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched, and she instantly thought back to that rainy night in the broken temple. A corpse-driving Hulk of unknown origin was driving 6 silent corpses in his hands, and the 6 corpses that were driven away were the errand boy's Oxhead, Horseface and Black-White Infernal in Hell? Isn't this joke a little too big? In the stories of myths and chiaroscuro, it was always Oxhead, Horseface and Black and White Irregulars who stood tall and cold and mercilessly drove away the severe ghosts and unjust souls. When would they be reduced to the bottom of the pile to be driven away by people? And the other 2 corpses? One was an old corpse of a quasi-emperor. And what was the origin of the other? Gu Baishui's eyes twitched as she looked at the tall, thin, white shadow leading the way in front of her, vaguely having a little guess and inkling. This old G mansion, which keeps Oxhead, Horseface and Black and White Irregulars, is completely a Yang Dynasty's netherworld. In addition to these 4 of the most famous, the only ones who have not yet shown up in the hell are the judge and Yan Wang. Which rank is the quasi-emperor's old corpse? Judge? Or Hades? Gu Baishui touched the tip of his nose and exhaled a deep breath of cool air. If we go by the most reasonable guess, this Olji mansion is the tomb of the great emperor after the death of Li XI. Then the position of the only Hades would have to be that of this corrupt emperor. The old corpse of a paramount emperor is a judge? Then whose corpse is left? Fine rain covered the entire gloomy mansion. White impermanence drifted ahead without haste, and Gu Baishui followed behind him in silence. Following the long corridor through several corners, White impermanence led Gu Baishui to the depths of the mansion, eventually stopping in front of a brightly lit room. Bang bang! Surprisingly, the white erratic knocked on the door of the house calmly, though not out of politeness nor with much respect, but more like a routine process. Which one? A calm, clear voice came from inside the room, and White impermanence raised his eyes with an unchanged expression. Me, White, the man in the room asked, seeming a bit surprised. Doing what? Bring someone. White impermanence is as good as gold. Seems to think that a question and answer is a bit tedious and troublesome. So he added, the person that Miss wants to see, answered 2 questions correctly. There was a brief moment of silence in the room, and then came an emotionless, let him in. Squeak. The wooden door was pulled open from the outside, and a green-clad boy poked his head in before stepping into the house. The night wind blew into the house with a light rain, and a volume of pages lifted up, but was soon pressed down again by a large, broad hand. 3 wooden tables, 1 large and 2 small. The red table was the largest, occupying the main seat in the room, while the other 2 black and white tables were divided below, each with a futon placed near it. Gu Baishui had already familiarized herself with the layout of the place, and if nothing unexpected happened, that white table should be her place. But what he didn't expect was that there was also a middle-aged man in a red robe sitting behind the red main table, with the judge's hat on his head. He held a pen in one hand and a book in the other, writing and drawing with a calm face. As expected, it was not much different from what Gu Baishui had guessed, and after walking past Oxhead, Horseface and Black White, he arrived at the judge's table. The judge didn't care about the teenager standing under the stage, and ticked off a few strokes in his own book before putting down the judge's book and revealing his face. Gu Baishui raised his head with it and locked eyes with that judge lord, then froze in place all of a sudden. Silence, looking at each other without words. Gu Baishui opened his mouth in frustration, but that red-robed judge behind the wooden table still had no expression. Sir, I thought you were really just a raconteur. Gu Baishui was silent for a long time and let out a long sigh. Then we actually met outside Luoyang City, right? Aha. The storyteller, who was supposed to be in the tavern locking the door, nodded slowly as he put down his own judge's pen and raised his eyes. You promised me you wouldn't go out tonight. Gu Baishui pursed her lips, then suddenly laughed silently. I promised my master and senior brothers a lot of things, but they all know very well that I'm not some kind of trustworthy person. Only the youngest sister in the mountain is a little bit stupid and a little bit argumentative. And after being lied to once and for all, there's always the next time. Mr. Storyteller, that is. The Lord Judge in Oljia's mansion shook his head somewhat helplessly, but there was also a bit of very distant despondency and strangeness in the depths of his eyes. This teenager's shameless appearance was really a bit like the one in the depths of the young lady's memory. It was no wonder that the young lady had finally decided to pair up with him in that broken temple and walk that path that had meant so much to the young lady once more. I remember there were 6 of them that night. Gu Baishui hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say the word 6 corpses. Counting the judge in front of him and the ox-headed horseface black-white impermanence in the courtyard, there were a total of 5 corpses, and there was only the identity of the last old corpse in the quasi-emperor realm left to be revealed. Yes, ox-head, horseface, black-white, and the irregulars plus me make a total of 5. The red-robed judge brushed his sleeve and continued. The one who got up at night to go to the toilet was the master of several of us, and now he should still be outside the city, waiting a little longer to enter the city. Gu Baishui asked again. Then these exam questions are? The lady prepared it for you. What's the point? What do you think? The red-robed judge said expressionlessly. It's so obvious you shouldn't be able to guess it. Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, then nodded with a complicated face. You are looking for real travelers. Ah. An imperceptible shimmering light flashed underneath the red-robed judge's eyes, and he slowly opened his mouth to say, of course, we're looking for the real traveler, and have been looking for many years. So, are you a traveler? The red-robed judge was calm as he said these words, though his eyes had actually been resting on Gu Baishui's body, waiting for the teenager's final answer. The lady said he wasn't, but whether he was or not actually mattered to their group, just as it did to 11 Li back then. They asked the man the same question before Li 11 died. Chapter 40, The Landlord's Fights. I don't think I am. I'm sure I'm not. Gu Baishui sat down on the futon and flicked his sleeves in a regular manner. I've been asked this question about you many times by my second brother, almost once every 2 or 3 months when I was a kid. He would make strange code words with me, and he would also make some inexplicable things to scowl at me, but every time he gets the same answer. I have absolutely no idea what he's talking to me about. The candle flame shook, and Gu Baishui shrugged. I don't know why you guys think I'm a traveler, but I'm really not. Just an ordinary person who grew up in the mountains. Just a little bit more handsome, a little bit more temperamental, a little bit more talented. That's all. The red-robed judge raised his eyes and pondered silently for a moment before nodding. I believe you. I'll go talk to your second senior brother when I have the chance in the future. Gu Baishui hesitated for a moment, as if there was something he didn't know whether to say or not. The red-robed judge saw the teenager's hesitation and said with a calm face, Are you worried that we will do something to your second senior brother? That's not true. Gu Baishui dryly shook his head. My second senior brother is not a good person. He also said that people in the jungle always have a death. Dead Taoist friends do not die poor. If you have a grudge, go to him, just don't involve me. The corner of the red-robed judge's mouth twitched, Then he gave Gu Baishui a deep look. "Will do." Gu Baishui and the red-robed judge waited in the room for a while, and almost half an hour later, the side door was quietly pushed open a crack. A dark shadow flickered outside the door, its tall official hat blending into the blackness and disappearing. The black impermanence at Old Ye's mansion did not show up, but Lu Zio stumbled through that one so-called science question. It wasn't because he was smart enough, but he realized that regardless of a very strange thing about himself seemed to care little whether he could answer the questions or not, or even whether his answers were correct or not. Those bull-headed, horse-faced, black and white vagabonds seemed to know nothing at all about their topic, and Lu Ziyu just had to fill in something randomly, and then the test papers would be collected and led to the next place. He went around in circles like this for half a dozen places, answering papers on various subjects such as math, chemistry, and physics. Li 11 was a science student in his last life? Or the kind that learns well? Lu Zio was a little confused. How could a character who had become a great emperor remember so clearly the things that made one's head go bald in his last life? But along the way he also realized exactly what this old leaf mansion was doing. These papers, it seems, are looking out for a traveler. Li 11 is a former traveler, and Lu Zio is also a traveler. He felt it was a legacy. Those who planted trees in the past will enjoy the coolness of those who come after them. This is the blessing that great emperor's predecessor left for himself. With this thought in mind, Lu Ziyu made his way straight to this last room, but he did somehow not expect that eyesore was really waiting for him here. The two gathered and sat behind the black and white tables, waiting for the final round of the inheritance test to arrive. The red judge looked at the two men thoughtfully for a few moments. The black-clothed teenager who chose science he had no impression of, but he vaguely smelled a hint of the decaying flavor of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. It should be a certain Yin-Yang heavenly pride who was good at descending into tombs, and maybe a little something to do with the Ji family. And that green-clothed young man with a mouth full of running gibberish was the person that his own young lady had brought to the city of Luoyang. The lady might have thought that the teenager looked like Li 11, only he was not sure if it was the Li 11 in Luoyang City and the Broken Temple, or the later one. Fingers flipping up the Book of Life and Death, the red-robed judge calmly raised his eyes and said to the two teenagers below, "I know what you all want here, but as per normal, the Olji family residence is not for outsiders to enter. Whether it's you guys, or those two saints outside the door, it doesn't really make any difference to us. If you enter the house, you die." Gu Baishui didn't react much, and Lu Zio narrowed his eyes for the unnoticeable. Not to mention that tonight is a very special night for all of us in the house, and a few of us are not really in the best of moods or tempers. The red-robed judge interlocked his fingers with both hands and said expressionlessly, "If it wasn't for Miss wanting to leave in peace, I wouldn't want to let any of those old guys in the city out. If you're all about to die, then why don't you die earlier? Living in this world is so obtrusive and disgusting. Burying holy bones in the city of Luoyang actually sounds like a very interesting thing to do." Lu Zio's pupils involuntarily contracted into a point, and even his body trembled slightly. The red-robed judge's tone was simply unimaginably large, and he meant that he wanted to wipe out dozens of old human saints and hold them down to death in this Luoyang city. If this kind of thing really happened, then the entire human race would experience unimaginable tremors. Moreover, if one wanted to do this, it would also mean that at least two terrifying existences of the quasi-emperor realm would be needed to make a move. There are two quasi-emperors hiding in this small Yi mansion? Lu Zio's nostrils unconsciously became a little thicker, and he also felt that only this kind of grand gesture could really match the tomb of the decaying great emperor. But the lady doesn't like this sort of thing. She never liked killing or fighting, and would like us to send her off in peace. The red-robed judge laughed silently, and there was a smile and sadness in his eyes that outsiders couldn't understand. Miss said that when she dies, maybe she has to go to hell to walk across the Neho Bridge and finish drinking manhwa soup. But it's her first time to die and she doesn't have much experience, so she wants us to pretend to be ox head, horseface, black-white invincible or whatever, to go through the process beforehand. That way, maybe she'll be less nervous. The red-robed judge paused when he said this, raised his eyes to the two teenage boys who were sitting upright, and said, "I thought it would be lonely for the lady to be alone, so I wanted to send one of you two down together." Lu Zio's face went white for a moment as he understood what this red-robed judge meant. There would only be two ways for the two of them to end up tonight, one alive, the other in ashes. Of course, it's also possible that both end up in the dust. Matters concerning life and death are also important to you, so I will ask you some questions. The two teenagers raised their heads, their faces varied as they watched the red-robed judge flip the life and death book he was holding. Cultivators in the Xiantai realm have a lifespan of over 3,000 years. I will record your lifespan in the life and death book. and that's what you two will bet on. Let's have a very fair game. Have you two ever played Landlord? Chapter 41 Lifespan Bureau. Fight the Landlord? Lu Zio's face was a bit odd. Gu Baishui froze even more, then shook his head. Never heard of it. The red-robed judge sitting behind the table suddenly rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a handful of white-faced cards with a black background from his own coat pocket. The rules are actually very simple. It's just a card game. Each game is divided into two peasants and a landlord. The peasants, as long as there is a win-win situation. The landlord can only win by himself to be able to eat through. But the three of us play a little differently. The bet is life expectancy. You two, a person 3,000 years used up and gone. Lu Zio frowned and asked, what about you? I'm naturally the same. So as long as you win away all my lifespan, you'll be considered to have one. And what if our lifespan runs out? The red-robed judge gave Lu Zio an expressionless look. When one's lifespan is depleted, one naturally deserves to die. Outside the window the night rain fluttered. Inside the room two teenagers and a red-robed judge gathered at a table. The red-robed judge interlocked his hands to cut the cards, and in the process gave Gu Baishui a brief explanation of the rules of the landlord. The moment the thunder outside the window broke through the night, the first game of the landlord officially began. Call the landlord and bet 300 years. The red-robed judge calmly stated his wager, and Lu Zio and Gu Baishui could also grab the landlord, but they themselves had placed more bets than the judge. Gu Baishui glanced at her cards and pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I'm not robbing. Lu Zio looked at the cards in his hand and hesitated a bit, but he also still didn't grab them with the red-robed judge. The red judge sighed unabashedly, seemingly a little disappointed, as he turned over the bottom card in his hand and hung it out to dry on the table. Lu Zio didn't move and looked at the cards for a few moments. 2 queens and 1 king, a bit big, not good news. But what made him even more speechless and uncomfortable was that his peasant teammate, that Gu Baishui, didn't even look at the bottom card on the table, just concentrating on his cards with a thoughtful look. How else can you win if you don't memorize your cards? Lu Zio was a bit speechless in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. After all, looking at him, he had never played cards before. As expected, Gu Baishui barely knew the rules and basic laws of landlord fighting, and that red-robed judge had good luck with his cards, and easily won the first game. The two teenagers each lost 300 years of life. The brush lightly lifted, and the red-robed judge jotted down a few strokes on the book of life and death before starting the second game. Or call the landlord and bet 300 years. Gu Baishui was silent and wordless, shaking his head. No robbery. Lu Ziyu's cards in the second game were indeed very poor, and he could hardly see any big cards, so he still didn't grab the landlord. With that, the red judge won again, reaping 600 years of life. But what makes Lu Ziyu look a little ugly is that Gu Baishui, who didn't grab the landlord, actually had a surprisingly good hand. Not only was he able to connect pairs, but they were all big cards. But with such good cards in hand, he still lost the round. Lu Ziyu frowned, vaguely sensing some danger. If this situation continued, neither of them would be able to win a single round, and both of them would exhaust their lifespan and die here. As expected, in the third game, Gu Baishui still didn't call the landlord, almost replicating the second game. The red-robed judge ate through both families and harvested 600 years of life. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys something. The red-robed judge smiled with a flat face as if he suddenly remembered something. The book of life and death in my hand is not a decoration to fill up the scene. This is a primordial holy weapon about life and death. The lifespan you two lost is really just lost. Non-refundable. Lu Ziyu was instantly creeped out, and a gust of cold air rose from his back. According to the red-robed judge, his lifespan had really been stolen by that weird book of life and death without him realizing it. Wouldn't that mean that even if he survived after this night, he would most likely die soon? A drop of cold sweat trickled down the corner of his forehead, and Lu Ziyu's expression was cloudy for a long time before he narrowed his eyes in a shadowy manner, as if he had made some sort of determination. Gu Baishui on the side didn't have much of a reaction, still sitting peacefully on his futon, and even a bit distracted. The fire candle in the room shook a little. The cards are split into thirds and the fourth hand of cards begins. This time Lu Ziyu had a pretty good hand, with both pairs and straights, and a small bomb of 4 sixes. The red-robed judge still called the landlord and placed a 300-year wager. Gu Baishui propped her chin up with one hand and spat out the word over 400 years and robbing the landlord. This was Lu Ziyu's first attempt, and the red-robed judge froze for a moment, but just laughed and didn't continue to grab it. Lu Ziyu's eyes moved slightly as he reached out his right hand to probe the 3 bottom cards placed on the table, but at that moment, a teenager's flat voice suddenly came to his ears. 500 years. You. Lu Zio turned his head with an unsightly expression and looked deeply at the halfway decent teenager for a few moments. Are you going to rob it? Gu Baishui asked back. 600 years. 700 years. Almost as soon as Lu Zio's words fell, Gu Baishui shouted up without any hesitation. Lu Zio was a bit confused and narrowed his eyes at Gu Baishui. You did it on purpose? Yeah, isn't it obvious? What's the reason? Gu Baishui raised her eyebrows, looked at Lu Zio and said, what do you think? Isn't this reasoning obvious? With 2 Sentai realm cultivators on the table and a great power above the Sage realm, do you really think you can exhaust the judge's lifespan? It's impossible. Gu Baishui laughed softly. A 3-player poker game is correct. But in fact, from the very beginning the only opponents in this bet were you and I. One's lifespan would have to be exhausted to end the poker game. The red-robed judge gave Gu Baishui a sideways glance, saying nothing but not denying it either. Lu Zio froze. He indeed hadn't thought of this. He just subconsciously thought of the judge as his greatest enemy. On second thought, the man does have a point. But you understood this from the beginning. So why didn't you call the landlord yourself and let him win a full 900 years of our lives? Lu Zio couldn't figure it out because it seemed like it would only make sense for him and Gu Baishui to call the landlord. The red judge is just a tool person to put together a deck of cards. There is no need to give the judge his life expectancy for nothing. Because I like it. Gu Baishui sidled her head, her eyes as calm as a pool of stagnant water. There's really no use in having more of this life expectancy thing. If you call the landlord a little later, when the life expectancy is folded in half, the card game will be more exciting, won't it? Chapter 42 We have killed before. 700 years. Gu Baishui spoke again about the bet he had placed. Lu Ziyu gave him a deep look, then opened his mouth. 800 years. 900 years. Gu Baishui remained expressionless. 1,000 years. It was the most ostentatious wager Lu Ziyu had made since his birth, but he really didn't want to let go of this opportunity either. If he could win, he would reap a full 2,000 years of longevity, not only making up for his losses but also earning an extra 1,000 years of longevity. Gu Baishui was right. It only made sense for the two of them to call the landlord, and there was no way to end the card game with a total loss or win. But unexpectedly, Gu Baishui raised his eyes, then gave up on continuing to grab the landlord. Lu Zio breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he reached out to probe the bottom card on the table, the judge in red suddenly gave a strange laugh. 1,100 years. Ha! Gu Baishui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Zio's expression was stifled and gloomy, but he still let go of his hand, allowing the red-robed judge to call away the landlord. The reason was also very simple. Lu Zio could hedge his longevity with Gu Baishui, but he didn't dare to call a bet with the red-robed judge. The bet was for a lifespan of 1,100 years, and if Lu Zio won, he could make up for his loss just the same. But if he and the red judge called down, it was likely that he would bet his all on the table. He wouldn't dare bet on it. The red-robed judge read Lu Zio's mind and took the cards in his hand before turning them over on the table. 2 twos and an ace. A big hand that can swing the bottom of the winning hand. In the fourth game, Lu Zio started playing the cards seriously and cautiously, using all his energy to calculate. But he still failed and lost to the judge in red. It wasn't because of how good the red seal judge's card skills were, but it was all thanks to Gu Baishui's messing up. No matter what cards Lu Zio played, they would definitely be sealed by the red judge and Gu Baishui, and then shunned to the landlord. A farmer and a landowner working together against another farmer pretty much minimizes the odds of Lu Zisai winning. After the card game ended, Lu Zio's expression was already twisted in an unsightly way that he couldn't hide. He looked at Gu Baishui as if he were looking at a madman, his face full of incomprehensibility. You're being completely reckless and don't want to live, are you? What good can consuming longevity against do you? Gu Baishui shrugged indifferently and smiled flatly. Driving you into a corner is the greatest benefit for me. You are truly insane. The fifth game began without another call from the red judge. The round came to Gu Baishui and Lu Zio. 900 years. Gu Baishui didn't give Lu Zio any time to think about it, and in one fell swoop, he gambled the 1,000 years of life he had left on the table. Lu Zio had only two choices, either to gamble his entire 1,000 years, or to give up his bottom card to Gu Baishui as a peasant. But Gu Baishui's unbridled attitude made Lu Zio somewhat hesitant. He couldn't figure out whether it was because Gu Baishui himself was insane, or whether he had made some sort of deal with the red-robed judge before he came to this room himself. If it's the former it's fine, but if it's the latter there's a good chance this inning will replicate the last one. The red judge had deliberately released water to Gu Baishui, so he himself was bound to lose. Lu Zio was silent for a while, but finally clenched his teeth and pressed on the bottom card of the table. 1,000 years. And I'll play one last game with you. The bottom card was slowly turned over and two black and white ghostly faces ambled across the table. Lu Zio's expression changed from apprehension to surprise, and finally turned into uncontrollable excitement. Two ghost cards, pretty much the best undercard that could come up. The red-robed judge raised an eyebrow and seemed to be a bit surprised as well, but Gu Baishui just sighed helplessly. It does seem like I'm not having much luck. Lu Zio gave a sardonic laugh with a grim gaze, not hiding the killing intent and ferocity in his eyes. I told you that you would die here. The final hand at the table went quickly, and Lu Zio had pretty much cleared his hand by throwing out an airplane plus a consecutive pair. When he was down to two ghost cards and a single in his hand, the win was assured. The red-robed judge handed over his cards and landed on the ground, scratching off Gu Baishui's remaining lifespan on the life and death book in his own hand. Lu Zio, on the other hand, was virtually unchanged. A bit more boring than expected. The red judge frowned. Yeah, I don't think there's really any need for you guys to try. It doesn't make any difference if you just ask. The winner of the card game, Lu Zio, froze for a moment, not understanding what these two men meant by their words. Didn't you win yourself? That eyesore is eliminated from the game, leaving the only remaining inheritor to be himself. What else should I ask? But before he had time to ask any questions, the red-robed judge had already stood up and silently put away the book of life and death and the cards. Regardless of how it ends, since you two have come this far, I still feel the need to answer your questions. Even if you go on your way, you should at least not be a confused person. The red-robed judge raised an eyebrow. Which of you two will go first? Him first. Gu Baishui sidled her head, looking out the window at the night rain thoughtfully, and shook her head. I'm not in a hurry. Lu Zio was not polite. After all, from his perspective, everything in this mansion was over. There was only one thing he wanted to be sure of. This mansion, is it the place of Li Shi's tomb? The rain grew louder, and the red-robed judge nodded slowly at the silhouette imprinted on the window. Sort of. The bottom of Lu Zio's eyes couldn't help but flash with a touch of ecstasy as he breathed heavily and asked, did Senior Li 11 eventually certify as an emperor? And rightly so. So you're all guardians of Li Shi's tomb? Sort of. Lu Zio asked solemnly and with a face full of sincerity. I have passed all the inheritance tests. Am I qualified to inherit the mantle of senior? The red-robed judge sidled his head and looked at the teenager in front of him for a while before asking, you want to inherit the mantle of Li 11? Naturally, please. Then I'll have to ask the lady what she wants. The red-robed judge paused when he said this, and then asked calmly and oddly, are you the traveler that Li 11 spoke of in his lifetime? Lu Zio froze for a moment, his heart still a little hesitant and stunned. After all, for every traveler, this was the most private thing about themselves, and he didn't expect it to be laid out on the table just like that. But Lu Zio thought that it was also possible that these people were the most devout subordinates of Senior Li 11. So the senior did not avoid his secret. This might also be the final step in whether or not one could inherit the legacy of the 11th great Emperor Li. Lu Zio nodded firmly at the thought. I am. Oh, so, the red-robed judge thought thoughtfully, and then looked sideways at the silent Gu Baishui. Is there anything you want to ask? Yes. Gu Baishui nodded, and after a moment of silence, he raised his eyes and asked softly, Li 11 later, how did he die? The red-robed judge twisted his head and glanced at the shadows by the window outside the house, thought for a few moments, then shook his head and let out a quiet laugh. It's us that killed it. Boom! Thunder roared outside the window and heavy rain poured down. The expression on the face of Lu Zio, who was originally joyful in the room, froze and stiffened in an instant. His lips trembled, his face was as pale as paper, and he could no longer see the slightest trace of blood. Chapter 43, Li Shi's illness. Li 11 was killed by these demons in Old Ye's mansion? Lu Zio's lips involuntarily trembled, and the expression on his face became increasingly pale and unsightly. Wasn't it said that his own traveler predecessor, Li 11, had already attained the Tao and become an emperor? How did you get killed by these guys from the mansion? Killing a great emperor? How shocking is that? If word got out, the entire continent would be shaken and in turmoil, right? But if it was these guys in Old Ye's mansion who killed Li 11 who became an emperor, then why are they still in the mansion to guard Li Shi's tomb? What are they, really, trying to do? Compared to Lu Zio's disorientation and panic, Gu Baishui's expression was much calmer and silent. It wasn't that he guessed the end of Li 11. He just felt that things shouldn't be that simple. The fact that these people from Old Ye's mansion were able to kill a great emperor was also quite a shocking thing to him. But more than that, he couldn't figure out why these people in Old Ye's mansion wanted to kill Li 11. And what had happened to Li Shi's body? Li Shi's indeed certified to become an emperor, but just at the last moment when he was crossing the threshold to become an emperor, we who were hiding in the shadows swarmed up and killed him completely and utterly outside the starry sky. Soul to soul, bone to bone. The red-robed judge narrowed his eyes, enjoyment and joy even unabashedly showing on his face. He was reminiscing about that event so long ago that it was still hard to forget. If possible, he even wanted to loudly proclaim it to the world before he died, so that everyone could share this joy with him. The thrill of revenge is always unparalleled in its satisfaction. Li 11 is the great emperor with the shortest existence in the history of the human race, and we paid an incomparably painful price to kill him, even though we have been plotting and laying out for thousands of years, and even though 1 out of 10 will not survive after our disastrous victory, we are still incomparably joyful and satisfied, not because we could kill the great emperor, but because we killed Li 11, dragging him from the clouds into purgatory at the most important and brightest moment of his life. The dead colleagues, even if they were only left with half a remnant of their bodies, opened their mouths and tore off a piece of his flesh and blood. They burned their own origin and souls and died in Li Shi's wretched and panicked resistance, laughing just as recklessly and maniacally. It was the most joyous day of our lives, and one of the grandest revenges in the history of the continent. The rainstorm outside the window became reckless and crazy all of a sudden. Countless raindrops struck the windows, sending out a tumultuous and incessant murmur. Outside the house 4 figures stood silent under the eaves, but there was also a huge bull's head, tilted up to look out into the night with a big, gentle and cruel grin. In fact, all of you guessed correctly, Li 11 is indeed a traveler. The red-robed judge collected his horrifyingly eerie smile and continued in a flat and indifferent manner. He killed his own sister with his own hands outside of Luoyang City, dug up his own master's grave, and also exterminated his own sect full of living beings. But no one knows that after his initiation, he returned to Chang'an City under false pretenses, coveting the throne and the treasury. Li Shi's mother has always been very smart and sharp. That woman who lost her daughter guessed something she couldn't accept and eventually chose to hang herself. Guess what all this is about? At what point did the story of that teenager in Luoyang City start to change? The red-robed judge looked at the 2 teenagers. Lu Ziyo had long since gone blank and was incapable of thinking, just leaning dully against the pillar behind him. Gu Baishui was silent for a long while before he sighed in some frustration. When he was sick, yes, in that late spring and summer solstice, and in that very, very long season in the city of Luoyang, the red-robed judge laughed silently, but the emotions in his eyes were complex that outsiders couldn't understand. There is disgust and hatred and helplessness and sadness. In those years, they did want to kill Li 11, hating to thwart his bones and eat his blood and draw his tendons, but they never wanted to kill that teenager in Luoyang City. Like his own lady said, he was a good man, but good people, they don't always live long. It was a very sad thing to see, and a knot that the young lady would never be able to untie in her life. It's pouring outside the window. In a flash of quiet candlelight, the red-robed judge opened his mouth, his voice cold and calm, but like thunder that tears through the night, it unveils the secret that has been buried for countless years. Li 11 is a traveler, but before that spring rain came, he wasn't. After returning from the cloud mist mountain range, Li 11 fell ill, coughing from morning to night. The imperial doctors in the palace could not check what is wrong, only let him as wind-cold rest. In the city of Luoyang, apart from a young girl from a neighboring courtyard, not much was put on the mind. Only Li 11 himself noticed something different and bizarre. This wind chill came so suddenly and coincidentally. Li 11 didn't tell anyone that he had the same dream every night. The dream was foggy and the surrounding area was damp and claustrophobic. Li 11 couldn't see anything but fog, and there was no way for him to leave where he was in the dream, no way for him to discern exactly where he was. The darkness and the clouds raged on, and the whole world seemed to be left to him alone. It's lonely, it's quiet. There were no voices, and no silhouettes. In the early spring, a light rain fell in the city of Luoyang. Li Shi's wind chill got worse. He could feel the strength draining out of his body as his spirit began to tire and slump. He didn't want to go among the fields to blow the wind or get too close to other people. Even the willow tree in the back of the hill, Li 11 seldom took care of it. The dream was the same every night, but different in that this time there were more slight sounds in the dream, like raindrops falling on the ground and in the lake. When the voice appeared in the dream, Li 11 realized that he could walk around in the mist, no longer like a puppet that could only stay in place. Despite being tired every time he walked, Li 11 wanted to go deeper into the mist to see where the slight sound of water was coming from. Is the sound of water related to your illness? Why did he always feel familiar? In this way, during the daytime Li 11 was listless, looking at the sky and the willows in a daze. And every night, he would fight the urge to find the sound of water in the mist of his own dreams. He found it. During the second spring rain in Luoyang, when Li 11 came to the end of his dream, a huge stone wall appeared in front of him. The sound of water came from behind the stone wall, drop after drop, clear and slow. Li 11 ran his hand over the stone wall of his dream, but he could feel a cold touch for some reason. He stood in front of the stone wall and hesitated for a long time, but finally knocked on the barred window on the stone wall. At the end of the stone wall, there was a man. Li 11 had seen his shadow just as he had begun to get sick, and just as the fog had first arrived. It was quiet behind the stone wall for a few moments. Then a man's voice came. It's strange. It's far away. He asked Li 11 how he was doing these days. Li 11 said he was sick and not feeling well. The man then laughed and said that the illness would always pass, and that when the next spring rains came, Li 11 would be cured. Chapter 44, The Untold Story. The man behind the stone wall wasn't lying. When the third spring rain fell in the city of Luoyang, Li 11 was mostly cured. He no longer coughs and his physical condition is no longer frail. Still, the dream continued unchanged, and Li 11 wondered about the identity of the man behind the stone wall. So they rested on the stone wall and started talking. In the course of the conversation, Li 11 realized that the man knew a lot of things. He knew what a toilet was, as Floss said, and what a light bulb was, and gunpowder and radium and other odd things. The one behind the stone wall is the same kind of person as Sue. Realizing this, Li 11 wanted to know more about the world behind the stone wall. The man talked to Li 11 about many things, even the journey to the west and the three kingdoms, which Sue didn't finish. That person remembered and spoke very clearly, like a god who knows everything and also answers questions. He rested on the stone wall to tell Li 11 about the fire candles of civilization. This should have been a lucky thing, but Li 11 gradually realized something that creeped him out. The fourth spring rain scattered over the city of Luoyang. Li 11 was standing in the pavilion in the center of the lake, looking at the sky with an expressionless face, not coughing, but not feeling anything else at all either. The other people in the mansion felt that Li 11 was getting better, but only Li 11 himself knew clearly that his illness was getting worse. He looked like a normal person, but that was just the condition moving to the next stage. From the body to the soul, this disease is a baptism from the inside out. Li 11 gradually could not feel the fluctuation of his emotions. He became joyless and indifferent. He became more and more clean and a strange shell. In the dead of night, the voice behind the stone wall still hadn't left, but Li 11 had some new thoughts. Why would the one behind the stone wall know so much about himself? Why does he always talk about Sue? Why? He dared to tell himself everything, with no fear at all that he would reveal his secret? Li 11 couldn't figure it out, but at that time he had already lost the most basic human emotions. He asked these questions to the man behind the stone wall, but the man was quiet for a long time, and finally only said that when the last spring rain came, Li 11 would know the answer to everything. Li 11 accepted this and waited for the last of the spring rains. During the day, he acted as he always did in front of everyone in Luoyang City, as if his body instinctively knew how to act. When Sue sent back letters from Chang'an City, Li 11 would also answer them carefully, doing his best not to reveal any cracks. But the girl seemed to instinctively perceive something disturbing, and wrote letter after letter, ceaselessly inquiring and testing for something. Li 11 ultimately failed to act out this last scene. The young girl on the other end of the letter realized that he was ill, so she stole away from Chang'an City and rushed back to Luoyang in the dust. But she still came back late. It rained so hard that night that the willows in the city of Luoyang were blown around and flailed. And still, Li 11 pushed down the same stone wall from his dream and saw what was behind it. It was a water prison. A water prison in the city of Shangan. The sound of every drop of water is coming from the water cell. It turns out that since the beginning of the fog buried are that Chang'an City. Li 11 walked in the streets of the empty Chang'an City, but in addition to the fog cannot see anything. A few years ago, 11 Li guarded a prisoner, a demon, outside this watery prison. Then the demon died, in the watery prison of Chang'an City. But a few years later, Li 11 returned alone. As the back of the wall was pushed, Li 11 also saw what was trapped in the water cell. It was a black, humanoid monster with a dark, skeletal face and eyes that glowed a cold, mechanical blue. It didn't seem to have a human consciousness, yet it hid behind the stone wall disguised as a human and talked to Li 11 for a long time. It's a robot, or my system if you will. I don't know if you can understand. Some familiar and unfamiliar voice rang out from the mist behind him. Li 11 turned around in a daze and saw a middle-aged man who should have been dead for several years. That's the demon in the water cell. The demon that came back from the dead. You ask me why I dared to tell you everything? The demonic middle-aged man smiled wryly. Because after tonight, I'll be you. Li Shi's spirit began to drift off and gradually became lax. Still, he heard the man's last words clearly the moment before he completely lost consciousness. Oh, by the way, your sister, Sue, is also a traveler. Same as me. We're kindred spirits. Li 11 opened his mouth feebly, but nothing could come out. Li 11 thought of many things at the moment of his near death. He thought of a girl who would soon be rushing back to Luoyang. At that point, the person she met would no longer be herself, and I wondered if she would recognize her. He thought about the questions that his grandfather Taizu and his own father had asked him, but hadn't had a chance to give his own answers yet. There were actually a lot of things he hadn't said, but there was no longer a chance to tell anyone else. For example, he knew a long time ago that his sister, Asuka, was from another world. From the moment she was born, it was clear to him. Grandpa Taizu asked himself if there was anyone in the world who was born knowing, and Li 11 was silent for a long time, and finally harbored that silly little girl. When Asuka was born, she was stupid and stubborn, with no heart of a traveler at all. That swaddled baby didn't make any noise. There was no cluelessness in his eyes, only indifference and stubbornness. Unabashedly, she looked straight at the teenager frozen on the edge of the bed, the stubbornness in her eyes like a clear statement that she was a soul from another world. At that time, Li 11 did break out in a cold sweat, thinking of the kind of person Grandpa Taizu had talked about, but after subconsciously taking a step back, Li 11 noticed the tightly clenched palms of that swaddled little girl again. He looked at her in silence for a long time, and she stared stubbornly back at him. Li 11 saw the fear, uneasiness, and apology hidden under the indifference in those clean eyes. Outside the window the rain poured down, and inside the house the fire candle wavered quietly. Li 11 knew that Li Wu was a traveler. From the moment that girl was born, that girl didn't like to talk to outsiders at a very young age because she felt that this wasn't the world she knew. That everything was strange and that it scared and upset her. When she even talks to her own old parents, she just keeps her head down, purses her lips, and doesn't say a word. The only thing is that when he sees his heartless brother, he hems and haws and nags as well. Both of them are very gentle people. The red-robed judge laughed silently, and deep within his pupils was silent sadness. But what's the use? On the day Li Su returned to Luoyang, the sky was filled with willows, and she still died at his hands. A strange soul that took over that teenager's body and destroyed everything with his own hands. Now that's a sad and powerless story. Chapter 45, I'm going to die. We abhor that strange Li 11. Along with all the travelers, the red-robed judge's sleeves fluttered up, and in the flickering candlelight, he slapped the traveler named Lu Zio into powder. The soul is scattered and the bones are gone. The rain poured down outside the house, and the four silhouettes of Oxhead, Horseface, Black White, and Irregular disappeared by the window. A dead silence fell over the room. Gu Baishui tightened her sleeves and listened to the rain outside the window, but she always felt a little chill in her body. He figured out the story of what happened in the city of Luoyang, and also understood that two travelers in the mouth of the little beggar. Li Suo was the first traveler she knew, a little girl with a guilty conscience. Li 11 is the second traveler she has seen, or a traveled person. The story in the city of Luoyang changed over the course of a long spring. A strange soul came into the world and then occupied the body of that teenager in Luoyang City. The teenager becomes strangely cold, kills with his own hands the young girl who recognizes his own kind, and then goes to many places and landscapes like those protagonists in novels. But what he didn't know was that there were people behind him staring at him in the shadows, like packs of wolves waiting for an opportunity, just waiting for him to show the slightest break. Then they would frantically pounce out of the shadows and tear him to pieces. On the day that Li 11 became an emperor, the cow ghosts and snakes in the old Yi's house seized the opportunity and dug up the grave of this despicable traveler. Lu Zio felt that this old mansion was inhabited by Li Shi's followers, helping his predecessor to guard the tomb of the great emperor. But in reality, this old mansion is inhabited by a pack of jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, the real ferocious gods who killed Li 11. They searched the history of the continent for one traveler after another, and then thwarted their bones and souls as if they were treating Li 11. The murderous gods in the old leaf mansion abhor travelers and have hunted every one of them since the beginning. Gu Baishui suddenly realized something when he thought of this and looked at the red-robed judge and asked, Li 11 is not a corrupted emperor? The red-robed judge nodded calmly. Of course he isn't. Li 11 became an emperor for only half an hour before he died at our hands. How could he have time to give himself an emperor name? But the rumors say that Li 11 is related to the corrupted emperor. The red-robed judge narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, The source of the rumors you heard came from us. We do feel that Lee 11 is related to the corrupted emperor, because it was the corrupted emperor who created the ominous beings covered in red hair, and Lee 11 has been followed by a red-haired monster. Gu Baishui froze for a moment and asked, then what happened to the red-haired monster behind Lee 11? Dead. Dead? On the day Lee 11 became an emperor, that red-haired monster died with him in our hands. The red-robed judge narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he turned his head sideways and spoke to Gu Baishui. What we've discovered over the years is that virtually every traveler is followed by a red-haired monster. That's why we also want to know what kind of character the decayed emperor is, and what the significance of the existence of those red-haired monsters is. Gu Baishui's eyes moved slightly as she raised her eyes and asked, who exactly are you people? What is it? The red-robed judge was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed out helplessly. We're all just a bunch of down-and-out scholars who were tricked into a mansion by a little girl in the deep forests, and then went to Chang'an to take the exams. Some people did average, some did well, like Wu Tian and I's class, one literary scholar and one martial arts scholar, but it won't do any good. After all, the lady won't like the likes of us. Gu Baishui looked at the flickering fire candles in the room and was silent for a long time before she figured out the whole story. The Yi family residence in Luoyang City was the old Yi residence. That also proved that there was a new Yi residence, in a mountain far away. The lady of the Yi family in the story left the city of Luoyang and repaired a mansion in a deep forest. She remembers some of the stories and strange ideas that Su told herself, and so many passing scholars and martial artists fell for her, but those scholars had little to complain about, and very helplessly settled down in that deep mountain, some embarking on the path of cultivation, some going to other places to seek immortality. Many years later, these scribes got together and plotted something that only they knew about. They killed a great emperor, then thwarted that great emperor and buried him in the old Yi mansion. This might be the revenge of that Miss Yi family in Luoyang City against Lee 11 a long time ago. Only Gu Baishui didn't know what happened between that vindictive little beggar and Lee 11 yet. The night rains were coming down, and the sound of footsteps was coming from the long corridor outside the window. Squeak! The wooden door was pushed open from the outside, and a small head count poked in. Luo Ziwei looked at the red-robed judge and Gu Baishui inside the room and smiled gently, her eyebrows curving in a coquettish smile. I told you, he's not a traveler. The red-robed judge nodded silently and looked at his own young lady in the doorway, also smiling helplessly. I want to talk to him. You and father wait for me outside the city. Luo Ziwei pointed at Gu Baishui and spoke to the red-robed judge. The red-robed judge seemed to listen to the hemp-clothed girl's words, and only gently glanced at Gu Baishui before eerily disappearing into the room. The entire old Ji mansion was still shrouded in heavy rain, but Gu Baishui didn't know why. But he always felt as if some people had left the place and gone to the eaves at the entrance of Luoyang City. They were waiting for the maiden of the house and a simple farewell. Gu Baishui thought about it, but still couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked the hemp-clothed girl, Your father is? Luo Ziwei shrugged. You've met before, and he even got up that night on purpose to scare you. Gu Baishui instantly thought of that rainy night at the broken temple and the old quasi-imperial corpse that stood at the doorway trying to let the water out. That one, the old showman you were talking about? My father is actually quite talented in cultivation, cultivating to the quasi-emperor realm in order to take revenge on that person. Luo Ziwei said with a sideways glance, and my father is also a very vindictive person. In order to live longer, he even refined his body into a corpse. What about you? Me? Luo Ziwei wrinkled the tip of her pretty nose and thought seriously, then gently shook her head. I'm actually okay with it. I hate that person, but it's also clear that Lee 11 left this place a long time ago, so vengeance doesn't mean much to me. The candle flickered, and the hemp-clad girl in the light sighed rather ruefully. I'm actually not good at nor do I like cultivation, but father and Wu Tian and the others always try to find ways to renew my life, so I was able to rely on not dying and live until today. But actually, for me, living this long doesn't seem like much fun. It's pretty exhausting. Gu Baishui raised his eyes and saw the showy hemp-clothed girl across from him smile happily and refreshingly, with some wordless exhaustion and some shallow stealing joy. I'm dying. Chapter 46, A Romance in Luoyang City. Father and Wu Tian and the others will accompany me on my last journey, from Luoyang City all the way to a place far away, which is called the Yellow Springs, or Naiha. I know what those old men from outside the city wanted, but unfortunately, 11 Li left nothing behind when he died. Fish-white morning sunlight flooded the distant sky. The hemp-clad girl pushed open all the windows and doors in the house, letting the cool rain and morning light drive away the dimness of the house. She looked at the distant city, and in the rainy sky, there were willow flakes gently floating up against the spring wind. It was almost dawn and she should be on her way. In fact, everyone's life was something very uncertain. Luo Ziwei had lived a very long time, but she also felt as if she had only lived for 3 days. The first day she hadn't come to Luoyang City yet. She was just a clueless little beggar who knew nothing and was curious about everything. The next day she met a very good-looking young man in a broken temple, who took her by the hand and led her into the city of Luoyang. Luoyang City is a big city, but it's also very warm. When the willows were up, everything was fine and dandy. But when the third day arrives, she realizes that Su is dead, and so is the teenager named Li 11. The city of Luoyang became empty and strange. She left Luoyang City and wandered outside for a long time. In those days she would often have dreams of young men and young girls under the willow tree by the lake, and also of people in Luoyang City. She never really liked taking revenge on anyone because she didn't know where that person was coming from. Beyond the stars? Or is it another world? Why was it so easy to just take over that teenager's body and silently take away everything he had and ruin everything too? Oh crossers, what tiresome and powerless ghosts. Luo Ziwei actually knew very well that even if they killed more travelers, that teenager in Luoyang City wouldn't come back. The little beggar from Xuanyang. After the death of the teenager named Li 11, just busy walking through his life. But until now, she couldn't figure out if she had ever stepped out of Luoyang City or not. It's not clear. It's confusing. The hem-clothed girl left, leaving Gu Baishui with a small square box. She said the box contained everything Gu Baishui wanted to know, and also left him a small gift. The old Yi mansion in the west of the city became empty, leaving Gu Baishui alone. Ox head, horseface, black-white, and that red-robed judge all left Luoyang City, and they took a dusty little girl with them to a far away place, likely never to return. Some people's stories draw to a close, but some people's stories may have just begun. In the faint light and the morning sun by the window, the green-clad boy opened the box in his hand and got a good look at what was laid out inside. It was a letter, and a very clean bronze dagger. The rain was still loud outside the window. Gu Baishui took out the letter from the box, then quietly and silently unfolded it. This is the last story in the city of Luoyang, and the story of Miss Yi and Li 11. There is a romance story of a childhood friend in the city of Luoyang. The main characters of the story are the young master of the Li family and the young lady of the Yi family. According to the reliable information passed on by a young girl named Asu, Li 11 and the Yi family's young lady had known each other for a very long time, earlier than both she and her father had known each other. Many people in the city of Luoyang knew that the great master of the Yi family was a Xiuzai who had joined the family, and that he and his wife were also in love and respect for each other. But until the Yi family lord's wife passed away, they did not have a single child. Miss Yi is the only daughter of the old showman, but at that time the old showman himself did not know. After the old showman left his hometown, he never went back to his hometown, that remote town, so he didn't know he had a daughter wandering around. Miss Yi was adopted and raised by a granny when she was young, and it was only after the granny passed away that she came to Luoyang City on her own to search for her family. The distance from Xuanyang to Luoyang was an extraordinarily long and distant journey, and that little girl relied on her legs to walk here step by step, dusty and gray, living like a little beggar. But the first person she knew from the city of Luoyang looked no better than she did, and even more wretched. That unlucky man with a bruised nose and swollen face was none other than Li 11, who had run away from home from the city of Luoyang. He and she met in a broken temple outside of Luoyang. Little beggar to Luoyang to seek relatives. Li 11 is intended to go alone to Light Pavilion. For the first time in their lives far travel. He didn't do it on a whim. That was when Li 11 made a bet with Wu. Asua felt that Li 11 didn't have the ability to walk to the Light Pavilion at all, and at most halfway there he would have to beg his grandparents for someone to save him. Li 11 was quite annoyed and felt that it was a shame for him to be looked down upon by that girl Asu, so he packed his packages and luggage and just went on his way alone. Runaway teenager tries to prove himself, but ends up with embarrassing results. Li 11 didn't even go out of the boundaries of Luoyang before he was ransacked by passing mountain thieves and horse bandits, and was kicked by an unreasonable circle. But it wasn't the fault of the other mountain thieves. Originally those mountain thieves were very ethical and planned to leave after robbing something, but can't help Li 11 mouth cheap. Have to provoke taunting people unprofessional robbing things or not asking themselves is that road. He was turned back to the mountain bandits pressed on the ground and beat up. Li 11 was honest after being beaten, penniless and swollen, and even filling his stomach became a problem. He thought about how he seemed to have passed by a broken temple earlier, and although there wasn't much incense in the temple, there was still tribute, so he trotted all the way to the broken temple in the mountains to forage for food. Beneath the casemate, he locked eyes with a small beggar. The little beggar was gray and her pretty little face was scrunched up in a lump, but she had a pair of very clean and bright eyes. Li 11 asked to know. The little beggar also came to the old temple to find food pears. The little beggar generously gave half of his food to Li 11, but Li 11 was not full and coyly asked for a few more peach fruits. After eating and drinking, 2 peers of similar age leaned against a stone pillar and laughed at each other's wretched appearance. Li 11 asked her where she was from. The little beggar said he came from Xuanyang to Luoyang to look for his family. Li 11 smelled the silence for a long time. Some can't hang on to his face, because the path that the little beggar has traveled is more than 10 times of his original plan. He really doesn't have the good sense to tell the little beggar what happened to him. Chapter 47, the body of the red-haired monster hides the forbidden law of the traveler. But thanks to this little beggar, Li 11 had a decent excuse to bring people back to Luoyang in disgrace. The young man's active will ended most in an old temple outside Luoyang, and the only trophy he brought back was a windswept little girl. But Li Shi's dream of traveling far away never died. Every year when summer comes, the young master of the Li family will find a way to go outside of the city of Luoyang to carry out the annual travel plan. And every time he took a little girl with him, to run away with him, Li 11 felt that the little beggar is his respectable senior. 2 people carrying bulging bags, hesitant to leave Luoyang. A great sense of bravery and mission without hitting the south wall. But generally speaking, it doesn't take 5 days at most before there are 2 more droopy, gray-headed little guys at the gates of Luoyang City. The people of Luoyang City are also used to this. Looking at the streets of the breathless teenagers laugh non-stop. That little girl is indifferent, obediently following behind Li 11 never complain. But in the next few days, that Li 11 who abducted the Yi family's young lady will have to be extra careful. Otherwise, the moment he meets that old showman who loves his daughter, he will be chased with a stick for a dozen streets. The old Shiotsai gritted his teeth, but at this time of the year, he would also be a little confused. He was obviously tightly guarded, and the high walls of the Yi house and the servants were tightly guarded. How does this Li kid manage to abduct his daughter every time? But the old showman didn't know that Li 11 had never actually gone to the Yi mansion to abduct that little girl. He just passes a message and waits on a boulder outside of Luoyang City. And that little girl herself will slip out of the heavily guarded courtyard and join him in his exodus. Only at that time Li 11 was indeed a bit wooden. He did not think once that the little girl who came all the way to Luoyang to look for her relatives seems to have no reason to run away from home with him, right? And then later, time seemed to pass. That spring rain took away a teenager, and the story in the city of Luoyang changed. The little beggar's intuition is always accurate. She sensed the Li 11 strange, so she began to fear, avoid, and do everything she could to avoid the man. It's like there's a pair of invisible hands operating everything in Luoyang City. The romance story began to break down like a bad story, with the little beggar being accused of being the arrogant young lady who reneged on her marriage contract. High and mighty, sight unseen, and the man who came from royalty becomes the humiliated, unfulfilled teenager in a bad story. At the end of the story, it's the teenager who swings into action and becomes a dazzling figure of genius. Yi House became the villain that everyone shouted at began to wither and fall, and was pointed at. That life of poverty old showman resigned from all official positions, closed the door, and never came out of that desolate courtyard. The story seems to be waiting for some little beggar to regret and pray to the main character named Li 11, but she won't. Like Sue, she would sometimes stubbornly embark on a journey with no end in sight, winded and dusty, without stopping. Yet, she would also easily hold the palm of a teenager's hand and obediently follow behind without asking about the future. The teenager is dead and won't be coming back. One day the little beggar realized this. Once again the backpack with the old showman left Luoyang. Do not know where to go. The old mansion that was once bustling with activity and guarding against the abduction of its own young lady is gradually becoming desolate and decrepit. There will not be another little girl in the city of Luoyang who scales the walls of her house and descends down the tall willows, running off into the distance with her backpack full of joy. Nor would there be another lazy teenager lying on a boulder, basking in the sun, waiting for her to run away from home with her outside of Luoyang. The story has since ended and the letterhead has turned to its last page. The young man in green under the candlelight lowered his eyes and didn't say anything else. He suddenly thought a lot of things through. That little beggar knew he was dying, so he wanted to go back to Luoyang by himself, stopping by the broken temple where he met Li 11 for another look. But on that rainy night, the little beggar met a green-clothed young man in the broken temple who bore some resemblance to the man in his memory. She froze for a long moment at first, then smiled to herself. That teenager did resemble Li 11, full of nonsense but extraordinarily sincere. The little beggar thought. He walked this last stretch of road alone, a little lonely, and the memory of the feeling is not quite the same. So she went on the road to the city of Luoyang with the confused young man, and told him a story from long ago. That ride wasn't as long as I thought it would be. With the occasional summer breeze blowing through the forest slightly and the old cicadas in the canopy not chirping much, the two figures staggered down the muddy dirt road as if it had happened a long time ago. This last stretch was reassuring and nice, and reminded her a lot of what she used to do. Only she also knew that the teenager beside her was indeed not the same person she remembered. Gu Baishui was silent for a long time, putting the letter paper in his hand back into that box and then locking it securely. It was his and her story, and it shouldn't be known to too many unrelated outsiders. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and the sound of the drops hitting the eaves covered everything in the mansion. But what the teenager in the house didn't notice was the slow appearance of a furry shadow on the window behind him. A furry paw, silently, tore through the window paper and landed on the wooden chair. There was a very clean bronze dagger there, and it was the last object that the owner of this mansion had left to Gu Baishui. Gu Baishui still reacted, raising the box in his hand and ruthlessly smashing it against the monster by the window. But the monster was impassive, and even as the sharp edges of the box pierced its face, it still held the dagger in a death grip. Bright red blood left the corner of his forehead and dripped into the monster's mouth. The monster looked at the green-clad boy in the room and suddenly grinned a silent laugh. Gu Baishui's face became grave, his gaze firmly locked on the monster's face. The red hair is disorganized and the pupils are hideous. It wasn't the old monster that had escaped from the great emperor's forbidden zone, but another monster that had followed Lu Zio. Closely debatable. This old mansion bull seems to still not know enough about us travelers. The red-haired, face-covered monster suddenly laughed harshly and suddenly spat out human words, emitting a voice that was somewhat familiar to Gu Baishui. If you killed my main body, why not even kill Meiji along with it? They only know that every traveler has a red-haired monster. But they don't know that every red-haired monster has an innate native forbidden spell birthed in its heart. Main Kang's body hosts my soul, and as long as Main Kang and I don't perish at the same time, we can substitute for each other and remain immortal. Gu Baishui's eyes flashed with a flash of astonishment. He indeed hadn't anticipated that there was such a bizarre and terrifying forbidden method in the world. Even in those tombs in the great emperor's forbidden zone, a similar forbidden hair had never been heard of. According to the monster in front of him, as long as there was no way to kill Lu Zio and his red-haired monster at the same time, then there would never be a way to completely kill them. But the next moment, Gu Baishui felt that something wasn't quite right. He gazed at the red-haired monster by the window and realized that the creature's body was covered in hideous wounds and horrible blood, as if it had been ravaged by some ferocious beast and had fought for all its strength to make a narrow escape. Why did you tell me your secret? The red-haired monster's body stiffened slightly, gripping the bronze dagger in his hand without saying a word. But that was precisely why Gu Baishui raised an eyebrow and guessed some secrets it hadn't told. Perhaps what you say is true, but after you were resurrected from the body of Malus, didn't you find yourself unable to find its soul? The red-haired monster shuddered violently, his gaze gloomy and icy as he looked at the teenager in the room. Your May questionable, died at the hands of another old monster, and his soul was scattered. So all you occupy is just a monster's corpse. Gu Baishui narrowed his eyes, his afterglow sweeping over the bronze dagger tightly gripped in the monster's hand as he continued. May Degree is dead, so you really only have one life now. It's also because of this that you've revealed all of your secrets, trying to bluff me into not daring to make a move against you. But even so, you even dared to return to the mansion and steal this dagger. I don't know whether I should praise you for your exceptional courage or say you don't know how to live. The red-haired monster hung its head low, and after a long moment of silence suddenly gave a toothy grin. You're smart, but it doesn't really help. It's no longer for you or I to say never mind in the city of Luoyang now. Almost at the same moment, the closed door of the old mansion courtyard was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Two people walked in the doorway, a middle-aged man and an old beggar, and behind them, there were these many unseen figures hiding in the shadows, silently watching the old mansion. The old saints in Luoyang City had all descended outside old Ye's mansion by now. Form a circle and no one can escape. I'd like to make a deal with you as a traveler. The red-haired monster suddenly raised its head grimly and said this to the green-clothed teenager. Chapter 48 Gravekeeper's Card. Mr. 3. The courtyard was quiet and silent, and the raindrops slid down from the eaves of the. It hit the window frame like a series of crystalline beads, pulverizing and splattering away. A young man in green with a calm gaze and a red-haired monster with scarlet eyes confronted each other through a broken window. The red-haired monster held a bronze dagger in his hand, and a locked box rested on the table behind the green-clothed boy. You want to make a deal with me? Gu Baishui suddenly raised her eyes, and her eyes gave an inexplicable laugh. Aha! The red-haired monster outside the window nodded with a grim gaze. You should be well aware of the current situation without me having to say more. All those ghosts and gods in Old Ye's mansion have left this place, and those old saints in Luoyang City have all surrounded us, trapping us here. As soon as the day breaks they will definitely turn this mansion upside down. There is no secret that can be hidden from them. So, Gu Baishui asked. Only you and I know what happened tonight. The red-haired monster's fangs were exposed as it continued. Li 11 died in the hands of those ghosts and gods. And the items in your box and my dagger are the only two things he left behind. Those old sages will definitely not let go of the clues on you and me in order to renew our lives and break the boundary. So you and I are actually grasshoppers on the same rope. And only by giving those old sages a reasonable explanation together will we not be tied up by them to search our souls. Gu Baishui gently raised her eyebrows at her words. He figured out what the red-haired monster, also known as Lu Ziyui, was thinking. In Lu Ziyu's eyes, Li 11 was a fallen human emperor, and this was the place of his inheritance. He himself was slapped to death, so only Gu Baishui had luckily inherited the mantle of the great emperor of the house. The two things left behind in the mansion tonight were the legacy of Li 11. The bronze dagger that looked plain and ordinary was most likely an extreme Dao imperial armament from when Li 11 became an emperor. The things locked in the chest were also likely to be that great emperor's merit inheritance and resources hidden secrets. Lu Ziyo felt that this was a very fair way to get the extreme Dao emperor soldier, which he had sacrificed Meibei. Gu Baishui passed the inheritance test and received what was left in the chest. So the two of them should put aside their concerns and mustiness now, and together they should find a way to hide from the saints in the city of Luoyang. And both of them should not be indebted to each other as well as keep the secret of the mansion together this night. But what he didn't know was that there was actually nothing in the box behind Gu Baishui. Only a letter and a story that wasn't known to outsiders. I think there's a better way. Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, then looked at the red-haired monster by the window and said, I can kill you and get back that dagger, so that no matter what I say there will be no proof in death, and those old saints outside can only believe what I say. The red-haired monster froze for a moment, then sneered with a sarcastic expression on his face. You would be that naive? Outside the courtyard is a pack of old wolves that are about to starve to death. You are just a piece of fat meat with no resistance in their eyes. What makes you think that after you walk out of the mansion, those old things will listen to you and believe in what you say? The red-haired monster raised his eyebrows in cold mockery. I, a holy son of the Yin-Yang Holy Land, am nothing in the eyes of those old saints. What is your status? Imperial grandson of the Ji family? Or the son of Emperor Xin Yuan? Even if it is, those old saints have their own power sects behind them all the same. You're not so good as to be able to move out a great emperor, are you? Listening to the red-haired monster's teasingly disdainful voice, the green-clothed teenager in the room was quiet for a moment before pulling out a greenish-white token from the deepest part of his own sleeve. The token was ancient and vicissitudes, not inscribed with any complicated patterns. Only on the back of it was an aged tree, and on the front, only the word 3 in a square. What is this? The red-haired monster didn't react for a moment and froze, glancing at the token that was gently swaying under the candlelight. He felt something strange and familiar, as if he had seen a similar token there, but it seemed like he only had a vague impression. You're right, I'm indeed not a royal emperor's son. Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched, then wordlessly raised his head, the depths of his pupils a calm and deep. But I think that if there are so many saints out there witnessing each other, they shouldn't have the guts to kill the everlasting emperor's disciple in plain sight, right? The red-haired monster's body froze abruptly, its pupils shrinking into a pinpoint, its gaze frozen in death on the token and that token's owner. Raindrops fell into the messy red hair. It was silent for a long time before its voice was dry and opened its mouth. The Tomb Keeper's sign in the Great Emperor's forbidden area. You are the one that never showed up, Mr. 3. Gu Baishui's line of sight swept past the monster at the window, through the sunrise miles of rain, to the still silent and dead old city outside the mansion. There are times when things are just so subtle and unpredictable. If Gu Baishui had encountered one or two old sages in Luoyang City, then he wouldn't have dared to reveal his identity. The everlasting emperor was already dead, and those dying old men were perfectly capable of secretly and silently erasing a great emperor disciple. No one can know or notice. But on the contrary, the more saints there were in Luoyang City, the safer Gu Baishui would be, because there was no one who dared to strike out at a tomb guard disciple under the everlasting emperor's sect in full view of the public. The last great emperor of the human race had guarded the tombs of other great emperors for countless years, dying in his old age and staining the sky with blood. Even so, before he died, he still killed a dozen foreign race paragon emperors and strangled 3 emperor realm ancestors, clearing the way for the human race in the future. He used up the last vestiges of his remaining strength. No madman would dare to make a move against a disciple left behind by the Eternal Life Emperor at this time. He would face the wrath and crusade of the entire human race. And at the head of Mr. 3, there were Mr. Big and Mr. 2, two incomparably young saints and freaks who were hard to mess with. They don't dare to kill me. At least not in the open when I can be sure that I don't have Li stuff on me. Gu Baishui opened the lock of the box behind him under the gaze of the red-haired monster, then took a burning candle and lit the letter paper in the box. The ink-black handwriting receded into ash in the flames, and the firelight in Gu Baishui's eyes jumped silently. He burned the last of the stories in the city of Luoyang, also because he didn't want those dying old things out there to get their hands on the letterhead and then condescendingly point fingers. The story in the city of Luoyang is over, and that little beggar will never come back. That's why everything should end tonight. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Now that the only thing left in the mansion is that bronze dagger in your hand, do you think those old saints outside the courtyard will eat you alive or extract your soul and refine your tendons? Gu Baishui wrapped her fingertips around her token, looked at the grim-faced red-haired monster by the window, and smiled gently. A traveler who blends in with the crowd. Chapter 49, and then, he went crazy. You're not a traveler? I said I wasn't. So how did you answer the house's question? I've read more books, and there are a lot of them in the great imperial sanctuary. The red-haired monster lowered its head in silence, its fangs slowly retracting into its mouth, and its vertical pupils flickered with a strange light. There are only two living creatures left in the old leaf house. One was an ominous monster with red hair and fangs, and the other was the third disciple of the everlasting emperor, the legendary Mr. 3. Anyone could see how unfavorable the situation was for the red-haired monster at this moment. Without being certain that Gu Baishui had the legacy of the 11th great emperor Li on him, no old sage in Luoyang City dared to risk taking a shot at the tombkeeper's third gentleman. However, those old saints had nothing to fear from the red-haired monster, because it would perhaps be the first traveler to be captured in countless years. The news about the travelers on the continent was only circulated among a very small number of high-ranking cultivators, but at this time, more than half of the saints of the human race were gathered in Luoyang City, and they were the oldest group. Naturally, some of the old-timers knew what the word traveler meant. It's the great hidden secret and the great terror. No one would let the living red-haired monster go, especially since it was now holding the only piece of dagger that could possibly be related to Li 11. It was an insurmountable desperate situation, at least from Gu Baishui's perspective. But the wind and rain outside the window, the monster covered with red hair, after a long silence, suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and then gripped the dagger and deeply stabbed it into his mouth. In Gu Baishui's dismayed eyes, the red-haired monster covered in wounds began to cough violently. Pfft! Bright red blood splattered everywhere, and the monster's body trembled violently, but it continued to persistently and frantically wriggle the knot in its throat, as if it didn't want to die. In the middle of the day, all was calm again. The curtains of the window were stained with red blood, and the bleary-eyed, red-haired monster had swallowed that bronze dagger into itself. Cough cough. The bloodless, red-haired monster grinned wide, fangs flared out, and laughed out a weird, hoarse laugh. I know what you're thinking. A traveler's monster carrying a dagger that's most likely an extreme Dao Emperor's weapon will definitely be tied up by those old saints in the city, flayed and searched for their souls, and pressed for secrets even from the marrow of their bones. The red-haired monster craned its neck and looked at the green-clothed teenager and said, "And you are the third disciple of the Eternal Life Emperor, the sublime and mysterious Toon Guardian, and even the future leader of the head of the younger generation of the righteous path." Stepping out of the mansion, "The two of us are as different as if we were on cloud 9, you're a celestial pride on a cloud, and I'm a weird and ominous traveler and a rat hiding in the crowd. You've pushed me into a corner, trying to drag me out of the shadows, trying to get me to give the dagger back, and trying to kill me. That way no one would know what happened tonight. The ban in the old leaf mansion obscuring all perception. But you don't dare to make a move after all." The red-haired monster laughed wildly, his face full of blood flowing freely. "You and I are both in the Xiantai realm. You have no certainty of killing me as your spiritual energy has collapsed and your divine sense has dried up. Otherwise you would have done it a long time ago. I'm just as badly injured and have no certainty that I can kill you. You want me to die, and I also want you to die. But in fact, we both know very well that as long as one of us leaks out what happened tonight, those old saints in Luoyang City will be madly staring at us, like a possessed ghost." Gu Baishui's body paused slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said nothing more. The red-haired monster outside the window, which had fallen into madness, was still chattering. "To those old men whose lifespan is about to end, Is the disciple of the eternal emperor important? Is a Xiantai realm traveler important? None of it actually matters. The only thing that matters to him is the legacy of Li 11. The hope of breaking the mirror and renewing his life. Now that dagger is in my stomach, do you really want to hand me over to those old saints out there? The candle flame in the room shook a bit, and the red-haired monster spoke to the green-clad boy in the room. Hand me over to them, and you'll get nothing from the great emperor's inheritance of the extreme Dao emperor soldier. And those old things will notice you too, like wolves eyeing their prey in the shadows. But if you don't say anything, no one will know what we both got. And when you get a chance to kill me later, throw away the dagger in your stomach. It's still yours. That's the legacy of an entire great emperor. The red-haired monster's voice was seductive, and looked with sincerity at the green-clothed teenager who seemed to be a bit hesitant. The room was quiet for half a second, and finally Gu Baishui raised her eyes and asked it a question. When did you come here to hear? The red-haired monster froze, then answered truthfully. 3 years ago. So, the green-clothed boy's eyelids twitched as he spoke softly to himself. You are also a soul wereaw. Same as Li 11. The sky was about to brighten, and the morning sun by the clouds was already spilling down from the canopy, illuminating the stone lions at the entrance of the old mansion. The gate was open, and to the left and right, a refined and easygoing middle-aged man and an old beggar in tattered clothes were blocking the doorway, looking inside the courtyard together as if they were waiting for something. And in the street behind the two of them, a single outlander in very different clothes appeared on the corner. Some of them looked like merchants walking around doing business. Some looked like scholarly scholars carrying booktubes. There were rangers and fishermen, big men and old women, but no matter how those outsiders were dressed, most of them had a hint of old-age turbidity in the depths of their pupils, and looked at that old mansion with numb indifference. Half an incense stick later, someone lifted their head, someone opened their eyes. The door opened and 2 young men came out of the mansion. A man dressed in green clothes, silent and speechless, looked at these old things on the street, then walked over to that old beggar's side. The old beggar hemmed and hawed and rubbed his hands together before realizing that Gu Baishui hadn't brought anything out of the mansion. The other young man, his face pale and bloodless, walked over to the Ji family head side and shook his head wordlessly, saying nothing. The Ji family master and the old beggar glanced at each other, both seeing the disappointment and calmness in each other's eyes. However, it was also true that expecting a junior at the immortal Terrace realm to get a great emperor's inheritance was something that was not very hopeful. These old saints who had lived for countless years were more accustomed to relying on their own means to explore what they wanted. The Ji family had flicked his sleeves and turned to look deeper into the mansion. Old beggar sighed softly, and also rolled up his sleeves with the intention of exploring this old Yi mansion on his own. Shadows surged across the street opposite the main gate, as one after another aging old saint stood up and stepped quietly, intending to enter the mansion together to search for the emperor's tomb. No one also cared that Lu Zio, the one who had been silent with his head bowed since coming out, silently clenched his fists and palms. A flash of alarming nervousness and a fading ecstasy of the aftermath of the robbery swept silently through the depths of his pupils. But at this time, the green-clothed teenager beside the old beggar who was looking up at the sky slowly twisted his head and threw out a greenish-white token onto the leveled street. The token fell to the flat tiles with a crisp clatter. The word 3 facing upwards also attracted the attention of everyone in the doorway. Don't bother. Li Shi's inheritance is in his stomach. Lu Zio's expression froze on her face, raising her head in disbelief and staring blankly at the teenager who had deceived her. As countless lines of sight swept by, the old saints of Luoyang City were visibly staggered for a breath before focusing their attention on the white-faced teenager beside the Ji family head. Terrifying to the point of suffocating pressure came crashing down on his face. Lu Zio only felt that the world stood still for a breath before he went into a trance, bursting his meridians and dantian by the saint's spiritual pressure and divine sense. He didn't die, but was seen as mortal by the saints. The great emperor inheritance is important to you, but it's really just that to me. Gu Baishui was quiet for a moment, then suddenly grinned innocently and cheerfully towards Lu Zio, who had fallen into the abyss. I just don't like you, and I don't like the idea that something like you can continue to live, especially in this city of Luoyang. There was a very long story that took place in the city of Luoyang. In the story, there is a dusty little beggar with a face full of ignorance, and a lazy teenager with no ambition and little pursuit. There was a mute maiden who was born knowing always accustomed to guilt, and there was also a very large willow tree, under which often lay a large and a small salted fish. The city of Luoyang should have been beautiful then, quiet and uncontested. The teenager would argue with his own sister, or sneak off outside of the city of Luoyang holding the hand of a small beggar. When the willows are in full bloom, snow that never melts drifts on the clear lake. They would sit in the pavilion in the center of the lake with the white birds flying down and tell each other stories they had made up. But in the end they both died. At different times, and in the same season of willows. A strange spirit had ruined everything. And at the gates of the mansion now stood the things kind. They really do deserve to die. Gu Baishui didn't like the ending of that story in Luoyang City, so he rightfully hated them. Mr. Tu on the hill has said that he actually has a red panda on his hill. That panda has never been down the mountain. Usually honest and heartless. He doesn't care if you poke him with a branch a few times. But he always felt that the panda on the hill would go crazy. Just sometime in the future. Lu Ziyui is a traveler. And so is Li 11. The clear voice of the young man in green echoed through the streets, tearing through the curtain in the sky like a blinding bolt of lightning. There was silence as the rain froze under the roof. Not dripping or shaking anymore. The shade of the trees stood still. The wind was forbidden to be silent. And there was not another sound in the street. The green-clothed boy tilted his head up and looked at the distant white willows outside of the city, letting go of the cloudy breath he had suppressed in his chest. The story in the city of Luoyang should end here, with the death of a traveler. But what happened next was completely beyond Gu Baishui's expectations. There was silence, and when the boy in green said the words traveler, almost all of the dying, muddy lines of sight in Luoyang City were bizarrely shifted to Gu Baishui's body. From Lu Zio's body, it turned to Gu Baishui's. Not many of those old saints stared at the unknown monster cowering in the corner, possibly the first traveler to be captured, but all looked eerily at the teenager who had uttered the words. No one spoke or walked. Gu Baishui sensed this weird atmosphere and sidled her head in bewilderment and confusion. The Ji family head on the opposite side of the door. That gentle and elegant middle-aged man didn't make a sound, just looked at Gu Baishui without turning his eyes away, his eyes deep to the core, hiding emotions he couldn't understand. The old beggar on the right-hand side raised his head. There was no expression on his pudgy face, but his eyes were just as strangely wooden, and he looked at the green-clothed teenager and licked the corners of his mouth. Gu Baishui unconsciously took a step back, retreating behind the threshold of the mansion. But noiselessly, all the eyes hidden in the shadows followed the movement of his body. Gu Baishui didn't know why this was. Could it be that the old sages in Luoyang City didn't know what a traveler was? Why didn't you look at Lu Zio, but instead looked at yourself weirdly? The next moment, a familiar burning heat came from his chest. No one in the city of Luoyang could notice that an awakened bronze mirror began to quietly tremble, sending the strongest warning ever to its owner. Gu Baishui gently lowered her head. He felt a cold breath spreading out from the mirror on his chest, dragging a part of his divine sense into the bronze mirror. Gu Baishui's eyeballs squirmed for a moment. An invisible strand of divine sense drifted in the sky, overlooking the entire Luoyang City from above. That wisp of divine sense swept through all parts of Luoyang City, and saw clearly the nearly 100 aged vicissitudes of the old saints hidden in the shadows. At the same time also saw the Luoyang City. Almost the same time appeared nearly 100 pairs of scarlet eyes. Each pair of scarlet eyes grew on the face of each different red-haired monster, and the nearly 100 red-haired monsters that were only weird and unknown in that Luoyang City all stood quietly and silently behind those old saints. There was behind the Ji family lord, and there was behind the old beggar. Every traveler, followed by a red-haired monster, from long ago, in the 35,244th year of the eternal life calendar. Mr. San, who hadn't shown his face in the great emperor's forbidden zone, appeared in the city of Luoyang. Then he went crazy. Chapter 50, I'm from the Red Earth, 10,000 Poisons Domain, Forest of Terracotta. It was a vast, sprawling, ancient jungle, with a dense canopy that blocked out the sun from the sky, leaving only very tiny gaps. The shade of the forest swayed and the trees were dappled with shadows. One by one, strangely dressed cultivators walked through the woods in silence, keeping a subtle distance. But there was something strange about the fact that no one was walking on the ground in the entire forest. Most of them were stepping on the sturdy and thick branches of the trees, cautiously wary of their surroundings. This was because the forest of Terracotta had no dirt to land on at all, as far as the eye could see. It was just an endless pool of mud and swamp. The tall trees in the forest don't grow in the dirt either, but are rooted deep in muddy, slimy swamps. A colorful miasma filled the forest. Snakes gulped and young birds hissed. In the most pristine part of this continent, a young man in white straightened up in the bushes, then wiped the sweat from the top of his head. Grass. Why is this hole just like the Nakanabu exams in Naruto, all running through the trees? Not even a place to land. The young man in white shook his head and grumbled a few times, and casually wiped his sweaty hands on his own shirt. A gentle ray of sunlight cut through the dense foliage and landed just nicely on the young man's clean cheeks. Sleeves flicked and hair fell. The young man in white just squinted his eyes and smiled lazily. but it was even more dazzling than the sunlight. It was as if a cool breeze had hurriedly swept through the hot summer day, causing people to unconsciously shake their heads. Born to be very good looking in Thai. Kind of the Thaiest human race I've ever seen. Crouching in the tree, the redhead thought this and looked at the young man under the tree, raising an eyebrow and giving him a few nonchalant glances. I'm going to go now, warrior woman. The young man under the tree suddenly raised his head, waved towards the red-haired girl in the tree, and said something like this. The red-haired girl froze and subconsciously asked, "Leave the terracotta forest?" "Yeah, going somewhere?" "Follow the Luoshui River and visit the city of Luoyang." The young man under the tree scratched his head and sighed somewhat helplessly. I heard that my youngest junior brother has gone crazy, so I, as a senior brother, had to go and show some concern. In case he dies, someone has to dig a grave and bury him, right? Your master is crazy? The redhead's mind was a bit spinning, and she froze as she asked, "Can it be cured?" "Not quite sure. It depends on whether he's really crazy or pretending to be. What if it's faking madness? Then there's no need to cure it. Just bring it around and nurse it for some days and it'll be just about right." The young man in white responded casually, as if he were treating a pet he owned. "And what if it's really crazy?" The young man under the tree was silent for a few moments, then tilted his head and smacked his lips curiously. "There's really nothing wrong with being really crazy. Someone who dances in the rain with headphones on and pedestrians on the road can't hear the song in his headphones thinks he's crazy." The girl in the tree frowned, thinking for a long time, and asked a very serious question to the man under the tree. "What's a headset?" The young man blinked, unsure for a moment how to explain. He mused for half a second before finally saying, "It's a spell where only you can hear what I say." "Oh, so?" The redhead nodded as she felt she understood what the man meant, but she was too lazy to send this man away, so she hesitated for just a moment before saying a simple goodbye. "Have a safe trip." The young man in white waved his hand at the girl in the tree, then turned and disappeared into the woods. The redhead was slightly silent, and with a slight leap, she jumped to the other canopy. She shifted her eyes downward, looking at the bush where the young man had straightened up earlier. The bushes were empty, except for the vague outline of a humanoid figure, as if a body had just been briefly set aside. The redhead raised an eyebrow, seeing a bit of blood staining the cracks in the leaves. There were also a few strange tufts of red hair. The rainy season in Luoyang City has finally passed, and one by one, the foreign tourists dressed in very different clothes have left the old city. The long-lost sunshine spilled down on the Luoshui River, where many white willow flakes floated on the surface of the river. Everything seemed to have returned to peace, and the old town was still full of people and lights. Only that a madman whose name was unknown had suddenly appeared by the river outside Luoyang. From the looks of his face, that madman seemed to be a young and not so young teenage-looking man, puffy and gray. He clutches a broken bronze mirror all day long. The residents of Luoyang City would often see that madman rummaging for something in the mud along the banks of the Luoshui River, sometimes holding stones and throwing them around, running around like crazy. He would rarely yell, but often and inexplicably he would pass out in the river and be swept away by the current like a corpse. And when it was a few days later, the madman would crawl back along the riverbank and continue to stumble around in the water groping for things. In the past 2 months, the rumors of the madman by the river had long since spread into the city of Luoyang. There were some guardsmen and soldiers who tried to deport him elsewhere, but even when you threatened the madman with a knife, he didn't seem to understand what was going on. The young children by the river stoned him, and the madman shunned and dodged. The diamond corner of the stone smashed on the forehead, and blood flowed out from the corner of the forehead. But that crazy person still seemed to have little awareness, not even wiping it. His clothes had long since been soaked and tattered by the river, and he often buried his head and gnawed on hardened steamed buns from who knows where. Running into the mountains outside the city at night, the residents of Luoyang City didn't recognize the madman, but they did notice that there seemed to be a lot of new faces in the city lately. Some are adults with their late teens, while others are young people coming in pairs. Most of them just stood on the riverbank and looked at the madman from a distance for a few moments before they sighed and turned away from the area. That Mr. 3 is really crazy. Soon enough, the news spread throughout all of the human race's holy lands. One night the crazy young man fainted in the cool river water, holding in his hand the last shard of the bronze mirror he had found, and was swept away by the swift river without knowing where he was. That madman left Luoyang and didn't show up again for a long time, and on the very night that the madman was washed away by the water, a pale, stooped shadow appeared on a boulder outside Luoyang. The cool night breeze blew through, and the crimson fluff fluttered in the wind. The moment the dark yellow fangs were exposed, the moon on the night curtain of Luoyang City turned a bizarre blood red color. I said not to go to Luoyang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 51, Really Crazy. The night is quiet and the forest shakes gently. In the hazy moonlight, a filthy beggar pushed open the worn wooden door, then stumbled into the broken temple. His frontal hair was disheveled, obscuring his face, and his right leg seemed to be shaking as if it was out of control. The beggar did not look at the firewood room in the corner of the broken temple, but laboriously moved his right leg inside. But still his foot slipped and fell on the mossy stone steps. A sharp pain traveled from the end of his spine to his mind, and the beggar collapsed on the stone steps for a long time, never moving again except for the occasional rise and fall of his chest. It's late at night, deep in the woods. It was only after about half an incense stick of time that the beggar's body twitched again, laboriously dragging these legs to crawl into the broken temple. Clinging to the cold stone pillar, he coughed violently a few times and managed to calm down before shivering and pulling out a yellowed piece of greaseproof paper from his chest. Wrapped in the greaseproof paper were 2 pieces of steamed buns that had long since hardened but had been soaked open by the river. The beggar's fingers were full of dirty dirt, sludge from the bed of the Luoxue River. But he didn't care. Holding a piece of steamed bread tightly in his palm and stuffing it into his mouth, the beggar chewed laboriously and swallowed the already soaked buns in his mouth with no taste. The forest wind outside the broken temple blew into the yard, making an eerie sound. It seems that this one beggar is the only one left in the desolate deep mountains. Apart from him, there wasn't even a ghost. Not even a single body. But the beggar didn't seem to have any emotions or sentience. He just leaned on the stone pillar and looked into the distance with empty eyes. After swallowing the last bit of food in his mouth, the beggar closed his eyes feebly. The broken mirror in his chest had been put back together, but it didn't seem to help, because the beggar was dying, too. Perhaps the first ghost will be welcomed into this lonely, broken temple after tonight. I just don't know if there will be anyone to offer incense in the future. The moonlight was hazy and bright, and there was a creak from the door of the broken temple, as if someone had pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The unconscious beggar opened his eyes in a daze. A clean white silhouette floated into the courtyard, carrying a wailing rod in his right hand, looking like the white impermanence had come to claim his life. But just as the beggar closed his eyes breathlessly, that white impermanence suddenly spoke. The voice was familiar, flirting with a heavy dose of finesse. Senior brother. Ah, why are you in such a mess? Is this behavioral art? Or do you want to see master? There were a total of 4 siblings in the great imperial sanctuary, aside from the youngest little sister. The other 3 were all given names by their master, the Eternal Life Emperor. Second senior brother's original name was Qing Xian, but then he felt that this name was not good, so he gave himself another memorable name, Su New Year. Some junior in the mountains asked him why he had that name. Su New Year said, New Year means new clothes to wear, and I like clean new clothes. But in fact, in the impression of several people in the mountains, Su New Year had always been wearing the exact same white clothes. It never changes much, so you can't tell if you've gotten new clothes or not. Senior brother. Although it's quite a moody place to spend the night in a temple apart from here, you'll catch a cold, right? Why don't elder brother take you out to find a greenhouse alibi to warm up your body? Su New Year in the doorway raised his eyebrows and looked thoughtfully at the temple's young master who was already almost out of breath. Wink if you agree. Su New Year said with a face full of sincerity. If you don't agree, when you see your master down there, remember to ask his old man to come back often to see your big brother. Or, you can bring your elder brother along with you. How boring it is to go on the road alone. 3 people can still play cards and fight the landlord together. The young man in white leaned in the doorway and chattered. But the beggar in the broken temple gradually lost his life, and his heartbeat and pulse fell silent. Su New Year was slightly stunned at the sight, and after a long silence, he sighed with a complicated expression, then turned around and walked towards the firewood room in the courtyard. The forest shadows swayed and the temple courtyard was quiet. A few moments later, a certain second brother's languid voice came from outside. It's all this way. Senior brother, I'd better find a shovel and dig a hole for you. After all, it's the gravekeeper line. The job is right for me, and the process is familiar to me. Elder brother. Who? A warm bonfire was lit on the fire, and Su New Year threw all the wood he carried out from the woodshed into the fire. Then with a flip of his hand, he took out a white jade vial out of thin air. The vial was plain and unadorned, with a cold aura emanating from its body. Su New Year rattled the mouth of the bottle, then poured out a black and red pill from the vial. The elixir looked flat and uninteresting, but when you quietly and carefully observed it, you would realize that it was rising and falling. Instead of looking like a dead thing, it looked like the heart of some weird animal. This elixir was refined by your second senior brother with 10,000 years of longevity pills. and it was baked for 9,981 days, and the boiler was all burnt black. Su New Year sighed. At first, I wanted to use this elixir to exchange it with my senior sister for a sacred treasure. But unfortunately, my senior sister resented the fact that the longevity elixir was dug up when I was squatting in the toilet, and was dead set against it. It looks like it's going to have to be cheap for you too now, little master. Su New Year's finger lightly shook, and the beggar who was cowering in the corner then unconsciously opened his mouth. Flexing his fingers, the black and red elixir fell into his mouth, then wriggled strangely and burrowed down his throat tube deeper into his body. Su New Year seemed to be well aware of the efficacy of this elixir, and didn't care whether or not Junior Brother could survive or not. He just sat by the side of the fire watching the shadows of the forest sway outside the house, his hands folded and tapping the backs of his hands with his fingertips. Half a quarter of an hour later, the beggar's face regained a healthy color of blood. A quarter of an hour later, Su New Year suddenly got up and left the broken temple, then tilted his head back to stare dead at the moon in the sky. As a soothing sneeze came from the courtyard, the white-clothed youth rubbed his nose and made his way back to his original position without changing his face. Half an hour later, the beggar in the temple woke up leisurely and opened his eyes hazily. Su New Year's fingertips slightly paused, turned to look at the beggar who came back from the dead, then smiled with a cheerful and sunny smile. Awake, young master? But unexpectedly, the beggar leaning on the stone pillar did not respond to him, his disheveled hair covering his eyes. After a long silence, he slowly raised his arm and calmly and wordlessly pointed to a corner of the broken temple. Su New Year followed his finger to see that the wall there had collapsed out of a large hole, and beyond the hole was the deep and quiet woods. Su New Year raised his eyebrows, seeing nothing. The beggar, however, laughed silently, the forest shadow shaking in the depths of his pupils. Deep in the shadow of the forest also stood a furry red thing. Senior Brother, it turns out you're really crazy. Senior Brother, let me take you to the cure. How about visiting Chang'an City and the Forest of Terracotta? I've also seen the demon ancestor's first daughter. She's not bad looking, just not a very good personality. Oh right, Li 11 is not a corrupted emperor, which you should know. However, Senior Brother, I came down the mountain this time. I came across something odd that is related to the decaying great emperor. I wonder if you are interested in it. Senior Brother, the corrupted emperor's extreme emperor soldier is a red-haired corpse body. Ah. Chapter 52. Master gave me an extreme Dao imperial armament. 3 days later, there were two more young men who looked similar in age on the official road from Luoyang to Chang'an City. The first person was dressed in white, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes with a dusty temperament, like some rich scholar with a superior family background, walking leisurely in front of him. The latter person is wearing a green robe, with a clean and beautiful face, but the pupils are a piece of mute, always silent and looking in one direction. The man in white looks a bit older. It's the second Senior Brother, Su New Year. The green-clothed man with a pale face recovering from a serious illness was Junior Brother Gubaishui. The two of them walked on the official road one after the other, letting a batch of caravans and carriages drive by, rolling up the wind, sand and dust, without the intention of hitching a ride. Su New Year said that he would take Gubaishui to be cured, but he didn't say how. He just identified the first stop on the two's road trip for himself, Chang'an. After coming out of the broken temple, Gubaishui hadn't said a word, and even eating and drinking were quiet and silent. He's like a normal person, but like a walking corpse with no ideas or thoughts of his own. Only when Su New Year mentioned words like corrupt emperor and traveler would Gubaishui's eyes lift up an inconspicuous fluctuation. Junior Brother, in fact, travelers have already come to our world a long time ago. Su New Year carried a willow branch in her hand, and while leading the way in front, she spoke to Gubaishui behind her in words that were almost shocking to the ears of outsiders. Pedestrians were in a hurry on the official road, and not many people would stop by them. But even if there were passers-by trying to eavesdrop, Su New Year didn't really care, because he was a saint and the youngest saint realm powerhouse on the continent at the moment. As long as he didn't want to, no one would be able to hear what he was saying. If the junior sister didn't break through to sainthood too early, then Su New Year would be the youngest genius of the human race to break through to the saint realm within 10,000 years. The eldest Senior Brother was a year behind him, and the rest of the so-called holy sons of the royal family were actually nothing more than a bunch of stinking fish and shrimp in Su New Year's eyes. My initial impression was that the earliest traveler in history would have been an outsider surnamed Yi, who later became an emperor, and along with a few great emperors, they rounded up emperors and undead and whatnot, and made a lot of noise anyway. He should be the first traveler of our world and the first alien great emperor. Su New Year smacked his lips and continued thoughtfully. I initially thought that it was an accident. that Yi Tiandi's batch of travelers were all accidents. But many years after that Yi Tiandi's era passed, a new batch of travelers came to our world. Yes, I said a batch, not one. Travelers come in batches, like they've come to this world for some purpose. And in the second batch of crossovers, there were those soul-wearing guys. Some of them take over a baby's body, and some simply replace the original owner's soul and take away everything from the person who has traveled through, just like Li 11 did. Behind the official road came a burst of hoofbeats. Dusty, Su New Year is still oblivious, and even said more and more energetic. When I first came down from the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, I was intrigued by the soul wearers because I realized that most of those soul wearers had the shadow of a red-haired monster by their side. Gu Baishui's body lurched. Su New Year did not turn around, but a hint of an inconspicuous meaning swept through the depths of his pupils. Soul wearers with red hair? But what are those red-haired monsters? Is it the system that was issued along with the crossing? Or is it the initial cheat that Heaven's Way gives to those soul travelers? Su New Year smacked his lips and smiled somewhat helplessly. I don't think I didn't understand it, but I vaguely figured out something after searching through ancient books and ancient ruins. Yi Tiandi. They are just the first batch of travelers who were brought to this world. They are not accidental, but pioneers, trailblazers. They were the first tentators who came to exploit the wilderness in order to light the first torch in our dark continent. And after that there will be many subsequent generations of travelers who will burrow out of the dirt of the continent like weeds in live. Every traveler, with their own cheats, has a unique advantage over the natives of the continent, so they are very good at cultivation and easily integrate into the higher-ranking cultivators of the human race. Su New Year paused here inside in a different way. No one should be able to tell now how many outsiders are hiding in those saints of the human race. The dead trees on the official road flared, and the sandy soil was blown up by the wind, mesmerizing passers-by. Su New Year turned her head to look at Gu Baishui behind her and said as if she suddenly thought of something. Oh, right, Junior brother. The corrupted emperor did exist, and it is said that his own extreme emperor soldier was a red-haired emperor corpse, and that he refined the body of a red-haired monster into an emperor soldier. But there's another very strange point. The red-haired monster appeared in Yi Tiandi's previous history. That's why I haven't found out exactly what the decaying great emperor is about. If his era was before Yi Tiandi, then it's likely that the decaying great emperor is the source of all the red-haired monsters. If the era of the decayed great emperor came after Yi Tiandi, then is it possible that he was the first soul piercer? Or that all the red-haired monsters that followed the soul piercer were a group created by the decayed great emperor, modeled after the real red-haired monsters in history? Su New Year's meaning is clear. He was investigating and guessing the identity of the corrupt emperor. If Yi Tiandi was the first person to cross over in body, then the corrupt emperor would most likely be the first person to cross over in soul. However, before there was any real evidence, there was no way for Su New Year to come to a conclusion. So he planned to take Gu Baishui to take a look around Chang'an City. As for why he didn't take Gu Baishui and fly directly to Chang'an City or twist the laws to teleport there, Su New Year had his own reasons. He was waiting for the right moment. Senior brother, before our master died, he gave me an extreme Dao Emperor soldier. Su New Year looked at Gu Baishui and blinked. Without waiting a moment, he continued, it's not just me. Eldest brother should have two pieces in his hands. One is his own and one was given to him by master. The trees were still, the wind stopped, the yellow sand fell to the ground, and the green-clothed teenager's eyelids twitched. And I've heard that junior sister has one as well, an emperor weapon from the Ji clan's own old ancestor. Su New Year paused when he said this and narrowed his eyes at his youngest senior. Well, what about yours? Chapter 53, The Great Emperor Bitten to Death by the Red-Haired Monster. Senior brother, what exactly is the extreme Dao Emperor soldier that master left you? Su New Year's white clothes fluttered, his gaze calmly looking at the silent and speechless youth in green behind him. Dust flew on the official road. Gu Baishui still didn't have much of a reaction. Ignoring his second senior brother's inquiries, his eyes swept over Su Xinyan's ears, and he looked into the distance in a mute manner. Su New Year looked at Gu Baishui for a moment in silence and suddenly shook her head and let out a laugh. It's fine if you don't want to tell elder brother. After all, everyone should have their own secrets. But elder brother, I can actually guess a little bit. The white-clothed scholar looked at his junior apprentice brother with an unblinking eye and a split sincerity. If senior brother guesses wrong, how about you blink your eyes and count it as a little hint for senior brother? Gu Baishui's face was so calm and wooden that no one could tell what he was thinking. But Su New Year didn't care because he said that he only needed his junior brother's reminder when he guessed wrong. So when he asks a question, the little master either defaults to his own conjecture or has to give him some kind of reaction. You escaped the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone that night because you encountered something that could threaten your life. And there are generally only two possibilities for what could threaten the four of us senior siblings inside the Forbidden Zone. One is that we are siblings to each other, which is the last answer I want. After all, with Master dead, the Gravekeeper faction is down to just the four of us family members. Su Nuyer's face was peaceful and looked rather helpless as he sighed. But little senior sister would never do anything against you. Her favorite and closest of the three senior brothers is you. Second senior brother, I'm far away in the Red Earth and have a clear conscience. What happened that night had absolutely nothing to do with me. That just leaves. Big brother? Su Nuyer said and glanced at Gubaishui. He didn't get any reaction, but he nodded in satisfaction. You think it was eldest senior brother who tried to kill you. That's why you fled down the mountain and followed the Luoshui River to try to find me in the Red Earth. So that would make sense. The white-robed scholar's voice was flat and casual. But what was hair-raising was that he clearly hadn't been involved in any of the things that had happened. But he was able to deduce all the veins of the story in a few words. Just like Gubaishui had once said, second senior brother was a smart person. Always had been. Maybe he's the smartest one on the hill. But why did eldest senior brother suddenly make a move against you? Your cultivation is only at the Xiantai realm. So you can't twist one of his arms even if you're carrying an extreme Dao Emperor soldier. Why is he in such a hurry? Su Nuyer raised his eyebrows and blinked thoughtfully. Clouds float slowly across the sky, and the cicadas on the side of the road grow more enthusiastic. A few moments later, the scholar in white seemed to have thought of something and gave Gubaishui an odd look in his eyes. Senior brother, do you know any secrets about your eldest brother? For example, he is the Violet Weather Emperor reborn? The air froze for a moment, and Gubaishui gently sidestepped her head, her gaze landing on her second senior brother's face that was so perfect that it was somewhat demonic. It's still true. Ha! Su Nuyer let out an interested laugh as if she had discovered something remarkable. Senior brother, you don't need to be nervous. This matter second senior brother I also know long time ago. Otherwise I'm so talented and overwhelming. Why would I have been unable to beat that old thing of your eldest senior brother? But, how did you know? Su Nuyer paused here and asked with a frown. Elder brother, you have mind reading skills? Or can you use some magical Dao to spy on our two senior brothers? The wild wind on the official road suddenly quieted down. The dead trees stopped shaking, and the summer silkworms were silenced. A trace of something extremely subtle swept through the depths of Gubaishui's pupils, and there seemed to be some kind of broken object inside his chest that was a little cold against his skin. But fortunately, the second senior brother in front of him seemed to have just asked casually and didn't pay too much attention to it, so he didn't notice his strangeness. Su Nuyer blinked and revealed an expression that all men understand, coming over and teasing softly. Then that time when senior brother I peeked at little sister's bath. Do you know about it too? Senior brother? That seems like a coincidence. Seeing that his temptation had little effect, Su Nuyer smacked his lips helplessly. Senior brother, I wouldn't have peeked. Otherwise master would have hung me outside the mountain gate and smoked me. So it's normal that you didn't react. Senior brother. The roadside was quiet for a moment before the tone-deaf white scholar suddenly blinked and spoke again silently. Senior brother. Do you think that old thing master would have peeked? Cough. It was a long way from Luoyang to Chanyan, but whenever Su Nuyer felt a little drained, he would tap his fingers. The ground beneath the two men's feet seemed to have suddenly shortened considerably, and in one step they were at the end of their sight. Shrinking is one of the best spells to use in the sage realm, but those who could perform it so freely, even bringing those around them along with them as they traveled, there were only a very small handful of them in the saint realm. It wasn't that long ago that Su Nuyer certified to sainthood, but he might have already touched the top of the head realm barrier. After the saints come the holy kings. The air under the sun gradually scorched, and the white-clothed scholar falsely wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead before bringing his youngest brother to sit in the shade of an old tree by the side of the road. He tilted his head and looked toward the end of the official road in the distance, where there was a huge and prosperous ancient city called Chang'an. Senior brother, I seem to have guessed how you offended your eldest brother. The white-robed scholar fanned himself against a tree trunk and suddenly said, you know that eldest brother is the Violet Emperor, and I know that he is, but he doesn't know that I know, but he knows that you know. Does that make sense to you? It's not your eldest senior brother's character to kill and seize treasures, and it's even more unlikely that he'll just do it when he doesn't even know what that extreme Dao Imperial armament you're carrying is. I think you should still have offended your eldest senior brother at some point, making him feel dangerous and uneasy before he had no choice but to take action against you. Su Nuyer expressionlessly holding a willow branch in his mouth, seemingly casually analyzed, but with my understanding of your elder brother, there is nothing in this world that is worth his scorn. and the only thing there is one thing. That is the greatest horror that he encountered in his last life. The greatest terror the Violet Weather Emperor had ever encountered. When Gubaishuei heard this, he slowly turned his head again, looking at his second senior brother in an ancient well. Su New Year was also used to this kind of communication. His own crazy little senior brother was usually like a log. Only when it came to a topic he was interested in would he have this kind of reaction. Senior brother, do you know how that legendary Z-Wei Emperor fell? Su New Year blinked with an odd expression before scanning the surrounding area for a few moments before lowering his voice and whispering. In his last life, your eldest brother was actually bitten to death by a red-haired monster one bite at a time. Chapter 54, Big Brother's Vengeance. That was the hardest time in your senior's life. Su New Year raised his head in some frustration and sighed silently as he looked at a cloud in the sky. In those days, I was beaten up by your eldest senior brother every day, chasing him from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain with a ruler. Not caring at all about the feelings between masters and brothers. That pusher's hand was really heavy-handed too. So when I got off the mountain I made a point of investigating the matter of the Violet Weather Emperor, wanting to see if there was any way I could get my face back from your eldest senior brother and even the odds. The ending? It's really interesting. Su New Year pursed the corners of her lips and let out a laugh with a strange face. Ziwei Da Di is considered to be our master is considered to be a character of the same era, only that the master is better at surviving. So when Ziwei Da Di stepped into his old age, our master was still in his prime. I originally thought that it was the Violet Weeping Emperor who came to the Great Emperor's tomb complex by himself when he sensed that his lifespan was approaching, and asked Master to bury him. But then I realized that he actually died a tragic death. The Violet Weeping God's temple suffered a bizarre calamity. No one survived. The Twilight Violet Weeping Emperor had half of his body gnawed away by some unknown thing, and died tragically on his divine seat. Later on, it was our master who stepped in and moved the remains of the Violet Weather Great Emperor to the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, then built a tomb and buried it. Su New Year narrowed his eyes and continued. At that time, I was curious as to what on earth could kill a late-aged Great Emperor, and that was without the extreme Tao Emperor soldiers even reacting and awakening to protect their masters. So I found a way to look up the recorded history books of the Violet Weather Divine Hall, and explored a lot of the affiliated ruins, and finally found a little clue in a half-collapsed palace in the forest of Terracotta. The night before the Z-Wei Emperor's accident, red hairs floated up in the sky throughout the entire Z-Wei Divine Hall, and strangeness and ominousness descended upon the late-aged Z-Wei Emperor. A furry red monster emerged from the darkness of the night and then gnawed away at the throat of the Z-Wei Great Emperor. Some people think that Emperor Z-Wei was a source heavenly master, so he encountered a red-haired monster of the Great Emperor realm in his later years. The shade of the trees was dappled, leaving creepy shadows on the white-robed scholar's face, and he slowly raised his head, his eyes twitching gently. I don't think so. Right. What can kill a great emperor may not be a living thing. It may also be an extreme emperor soldier. That extreme imperial armament of the corrupted emperor happens to be a red-haired corpse body. Su New Year glanced at Gubaishuei without haste, then smiled and narrowed her eyes as she asked, Senior brother, do you think that if that extreme Tao Emperor soldier that Master gave you was a human-sized red-haired monster, then wouldn't everything make sense? The youth in green froze in place all of a sudden, and an astonishingly piercing aura of dissimilarity suddenly crossed his wooden and chaotic pupils. Like a dazzling thunderbolt, it tore through the darkness of the night and made the vault of heaven clear and peaceful. What if everything isn't a coincidence? That day was supposed to be an uneventful night, but there was a green-clothed teenager who was about to break through the Xiantai realm and step into the realm of truly high-ranking cultivators. So an extreme Tao Emperor soldier awakened from the corner of the forbidden area, then took advantage of the moonlight to find that teenager without a sound. That teenager saw the imperial soldier through the mirror, while at the same time another person in the mountain detected the familiar smell of the imperial soldier, awakening his own distant memories. So on that narrow, scary path, the three guys met. A man holding a mirror is confused as the monster's red hair flutters behind him, pointing him to another shadow hiding in the woods. And the black-clothed figure in the woods was seeking revenge, dragging an immortal tripod, wanting to annihilate this red-haired monster with whom he had a blood feud at all costs. So when the cave where the books were piled up collapsed, there was a talking red-haired monster at the entrance of the cave, and the green-clothed young man who was only at the Xiantai realm was able to escape from death unharmed under that terrifying attack. The person holding the immortal cauldron stayed his hand and watched as he escaped the great emperor's forbidden zone but didn't come after him again. Your eldest senior brother had an unresolved deadly feud with the corrupted emperor, but Master gave that red-haired monster to you, and that's why all the things that happened after that happened. Su New Year analyzed in a soft voice. gradually connecting all the clues together, making him unable to help but let his eyes light up and let out a distinctly amused laugh. That sounds pretty damn reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it at all. I'm an amazing genius. The branches of the old tree gently drooped, and a withered yellow leaf fell to the tip of Gu Baishui's foot. The white-robed scholar seemed to have rested enough as well, standing up and stretching with a big grin, then glancing toward the distant intersection again without looking away. Senior brother, I've gone through so much effort to help you where all the stories clearly. Can you show some kindness and satisfy senior brother's curiosity? Gu Baishui raised her eyes and remained silent as she looked at the white-clothed scholar. Su Nuyear smiled, then slowly extended a finger with his head sideways. First question. Why did Master give you the corrupted Emperor's extreme Dao Imperial armament? The youngest sister got the Emperor's soldier of the Ji family emperor, and the elder brother took the Emperor's soldier of his own past life. So are you and the corrupted Emperor related? The green-clothed boy didn't react, didn't even move his eyelids. Su Nuyear, however, unsurprisingly nodded, don't know, right? It doesn't matter. We can slowly check it out in the future. If senior brother you really are the reincarnation of the corrupted emperor or something, senior brother I can help you deal with eldest brother together the two of us working together. Sending your eldest brother to meet the master won't even be a problem. Su Nuyear spoke with a serious face, but what he really thought in his heart was only clear to him. Then there's the second question. The white-robed scholar paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, our master's extreme Dao Imperial armament, do you know what it looks like? Unexpectedly, this time, the young man in green under the tree gave Su Nuyear a response for the first time. He shook his head slowly, his gaze wooden and cold but unusually sure. Su Nuyear was silent for a long time, then nodded. I do believe you, senior brother, but I always feel that that thing will bring us a lot of trouble, and I'm always a little bit less solid if I can't find Master's extreme Dao Emperor soldier for a day. At this time, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly came from the end of the official road. A vast merchant caravan was coming from afar, and the direction of travel seemed to be exactly that old Chang'an city as well. Su Nuyear's eyes lit up for a moment, as if she had finally waited for what she had been waiting for, and she squeezed her eyebrows at Gu Baishui with ulterior motives. There's no rush for the rest. Elder brother will first take you to Chang'an city to get cured. Oh, by the way senior brother, have you heard of the Divine Show Emperor? Chapter 55 Ghost Road Lexi. Chang'an City was the capital of the ancient Tang Kingdom and one of the most prosperous ancient cities on the continent. Merchants and traders, imperial examinations, all major events in the Tang dynasty are held around the center of Chang'an City. This old city, built in the midst of the secular world, has gone through years of change and vicissitudes of life, and is still standing and bustling with activity. So, this is the easiest place to pick as a starting place for firstborn travelers on this continent, also known as Novice City. There was a big family in Chang'an City with the family name of Gu. The ancestors of the Gu family were the personal attendants of Tang Zu, and they followed Tang Zu in his battles in the south and the north, and were born and died, and eventually fought their way through the vast territory of the Tang Kingdom. When the ancient Tang dynasty was founded, the ancestor of the Gu family was named General of Xinghua, the Duke of Gu Gua, by the Tang Emperor himself. The title is hereditary, and the Gu family will never be imprisoned as long as they have not committed the heinous crime of supporting a rebellion. It's the equivalent of a get-out-of-jail-free card for all hands. And now the Gu family head is the right minister of the current dynasty. The power of the dynasty can be said to be a person under 10,000 people. Gu's grandmother is today's His Majesty's childhood nurse, although not like to show their faces, but whenever Gu's grandmother's birthday, His Majesty will personally come to the Gu residence to celebrate the birthday. Respect and love very much. The Gu family is therefore considered the second most prestigious family in Chang'an City besides the royal family. Meanwhile, in the younger generation of the Gu family, there were two young ladies who were the most famous and dazzling. Miss named Gu Shu is the first wife of the Gu family's own daughter, only 19 years old, talent and appearance, generous and gentle, smile bright. The third young lady named Gu Shi is the daughter of the fourth lady of the Gu house, age 17, born also bright-eyed and white teeth, but the nature is relatively cold. Less talk with outsiders. 3 years ago, the two young ladies of the Gu family were chosen by the sage old sister of the Holy Land of Yaoqi and were admitted into the sect together to cultivate and seek immortality. The fact that there were two sacred land immortals from the Gu mansion had become a great story that had been passed down in Chang'an City for more than a few years. Today is the day those two young ladies are going home. Senior brother, have you seen the caravan at the opposite intersection? That's the two young ladies from the Gu family sitting in there, both with outstanding talent and stunning looks. They can be called the perfect Tao couples in the eyes of cultivators. Let's not talk about two families. I'll choose the more mature first lady. How about you take care of the third lady? What's that look in your eyes? You like the older sister? Then let's switch. Elder brother, I have good intentions. I purposely brought you to Chang'an City to be cured. You wouldn't think that elder brother came here with nothing to do but pick up girls, would you? Alright. Senior brother, I actually wanted to make a bet with you on an extreme Tao Emperor armament. The method is actually quite simple. Let's both mix into the Gu mansion together and see who can first find out which of these two Gu family ladies is the hidden traveler. Well, wasn't that fun? This was the last thing Su New Year said to Gu Baishui. After that, he abducted Gu Baishui into the Gu mansion with disguise and makeup, replacing the identity of the slave who originally watched the yard for the third young lady Gu Shi in the original Gu mansion. Su New Year was even familiar with the process, as if he had prepared a rigorous plan early on, just waiting for the moment when the two Gu family ladies returned to the house. It was even possible that even if Gu Baishui hadn't come down from the mountain, he would have been just as likely to mix into the Gu mansion step by step, get knocked out to replace one of the slaves, and then achieve what he wanted. Gu San was Gu Baishui's new name, a slave who had grown up in the Gu mansion, but had never seen Gu Shi before. After Gu Shi and Gu Shu left for the holy land of Yaoqi, the courtyard where they had originally lived was left empty. In order not to let those two courtyards lose their popularity, the Gu family head had arranged for two of his most assured slaves to watch over the courtyard and take care of the flowers and plants. Gu San was not very old, with a clear face and a small patch of gray freckles on her cheeks. These freckles weren't noticeable in normal times, and only occasionally popped out under the skin when they were smiling and happy. He had always worked as a laborer in the stores outside the Gu family in the past and had never come to the Gu family's main residence. Perhaps it was because Gu San had some talent for tending to flowers and plants, so after the two young ladies left, the butler picked him to take care of third young lady Gu Shi's courtyard. Nominally, Gu San was third Miss Gu Shi's personal slave, and did not have to be deployed at will like the other slaves in the mansion to do some dirty and tiring work. He only needed to take care of the courtyard and then wait for Gu Shi's orders when he returned to the house one day. But the wait was over 3 years, and the night before Gu Shi came back, a scholar dressed in white walked through the high walls of the Gu mansion, then flexed his fingers and took that Gu San, who was sleeping soundly in the side room, out of the Gu mansion. In its place, there was another Gu San with an identical face. Elder brother, you leave it here to get well. Elder brother, I go to the east end of the other courtyard to be a slave. TSK, why do you say it is still a little excited? Is it possible that there are still some undiscovered pet peeves in me? Su New Year left the courtyard and went to work as a slave in the courtyard of the other eldest young lady, Gu Shu, and not long after that white-clothed scholar left, the freckled teenager, who had been mute and expressionless, gently tilted his head. He looked at a willow tree in the courtyard and fell into a deep silence. Long, nightfall. The freckled teenager in that willow tree twitched his eyelids, opened his mouth as if with great effort, and a raspy, dry sound came from his throat. It's been 3 days and you're not giving a sip of water. Second brother. Gu Baishui stood up from the stone bench under his buttocks, gently and slowly twisting his neck a few times, and a crisp sound of bones colliding came out from his stale and stiff body. The trees shook, and his fingertips stuttered slightly. Gu Baishui didn't seem to have changed much, but the depths of his pupils didn't have much emotion since the beginning. Calm like a pool of stagnant water, peaceful and clear but also deep and indifferent. After that rainy night when the old sages gathered in the city of Luoyang, no one knew what really happened afterward. Why did the rumored Mr. San suddenly go crazy? And why did he almost die in the city of Luoyang? Why? Would those old things leave him alone? All of it was known only to those who had experienced it that night. Those old sages wouldn't talk about it, and Gu Baishui would never speak to outsiders. For him, it was one of the most desperate and gloomy nights of his life. The fear of transcending death and the double humiliation in his physical soul nearly destroyed his sanity. If it wasn't for the mirror in his chest that returned, Gu Baishui would have died in the city. The flesh does not die, the soul crumbles and becomes a mindless walking corpse. But since it's been so hard to survive, there has to be some sort of life goal to work towards. In a courtyard in the corner of the Gu family, the thin, freckled teenager slowly made his way to the shade of a willow tree. His eyes were lowered, and he was silent for a long time as he looked at the withered and blooming bark on the old willow tree in the courtyard, when suddenly and silently the corners of his mouth opened in a grin. The human way is small, the immortal way is reckless, and the ghost way is joyful. Go kill the saints. Come one family at a time before they die of old age. It's just 100 more graves to dig. Chapter 56, Master and Brother. Miss Gu. The news that the two young ladies of the Gu mansion had returned home had spread, and Chang'an City was instantly buzzing with activity. Outside the door of the Gu mansion was crowded with one expensive and exquisite carriage after another, and there were dignitaries as well as princes and lords, all rushing together to pay their respects. There were also some pretentious scholarly young masters outside the streets, who had chartered the nearest tallest restaurant and were lying by the window looking out, waiting for the time when they would be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of the two Gu family ladies. But no matter what the status of the guests, most of them had only been received in the hall of the Gu mansion for a while, and none of them had seen the shadows of those two young ladies. The head of the Gu family was shrewd enough to guess that this situation would come to pass, and had ducked into the palace early to help His Majesty in the imperial household deal with the imperial government. This left only the Gu family's grandmother who could step in to receive guests. But those ministers and princes do not dare to bother the aged grandmother of the Gu family to personally receive, not afraid of outsiders' gossip, but also afraid of His Majesty's blame down. So all these visiting guests crowded into the restaurant one street away from the Gu mansion, waiting for the Gu family master to return from the palace while seeing if any ungrateful fellows could sneak into the mansion first. The carriages outside the Gu mansion were one after another, and those royal housekeepers who were usually honorable and high and mighty were all squatting at the intersection like roadside sloths, their eyes staring at the gate of the Gu mansion, and holding bowls of sour plum juice in their hands to beat the heat. However, compared to the bustling noise outside the mansion, the inside of the Gu mansion was a lot cleaner. The servants and ladies each had their own duties, taking care of the inside and outside of the Gu mansion in a well-organized manner, and were busy from morning to night, without sparing a single speck of dust in the courtyard. In third Miss Gu Shi's courtyard, the freckled teenager sitting under the willow tree was full of calm, holding the sour plum juice in his hand and watching as batch after batch of ladies came in and out. They brought cloth curtains, scented paper cuttings, and refurbished the otherwise empty courtyard, even changing the quilts in the master bedroom several times, eventually settled on a simple plain white bed. People came and went. Gu-san just sat woodenly under the willow tree. No one took care of him, and no one arranged for him to do something. Only after everything was in order did an aged old butler come over with a smile and an exceptionally affable attitude, completely lacking the condescension he had shown to the others. Sanar Mrs. Courtyard, we've almost packed up. From now on this place will be left to you, haha. The old housekeeper rubbed his hands together and smiled, the wrinkles on his face all squeezed together. Third Miss has always loved purity since she was a child. The servants arranged by the family head were all rejected by Miss. In the future, this courtyard will still have to be taken care of by you alone. Fortunate and hardworking. If there's anything you're too busy to do, just talk to Uncle. As long as Uncle can do it, there will be no procrastination. Gu-san responded coyly as he always did, and didn't push back. The old butler nodded gratefully, then left the place with the rest of the courtyard, leaving not a single servant behind. The courtyard was quiet again. The willow swayed gently and the shade was dappled and cool. The freckled teenager waited under the tree for the rest of the afternoon, but the gate to the courtyard remained unmoved by being pushed open, as if it had been forgotten by its own owner. Is it that you haven't been home in 3 years and got lost? The patio door was pushed open from the outside in the dusk evening. The freckled teenager on the patio lifted his head at the sound and looked in the direction of the doorway. The white skirt swayed gently, and a young girl in a plain white clean long dress pushed open the courtyard door and lifted her steps to walk in. Bright eyes and white teeth, skin as white as snow. The moment she walked in, it seemed as if the entire courtyard was a little brighter. It was just that his eyes were too calm, and his clean-cut brow gave him a cool, detached look. Gu Shi, the third Miss of the Gu family. After walking into the courtyard, Gu Shi stopped in her tracks and raised her eyes slightly, wordlessly scanning her courtyard. The stone paths were clean, the flower bushes neat and tidy, and the old willow tree remained little changed. The only extra was the freckled teenager who looked a little strange under the tree. The moment Gu Shi walked into the courtyard, Gu-san stood up from under the tree. He smoothed out the folds of his clothing and stood in the corner in a disciplined manner, not stepping forward to greet or make a sound of chatter. But to one's surprise, this was instead a move that made Gu Shi very smooth. She doesn't like to talk or listen to people talk, and she doesn't like to have other people talking in her place. That's why, from a very young age, she wished for a dumb servant who could understand her without having to say anything to her. If not, she'd rather do things herself. Are you dumb? Gu Shi's lips moved slightly, and her voice was crisp and bright, as clean as a mountain stream. As offensive and rude as that sounded, she hadn't needed to talk to her servant about manners in the first place. The freckled teenager under the tree thought for a moment, then shook his head. So it's not wanting to talk? Gusher frowned lightly, also not expecting to say more on her first day home than this servant in the courtyard. The freckled teenager hesitated as well, then nodded. Gusher couldn't help but look at him a few more times when he saw this, then said expressionlessly, "It's better if you don't like to talk. In the future, if I don't ask you, you're not allowed to make a sound." Before Gu-san could react, the young girl in the white dress turned around, her skirt swaying as she walked up the stone steps on her own, then pushed open the door to the house and walked in. The door to the house was closed from the inside, and peace returned to the yard. The freckled teenager stood under the tree, looking at the closed door of the room for a long moment of hesitation. Still not sure if I should tell the young girl that she is in the wrong house. It was the compartment, and the side compartment had no quilts or tables or chairs, and even the fire candles and chairs had been moved out and not yet replaced with new ones. Is she gonna stand there all night? The breeze blew across the courtyard, and the teenager under the willow tree silently turned around, facing the willow tree, with his back to the door of the house. A few moments later, the courtyard resounded with the sound of some young girl silently pushing open the door to her house before opening another. The sound rang out 4 times before finally subsiding, and the teenager under the tree tensed and pursed his lips for a few twitches before calming down. So it's true that you can get lost, huh? Inside another courtyard at the same time, as the sky gradually darkened, a dozen or so handy servants set up the last of the flowers and plants in the courtyard of the eldest Miss Gushu. Taking advantage of the moonlight, the underlings who had been busy all day hurriedly left the courtyard. Like the other courtyard in the Gu mansion, only its mistress and a replaced caretaker servant remained in this courtyard. The hostess had returned to her master bedroom. In the courtyard, that Su New Year, who was dressed as a handsome teenager, gently waved his sleeves, and with a distant sight, he looked in the direction of the other courtyard and laughed silently. I don't know if my own youngest brother is doing well. It would be hilarious if he was found out. When the time came for the entire Gu mansion to hunt down junior brother alone, let's see if this guy would still be silent and not even fart. As Su New Year thought this, he suddenly heard the creak of the door of the house being pushed open from behind him. A slender, white right hand reached out from inside the master bedroom, its index finger wiggling lightly as it pointed at the handsome teenager frozen in the courtyard. Then the fingers ticked quietly, an easily understood gesture. Su New Year, however, was dumbfounded in place and subconsciously asked, "Do what?" The master bedroom was quiet for a few moments, and then came a lazy, soft female voice. Sitting in bed. Nani? Chapter 57. A monk who can read minds. Is there a red-haired monster next to every traveler? Su New Year is actually not entirely sure. Based on his covert investigations over the years, there was only one thing he could be sure of. Those who can manipulate and drive red hair monsters must be travelers, and those who do not have red hair monsters around them are not necessarily not travelers, because the red-haired monster is not a system, but a living, breathing, bizarre creature that can have accidents or die. If a traveler who was born with a red-haired monster encountered any danger that caused the red-haired monster to die, then he would actually be no different from an ordinary cultivator. Su New Year distinguishes all the travelers in the history of the continent in 2 ways. One way to cross over, soul or body. The other is a red-haired monster. Some travelers carry a red-haired monster behind them, and some travelers have only themselves. And Su New Year also deduced a law through various clues. The soul wearer must have been born with a red-haired monster. At the same time, each red-haired monster's body was pregnant with strange laws unique to it, bizarre and indistinguishable. When Su New Year was in the forest of Terracotta, he encountered a young monk with a red-haired monster behind him. That monk was clad in a robe. His cultivation was at the half-saint realm. His face was plain and simple, and he had a compassionate face. He walks through the swamps with his scepter, trekking through the mountains like an ascetic monk in the historical rumors of the West who is as simple and holy as he is. But at the first sight of that monk's encounter with Su New Year, his face changed abruptly and drastically, twisted and appalled, as if he had seen some terrifying flood beast. His face was pale and his lips trembled. Su New Year was a bit strange. So he turned his head sideways and smiled kindly at the monk. The monk lowered his head with a trembling body, then squeezed out a stiff smile that was worse than crying, and retreated a little bit with his feet towards the inside of the deep forest. Su New Year frowned, wondering why that monk was so afraid of himself. He and the monk had obviously met for the first time. Why did the monk seem to have encountered some kind of life and death calamity? Aren't you kind of friendly and kind-looking yourself? The monk's behavior made Su New Year feel like 10 evil demons. So Su New Year caught up with the monk, twisted his limbs into twine, and buried him in the swamp, revealing only a smooth, piercing bald head. Su Nuyir felt that he had been slandered and discriminated against by the monks, and he had never suffered this kind of indignity in all his life. At the same time, he did have some curiosity as to how this monk could see his original face hidden under his handsome skin. He asked the monk a lot of questions, and the monk answered truthfully, even telling everything that Su Nuyir didn't ask. It was then that Su Nuyir realized something was wrong. Are you able to hear what's going on in my mind? Su Nuyir didn't say these words out loud, but thought them once in his mind, and saw that the bald monk buried in the earth's face changed dramatically, as if he had been guessed the deepest secret he had buried in his heart. Your red-haired monster that empowers you to read minds? That's why you thought of running away the moment you saw me, isn't it? Su Nuyir raised his head, and in his mind, he understood why this weird monk sensed his danger. Then that monk died, along with the red-haired monster that could only read minds, at the hands of Su Nuyir. It was also at that time that Su Nuyir got news of his youngest senior. After disposing of the two corpses, Su Nuyir said goodbye to the red-haired girl in the forest and left the forest of terracotta. The travelers who followed the red-haired monster behind them were all armed with a forbidden spell that could distort the laws. They're more dangerous, but also more exposed. But the question now was the Gu family's eldest miss the traveler Su Nuyir had found out earlier or not? And where was that other red-haired monster that had appeared in both the Holy Land of Yaoqi and Chang'an City now? Will it be waiting for him or her in the master bedroom of the house? Su Nuyir in the courtyard raised her eyes and watched as the white arm retracted back into the door, but left a gap for herself. It is indeed indecent to spread the word that a man and a woman are alone in the same room. So does one go in? Or do you go in? Su Nuyir blinked, then walked to the door with light footsteps and pretended to cough lightly. I'll be right in. Miss? What are you still doing standing outside the door? The woman's voice inside the room was a bit lazy, but a hint of anticipation and urgency could also be vaguely heard. On the contrary, Su Nuyir outside the door was a little hesitant all of a sudden. According to reason, he should not be able to eat anything, but she was so urged. In turn, Su Nuyir remembered a familiar scene in a certain nightclub. That's what the impatient rich women seem to call the proper staff at nightclubs. Squeak! The door of the house was pulled open from the outside, and Su Nuyir cautiously stepped inside the house. The candles on the table burned quietly and silently, but there was little sign of anyone in the chairs or on the bed. Something moved in the afterglow, and Su Nuyir looked sideways to find that behind the opaque screen, a woman with a delicate figure was undressing. A light but green gauze was dropped by the woman to frame the screen, with a hint of light fragrance. Su Nuyir froze for a moment because he recognized that it was exactly the clothes Gu Shu, the eldest miss of the Gu mansion, was wearing today. But is this the beginning of honesty? Isn't it going a little too fast? One piece of clothing slipped off the woman's body. Her shoulders were rounded, her arms had slim lines, and Gu Shu behind the screen slowly removed her clothing in this manner. Generous and unhurried. Don't hang around. Go take a shower and wait for me in bed. The woman's clear voice came out, and Su Nuyir once again fell into silence. Taking a shower? In bed. It sounds like this is going to be for real. Are all the women in the Gu family so open and passionate? How did he or she not meet them before? It's really a pity. But people had this. So Su Nuyir was naturally nonchalant. He glanced at the steaming buckets of water in the other side room, undid his collar and took off his robes, and just sashayed in. It didn't take half an incense stick of time for Su Nuyir to have washed herself clean and white, wrapped in the plain white bedclothes that had been laid out in advance on a wooden tray. Su Nuyir just silently climbed onto the bed and then closed her eyes. The bellicose, coquettish face that he saw during the daytime surfaced in his mind, and Su Nuyir pressed the corners of his mouth haughtily. Shortly afterward, a sibilant sound and the faint scent of gardenias came from the exit of the screen. The woman stepped out from behind the screen. Su Nuyir lay motionless on the bed and slightly shyly opened one eye quietly. But when he saw the woman at the table who had wrapped herself tightly in a black nightshirt, revealing only a pair of innocent eyes, he felt as if he had taken a big penny pawn. Chapter 58. Late at night. Bone hands knocking on the door. There may be a red-haired monster hiding in the Gu mansion. Moreover, according to the information that Su Nuyir had investigated, that red-haired monster was extremely sensitive to the cultivator's divine sense. The moment there was a breeze, it might have spooked the snake. So after entering the mansion, Su Nuyir had been restricting his divine sense to half an inch in front of his body, and had not used it to explore the surrounding area at all. And then came the scene before him that caught him off guard. Su Nuyir silently glanced at the bedclothes she was wearing, and then at the Gu family lady who was carrying a shovel she didn't know where she got, looking like she was planning to go out and dig for minerals. and felt that her brain was rare and a bit messy. He opened his mouth, his voice even shaking a little imperceptibly. Miss, I'm going out for something. Gushu tied up her long hair and blinked her innocent eyes at the handsome teenager on the bed. You'll sleep here tonight. Don't make a sound and don't leave. If you hear someone calling you or knocking on the window in the middle of the night, plug your ears and remember never to open the door. Su New Year froze and asked with some hesitation. Miss, did you mess with something unclean? Yeah. Gushu's response was very frank, and even some of it made Su New Year inexplicably familiar with shamelessness. I am afraid. Go out to hide tonight. If you want something to happen, I will be more careful in the future. What about me? Su New Year asked. Gushu thought seriously and responded with a shrug. I'll remember you and thank you. I thank you. The corner of Su New Year's mouth twitched, and she glanced at the shovel Gushu was carrying on her shoulder. Aren't they all quiet fairies in the sacred land of Yaoqi? This Miss Gu carrying a shovel like she's going to dig for coal. What's up with that? Miss, what do you mean by holding a shovel in your hand? Su New Year still didn't hold back from asking. Gushu sniffed but suddenly fell silent and was quiet for a long time without responding. Su New Year felt a little weird. The plot in this Gu mansion seemed to have deviated a little from his initial thoughts, but after a little thought, he felt that it was quite interesting. The unknown is what gives people the desire to explore. I don't know. The masked Gu family's eldest miss suddenly returned such a sentence. You don't know? Su New Year frowned. You don't know why you are carrying a shovel? Don't know what you're carrying a shovel for? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? But unexpectedly, Gushu just scratched her head in embarrassment. I don't know how to perfume you. I don't want to answer your questions, and I'm too lazy to make excuses. For Miss Gu's honesty and sincerity, Su New Year didn't even know if she should be moved or roll her eyes. It was obvious that all sorts of weird and wacky things were going to happen in the Gu mansion tonight. According to caretaker Shu, something unknown would come to her door tonight, and she planned to go out on her own to get away from it. At the same time she seemed to have her own plans, looking like she was going to dig for something. Su New Year is an unlucky scapegoat for her, left in this courtyard to wait for that thing to come to her door. As for the words out of her mouth, if you don't open the door, you're fine. Su New Year herself is 12% skeptical. Don't ask so many questions. It's almost time. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Miss, when you talk to me like that, it makes me feel like I'm leaving last words. Yes, that's the idea. Do you have any precious things you've hidden away that you can't let go of? Tell me all about it, or it would be a shame to waste it. Miss, did you really go to the holy land of Yaoqi to be a fairy these past few years? Why do I feel like you were abducted to some weird gang? Cut the crap. This fairy is merely well versed in some other business. I advise you to mind your own business. As if she had been poked at something painful, Gushu crossed her eyebrows and glared at Su New Year in annoyance before flexing her fingers and flicking her fingers, and with a dizzying aroma wafting over. The handsome teenager who had been tricked into getting into bed just passed out. Honestly, sleep on your you kid life if we see you tomorrow. Miss, I but to go digging. Squeak. The wooden door of the house opened and closed twice, and a slender figure disappeared into the night. The courtyard in the southeast corner of the Gu mansion was quiet. A few moments later, Su New Year silently opened his eyes on the bed. He fainted. He faked it. Did she just say business? Lifting the covers, Su New Year stepped out of bed. He looked through the tightly closed door of the house. The night wind was chilly. The trees swayed. That Gu family's eldest young lady should have left the Gu residence by now. Judging from her footsteps and direction when she left, she should have gone to the old forest in the back of the mountains outside Chang'an City. But are there any rare and ancient mines in the old backwoods? Su New Year is not sure. He just tightened his plain wide bedclothes and walked to the door of the house, seeming to follow, trying to chase him out. But when a cold wind blew, this second senior brother of the Tomb Guardian lineage, who had a jumpy personality, actually cooperated and shivered, and then brought the wooden door a little tighter. A little cold, a little tired. So let's call it a night. The handsome teenager took off his shoes and socks, silently turned around and got under the warm comforter, then closed his eyes. Su New Year didn't follow the trend of the normal story development to follow that eccentric Gu family's eldest lady. Certainly not because of any windy night. He was just more curious about what the hell was going to appear in the Gu mansion tonight as opposed to what Gu Shu was going to dig up. Was it the red-haired monster he was looking for? Or is it really ghostly and evil? Haunting a house inhabited by a saint sounds pretty exciting. Su New Year thought like this, slowly and leisurely crossed his legs on the bed. The windows and door frames clashed by the night wind. Tonight might be a very exciting night. Only the night was windy, and I wondered what had happened to my own young master in the other courtyard. Does the third miss of the Goo house also want Gushu to be so rare and strange? And the two of them should not fight, right? Su New Year wasn't worried about his senior brother. From the current situation, the possibility of this Goo family's eldest miss being the traveler he wanted to find was a bit higher. He was just worried that his youngest brother was better off than he was himself. The courtyard on Missy Gushu's side seemed like the beginning of a slowly unfolding horror movie, and as long as what was playing in the other courtyard wasn't a romance idol movie, he could accept it. Su New Year rolled over and silently shook her head. How could that be? If you're here catching ghosts and your little brother is in love, that's a bit too much. After a few moments of silence, a sleepless man sat up in the bed of the house. I don't think so. The night was deepening, dark clouds covered the area, and a cool night breeze blew into the yard. The old trees and plants swayed in the wind, and the shadows reflected on the ground twisted their branches like gaping monsters. In this quiet and dead silence, the only sound left in the courtyard was the sound of the wind interspersed with a slight knock on the door. Bang bang. The window paper reflected an eerie shadow that stood motionless in the doorway of the master bedroom. Its right hand rose stiffly, one after the other, tapping on the window frame. The dark clouds cleared and a ray of moonlight shone on its right hand that had touched the window paper. The bone seam rose and closed, and it was a bizarre red bone claw, without flesh and blood. Chapter 59, The Red-Pink Skeleton. Bang bang. Outside the window, in the dark of the moon, a red, bony hand was tapping on the window frame of the house. The tall, thin silhouette of a humanoid figure reflected on the window paper looked like a skeleton-like eerie shadow with numb, stiff movements, as eerie and creepy as a dead thing. What was even stranger was that the thing standing at the window was just repeatedly tapping on the frame, with no intention of pushing the door or window open to break in. A light knocking echoed through the dead courtyard, unhurried, in an odd rhythm of one after the other. Candlelight flickered in the room, and the teenager on the bed opened his eyes with some annoyance and shouted towards the shadow outside the window, "Just leave your stuff by the door." Bonehands paused abruptly, seeming to be somewhat unfamiliar and caught off guard by the voices coming from the house. But after a few moments of silence, the bony hand chose to continue banging on the door and window, quite literally knocking until dawn. Su New Year in the room also gently raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. Of course he would not be afraid of any dead spirits and ghosts to break in. What he found strange was that the thing outside the window obviously had hands and feet as well as the ability to act on its own. So why didn't it break open the door and windows to come in by itself, instead of knocking on the door over and over again? It's really like that Miss Gushu said. This thing can't break in without opening the door? Is it pre-birth nature? Or is there something binding it? Su New Year frowned, but there was time to not think about it in detail as he walked out of the bed and walked to the window with a calm pace. Then with a soft creak, the wooden window frame was pushed open from the inside. Gushu's own courtyard was one of the Gu family's oldest courtyards, and the windows in the side windows of the master bedroom were the same kind of very traditional straight latticed windows. The structure of this window is the type of fixed upper edge. Can only open the lower edge of the type, like the water margin in Pan Jinlian's second floor window. Need a forked pole to lift the lower edge to let the window has been open. These windows are not very convenient and are usually used as side windows for ventilation. When it rains, stub out half of it and slant the windows outward for ventilation as well as to keep out the rain that drifts in. But at this time, Su New Year encountered some difficulties, because the thing outside the window was very close to the window. Its withered arm was pressed against the window pane and tapping. So if one tried to push the window open, the lower edge of the window would inevitably hit its belly, with no way to open it completely. So Su New Year pushed open only a crack, and saw a small part of the thing's body through the candlelight that shone out of the crack along the window. Su New Year's face changed for a moment, not awe and shock, but frowns and speechlessness. Outside the crack in the window was a whole piece of light red bone, presumably the waist bone of the thing outside the window from its position. The bones were rickety and dirty with stray black and red blood clots and dark yellow sinews hanging from them. Su New Year was even able to outline the full picture of that thing in his mind through this small part. It's scary, creepy, and disgusting. You want to go in the house like this? How can you do that? Can't you wash up before you come? Su New Year squinted her eyes at the shadows outside the window and slowly opened her mouth. Back up a bit. The window won't open. As if the thing outside the window could understand human speech, it fell slightly silent. Then took 2 quiet, silent steps back. Su New Year didn't hesitate and just pushed the window open. A chilly night wind poured in through the window, blowing the candlelight inside the room in and out. The firelight from the house fell on the face of the thing in the window under the flickering candlelight, and into the dark, empty eyes. It raised its head, and its neck made the crisp sound of bones clashing. extraordinarily clear in the quiet of the night. Standing outside the window was a red skeleton with withered flesh and blood, its face stained with flesh and sinew, taking on an eerie half-pink, half-red hue. The courtyard was silent. The handsome teenager and the skeleton looked at each other through the window for a moment, and then one eyelid twitched as he watched a tuft of red stray hairs emerge from the skeleton's eye sockets. There was more than one cluster. The candle flame illuminated the whole body. The skeleton had almost red hair growing between the bones. Coincidentally, the young men in the room were familiar with this hair. So after a short silence, a clean right hand reached out from inside the window, gripped the skeleton by the neck, and ripped it. Inside the window. Bang! The straight-paned window fell heavily and closed tightly. From the perspective of the courtyard, it looked as if the room had swallowed the red skeleton in the window without even a crumb of bone remaining. After a few moments, a creepy, strange sound came from that room, like sinews colliding, like bones breaking, and like something horrible gnawing and sucking on the bones. By the end of the day, the shadow of a teenager was reflected in the windowpane. He stepped on something with his left foot, held the head of the thing with both hands, and then pulled hard. The neck bone shattered, the skull fell to the ground, and all was calm again. Su New Year wiped the corners of his mouth, intent on looking at the skeletons scattered all over the place, making him realize again that his hands were even dirtier. He spat hard a few times. What the hell is this thing? The skeleton is hard enough. It should have touched the doorframe of the Saint realm in life. How did it turn into this kind of demeanor after death? The bones broke and scattered. Su New Year slowly squatted down, carrying a red ruler that he pulled out from nowhere, and flipped the bones on the ground up and down. Under careful scrutiny, Su New Year noticed something unusual about this skeletal corpse. First of all, the skeleton's skeletal framework is actually quite slender, and it would have been a woman in life. And those red hairs that grow in the crevices of the bones don't actually grow after death, like they were there in life and didn't shed cleanly after death. And when Su New Year peeled back the bone cracks, he found that the inside of the skeleton's joint crevices were all a strange pink color. Pink and red intermingled, both decaying and with a bit of a weird newborn meaning. Red pink skull? Su New Year's body gave a start and seemed to have thought of something, but at the same time his afterglow skimmed the bone crevices of the corpse's spine, as if something flaky was caught in it. Su New Year picked up the ruler and struck it with such force that the spine snapped in response. The head of the ruler rummaged through the broken bones and finally picked out a black and yellow lotus petal. The lotus petals were crumpled and looked like they had been caught between the bones for some time, but it's not like it's completely rotted and spoiled, which means it didn't actually happen that long ago. This is the white lotus specializing in the Yaoqi Holy Land? Su New Year's eyes instantly became odd. This thing followed me all the way from the Yaoqi Holy Land? It's been following Miss Gu silently for such a long distance? From Yaoqi to Chang'an. What exactly is it for? Su New Year straightened up, looked at the mud stains and the cracks of the bones, and thought of the masked lady carrying the shovel, and was silent for a long time. Perhaps it's not just the ones who follow from the Yaoi. If it followed Gushu for a full 3 years, from Chang'an to Yaoqi, and then from Yaoqi back to Chang'an, then what on earth has she gotten herself into? What exactly do you want to dig up? Chapter 60, White Bones and Human Skin. The chilly night wind whirled around the quiet courtyard, the treetops swaying in the wind, the shade twisting and flailing. The shadows of tree branches cascaded over the wide courtyard wall like one bony claw after another, picking at the brickwork of the enclosure. Su New Year in the room had just straightened up when he heard a muffled bang from the courtyard outside the window. It sounded like someone had accidentally fallen over the top of a wall and their body had made a close contact with the ground. A thief and burglar who broke into the Gu residence? Or did Gushu come back over the wall? With this thought, Su New Year looked sideways in the direction of the sound. But the next moment, another almost identical voice came from the other direction, or something went over the wall and smashed into the dirt. At this time, Su New Year raised his eyebrows, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Bang! Bang! Sound after sound around the courtyard, and then the sibilant sounds of rising from the dirt. It felt as if, on a sandy beach, a large, densely packed mass of small red crabs were migrating in a group, over a hill and boulders, surging in one direction without stopping. Of course, with the familiar sound of bones colliding, and the shadow outside the window that straightened up and shook, Su New Year understood what those crabs were that tumbled into the yard. He was slightly silent, and lowered his head to the shattered skeleton at his feet, and spoke rather seriously. This kind of thing you have to say clearly. Had I known that you, family members so much, I would not be so rude to you. One red powdered skeleton after another with hollow, dark eyes emerged from the depths of the shadows outside the courtyard. and they tumbled over the wall in droves before completely flooding the courtyard like a tidal wave. Looking down from above, the night, red bones and black shade overlapped each other as that isolated little courtyard experienced a mind-numbing siege of corpses and bones. But even then, someone in the middle of the courtyard was still standing up straight and screaming, "A-ing gang fight, huh? Who are you scaring? I'm not nobody to shake. My little master is in the courtyard at the west end of the goo mansion, so you'll split it in half to find him. Fair and square and suitable." A divine sense that drifted in the night sky solidified for a moment before wordlessly lowering its perspective. A certain teenager with a cracked bronze mirror in his hand looked at the courtyard under his feet that was gradually surrounded by pink skeletons and that second elder brother who was heartlessly trying to pull himself down, and silently muttered to himself, "Second senior brother's nightlife is quite exciting." Shortly after Gu Shu scaled the wall and left the courtyard, Gu Baishui started looking down on the entire Gu mansion from using his own tattered bronze mirror. The second elder brother didn't notice the presence of the bronze mirror, nor did he notice the divine sense floating in the night sky. Gu Baishui just silently watched as a red-powdered skeleton pushed open the courtyard door, then walked over to the master bedroom's window and numbly tapped on it. Second brother opened the window and ripped the red-powdered skeleton inside, tearing it apart. And while Su New Year and the red-pink skeleton were tearing each other apart, Gu Baishui, who was wandering over the courtyard, discovered something very odd and even creepy. The red-powdered skeleton originally didn't seem to be able to break through doors and windows and break into the interior, but when Su New Year opened the window and ripped it in, one red-pink skeleton after another slowly gathered outside Gu Shu's courtyard. That feeling was extraordinarily weird, as if Su New Year had broken some kind of rule and started to attract these red-powdered skeletons to actively surround the courtyard. The inside of the courtyard was intense and spectacular, only compared to the first skeleton that broke into the courtyard. The rest of the red and pink skeletons were much wonkier, even going over the wall would fall in the dirt, and it looked like their cultivation wouldn't be that high. A bony hand tugged at the young saint in the courtyard, and they would open their hideous mouths and teeth without making a sound. Su New Year carried a red ring ruler and killed his way in and out of the pile of bones, looking a bit woefully besieged, but in reality, not even his clothes were wrinkled. With just a lift of his hand, he would slap a red-powdered skeleton to pieces. It seemed like a blood-red bone rain was falling in the courtyard, but outside the courtyard, the Gu mansion was still peaceful and quiet, and no one seemed to notice. This was partly due to the fact that Su New Year had already placed a saintly prohibition on the courtyard to conceal his voice before he made his move. On the other hand, it was also because Gu Shu's own courtyard was originally situated in the most remote corner of the Gu mansion, leaning against the city wall and the back of the mountain, surrounded by basically gardens and forests, so basically not many people would pass by here in the middle of the night. Those red-powdered skeletons seemed to have come out of the forest in the back of the mountain as well. Gu Baishui had the intention to probe a bit, but the bronze mirror in his hand only had less than 1/10 of its previous efficacy left in it after it had ruptured. Covering half of the Gu mansion was already its current limit, and if it wanted to probe further into the back of the mountain, it would need Gu Baishui to act on his own. However, the situation at hand was so lively that Gu Baishui was indeed a bit unable to get away. A red-powdered skeleton? Sounds a little familiar, like I've seen it in some Buddhist scripture. In another corner of the Gu mansion, on the side of 3rd Miss Gu Shi's courtyard, a freckled teenager with a broken bronze mirror in his hand was closing his eyes and sinking his mind into the mirror. He watched the red skeletons crumble in blood and flesh, but couldn't for the life of him remember what the sentence behind that scripture was. The clouds drifted and the night wind pushed aside the dark clouds that were blocking the moon. The moonlight poured down from the peaceful night, illuminating the courtyard with clarity. The shade of the trees is dappled with broken bones. Gu Baishui noticed a skinny half-red, half-white skeleton being crushed by the point of the ruler in Su New Year's hand, and the severed surface of one hand bone looked particularly morose under the moonlight. Red-pink skulls, white bones and skin. This is the secret language of the Buddha? Gu Baishui instantly remembered the secret scripture and remembered where it came from. It was Great Emperor Shinshou, the great emperor that Su New Year had mentioned outside of Chang'an City, and was also and almost certainly one of the great emperors of the oldest age recorded in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. The era in which the divine Shou Great Emperor lived was even a bit further back than the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, and he was the only ancient great emperor who practiced both Buddhism and Taoism, blending them together. Could it be that there's something related to Shinshou the Great in Chang'an? What's the relationship between godly Shou Emperor and second brother too? Gu Baishui slightly pondered, and then thought that this red and pink skeleton is only the first half of the secret text, then the second half of the white bone and blood. Who? The chilly night wind outside the window did not know when it had blown from the Gu mansion's east corner courtyard. to another courtyard. Inside the room, the freckled teenager holding the brass mirror still had his eyes tightly closed, oblivious to everything around him. The courtyard was empty and quiet, and the shade trees were silent. But on the beam above the teenager's head, a pair of soft, feeble paws slowly dangled down, but with a slight wobble. The paws floated in the air as if they were boneless. No bones, just skin. Where no one had noticed, in the shadow of the beams, hung a boneless human skin. Chapter 61, Ed with the Curtains. Emperor Shinshio was a human emperor of the ancient time when Taoism and Buddhism were intertwined. Born after the era of Emperor Yi Tiandi, the way is in the realm of the emperor, and the Buddha is like the Buddha. The Vajra Sutra, which he left behind, was quite highly esteemed by the Tang emperor of the time and was one of the mainstream schools of the Buddhist path. There were two passages in the secret text of the Vajra Sutra that left a deep impression on Gu Baishui, who was still in the Forbidden Mountains at the time. One sentence reads, "There is no self, no human being, no sentient being, no lifer, that is, one who is free from love." It means, shedding one's own phase, ignoring the phase of others, blurring the phase of all living beings, and treating even the phase of the soul within the skin equally. This is truly great love, practicing away from the phase. The Buddhist teachings in the Vajrayana Sutra emphasize the equality of all people, and there are many interpretations of the so-called aspect of a person, which can be thought of as either the outer skin or the inner desires. When the phases of sentient beings are no longer clinging to each other, one will understand the deepest truth: there is no difference in characters, and there is no difference in all things. The person in this life is myself, but it is not necessarily a person in the next life when I am reborn and reincarnated. The human body is like taking off the clothes. This world looks like him, but there is also a soul of me reincarnating more than once in the six paths. This, however, was only Gu Baishui's most cursory understanding of the Diamond Sutra when he began. It suddenly occurred to him that if you associate this passage from the Goddess of Mercy with travelers, you'll find that the entire sentence has a completely reversed meaning. There is no self, my original appearance is gone. No man's phase, another person's phase, comes into the world but uses a phase that does not belong to him. There are no living beings, I am not the only one. There are many in all living beings whose original appearance is blurred, and behind them stands another strange soul. And the explanation of the next phrase, the one without a lifespan, is even more chilling and creepy. All people in the world should have the right to claim the existence of life and should not take the lives of others or occupy the lives of other beings. How the sentence sounded was like the Divine Show Emperor was being hostile and admonishing a special and mysterious group of people. What they are best at is taking over someone's life and all. Godly Show Emperor's era came after Yi Tiandi. Does that mean that he was the first human emperor in history to experience the descent of a large number of soul penetrators? Gu Baishui vaguely guessed something. If the Divine Show Great Emperor, in his capacity as a sovereign, perceived that a group of unfamiliar souls had suddenly appeared on the continent, what would he do? Was it a resistance? A peace talk? Or did something else happen? Gu Baishui felt that there should be a very mysterious and long-lasting story that happened between this Shinsho emperor and those who had traveled. There might even be another, even more terrifying existence involved: the corrupted emperor. Moreover, according to the records of the Divine Show Great Emperor inside the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, when he practiced the Buddhist way, he was very close to the Tang emperor of his time. The present city of Chang'an was the dojo of Shinshio the Great at that time. Thinking about it this way, it might be possible to learn more about those first soul-piercers in history through the story of the Divine Show Emperor, and also have a chance to unveil the true nature of the corrupted emperor's mystery. The night wind whistled in the middle of the courtyard, and a black cat on the roof suddenly squealed before jumping into the flowers. The freckled teenager in the room opened his eyes and looked at the broken bronze mirror in his hand in silence. The bronze mirror had sort of saved his life in the city of Luoyang, but it had also cracked into dozens of pieces as a result. After Gu Baishui put the pieces together, many more huge penetrating cracks inevitably appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror. The implications of this are also obvious. For one thing, the range that the bronze mirror can probe has shrunk to the point where it is less than 0.1%. Secondly, when using it, the bronze mirror's consumption of Gu Baishui's in his own origin became even more severe. Within 3 days, the bronze mirror can only be used once at most. You'll have to wait 3 more days for the next use. Tucking the bronze mirror securely into her chest, Gu Baishui leaned against the foot of the bed and looked up at the dimly lit courtyard outside the window. Compared to the ancient times of the Divine Show Emperor, Gu Baishui was more curious at the moment about what his senior brother had gone through and how he had attracted a yard full of red-pink skeletons. Red-pink skulls, white bones and skin. Color is empty. Empty is color. This is the second innings of the secret text in the Diamond Sutra, the so-called red-powdered skeleton and white-bone skin and flesh, which has also become the sign symbol of the divine show Great Emperor. Gu Baishui narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself thoughtfully. Could it be that elder brother's true purpose for coming to Chang'an City this time is to explore the relics of the divine show Emperor's dojo? Great Emperor Shinshio was indeed a figure before the existence of the Great Emperor Forbidden Zone, so his tomb in the Forbidden Zone is reasonably empty. Senior brother never does anything unprepared. He should have gotten some news and returned to Chang'an City at this time. Gu Baishui sighed quietly and silently. There wasn't really much he could do about his second senior brother's jumpy and fun-loving nature. He wasn't even sure what his second senior brother really wanted. The second elder brother was the kind of person who could talk and laugh with you while digging into your chest with a knife, and the kind of weirdo who dared to have the audacity to give his back to a strange cultivator. Even if you choose to backstab him after gaining his trust, the most he'll do is lie on the ground in a crumpled heap and say something with a grimace on his face. You're so toxic. A person like second senior brother should have a hard time finding a Taoist couple that can make him suffer in this lifetime. Gu Baishui shook his head. But he actually didn't know that just before he took out the bronze mirror tonight, a certain Gu family young lady, who was somewhat similar to his second senior brother's shamelessness, had posed Su New Year with a face full of innocence. Gu Shu's courtyard was hot and bustling, but Gu Shi's courtyard was peaceful enough to make Gu Baishui somewhat grateful. The freckled teenager felt he had chosen the right person. So when he saw the boneless paws dangling down in front of him, his scalp exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Caught off guard. Chills down the spine. Gu Baishui didn't even have time to struggle to get up before he was wrapped in the human skin that fell from the sky. Oh! Soft, quirky touches wrapped around the freckled teen's neck and cheeks, enveloping the freckled teen in a death grip of skin. The greasy human skin hooped the knot of his throat, a touch so familiar it sent shivers down his bones, and kept attaching itself to his cheek. A feeling of suffocation and nausea rose in her chest, and Gu Baishui used all her strength to tear at the human skin on her face. But the human skin hanging from the beams of the room remained impassive and even tried to burrow into his nostrils and ears. Gu Baishui's eyes were blurry and she couldn't see anything. There was no way for him to tell if the human skin was face to face with him or if he was probing his fingers into his ear holes. All he could do was tear and struggle under the threat of this horror. The human skin fluttered with the wind, and it also deadened Gu Baishui's head and neck. In the dead of night, the freckled teenager in the house froze with the soft human skin draped over the beams, tearing and writhing and all that. But from a distance, it looks like a man. Add his curtains. Chapter 62 Voices in the Courtyard. If junior brother hadn't ignited his divine fire, he would be the most wasted disciple in the history of our gravekeeper lineage. And what if elder brother ignites it? Then he will take over master's place as the new generation of Toon Guardians, more qualified than both eldest brother and myself. Elder brother's divine fire is hard to light? It is difficult to the extreme, difficult to the point of being heartless. But that was also his own choice, choosing the most bizarre technique of the gravekeeper lineage, one that no one other than Master had ever successfully practiced. Junior brother isn't lighting the fire, he's setting it. This was a passage that the second senior brother and the junior senior sister had once talked about in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone, and the protagonist of the content was Gu Baishui, the third oldest with the lowest cultivation within the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone. The great gentleman of the Toon Guardian lineage is the reincarnation and rebirth of the Violet Weather Emperor. Mr. Heir of the Tomb Keeper lineage was a great sage of the Chihantian. The youngest of the Toon Guardians, Ji Shu, is also the young princess of the Ji family of the Central Continent, a female sword immortal with unparalleled natural talent. Only Gu Baishui, the most mysterious third Mr., did not have anyone who knew exactly what strengths and special features he had. In reality, Gu Baishui really wasn't anything special. He was just a woodchopper in the Great Emperor's restricted area, collecting his firewood day after day, year after year, because he's going to build a log cabin of his own and then burn it clean with a fire. What an ordinary cultivator needed to ignite a divine fire to break through to the realm of a lesser divine master was to find their own fire in the jungle and light it. But Gu Baishui was different. He cultivated a very strange gongfu given to him by his own master. This kung fu required him to go out into the jungle and keep chopping down tree after tree, stacking them together with wood to make a tall wooden building, and then finally set it on fire. Gu Baishui himself didn't know what the gongfu his master had prepared for himself was called. When master handed it to himself that day, the wind was so strong on the cliff that he didn't hear it clearly. I didn't hear whether the master said two words or one, nameless or mirror, but Gu Baishui knew one thing very well. If he didn't have a way to ignite the divine fire, then he would be the weakest Xiantai cultivator in history in his lifetime. If he can light it, he can set the mountain on fire. But right now, he hadn't ignited the divine fire, so he could only freeze with that weird human skin even if he tried his best. The human skin wrapped around the face should be very old, and Gu Baishui could even smell the vicissitudes of decay on it. With a hint of earthy dampness, Gu Baishui tore with the human skin and was a bit annoyed. Since it was an old thing, wouldn't it get tired? Half an incense stick later. I don't know if Gu Baishui's prayers had an effect, or if it was because the passage of years had caused this human skin to bleed out of its own origin and strength, and it couldn't even deal with a Xiantai realm cultivator anymore. The human skin gradually and noiselessly drooped from the beams of the room, half of it tugging at Gu Baishui's hand, and half of it limping helplessly to the ground. Gu Baishui was a bit stunned, and didn't seem to expect this old man's skin to have such poor endurance. He let go of his right hand, letting the human skin fall from his grasp to the floor, then looked at it in deep thought. Boneless within the skin, hollow and slippery. This was how Gu Baishui felt about human skin. Gu Baishui hesitated for a moment, then took a short pole for window support from beside his right hand. With the pole head turned outward, Gu Baishui tentatively poked the human skin on the ground a few times. The human skin would still gently squirm in certain places, reacting as if it were a living thing, but then it did seem to be exhausted to the point of collapse, powerless on the ground. Letting the young man turn it over and over, Gu Baishui laid the old man's skin flat on the floor and surveyed it from head to toe. He realized that the human skin, although it looked intact and not even wrinkled, had some inconspicuous weaknesses in some key parts of the body. It's as if he's been mortally wounded in some way a long time ago, and those wounds don't want to be caused by a sword. More like being torn and chewed by some kind of brutal beast. At the end of the day, Gu Baishui rested his eyes on the face of that human skin. Without the support of bones and flesh, Gu Baishui could only vaguely recognize that this human skin should have been a female in life. He didn't have the heart to look down to confirm it. After all, this human skin was a living thing, and that was a little too offensive. Or else, find a way to get it yourself before you're sure? Gu Baishui blinked, and eventually gave up on this idea that was more like something that would only appear in the mind of a second elder brother. He picked up the short pole and pried open the human skin's mouth. Looking inward along the mouth, Gu Baishui saw the dull, golden Buddha pattern inside the human skin. Red-pink skulls, white bones and human skin. Gu Baishui was silent and speechless as he looked at the human skin for a few moments, shaking his head in some confusion. You're really the white bone human skin that Shinshio the Great mentioned in the Diamond Sutra. So those red-powdered skeletons in Elder Brother's yard should be of the same origin. The candles flickered in the room, but the freckled teenager frowned involuntarily, because he couldn't figure out why he and his senior brother, who had obviously just arrived in Chang'an City, had been targeted by such weird things. The elder brother is not a problem. He has never done anything good in his life, so it is only right that he should receive some retribution. But it was true that Gu Baishui had never been to Chang'an City, so why would he also be targeted by such a thing? By mistake or for some other reason he hadn't thought of? Gu Baishui pondered for a long time, and finally remembered a problem that he had overlooked. He and his senior brother hadn't been to Chang'an City, but someone else had. Even someone who had just returned after going out. The two young ladies of the Gu family were the masters of the courtyard, and the two of them could only be considered the unlucky ones who had thrown themselves into the net. When Gu Baishui had just used the bronze mirror, she had indeed not detected a woman's aura in that courtyard. Then is it possible that from the very beginning, it wasn't Su New Year and Gu Baishui's senior brothers who were approached by the red-pink skeleton and white-bone human skin? But those two women? Elder brother was besieged by the red-powdered skeletons because Gu Shu wasn't in the courtyard, but there should be Gu Shi in his own yard. Why would this white-bone human skin come to him? Wait a minute. Gu Baishui's eyelids suddenly moved, slowly twisting his skull to look at the quiet and silent courtyard. Gu Shi is inside the house, right? Wouldn't the white-bone human skin seek itself out for the same reason? Sleeves shaking, Gu Baishui stood up, and after tying the flimsy white-bone human skin in a dead knot at the corner of the table, he pushed open the door of the house and walked inside the courtyard. Following the stone path under the moonlight, Gu Baishui quietly and silently approached the closed portal of the master bedroom. Walking into the eaves of the house, Gu Baishui stopped and slowly raised his head. The inside of the house was quiet and dark, and it wasn't clear whether there was anyone there or not. Thunk thunk, a light knock sounded on the door. Extraordinarily clear in the empty, quiet courtyard, Gu Baishui chose the safest method, knocking on the door in the middle of the night. If Gu Shi wasn't in there at this time, naturally no one would respond, and if Gu Shi was in there, it would be better than barging in by herself and then being discovered. All it takes is an excuse to knock on the door. But after a while, there was no response from the darkened room. Gu Baishui stood in front of the door in silence. His hands pressed on the doorframe, and the next moment he was about to push the door in. But at this time, a cold and calm voice came over. "What do you want?" Gu Baishui's body paused for a moment as the voice did not come from inside the house, but from the quiet courtyard behind himself. Chapter 63 Bad Excuses. Latecomers. What do you want? Gu Shi's voice came from behind him, and the body of the teenager standing under the eaves of the house stopped in place. Gu Baishui didn't expect Gu Shi to suddenly appear behind him, neither out nor inside the house. He was just blocked in the doorway of the house. What then? According to the plan just come, he should find a reasonable excuse to explain why he would knock on the door of the lady's house in the middle of the night. But now Gu Baishui realized that he hadn't originally thought of an excuse. It's windy tonight. Gu Baishui was quiet for a while, and finally turned around to hold back these words. Under the bright moonlight, Gu Shi raised her pretty face and looked at the babbling freckled teenager at the door with a raised eyebrow. The night wind blew through the forest tops and brushed the pale white skirts of the young girl. The gentle moonlight covered a layer of hazy halo on her delicate features. Her eyebrows were as picturesque, beautiful and cool, but also beautiful and somewhat unreal. It was windy last night, too. Gu Baishui froze for a moment, not expecting the Gu family miss in the courtyard to return such a sentence. But that has nothing to do with you knocking on my house door in the middle of the night. Gu Shi's face had little expression, but his gaze was calmly fixed on the freckled teenager's face, not moving. Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered the excuse he often used to perfume his little sister. It sucks, but it's flattering, and the situation doesn't allow him to put it off any longer than he has to. In fact, I want to ask, if there is anything that Miss wants to eat, I can let the house prepare it tomorrow. Gu Shi frowned slightly, glanced at Gu Baishui, and asked, "You knocked on the door of my house in the middle of the night to ask me this question?" Gu Baishui could only nod his head forcefully, his expression quite serious and sincere. "Miss, food is what the people eat, and I also had a sudden thought that Miss had been away from the capital for so long, so perhaps there would be some nostalgic Chang'an city pastries and food." The courtyard became quiet. The two young men stood inside and outside the eaves of the house, looking at each other in an eerie silence. This was undoubtedly a very lame excuse. So lame that Gu Baishui wanted to smack himself in the mouth after saying it. But surprisingly, the cool young girl in the courtyard gently nodded, actually accepting this outrageous claim. Gu Baishui didn't think about it at this point, and was even a bit confused. But after the events in Shangan were over, he realized that maybe he wasn't the only one who needed an excuse that night. Teenage girls returning from the outside world need just as much of a plausible excuse to disabuse each other of their misgivings. So Gu Shi was quiet for a moment, then frowned and responded, "I don't eat. Why? I'm a monk. I don't eat the earth." Gu Baishui thought about playing his role at this moment, a puzzled expression piling up on his face. Then what do monks like Miss usually eat? Eat spiritual grass. Eat grass. What are you chewing? Gu Shi shook her head calmly. Drink do as well. Gu Baishui of course knew that the young girl in the courtyard was perfuming herself again. Generally, high-ranking cultivators were indeed able to abstain from eating and fasting, unless they were suffering from extremely serious and grave injuries, and only then did they need food from the mortal world to satisfy their body's most basic needs. It was like the time after Gu Baishui had been struck by lightning in the mountains before, when he still needed to grab food with a small beggar in a broken temple. But that's not to say that food is meaningless to monks. The meat of spiritual birds and scaly beasts, and the carapace of sea spirit shrimps are all great tonic for cultivators. And the loins of some of the spirit animals are a really huge tonic. Heard from the second brother. Gu Baishui hesitated for a moment and pretended to sigh. Then the young lady is really like one of those little fairies in the sky in the storytelling stories. There is nothing wrong with this statement at first glance. A straightforward expression of the compliments and admiration of a houseboy who hadn't seen much of the world for his lady. But for some reason, the cold and clear young girl standing in the courtyard suddenly paused in place for a moment. She silently raised her head, narrowed her eyes at the man under the roof, and said, "Who are you conspiring with?" "Ha?" This time Gu Baishui is really some puzzled. Vaguely asked, "Miss, I have Yin and Yang?" Gu Shi was quiet for a moment, then returned flatly with a taut face. "A fairy is a fairy. There's no need to add a small word in front of it." "Oh, why? Not good to hear." Without saying anything more, Gu Shi sidled his head and signaled with his eyes for the freckled teenager blocking the doorway to get out of the way. Gu Baishui sidestepped and waited with a lowered brow for the young lady to pass by. A wisp of very light and faint lotus flower fragrance swept across the tip of her nose. more cool and refreshing than spring water. But the plain white skirt stopped in front of Gu Baishui. Gu-san. I thought you didn't like to talk during the day? Gu Baishui responded truthfully, back to miss. I had a problem with my voice during the day, and it's been too long since I drank any water, so I couldn't speak for a while. That means you're not normally a quiet person? No. Gu sure didn't ask for anything and just walked into the house, closing the door behind him. Gu Baishui quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could walk down the steps, he heard the calm voice of a certain young girl coming from inside the house behind him again. Drink less water from now on. Yes, ma'am. In the dead of night, Gu Baishui followed the hazy moonlight back to his courtyard, pushing open the door to the house. His eyes slowly moved to the corner of the table where nothing should have changed. As expected, the human skin that had been tied in a dead knot and trapped and locked in the corner of the table was gone. Also disappearing into thin air was Gu Baishui's own table. The night was silent, and in the early hours of the next morning, the Gu mansion was bustling with activity. It wasn't because of the red skulls and bones piled up in some southeast corner courtyard, but because His Majesty in the palace had issued a decree dispersing the dignitaries who were squatting outside the Gu mansion and beckoning the two young ladies of the Gu family to go to the palace to face the saint. Technically speaking, His Majesty today should be considered the great uncle of the two Gu family ladies, inviting them to the palace to stay with the empress and for some time, so there was no reason for them to refuse, either by reason or by rule. Then Gu sure refused, because the holy decree was followed by a note. You can come when you want, you don't have to force it. The handwriting was that of the Gu family master who was still in the imperial study room, and it was clear that this was an imperial decree that the Gu family master had requested from His Majesty, dispelling the fluky thoughts of those eagerly awaiting outsiders outside of the mansion. Gu sure didn't go to the palace, and Gu Shu didn't come back. The Gu mansion was hot and bustling the next day, but not a single person found out what kind of bizarre things had happened last night in the courtyard of the two eldest young ladies of their house. Gu Baishui felt that it should be his second senior brother who had cleaned up those red-pink skeletons in the courtyard before dawn. After all, senior brother wasn't an ordinary saint, so if he wanted to, he could easily conceal himself from the entire Gu mansion. And where the hell did Gu Shu go last night? What did she go digging for? Why hasn't she come back yet? These issues were what Sun New Year was most concerned about at this time. However, in the other courtyard, Gu Baishui didn't look abnormal, as if nothing had happened last night. Only shortly after dawn, he brought a bowl of clear, dewy water and placed it peacefully at Gu Shu's door. Chapter 64, Wood Carvings. What is it? Miss, you asked for it last night. Gu Shu glanced down at the porcelain bowl holding dew in the doorway, and then glanced at the freckled teenager busying himself around under the willow tree in the courtyard. With a slight pause, she lifted her boot, then unceremoniously kicked over the ceramic bowl in the doorway with her toe. The dew that had been picked all morning just ran down the stone steps and into the dirt, but the freckled teenager under the willow tree seemed oblivious, still keeping his head down and busy with what he was doing. Wooden shavings were flying, the carving knife was wielded like an arm in his hand, and in just a short while, a lifelike wooden sculpture appeared in Gu Baishui's hand. What are you doing? Gu Shu walked outside the shadow of the willow tree and looked at one of the fine wooden carvings on the ground and asked out loud, Carving wood carvings. Ma'am. Gu Baishui wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled refreshingly. It can be sold for money. Miss, before I entered the mansion, I used to carve some fowls and beasts, and the ones with finer workmanship are the ones that someone would buy. Gu Shu thoughtfully looked at the wood carvings for a few moments. Most of them were figures with indistinct outlines, but he could vaguely recognize what the freckled teenager had carved out. Some looked like wandering swordsmen, some were brisk and scruffy hulks, some were noble and refined scholars, and some were the common city-foot soldiers of Chang'an City. The craftsmanship is not bad. Gu Shu said this. Gu Baishui smiled, still carving those wood carvings non-stop in his hands, but for some reason, most of these wood carvings in his hands were only carved with a vague outline, not meticulously finished. With every few moments of wood carving, he would toss the one in his hand aside and tumble into the shade of the willow tree before grabbing a full smooth piece of wood and beginning to carve the next one. In the courtyard, Gu Shu leaned on the doorpost under the long corridor. Silent, she looked at the blue sky beyond the Gu mansion, as well as the lush mountains and forests outside of Chang'an City, somewhat lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking about. The summer breeze blew into the courtyard, bringing up the willow branches in the shade and the clean skirts of the young girls. The teenager remained silent as he carved the wood in his hand, his expression serious and focused, as if he was doing something remarkable to himself. Well, Buzz. The murmur of wood grinding went on and on, disrupting the young girl's thoughts. The summer wind blew through the trees and also swirled up stray wood chips that fluttered and spilled over the still dazed young girl. Gu Shi, on the other hand, turned back to his senses and waved his sleeve expressionlessly, urging the clear wind to throw back all the wood shavings that floated over. Yuck yuck, the freckled teenager ate a mouthful of wood shavings and spat out the dryness in his mouth. Gu Baishui under the tree was bathed in wood shavings. His hair was covered in wood slag, and he looked a bit lousy, but after a slight hesitation, he continued carving on his own, regardless of the dust on his body. Obsessively inexplicable. Why don't you carve a human face? Gu Shi noticed his strangeness and asked. Gu Baishui paused between his fingers for a moment, then twisted his head and said to the young girl in the courtyard, I didn't think about what I should carve it into. Traders and pawns have faces, and so do readers, but their faces should always be different. The lines of the big man should be rougher. The lines of the ranger should be smoother, and that's something to take into account. The freckled teenager paused at this point, and then thought of something like, and I can't tell somewhat whether they're good or bad people. I don't know whether it's their faces that are supposed to be kind or fierce and grim. Gu Shi raised her eyes at that, looking at the dead wood carvings lying in the shadowed corners, and thought for a moment and asked, then do you think these people you carved out should be more good or bad people? The freckled teenager under the tree suddenly fell silent. He turned his head sideways and looked at the strange and familiar silhouettes, his gaze suddenly becoming calm in a somewhat strange way. Now look, I guess there are more good people. Yes? Aha. Gu Baishui laughed wordlessly. But it's probably not a good thing to have a lot of good people. Why? The book says that when a good man does a bad thing, it's called the original, and when a bad man does a good thing, it's called the return of the prodigal son. Gu Baishui said this, so I'm not sure if it's better to have more good guys or more bad guys. It was a complicated issue, and the courtyard was quiet for a while. It took a certain teenage girl with a tight frown to turn her head and silently ask, you still read? Gu Baishui resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and sullenly returned, I'm just uneducated, not unread. But the words were indeed not from a book, but from the second elder brother in the mountain who wore a white robe. He also said that little senior brother, you'd better be as bad as your senior brother in the future. And there's still a chance for the prodigal son to return. If you've worked hard all your life to be a good person, and then you slip up in the end, it's all over. But at that time, Gu Baishui looked at her second senior brother's back and always felt that he had a stiff neck. Even if they cut off his head, it should be hard to get him to turn back. The second brother is a prodigal son who will never turn back. Unless the day. Should not really be unless. Gu Shi left his courtyard without saying what he was going to do. Gu Baishui wasn't qualified to ask. He was just an underling who looked after the yard. Tending to the flowers and plants in the yard could be enough. Anything else? He didn't need to draw fire just yet. Still, in the afternoon, the door to the yard was pushed open from the outside. A handsome-looking teenager poked his head in from the doorway, scowling at Gu Baishui under the tree and making multiple winks. But Gu Baishui didn't say a word, just lowered his head and carved his wood carving in silence. Su New Year, who was left out in the cold, was a bit annoyed and took 3 steps towards the back of Gu Baishui's head. What? Have you recovered from your illness? You even dare to pretend you can't see, right? Elder brother was too embarrassed to bully you when you were sick. Was I still too light-handed when I was in the mountains before? Gu Baishui silently exhaled, then squinted at Su New Year. Second brother, what's the matter with you? Of course I have something. Su New Year's brow crossed, gritted his teeth and said, last night my yard was haunted, pulling me to play all night. My bones are almost falling apart. He didn't say whose bones it was that played loose, but Gu Baishui knew it in his own heart, so he didn't ask. Is there anything going on in your yard? Where is your third young lady? Out the door. Went out. Su New Year blinked. When was that? Just now, Gu Baishui said. Su New Year seemed a little disappointed. Oh, just now. The shade of the tree swayed and the handsome boy underneath noticed the wooden statues lying in the shadows. He froze for a moment, then crouched down a bit suspiciously and took a few closer looks. This is one of those old saints that appeared in Luoyang City? Nice carving. Senior brother. There are 2 brushes. Gu Baishui sniffed but was quiet for a moment, then put down the wooden carving in his hand and spoke towards the second elder brother beside him who had begun to curiously play with the wooden carving. Elder brother. This courtyard of mine was haunted last night too. Oh, white bone human skin. The secret message of the Divine Show Emperor. Exempt. The Divine Show Emperor's dojo is in Chang'an. There's no way you wouldn't know that. So besides investigating the 2 Gu family ladies, is there something else you haven't told me? Senior brother? Never heard of it. Gu Baishui tugged at the corner of his mouth, But there wasn't much he could do about this senior brother who was pretending to be confused. But not long after, the jumpy, handsome boy under the tree suddenly had a body lurch, picked up a wooden sculpture hidden in the shadow of the tree, and fell into an eerie silence. Sure fu. What are you doing carving a wooden sculpture of your eldest brother? Chapter 65, The Night 3 years ago. Junior brother, what are you doing carving your eldest brother's wooden sculpture? Gu Baishui under the tree was quiet for a moment, then said, I miss eldest brother. Su Newyear looked at the wooden sculpture of the youth in his hand, and then looked a few times at the wooden sculptures of the saints lying in the shadows of the willow tree, and asked in a slight silence, do you miss your big brother? Or do you miss your big brother? That? Gu Baishui didn't respond, but he knew what his second senior brother wanted to say. Likewise Su Newyear knew exactly what his junior brother was thinking. The few of them had lived together in the mountains of the Forbidden Zone for many years, and were quite familiar with each other's personalities and thoughts. So when he was outside Chang'an City, even if Gu Baishui didn't say a word, Su Newyear could still get the answer he wanted through his subconscious reaction. Su Newyear knew his junior apprentice brother very well. At least, that's what he still thinks at this point in time. The shade of the trees is cool and the willow branches sway. The freckled teenager under the tree finished another piece of wood carving in his hand, that of an old beggar who looked very old with very long hair. Su Newyear, on the other hand, was looking at the wood carving in his hand with some hesitation, thinking whether he should ask his youngest senior brother if he had secretly carved a wood carving of his own. At this time, Gu Baishui seemed to feel that his fingers were a bit sore and tired after carving so many wood carvings, so he twisted his fingers and then put the carving knife aside. Senior brother, what exactly do you want to do in Chang'an City? The freckled teenager's voice was calm and frank, and Su Newyear could hear the seriousness and directness in his words. Little Master seemed a little tired, not wanting to bend the rules with himself, wanting to lay it all out in the open. Su Newyear then also thought about it briefly, and felt that there was no need to cover it up under the current circumstances. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before looking at the freckled teenager under the tree and said, Senior brother, do you remember what happened in the Great Emperor's Forbidden Zone 3 years ago? Gu Baishui frowned and thought for a moment, then raised his eyes and asked, 3 years ago was when you returned to the mountain. There was a young master of the Xian Yuan family squatting outside the Forbidden Zone yelling to see the youngest sister once, and you just happened to bump into him when you returned to the mountain. So you broke one of his legs and threw the man into the Luoshui River? Su Newyear, however, shook his head and added preachily, it's 2 legs, but that's not important. It's just a small episode. Later on, senior brother, I even met his family's adults a few times when I was out traveling, and his attitude was quite kind, and he even said he wanted to invite me back to the Xian Yuan family as a guest. Gu Baishui didn't have much of a reaction because he was well aware of his second senior brother's temperament. Normally in this situation, his sword should be hanging around the other person's neck, forcing them to smile kindly. Su Newyear's expression was a bit strange as he squinted his eyes and said, the point is that at that time, after I returned to the mountains, I went to the tomb of Xinqiu the Great. The tomb of the Xinqiu Emperor? Gu Baishui looked a bit puzzled. Isn't that empty? It's empty. The era of the Divine Show Great Emperor was before the Great Emperor's Forbidden Area came out, so there are no bones of the Divine Show Great Emperor inside the tomb, and there aren't any Emperor soldiers. Su Newyear said, the construction of the empty mausoleum is also a way for our lineage of gravekeepers to honor and remember the older great emperors. Then what's the point of you going to the tomb of the Divine Show Emperor? Su Newyear was silent for a long time. Then he stretched out his right hand and pointed to this land under his feet. Chang'an City was the dojo of Great Emperor Xinqiu a long time ago. 3 years ago, something very strange happened in Chang'an City. Gu Baishui's eyes paused slightly at the words, and she opened her mouth to ask, what is it? The goddess of mercy weeps blood. 100 ghosts walk at night. Buddha's corpse roams the streets, and red bones rot. A strange color flashed under Su Newyear's eyes, and his face had a strange expression, and these 4 great evil and calamitous signs all happened on the same night, in and out of Chang'an City. They come and go so quickly that hardly anyone knows about them. Su Newyear turned his head and said, Senior brother, you should know what Chang'an City is. Gu Baishui nodded silently. The imperial capital of the Tang Kingdom, the Divine Show Dojo, is also a place of forbidden laws. The Tang Kingdom occupies a huge space in the history of the entire continent. It was an ancient kingdom that ran through the epoch of the continent, and had never experienced a true extinction, no matter what chaotic and turbulent times it had been in. The Tang state is also like a mountain that has gone through vicissitudes of life, standing in the long river of history, constant and immovable. Even for the current Holy Land families, tracing back their ancestral origins. Most of them were actually inextricably linked to the Tang Kingdom. This is why the city of Chang'an is known as the land of forbidden laws. Few cultivators would fight and entangle themselves in the territory near Chang'an City without a reasonable motive. It was a peaceful old city, grounded in the midst of the earthly world and honored by the monks. Evil spirits retreat and demons are nowhere to be found. So when 4 equally horrible plagues appeared in the city of Chang'an one night, something unimaginable must have happened. The 4 signs of calamity that occurred in Chang'an City were blocked from the news by those worldly holy places, and only a few people knew about them. Su New Year said, and at that time, it so happened that I was not far from Chang'an City. Gu Baishui asked, you caught up? Su New Year shook his head. No, when I arrived here, everything returned to calm, like an illusion, or like someone had erased all traces. But I didn't get nothing. Su New Year looked like she recalled something and said softly, someone said that it snowed in Chang'an City that night. Red snow falls at night. Snowflakes fluttered and sprinkled from the night, but disappeared without hitting the ground, like flotsam and jetsam, or the hairs of something. Gu Baishui's body gave a start, and an imperceptible flash of color flashed through the depths of his pupils. A similar scene seemed to have taken place on the dead quiet trail the night before he had been driven from the mountains. And then later, I literally rummaged through the dirt at the entrance to Chang'an and found a tuft of hair. Red hair. Su New Year grinned and laughed silently. There should have been another red shadow hiding behind the 4 plagues that descended on Chang'an City that night. Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched as he asked, a traveler? Su New Year nodded. Or it could be something else. For example, a certain great emperor who should have died a long time ago, and his blood-red extreme Tao Emperor armament. After I returned to the Forbidden Zone, I looked up some very old ancient texts and found that the human race had no descendants to prove themselves as emperors for a very long time after the fall of the divine Shou Emperor. Then later on, the corrupted emperor appeared out of nowhere in the ancient books, without any signs or traces of growth. Su New Year said with an expressionless face, the decaying emperor was like a ghost that suddenly appeared, concealing himself from all the world to testify his own path. Gu Baishui was silent for a moment and asked his second senior brother under the tree, do you think that the emergence of the corrupted emperor is related to the divine Shou Emperor? Su New Year was silent, then nodded. Senior brother, I know a lot more about the decaying emperor than you think. Half-assed goods like Li 11 aren't even on the same level as the decaying great emperor. Grand Emperor Shinshou is the best of the human race's great emperors. Even our master occasionally praises 1 or 2 of them. That kind of character can be a pain in the ass and a pain in the ass if they don't want to die. Chapter 66 Yao Qi and the Red-Haired Monster in Chang'an City. The summer sun was high in the sky, and bright sunlight poured down from the canopy, but it was shaded out of the shade by the willow trees in the yard. A young man in the shade of the tree began again his whimpering and carving of a wood carving. So elder brother, you came to Chang'an City from the very beginning for the divine Shou Emperor? Gu Baishui's fingertips holding the carving knife lurched as he asked again. Then why did you wait 3 years? You found red hair in Chang'an City 3 years ago and then left so easily? Of course I didn't. Su New Year shrugged and sat aside, rubbing the wooden sculpture of the youth in his hand with his hands. That's some big brother who wasn't there. I was obsessed with archaeology at the time, especially the ancient of the corrupted emperor. So I bought a tavern in Chang'an City and lived there, then turned over the soil and dug up the ground inside and outside the city, and worked for a long time. What's the result? Nothing. The plague has never reappeared. The red hairs have never reappeared, and it rarely even snows in Chang'an City. And then you left Chang'an City? Su New Year was quiet for a moment and shook her head with an odd expression. I left because of another matter. What is it? There were no more redheads in the city of Chang'an in those days, but word came out in another place that the redheads were unknown. Gu Baishui asked, where? Su New Year was slightly silent, then narrowed his eyes. The holy land of Yao Qi. Kunlun. Yao Qi. Gu Baishui's body suddenly gave a start and slowly raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the empty courtyard and finally resting on the doorway of a master bedroom with locked doors and windows. Su New Year knew that junior brother had guessed something, and without beating around the bush, he continued, after I came to Chang'an City, nothing strange happened, but a few months later, something suddenly came out of the holy land of Yao Qi in the Kunlun Mountains. The holy land is haunted, and the corpses are in rebellion. Su New Year said, haunting a holy place where a saint sits sounds like a ridiculous thing to do. But it did happen, and there are many different versions of it that have been circulated. Some say they saw a red monster with wispy hair in the night, others say she saw 2 red skeletons with hanging flesh, and still others say she saw a human skin floating around at the intersection of the Moonlight Trail. The most outrageous of them all said that there was a skeleton masked with a skin, mixed in with the disciples of the Yao Qi Holy Land, causing a lot of panic and confusion. Gu Baishui was slightly silent and asked, "And then?" "Then I went for a stroll outside the Yaoji Holy Land and determined one thing." Su New Year raised his head and squinted his eyes at the distant sky. The red-haired monster in the Yaoqi Holy Land is the same one as the one in Chang'an City. It could also be said that it left Chang'an City shortly after that night and went to the Holy Land of Yaoqi. "Senior, why do you think that is?" The courtyard fell silent, and after a few moments a young man's voice rang out. "If the red-haired monster in the Yaoqi Holy Land is a traveler, then it must have followed someone who left Chang'an City to appear in Yaoqi." "That's what I thought," Su New Year said. "And even more coincidentally, there was really a person from the Yaoqi Holy Land in Chang'an City during that time." "Who?" "The previous Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, Yi Yunshu." Gu Baishui frowned and looked at Su New Year and asked, "Senior brother, do you think that the last Holy Maiden of Yaoqi was the one who carried that red-haired monster?" "No," Su New Year rightfully said. "Of course she's not. I'm pretty sure of that." "Why?" "Because Yi Yunshu was close to your eldest brother. And since your eldest brother didn't say anything, she must not be." Gu Baishui pondered briefly and asked again, "At that time, what was the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi doing in Chang'an City?" "Ask to the point." Su New Year smacked his lips and said with a raised eyebrow, "Yi Yunshu was recruiting Yaoqi disciples in Chang'an City at that time. And I don't need to tell you more about who the two who were picked were, right?" Gu Baishui didn't say anything, just looked at the courtyard in front of her and touched the wooden sculpture in her hand. The ones chosen were the two young ladies of the Gu family, Gu Shu and Gu Shi. 3 years ago, when the sign of calamity occurred in Chang'an City, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi recruited disciples, and by the time she left with the two little girls from the Gu family, nothing strange has been happening in Chang'an City since. Doesn't that make it even stranger? According to what Su New Year said, a very logical story can be deduced. 3 years ago, the calamity that descended on Chang'an City had something to do with the two young ladies of the Gu family. They were taken to the Yaoqi, and nothing strange ever happened in Chang'an City again. But when they recently returned, the master and brother were the first to encounter those things on the same night. You left the 10,000 Poisons domain after you got the news that Miss Gu was returning to Chang'an, and were preparing to blend into the Gu mansion? Su New Year was non-committal. "I also have eyes in the Yaoqi Holy Land, knowing when they would return, and made some arrangements in advance." The branches of the willow tree swayed, and the freckled teenager underneath it fell silent, selecting 2 more logs from the pile beside him before setting them aside. Senior brother has pretty much said everything he needed to say to you. What do you think now?" Su New Year smiled, revealing a mouthful of clean teeth. "Such a dangerous situation. You can't bear to let elder brother me risk my life alone, can you?" Gu Baishui shook his head. "Senior brother, there's no need for the two of us to hook up. It's too heartless for you to want to use me as a shield for something so dangerous." "How?" Su New Year's face squared up, but instead of trying to refute the fact that he was trying to block the knife with his senior brother, he said with a face full of innocence, "It's not like I blocked the knife with you once or twice, so how could I be heartless?" Gu Baishui rolled her eyes and sneered, "I can't help you with this. Anyone can come and step on me twice before lighting the divine fire. I'll definitely die before you if I take a chance with you." Su New Year glanced at the wooden sculpture under the shade of the tree and said with a twist of his head, "That's not something that can be fixed overnight. Since senior brother brought you here, he naturally came prepared." "Senior brother, have you ever dug a grave?" The emperor ranked kind. "Nonsense. Wasn't I the one who descended all the great emperor's tombs in the Forbidden Zone? Other than little sister. When have you two ever helped?" Su New Year said shamelessly, "That's because your eldest brother doesn't want to go down to the tomb. He has imperial breath on him, and it's against the other tombs. What about you? What your eldest brother won't do, I generally won't do either. Get used to it." Su New Year said, "But this time is different. Although I've never been down to the grave, I've actually dug mines, and the two should have something in common." Gu Baishui was a bit puzzled. "When did you dig again? How come I don't know?" Su New Year scratched his head and vaguely perfunctorily said, "Things that happened a long time ago. Don't you care? Just say if you're willing to lend a hand. I'll think about it. Then I'll wait for you." Here, shady trees and a peaceful courtyard. A handsome young man rubbed the wooden carving in his hand and looked thoughtfully into the distance. And the freckled teenager under the tree was silent for a long time before he suddenly raised his head and looked at Su New Year and smiled. "Senior brother, I have a condition. Tell me about it. You said that master gave each of you an extreme Dao Emperor armament before he died. Then, second senior brother, what is that Emperor soldier in your hand?" Chapter 67, Are You Scared? the eldest senior brother of the Gravekeeper lineage, was the reincarnation of the Violet Weather Emperor, and in his hands he held the Violet Extreme Immortal Cauldron from his previous life. Junior's sister was a descendant of the Ji clan's ancient Great Emperor, so she had obtained the Extreme Dao Imperial armament of the Ji clan's ancestor Great Emperor. The decaying Emperor's soldier was a mysterious red-haired corpse body, and it was very likely that it was also the Emperor's soldier that the Everlasting Emperor had bequeathed to Gu Baishui. This left the only one with an unknown Emperor's soldier to be second senior brother Su Nuye. And even more strangely, the Imperial soldiers gifted by the Master to the eldest brother and the youngest sister both had some origin with them, either a reunion of the soldier masters or a bloodline inheritance. Su Nuye felt that Master had left the corrupted Emperor's extreme Imperial armament to Junior Master, so that meant that Gu Baishui and the corrupted Emperor had a subtle relationship. However, he had never mentioned from the beginning to the end what his Emperor's soldier was. Su Nuye, and which great emperor he himself is inextricably linked to. The branches of the willow tree drooped in the shade, and Su Nuye stood in the sunlight, looking at the blinding sun above her head and slowly squinting her eyes. Junior brother, you're curious about elder brother's emperor's soldier? Gu Baishui was slightly silent and raised her eyes. Just wanting to satisfy my curiosity. Yes? Su Nuye smiled, turned to look at the freckled teenager under the shade of the tree, and said calmly, the Extreme Dao Emperor armament that Master gave me. I carry it with me every moment. If junior brother you want to see it, I can take it out and show it to you. Gu Baishui's body lurched at the words and raised her eyebrows in some surprise. He did indeed not expect his second senior brother to be so open and honest, without the slightest intention of covering up. It was important to realize that for any cultivator, the Extreme Dao Emperor's soldier was the most important thing besides his life. Even great emperors would treat their Extreme Dao Emperor armor as their most powerful card, rarely revealing it in front of outsiders. This was evident from the Master Gu Baishui, who had died without handing over the Extreme Dao Emperor soldier, preferring to be buried in the ground with himself rather than leaving his disciple with the slightest clue. Gu Baishui was a bit stunned at his second senior brother's frankness. However, Su Nuye remained calm as he smiled before adding, but don't blame elder brother for not having reminded you. That Emperor's soldier that Master gave me, I still haven't recognized the Master until now. You'll have to figure out how to wrap it up for yourself if you want me to take it out in Longacre. Gu Baishui raised an eyebrow at his words, understanding what his senior brother meant. If Gu Baishui dared to ask Su Nuye to take out his Extreme Dao Emperor soldier at this time, he believed that the second senior brother, who often went crazy, still had the guts to do so. However, when Su Nuye said that his Emperor's soldier had not recognized his master, this was actually a warning and imperceptible threat to Gu Baishui. An Emperor's soldier without a recognized master would instinctively reject all cultivators and living beings. All it took was a wisp of Imperial might escaping from the Extreme Dao Emperor's soldier to crush the entire Gu mansion into a wasteland. Without the quasi-emperors out, there was no way anyone could do anything about an unchecked, unbridled Extreme Dao Emperor armament. By that time, there was no way to put an end to the commotion that Chang'an City had created, unless another Imperial weapon was used against Su Nuye's Imperial weapon, to check and balance each other, and to dissipate the Imperial might that had escaped from each other. And in today's Chang'an City, other than Su Nuye, who was harboring an unknown Imperial weapon, there was only Gu Baishui left. Su Nuye's meaning is simple. He could bring out his Emperor's soldier for the world to admire, and he wasn't even afraid of whether there would be other saints who would covet the Emperor's soldier against him. But if he was to take out his Emperor armament, then Gu Baishui would have to take out his own Emperor armament as well to take a look at it. Su Nuye dared to do so, and he knew at the same time that his junior brother would definitely not dare. Whether or not it was the red-haired old corpse of that decaying emperor, Gu Baishui must not dare. That's better, elder brother. Gu Baishui shook her head. You're being a bit insincere. How is that insincere? Su Nuye shrugged roguishly and said, it's only fair. You're curious about mine and I'm curious about yours. Moreover, I can roughly guess what your emperor's armament is, while you know nothing about mine, and by exchanging a few looks at each other, you've still earned it. Gu Baishui didn't gossip with Su Nuye about these meaningless things anymore. With just a slight pressure on his fingertips, he carved a vague outline into the wooden carving in his hand, then lowered his eyes and spoke. Senior brother, if I tell you that Master didn't even speak to me about any Emperor's soldiers or corrupted great emperors before he died, would you believe me? The handsome young man outside the shade of the tree smiled helplessly, feeling that his youngest brother was still a little too dishonest. But when he turned his head and saw the wooden carvings spread out on the floor, he seemed to suddenly think of something and frown in silence. Actually, it makes sense. With your cultivation not even being able to stow the Emperor's soldier, It was completely pointless for Master to give you the Emperor's soldier at that time. Gu Baishui was quiet for a moment, then said, "Is it possible that Master actually didn't give me any Imperial weapons at all? Or that the ones he left me are still hidden in the Forbidden Zone?" Su New Year's eyelids twitched as she looked at Gu Baishui in the shade of the tree and suddenly grinned a silent smile. "Sure Fu. You're still revealing yourself here." Gu Baishui's body gave a start and raised his head to look at the second elder brother who stood in the sunlight wearing white clothes. The white clothes fluttered lightly, reflecting the sunlight into the shade of the tree, making him always feel that the white figure outside the tree was a bit inexplicably harsh. "What do you mean? Didn't you and I both see it that night?" Su New Year said calmly. "Outside the broken temple, in the dense forest, I can actually see very clearly. That red-haired old corpse, isn't it the corrupted Emperor's soldier that Master left you?" A dead silence suddenly fell over the courtyard. The wind silences the trees and the summer silkworms are silenced. It was a long time before the freckled teenager under the tree slowly raised his head. "Then why are you pretending not to see it?" Su New Year stretched out his right hand and gently tapped his temple. His eyes that were as black as ink unexpectedly rolled over in a bizarre manner, revealing another pair of demonic white vertical pupils behind the eyeballs. "Elder brother, I can actually see many things that other people can't see or read a long time ago. Born with different pupils. This is a secret that only a few of us and the Master know, but as much as I have seen, I have never been able to see the heart completely." Su New Year's eyes closed, and when he opened them again they had recovered as before. No different from normal people. "Senior brother. In fact, what you are following behind you is not that important to me. What matters is what you think in your own heart. The Decayed Emperor's Imperial soldier following you proves that you are the reincarnation of the Decayed Emperor?" Su New Year shook his head. "Elder brother, I'm not so shallow and arbitrary. Everything has to talk about a cause and effect evidence." Gu Baishui was silent for a moment and asked, "You're looking for karma in me?" "Yeah," Su New Year said. "What other way is there to confirm senior brother's relationship between you and the decaying Great Emperor? There's no way to prove it to anyone but yourself, and the same goes for that old red-haired corpse. But what I didn't expect was that you were actually scared." Senior brother. Chapter 68, Two Wayfarers. You're afraid that you're a corrupted emperor. You're worried that you're a corrupted emperor. That's why you're trying to cover up the existence of that red-haired old corpse. Su New Year shook his head and looked at the freckled teenager in the shade and said, "Even though you and I both know exactly what the Master has given you, you still want to find other possibilities and explanations." Gu Baishui was silent for a long time, then gently exhaled. He dropped the wooden carving he was holding and leaned against the willow tree watching the sunlight pass through the leaves with a sudden strange laugh. "Elder brother, do you think I am really afraid of being a corrupt emperor? Or am I afraid of being a corrupt emperor because you are?" "In Chang'an City?" Su New Year was quiet for a moment, then said, "I hope it's the former." Gu Baishui asked again, "And if the latter?" "Even if it's the latter, there's no need for you to be afraid of anything. Senior brother." Su New Year sidled his head and said calmly, "A corrupt emperor is a corrupt emperor, and a senior brother is a senior brother. I distinguish clearly. What if I'm really the corrupted emperor? Then what I said before still counts." Su New Year squeezed his eyebrows and smiled. "Let's join forces and deal with your eldest senior brother together is all." Su New Year was still rubbing the youth-like wooden sculpture in his hands, looking quite resentful. Gu Baishui under the tree thought about it and nodded, but then coldly asked, "Senior brother, the Emperor's soldier you're holding, is it the Divine Show Emperor's Extreme Emperor soldier?" Su New Year's fingertips lurched, raised an eyebrow and turned back to look at Gu Baishui for a few moments. "Does it have anything to do with you?" "I'm just curious." Gu Baishui shrugged. "After all, there are only a few great emperors I'm familiar with. And aside from Master's Emperor soldier whose whereabouts are unknown, there's only the Divine Show Emperors left that I don't know about." Su New Year didn't respond directly and just said, "You'll know later." The midday sun gradually slipped through the courtyard and the air slowly cooled. "Come dig a grave with me tomorrow night, Master." Su New Year suddenly said this when she was leaving. Gu Baishui, however, shook her head. "Wait until I finish the work at hand." Su New Year was a bit helpless. "How long will you carve that wood carving?" "Almost there." Gu Baishui thought for a moment. "Maybe 3 days. That's a deal. 3 days tops, and I'll take you out the night after that." Su New Year left the courtyard. Gu Baishui was the only one left in the courtyard. As the summer wind blew through the treetops, the freckled teenager touched his right hand behind him and silently fumbled a wooden sculpture prototype out of a hole in the tree. It was a youth whose face could not be seen, but looked vaguely handsome. The man under the tree was quiet for a long time, then slowly closed his eyes. "I'm not, elder brother. Are you? About evening, the patio door was again pushed open from the outside. Gu didn't know where she had been all day, and when she returned to her courtyard, she found that the freckled teenager under the willow tree had already packed up the wooden sculpture and returned to her house. Bang bang! A knock sounded outside the house. Gu Baishui froze for a moment and hid the wooden carving in her hand under the bed, then walked to the door and pushed it open. What is it you command, my lady? Gu nodded. There was little expression on his pretty little face. I'm going to buy a few oil paper umbrellas outside the mansion. You lead the way. I lead the way? Take me to the west side of the city. Xiangji Umbrella Shop, Gu Baishui answered, then turned around and closed the door to her room. However, he also found it a bit strange that Gu was obviously a native of Chang'an. How could she leave her home for 3 years and have to show her the way herself? And what's more crucial is that one has never been to Chang'an City, so how would one know where any umbrella store is? But there wasn't much that could be done. After all, it was Miss Gu's request, and it would be too strange for his current status to find an excuse to excuse himself. But the west side of the city in what direction Gu Baishui is still clear. The big deal is to improvise when the time comes. The two young men exited the courtyard one after the other, but when they reached the corner, Gu Baishui was yanked back by Gu Go through the side door. There's a guard outside. Oh, yes. The two of them raked around the Gu mansion for a while, then walked out of the mansion through a rather remote side door. It was just getting dark at this time, and the street vendors had not yet closed their stalls. The city of Chang'an was lit up with warm and bright lights, and the whole street became lively and noisy. Miss, it's getting a bit cooler. It might rain later, Gu Baishui warned in a low voice. I know, Gu nodded. That's why I had to come out to buy an umbrella. Ha? Why? What for? Gu gave Gu Baishui a strange look. If you don't buy an umbrella when it rains, do you buy it on a sunny day? Gu Baishui froze, feeling as if Gu had a point, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem to make that much sense. Whether it made sense or not, he couldn't say, but he knew he really wasn't in a position to reason right now. Miss, do you monks still use umbrellas when it rains? Not really, Gu said. Generally speaking, as long as the realm is enough, cast a water avoidance spell and the rain won't fall on us. Then what's the point of buying an umbrella? Gu Baishui asked. Good looking, Gu also casually replied back. This was an answer Gu Baishui had not expected. That's it? Easy? Gu gave Gu Baishui a look. You think looking good is easy? Gu Baishui froze, a bit puzzled. Isn't it easy? Easy? Gu suddenly stopped and locked eyes with Gu Baishui beside her for a moment, then asked in a distinctly serious manner. Then why don't you grow up to look better? Gu Baishui was silent, speechless. He suddenly realized that this young lady of his wasn't actually just nonverbal. She was actually quite hard to talk to. A drizzle fell from the sky, and the two young men wandered down the streets in Chang'an City. Gu Baishui didn't speak again, and Gu also stopped speaking. The two were just walking forward and backward. But in fact, Gu Baishui didn't know that she had wandered there. The west side of the city of Chang'an was huge, with streets that curved around, both long and short. Gu Baishui led the way in front of him, and after leading the way for a long time, he didn't arrive at the place. But Gu didn't seem to care, so he honestly followed him, turning left and right, walking into this alley and drilling out of that one. Do whatever it takes and be very patient. She'd been out moping around looking all day and really didn't feel like rushing anyone. When Gu Baishui saw the identical restaurant in front of him for the third time, he fell silent. What made him even more speechless was that the young girl following him was oblivious, still calm, but didn't seem to realize that they had gotten lost. In the end, Gu Baishui ran out of patience, looking for a passerby to ask the legendary Xiangji umbrella store. In the end, what is the place? The passersby were very welcoming and gave them directions. Oh, Xiangji umbrella shop. Ah, the corner of the east end of the city. Very conspicuous. Gu Baishui thanked the passerby, and after a moment of silence, he looked back at Gu Gu twisted his head and looked at the azure sky, whistling in a small voice. The Chang'an City forbidden law that divine sense could not leave the body too far away could not be blamed on her alone. Half an hour later, the two wayfarers arrived at the entrance of Xiangji umbrella shop. Gu Baishui was a bit frustrated as he realized that it seemed as if 2 blocks away was the Gu mansion from which they had set out. The two young men walked into the store and the owner's wife was very welcoming. Gu went to the backyard to pick out oil paper umbrellas under the hospitality of the store owner's wife. Gu Baishui sat alone on a chair, propping up the wooden table piled with oil paper umbrellas beside her with her arm, looking boredly at the street outside the store. It's a different story with light rain on the sky street and pedestrians in a hurry. Thinking like this, Gu Baishui's arm on the table suddenly paused. His eyelids twitched as he slowly lifted the tablecloth from the wooden table, lowering his head to look at the eerily familiar legs and falling into an eerie contemplation. Chapter 69, Unless one day, I die. Missy is back. Gu Shu returned to her courtyard in the evening. His clothes were tattered. His face was pale, and his disheveled hair was still plastered to the corner of his forehead, making him look exceptionally wretched. When she breathlessly pushed open the gate of the courtyard, the handsome teenager, dressed in spotless white clothes, sat in the gazebo leisurely drinking hot tea. The rain flurries and the grass shakes in the cool rain. Su Nuyir was even in the mood to feed the few carp in the pond, leisurely as if he was the owner of this courtyard. Gu Shu stood in the doorway and looked at the tattered night clothes she was wearing, stained with black and red dust and the fishy smell of decay. She glanced again at Su Nuyir, who was whistling and feeding the fish by the pond, and after a few moments of silence, she deliberately coughed softly. Ahem. Yo, you're back, miss? Su Nuyir seemed to have only just noticed the young girl at the door who was quite battered by the rain, and looked up with a somewhat surprised smile. He didn't know exactly where Gu Shu had gone and what she had gone to do between last night and now though, but judging from the current situation, Gu Shu shouldn't be doing well, and even encountered a considerable amount of trouble. This is certainly considered good news for him, because Gu Shu hadn't achieved what she wanted, hadn't gotten what she wanted, and that meant she would try again in a few nights. Su Nuyir would have the opportunity to follow this strangely traveling young girl and see what untold secrets she had. A light rain fell from the sky onto the patio. Su Nuyir casually picked up an umbrella and thoughtfully walked to the door and propped it up for Gu Shu. Gu Shu didn't refuse, because she couldn't even squeeze out the spiritual energy to cast the water avoidance spell in her body, and her hard work for a day and a night was ultimately a lost cause. Su Nuyir held the umbrella and helped Gu Shu sit in the gazebo, then handed her a clean, soft handkerchief. Gu Shu raised her eyelids, took the handkerchief and wiped it haphazardly on her own face, then threw it into Su Nuyir's hand. Su Nuyir looked at the ravaged and crumpled handkerchief in her hand, and glanced at the taut-faced young lady, and spoke tentatively. Miss, it's not wiped clean. Gu Shu glanced at him and nodded. I know, go wash it before you give it to me. Su Nuyir shook her head helplessly, then went to clean her handkerchief. I don't know which dirt hole this Gu family's eldest daughter drilled last night, getting covered in dirt stains, living like a black-faced miner. The moist handkerchief rubbed and rubbed over her face, wiping away the gray-black stains and revealing the pale, delicate cheeks beneath. Gu Shu dropped her handkerchief on the table and sighed tiredly and feebly. Then she lowered her head and buried her face, pressing the side of her cheek against the slightly cool tabletop. It looked tired and weak. Su Nuyir stood behind her, glancing at the handkerchief on the table that had been crumpled into a ball, and sighed with some regret. This is a token of love given to him by a noble royal daughter of the central continent, who looks delicate and lovely, with almond eyes that are full of love. The value of the handkerchief is secondary, mainly contains a peace of mind. Su Nuyir is also very valuable on weekdays. Hiss. Just forget what people's last name is. Which family's royal daughter to come? Miss, did you go digging last night? Why did you make such a mess? Su Nuyir looked at Gu Shu, who was lying on the table pretending to be dead, and couldn't help but ask. Gu Shu raised her eyelids and rolled her eyes, still resting her forehead against the desktop, and politely replied back. What the? Su Nuyir was choked speechless and rolled her eyes silently, then picked up the handkerchief from the table and threw it outside the fenced yard. But Gu Shu seemed to have slowed down her strength after crawling quietly and silently in the gazebo for a long time. She lazily got up from the table, frowning with an odd expression as she looked at the handsome teenager walking in the courtyard. You really survived, didn't you? Life's pretty hard. Su Nuyir looked at the thumbs up that young girl raised to herself and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. He was silent for a moment and nodded tentatively. By the grace of the lady. Gu Shu blinked her eyes and thought sideways, then smiled brightly, her eyebrows arched and coquettish. It was as if the whole courtyard had brightened up a few points. It was only at this time that Su Nuyir realized that the Gu family's eldest miss had grown a very nice smile. A lot of the time it's all about the curved eyes and the smiles. Laughing up the sky cleared up a few points, and his own bitter senior brother was completely two extremes. What happened last night? Gu Shu looked curious and asked. You didn't open the door, did you? Su Nuyir paused for a moment and nodded without revealing any cracks. Last night's wind was so strong that it blew the window frames and kept rattling. I kept remembering Mrs. Words and kept my eyes closed until it was dawn. The handsome teenager looked sincere and thought that no one had any idea last night how lively the yard really was, and he couldn't truthfully say that a bunch of red powdered skeletons had been dancing around him all night. It's all falling apart from exhaustion and is now buried in the dirt in the backyard resting. Didn't go into the house. Gushu thoughtfully stroked her chin, then glanced at the darkening sky and twisted her head to say to Su Xinyan, I'm going to take a shower. You can come over when I'm done. The corner of Su New Year's mouth involuntarily twitched. Again? It's not over yet. I've been fooled once. Do I look like such a casual person? In the middle of the night, Su New Year knocked on the door of that master bedroom house once again, still holding her quilt in her arms. This was Gushu's request. Crunch! The door to the house was pulled open a crack from the inside, and a pair of bright almond eyes appeared behind it. Gushu looked Su New Year up and down a few times, then blinked and silently asked, Why are you taking a shower too? Su New Year was silent for a moment and said with a straight face, It's hot. It's not raining outside? When it rains and it's stuffy. It's hot. Yes? Gushu raised her eyebrows suspiciously. Then come in. The door of the house opened and Su New Year walked in with a straight face, then hooked the door with his right leg. Like Gushu herself said, she had already showered and sat on the edge of her bed. However, what was different this time was that Gushu was wearing her own bedclothes and did not change into her tight night clothes again. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the handsome teenager in the doorway, then gently raised her delicate white chin. Su New Year followed her line of sight and realized that in the corner of the house not far from the doorway, a light wooden chair was placed. You sleep there tonight. Su New Year thought about it and asked, Is that necessary? There is. The young girl on the bed sidled her head, her black hair spilling over her shoulders. They'll come again tonight, night after night, and they'll never stop, unless one day I die. Chapter 70, she says ghosts don't hurt people under the blanket. The courtyard was quiet and peaceful, and the night breeze was blowing a fine rain. Everything seemed to go back to last night, except for the fact that there was an extra teenage girl in the house who hadn't left. Miss, are you saying that the thing outside the window at night is coming for you? A strand of color flashed in the depths of Su New Year's pupils as he looked at the young girl on the bed and asked, Why? Why did that thing haunt the young lady? Gushu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, was silent for a long time, then tilted her head and laughed silently. It should be considered a curse of sorts, one that has been going on for 3 years and I don't know if there's an end to it. Candles flickered and shadows walked. Su New Year sat down on his chair and looked thoughtfully out the window at the darkened courtyard. Gushu said those red-pink skeletons would come every night, and every night they would stand by the window, knocking on her portal one by one. But why is that? Why would Godly Show Emperor's red-pink skeleton be entangled with a young girl who was no more than in the Xiantai realm? And it had lasted for 3 years? Su New Year's eyes paused slightly, and he raised his head again to look at the courtyard further away. It wasn't just Gushu. There was another person. That third young lady of the Gu mansion called Gushur was probably just as entangled in the white bone human skin of the Divine Show Emperor, day and night for 3 years. These two Gu family ladies must be related to the Divine Show Emperor in some way. And 3 years ago, it also happened to be the night when the 4 signs of calamity came together in Chang'an, along with perhaps a red-haired monster. From the end of that night, the red-pink skeleton and the white bone human skin sought out the 2 young ladies of the Gu family, and the shadowy spirit lasted for 3 years. In 3 years, that thing has never been inside the house? Su New Year frowned and turned her head to ask the young girl on the bed, Are they still so polite? Not that polite. Gushu shook her head and paused for a moment before saying somewhat ruefully, It's not the first time they've broken into the house. It's just that we live in a different house, and they make different choices. Su New Year sniffed even more curiously. How so? In fact, those things outside the window are demons and monsters that crawl out from the ground. They don't have much consciousness or brains. They can only rely on their instincts to pester me. The house can't stop them, and neither can the gates of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Gushu touched the wooden bed beneath her and said softly, Do you know why Gushur and I both chose to live in the most remote and oldest courtyard in the Gu mansion? Su New Year pondered for a while and said, The old housekeeper of the mansion said that both young ladies like purity and don't like outsiders to disturb them. That's why they live in separate old courtyards in different corners. Gushu, however, shook her head breathlessly. That Gushur girl is a bore, but do you see that my nature looks like someone who can be idle? Su New Year thought about it and shook her head seriously. It's not really like that. Then no. Gushu propped her chin up with one hand, her eyes peaceful as she said, I chose this courtyard for the same purpose as Gushur. It's just to avoid those things. These 2 courtyards are the oldest courtyards in the Gu mansion, and they are also courtyards that have never been renovated. You should be unaware that a long time ago, when our Gu family had just built their courtyard in Chang'an City, old Emperor Tang brought a man to stay in the Gu mansion for a period of time. The old Tang Emperor left a plaque for our Gu family's old ancestor, and another person left a scripture and a blessing. Evil spirits retreat, eliminating difficulties and avoiding disasters. Beside the bed, Gushu quietly said, "That blessing was very useful." And for a long time afterward, no one in the Gu mansion was sick. Flowers and grasses flourished, and fish fertilized and birds chirped. But then again, a long time later, old Don Emperor left, and so did the man. The Tang Kingdom and Chang'an City are slowly becoming more and more prosperous, and the Gu mansion has renovated many of its courtyards. Only these two courtyards, which have remained unchanged, have also retained the blessing of the man. The window rattled with the sound of wind, and something else that loomed. Gushu scrunched up her feet and sat on her own bed with her legs crossed. My sister and I were chased by them for a long time that night, and it was only when we hid in this yard that they stopped and didn't dare break in for a step. Su New Year's fingertips slightly paused, and a hint of realization gradually emerged in his eyes. He knew who the person Gushu was talking about was, and it could only be that person who had the qualifications to be on par with the old Tang Emperor and for a blessing to be passed down for such a long period of time. Emperor Shinshio, an old friend of the old Tang Emperor. The godly Shou Great Emperor had lived in the Gu mansion for a while, so he had left behind a blessing. And those things, the red-pink skeleton and the white-bone human skin, had sensed the blessing of the divine Shou Emperor outside the courtyard, which was why they refused to step in without authorization. Perhaps there were two little girls who stumbled and ran for a long time with each other on the streets of Chang'an City that night, but following them were the four calamitous to the core things: the weeping goddess of mercy, the wandering Buddha corpse, the 100 ghosts of the night, and the rotten flesh and red bones. So why would these four calamitous things that would make even an ordinary saint's scalp numb follow two little girls who had yet to cultivate? Su New Year remembered Gushu's shovel last night and also came up with a possibility. If that night, the two little girls had broken into a forbidden mausoleum that no one knew about in the hills behind Chang'an City and woke up the four plagues that guarded the tomb for Shinshio the Great, this would all be explained. As for how they did it, and why the red-pink skull and white bone skin flesh later followed the two of them to the holy land of Yaoqi, Su New Year felt that it should be because of a red-haired monster. One of the two young ladies of the Gu family was a traveler, and she was followed around by a red-haired monster that no one else could see at a very young age. Breaking into the tomb of Shinshio the Great, the red-haired monster awakens the four plagues and draws out the skeleton and human skin, putting them firmly in the sights of the red-haired monster's master. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that the godly Shou Emperor also had an unspeakable obsession with travelers and red-haired monsters. Perhaps something happened that outsiders didn't know about before the divine Shou Great Emperor's death. Only by stepping inside the mausoleum can the final veil of this secret be lifted. This means that as long as we don't open the door, they won't break in, right? Su New Year looked at one of the bony hands and shadows climbing up outside the window and doorway, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Gushu. Yeah, sure, that's right, that's what I've learned over the years, Gushu replied with conviction, but Su New Year involuntarily drew the corners of her eyes. And what are you doing under the covers, young lady? A small head peeked out quietly from under the tightly wrapped quilt. Gushu glanced out the window at the creepy shadow of the bone hand and smiled dryly. I'm still scared. I haven't gotten used to it after all these years. And haven't you ever heard that if you hide yourself under the covers, the ghosts and monsters can't lift them to harm you? Gushu said while retracting her head and feet, and added in an urn inside the covers. It's common sense that a quilt is the safest knot. Why else would I let you bring one? But what she couldn't see was that after Gushu said those words, the teenager sitting on the bamboo chair suddenly fell silent. His eyelids twitched and he raised his head expressionlessly, asking, who did the young lady hear that from? It was quiet inside the house for a while. My sister, Gusher told me. Boom! The thunderstorm outside the window suddenly became loud. Inside the house, a handsome teenager was silent for a moment, then picked up the quilt, and covered his head. Chapter 71, I heard he's crazy. When the sky hadn't completely darkened, Gu Baishuwei sat on the chair of the umbrella store, looking at the table beside him in silence. Pedestrians hurried along the street outside the store, and rainwater seeped into the green-colored stone road, bringing some coolness to Chang'an City. Gu Baishuwei, however, felt some inexplicable chills. The curtain inside the store was lifted. The mature and gentle umbrella store owner's wife smiled as she reached out and led Gusher out from inside. Gusher was holding two oil paper umbrellas in his arms. One umbrella was pink and one was plain white. Auntie, I'll go then. Okay, be careful on the road. The conversation between the boss's wife and Gusher was simple and dry, and there were no pleasantries or anything. They just nodded to each other and sent them to the store's entrance. Gu Baishuwei stood up from his chair early and waited at the door in silence, but his eyes kept drifting, flowing over the pearwood walls surrounding the umbrella store. Many oil paper umbrellas of different shapes hang on the walls of the umbrella store. Some of the umbrellas are so new that they look like they were just made, with an unusually smooth surface. Some of the umbrellas are very old, as if they have been separated for a long time, and are a little wrinkled. Gu Baishui's eyes swept over all the umbrellas inside the umbrella store, as if she was looking for something hiding inside the umbrellas. He was actually looking for a skin, a human skin. The table inside the umbrella store that was filled with oil paper umbrellas was exactly the same as the table in Gu Baishui's house. Even the tiny gaps matched perfectly. His table disappeared last night along with the human skin and disappeared. So Gu Baishui thinks that the human skin is hidden inside this umbrella store. Perhaps it has been turned into an inconspicuous umbrella. But the gentle, enthusiastic proprietress of the umbrella store had sent to the door the. Gu Baishui could only retract his gaze without moving, following behind Gu Shi, slowly walking out of the store's eaves. This kind of thing can't be rushed, and we'll just come back to explore it later when we have time. The rain fell on my shoulders. The owner's wife of the umbrella store leaned against the doorway under the eaves of the house and watched with a smile on her brow as the two young men drifted away in the curtain of rain. Then she closed the store door and windows, and her face suddenly became calm and cold. The boss's wife's eyelids twitched, and from inside her sleeve, she reached out a plain white slender finger and touched the back of her neck. Miss, it's raining. Gu Baishui walked on the stone path of the long street and kindly reminded. Gu Shi didn't have much of a reaction, just nodded back. I know. Miss, you have an umbrella. Well, I know. Then why don't you open your umbrella? Gu Baishui's expression was a bit helpless as the two of them braved the rain and traveled through the streets. The pedestrians came and went on the road. Their feet were in a hurry. Only these two young people did not open their umbrellas. What was even more strange was that Gu Shi was clearly holding two umbrellas in her arms, but she just didn't want to open them. Rain dripped on the young girl's clean, white forehead, down across the corners of her eyes, and down the curve of her cheeks to her jaw. The young girl remained calm, her eyes moving, but she didn't want to say anything. The teenager beside him was helpless, and could only shield his head with one hand, thinking not to look so wretched. The two young men walked a long way down the long street, and this time it was Gu Shi who led the way. From the direction it looked like she didn't intend to go back to the mansion, but Gu Baishui always felt as if she didn't know where she was going either. The white girl was holding two umbrellas as she slowly made her way through the curtain of rain. The young man in green followed behind, looking at the tip and surface of the umbrella in the young girl's arms and blinking thoughtfully. Could it be on these two umbrellas? This was what Gu Baishui was thinking at the moment, but after a short while, the white-clothed girl walking in front of her suddenly stopped and asked softly with a sideways glance, "Do you want an umbrella?" Gu Baishui froze for a moment, but also felt that she had no reason to refuse, so she nodded. "You pick one then, red or white." Gu Shi seemed to have suddenly become generous, holding the handles of two umbrellas in each hand and handing them to the freckled teenager. Gu Baishui, however, gently raised her eyebrows, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Is she asking herself to pick an umbrella? Or do you let yourself pick that human skin out of two umbrellas? Gu Shi glanced at Gu Baishui, who was silent for a moment and asked tentatively, "Then which one does Miss like?" Gu Shi thought for a moment, then retracted the oil paper umbrella in his right hand. "I like white." Gu Baishui very frankly stretched out a hand and gently held the white oil paper umbrella. "Miss, I think you could try the red one today." Gu Shi froze and raised his head to give the teenager a strange look, then nodded without much concern. "Then you use the white one." She handed the white oil paper umbrella into Gu Baishui's hand and turned around to continue forward along the street. And behind her, the teenager who had taken the oil paper umbrella into his hands began to rummage around and ravage it. From the umbrella bone to the umbrella surface, pinched it inside and out, and even ended up using his teeth to bite it viciously a few times. But in the end, it turned out to be an ordinary oil paper umbrella with nothing unusual about it. Gu Baishui sighed in disappointment before quickly catching up with the young girl in front. Along the long street path, the two young men walked out of Chang'an City. They passed through a lush bamboo forest and stopped by the shore of a very clear and peaceful lake. A flurry of raindrops dripped into the lake, stirring up a ripple that swept away. This lake is famous in Chang'an City and is called Taisheng Lake. There is also a loft with flying eaves next to the lake, the North Tourist Pavilion. However, the North Traveling Pavilion is a royal attic and is never open to outsiders. Gu Shi stopped by the lakeside, and Gu Baishui followed from behind carrying an oil paper umbrella in a wobbly manner. Gu Shi looked back at him. "Why don't you have an umbrella?" Gu Baishui was silent for a moment and picked up his collar, soaking wet. Gu Shi arched his eyebrows and smiled. And Gu Baishui gave a helpless laugh. As the sky darkened, warm fire candles were lit in the distant north traveling pavilion. The two young men found an unoccupied pavilion next to the bamboo forest and took shelter from the rain. The teenager slapped the umbrella in his hand while the young girl looked out at the center of the lake in a daze. Gu Baishui always felt that today's Gusher seemed a bit different, not quite the same as the first time he saw her. She seemed, and always was, not quite the same. Miss has something on her mind? The white girl by the gazebo paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, can you tell me about it? Gusher glanced back at the teenager, and Gu Baishui shrugged. I'm actually very tight-lipped, and I never say much about things I shouldn't. Gusher didn't pay any more attention to him, but turned around and continued to watch the rain fluttering in the center of the lake. Gu Baishui's eyes panned out and looked at another red oil paper umbrella leaning on a stone pillar, and her heart began to come alive. But before he could act, he suddenly heard the young girl with her back turned speak. The Yaoqi Holy Land has arranged a marriage for me. Gu Baishui froze slightly and subconsciously asked, affiliation? Well, it's someone I've never met before. Gusher's eyes lifted slightly as she looked at the ripples splashing in the distant lake and gently pursed the corners of her lips. But I've heard that he seems to have suddenly gone mad. The freckled teenager in the gazebo frowned suspiciously. Why did it sound like something familiar? Chapter 72, It's There Too. Yoji wants Miss to marry someone she's never seen before? Gu Baishui's face looked a little odd, looking like he had instantly remembered something that his junior sister had said to him. Aha! Gusher nodded. And what do you think? Miss? Me? Gusher hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her head. I've never married anyone. I don't know. How refreshing. Gu Baishui was a bit speechless, as if he had married someone, and the white girl in the gazebo was only 17 years old. Wasn't it more than normal that she hadn't married anyone? But the next moment, Gu Baishui suddenly paused again. He suddenly realized what was wrong in Gusher's words, and the meaning of not having married. Someone might not be just that simple. Miss, then you have had. Gu Baishui didn't know what to say for a moment. Ever been in love? Gusher seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and calmly said this. No, I've never been in love. Yet. The bamboo forest outside the gazebo swayed around and the rain beat down all at once. The young man in the pavilion suddenly stopped speaking and lowered his head to look at the oil paper umbrella in his hand. The shadow of the stone pillar shrouded his face, and it was impossible to see what expression was there. Gusher looked at the lake and the water waves, was a little helpless and a little frustrated. She didn't know what to say to the freckled teenager who looked a little rash. That you're actually a high school student from another world? Just finished the college entrance exam and accidentally traveled to this world while crossing the street to buy milk tea? Crossing over must have been hard for that nerdy guy to understand, too. After all, it's not like there are that many crossover novels and TV shows to watch in this world. Who knows what crossing means? Gusher was actually a bit aggrieved and sour, and she felt that she had a reason and position to be aggrieved. In his last life, he was obedient and studied hard, and he never even fell in love once. In this life, it's a good thing that you were born into a duke and noble family, with a big family and big rules. Before he could react, he encountered a bunch of horrible, scary things one night and chased them all the way back home from the backcountry. And then she and her sister were taken by their senior sister to Yaoqi to become fairies. But those things went along for the ride. It's been 3 years since I followed the ghost. Sister said that the gentlemen in the Forbidden Zone were good at dealing with these things, and wanted to betroth herself to some third gentleman. Is that a punchline? Or is it a feudal superstition? Anyway, Gusher herself was a bit reluctant. Who knew what that Mr. San looked like? If you're not as good looking as the guy who looks after your own yard, you'll lose out, won't you? One of the worst things about crossing over is that there are always some elders who love to set you up in a haphazard way and have no respect for your own opinion. Gusher skimmed his lips and looked at the oddly shaped dark clouds in the sky, missing the cotton candy and ice cream a little. It wasn't really that she wasn't talkative as a child. It was that she couldn't understand words and couldn't learn how to talk. When she got older, she was afraid to talk to people much, because there is a human skin that has been following her around. Miss, I think if you don't want to marry someone, you can talk to the other person. The muffled freckled teen suddenly opened his mouth and said seriously, what if the other guy doesn't want to marry you either? Not willing to marry me? Gusher twisted her head, glanced at the teenager, and asked with exceptional sincerity, why would you not want to marry me? Gu Baishui was stumped by the question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Is it because I'm not good looking enough? Gusher blinked, as if she really just simply wanted to ask this question. The teenager fell silent, because Gusher was really good looking, with beautiful eyebrows and delicate face, the kind of impeccable good looking, Aside from the occasional confusion, this young girl seems to have few flaws. It wasn't even the slightest exaggeration to say that the Gu family's third miss was a look that could be ranked in the top 3 among all the women the teenager knew. And it won't be third. Of course, this compliment wouldn't mean much if it came out of Gu Baishui's mouth, because he's only known 3 women so far in his life. A little senior sister, a little beggar, and then there was Gu Shi. He only knew that in the eyes of outsiders. His own little sister was very good looking, and from his perspective, Gu Shi and little sister were as good looking as each other. Gu Baishui suddenly raised an eyebrow and figured out the logical way to unravel this problem. By analogy, Gu Shi is good looking, but then, Gu Baishui was a bit hesitant again. Miss, it doesn't really matter that much if you look good or not. Yeah, I know. Gu Shi nodded seriously and smiled with an innocent face. What does it matter if I look good or not to that person? Why should that person marry me if I'm good looking? And why should I have to marry him? Gu Baishui was a bit dazed by this call around. But he heard at least one thing, that Gu Shi did not want to marry that Mr. San. And who does she want to marry? No, the freckled teenager shook his head, his thoughts running away. It wasn't important. What did you want to ask yourself? The night outside the gazebo gradually thickened, and the lights of the distant north traveling pavilion were somewhat dimmed. But the rain outside the pavilion was getting heavier and heavier, and the 2 young men didn't seem to be able to return to the house for a while. Gu Baishui in the pavilion was still clinging to another red oil paper umbrella, and he was eyeball to eyeball with that umbrella. It was as if the umbrella would turn into a human skin lunging at him with teeth and claws as soon as darkness came. Gu Shi sat on the wide fence surrounding the gazebo and hugged her hands around her knees, staring out into the darkness of the night. After the stone pavilion had been quiet for a while, the bewildered young girl suddenly returned to her senses and softly asked a somewhat strange question. Gu-san, have you ever wondered what would happen if you could live another life that was completely different? Gu Baishui froze, then shook her head. I don't understand. Gu Shi huffed the tip of her showy nose and said in a muffled voice, take me for example. I have moments where I wonder what would happen if I wasn't the third young miss of the Gu family, but rather the daughter of an ordinary family. Gu Baishui frowned, her eyes somewhat inexplicable. Is it bad to be Miss Gu? It's not that bad. The young girl on the railing cocked her head and looked at the very distant sky, muttering, I would just be curious. Maybe I wasn't born a young lady with a golden spoon in that home, but my family has always loved their daughter in their way, plain and grand. 2. There was a teenager in the pavilion who suddenly froze in place, silent for a long time. Miss, it's still raining hard. Let's not go back tonight. Then, the teenager nodded, and with a sweep of his afterglow, his body froze in place for a moment. He looked at the dead silent red silhouette in the night rain of the bamboo forest, and his throat moved, but no sound came out. The thing twisted its head, its red hair dripping, its pupils a scarlet red. It was looking at him too. Chapter 73, The Sage Laughs. It rained heavily in Chang'an City this evening. The night sky was silent like a whole black cloth that wrapped the old city. Dark clouds hung high in the sky, thick as if they were about to collapse. Bamboo forests and tree shadows writhing wildly in the raging storm. The raindrops outside the gazebo hit the surface of the lake violently, like a lake of boiling hot water. A certain freckled teenager was silent as he looked off into the distance at the dense forest, the ill-defined shadow in the middle of it. In a trance, he felt as if he had returned to some night in Luoyang City. What are you looking at? An inquiry came from another young girl in the gazebo. Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched. Then she said softly, it's raining really hard. The young girl nodded. Yeah, so the people who were supposed to be working tonight should be taking the night off as well. Gu Bai lowered his head, looked at the other red oil paper umbrella in his hand, and laughed silently. It's raining a lot tonight, and that human skin is resting on. Miss Gu had said that she and her own sister had been haunted by 2 weird and scary things since 3 years ago. The red-pink skeleton followed Gu Shu, and the white-bone human skin haunted Gu Shi. But I don't know if it's because it's raining so much tonight, but that white-bone human skin seems to have skipped work. The freckled boy and the white girl in the gazebo didn't wait for it. They waited for the dead silent red-haired monster in the bamboo forest. As for who the red-haired monster really belongs to, the curtain of rain was too thick and no one could see. Was it the old redhead who followed him out of the Biggie's penalty box? Or was it Miss Gu's own mysterious red-haired monster? It all depends on whether something will happen to anyone at the gazebo tonight. Compared to Gu Shi and Gu Baishui, who were trapped in the pavilion by the heavy rain, the other courtyard of the Gu mansion was much more lively. Skeleton after red skeleton tumbled across the yard, braving the pouring rain and the muddy black soil. They dragged their heavy red bones and knocked on the door and windows of the master bedroom. Blood-colored handprints slapped against the window frame, leaving wet, bony claw marks. Gu Shu, who was cowering under the quilt, also furrowed her brows in some confusion when she heard the disorganized and weird sounds outside the house. Is there a little too much noise tonight? For the past 3 years, the most that had come to the door each night was only 3 skeletons. But something seems a little off today. Why does it seem like the noise outside the window is a little too intense? Could it be that the wind and rain are so strong that they are blowing and creaking the windows and doors? Or did something happen last night that you don't know about? Without giving Gu Shu much time to think, the atmosphere inside the room suddenly became gloomy as a hideous bone hand pierced through the window paper. Gu Shu froze and emerged from inside the covers. The bony hand just tore through the window paper, revealing the full extent of the creepy skeleton outside the window without a care in the world. And behind it, skeleton after skeleton tumbled across the courtyard, wobbling around in the pouring rain. Gu Shu even saw a fragile skeleton twisting and breaking its own foot bones, but still dragging itself along, crawling towards that only window. Last night a second brother with a cheap hand stood at the window and pushed it open for a skeleton. That's the only entrance to the house that's open to them. Almost at the same time, the skeleton shadows that had been surrounding the other doors and windows of the master bedroom stopped their mumbling tapping. They flocked together to the narrow window as if attracted by the torn open window. Holy! Gu Shu opened her mouth and froze as she watched her safe hut about to be overrun by skeletons. Her mind was also a bit confused at the moment. Didn't the teenager say nothing happened last night? Didn't he sleep peacefully all night? Thanks to myself, I was careful to find someone on the first night to try to see if the old house still had the effect of warding off evil spirits and avoiding disasters. What? Deadline tonight? Gu Shu glanced at the teenager who was still honestly covering his head with the quilt and hesitated slightly. By this time, half of a skeleton's body had poked into the window, and rainwater dripped from its bones onto the clean floor with a red tinge of blood. The teenager in the bamboo chair knew nothing about it and was still cowering in the corner covered with a quilt, waiting for dawn with his heart pounding. Gu Shu's eyes instantly became firm at the thought. With a wave of her right hand, the young girl on the bed dropped the covers on her body to the floor, and then her body swept lightly toward the window. The skeleton half poking into the room stiffened and raised its head. The clean, white palm landed on its chest, and in just a split second, the skeleton was sent flying. Limbs scattered and broken bones splattered. Gu Shu, who had withdrawn her right hand at the window, also froze in place for a moment. Did you hit him that hard? She was only trying to push the skeleton away. How did she fly out so far? The skeleton encountered in the sacred land of Yaoqi was a tough one, invulnerable to swords and spears, invulnerable to magic, and the bones were as heavy as mountains. How is this one tonight kind of fragile, like it was put together on the fly? At the window, a red skeleton was still coming forward and besieging it, but the young girl at the window was all righteous, and her delicate hands fluttered. That is, 2 or 3 skeletons were discharged a few feet away, and after a long time to struggle to get up. Tonight's skeleton was surprisingly fragile, and this great lady of the Gu family was unexpectedly heroic. Even Su New Year, who was masked under the covers and pretending that nothing had happened, raised his eyebrows somewhat suspiciously. He indeed did not expect that the quirky Gu Shu could block the window for herself and face those hideous and dirty skeletons alone. Thinking of this second brother of the gravekeeper, who never had much of a conscience, actually had a trace of guilt in the bottom of his heart with an unresolved conscience. Yes, not much, but it does. After all, those skeletons were put in by his hand last night, or else it wouldn't have caused the situation at hand. However, this rare trace of emotion was only maintained in Su New Year's heart for an extremely brief few breaths before it dissipated. Not because he was shamelessly indifferent, but because he realized. The righteous young girl by the window jumped out of the window with her hands and feet after slapping the 2 skeletons away, then turned her head and ran towards the wall. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation, nor was there a hint of procrastination. Su New Year froze, and the skeletons in the yard paused for a breath. Some girl swept over the wall with a parting ease, then disappeared into the rainy night. All that was left in the dimly lit courtyard was a pile of red skulls, and the silent, speechless hooded boy in the house. Gu Shu fled, dryly, without looking back. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. It's her choice. All she could say to a certain moody teenager in the room was that she was a little sorry. It's not much, but it does happen. Inside the room, one after another, the second brother, who had suffered from being stabbed at the hands of the same woman, pulled off the covers with an expressionless face. All the skeletons outside the window stiffened and craned their necks to look at the youngest saint of the human race in the room, slowly rising from inside his chair. There was silence, and a few skeletons took a few steps back. The already twisted and torn arm was even more shaky. They had no consciousness, only instincts. But what they experienced last night was still too impressive for the skeletons. Then the man in the room suddenly burst out laughing. Laughing easily, even squeezing a few tears out of the corners of his eyes. All the skeletons in the courtyard died to the young saint's laughter. Chapter 74, The Carving Knife. In the wee hours of the morning, the yard door was pushed open. The two men walked breathlessly back from outside, driving through the rain, rushing around, getting wet. Gusher held the two oil paper umbrellas and crossed to his door step by step. She pushed open the door to her room, but then turned and gestured to the freckled teenager in the doorway of the side room. She wants hot porridge with eggs and meat. Gu Baishui was also drenched and glanced at the young girl whose small face was white. He wondered if he'd get a bad rap if he picked up a bowl of dew for her to leave on the doorstep a little later. The freckled teen raised an eyebrow and nodded silently. Haven't been yelled at yet. Would be good to try. Gu Baishui knew exactly what had happened to Gusher. I don't know when it started. Perhaps before last night's rain, but she didn't have a single ounce of spiritual energy left in her body. She seemed sick as a mortal with a tender body. When it rained, he couldn't use the water avoidance spell, and after braving the rain all night, he was even weaker now and didn't even have the strength to speak. Cultivators catching wind chill? That's quite a rare thing. Could it be that she had encountered something strange during the time she had left the Gu mansion? Gu Baishui didn't think about it, so she went back to her house first, briefly wiped herself down, and changed into dry clothes. The original wooden table was empty, but Gu Baishui didn't care and turned around to hold up his umbrella and left the courtyard. A quarter of an hour later he returned with a steaming pot of meat porridge. Bang bang! Gu Baishui knocked on the door of the master bedroom and no one answered. It was a while before the door of the house was pulled open, a small crack from the inside, and a small, white, soft hand was stretched out. Gu Baishui handed in the jar of porridge he was holding, slipping a small spoon in his hand. The young girl in the room took it and gave him a thumbs up. The door to the house closed slowly. The freckled boy stood in the doorway for a long, quiet moment, then turned his head back to the old, familiar willow tree. He pulled a sharp, compact carving knife from the hole in the tree, and after a moment's silence, he picked up the wooden carving and began again the work he had to finish. The clouds in the sky were a pale fish-white color. Crisp morning sunlight spills over the old town and its courtyards. A young girl hunkered down inside the house sullenly drinking kanji, and a teenager sat under a tree intently carving a wooden sculpture. Neither of them knew what had happened in the other yard last night, just concentrating on what they were doing. The courtyard was peaceful and the rain was refreshing. Wooden shavings fluttered, and in the clean and calm hands of the teenager, a fine wooden sculpture gradually took shape. It was a pudgy old beggar, shrinking his face under his disheveled hair. His eyes peeked through the dull hair and peeked out at the world with strange, eerie eyes. This wood carving has its first clear face. Gu Baishui carefully looked at the wooden carving for a few moments, then put it into his arms and continued to carve the next one. The next wood carving was of an elegant and noble middle-aged man. The brows were mild and gentle, but the depths of the pupils held an imperceptible indifference and a hint of well-hidden madness. The young Ji family head is an adventurous person. The freckled teenager bowed his head, but a hint of mirth and mockery escaped the corners of his mouth. Was it that red-haired monster behind you that gave you your bottom? A piece of wood carving in the hands of Gu Baishui molding. With the movement more and more skillful, his wood carving speed is also faster and faster. Noon arrives, and the willow tree is already filled with 40 or 50 wooden carvings of figures of various shapes and sizes. That's when the door to the main house was pulled open from the inside. Gu Shi, who was wearing plain white bedclothes, yawned and walked out from inside the house with sleepy eyes. She stretched out a great deal against the breeze, then felt her scalp itch a little from sleep and unconsciously picked at the back of her head with her hand. Gu Baishui under the tree raised his head, and Gu Shi narrowed his eyes and smiled. He didn't say anything, as he was busy with the matter at hand. She didn't say anything either, because she thought what she should have was a cold and her throat was tight. The courtyard was quiet. The young girl in her plain white bedclothes walked over to the willow tree, this time seeming to look at it more than once with interest. Gu Baishui was indifferent, continuing to carve his own kind like a piece of wood. After a while, Gu Shi patted his arm. Gu Baishui raised his head and looked at the young girl with nothing better to do than make a few hand gestures in a messy manner. Gu Baishui thought that she was trying to say that she was good at her craft, but she didn't know how to express it accurately, and looked a little funny as she gesticulated her hands around. The teenager under the tree smiled perfunctorily, feeling in his heart that his own young lady was somewhat annoyed. Eventually Gu Shi gave up on the complicated sign language, and with a roll of her eyes, pointed to a wooden sculpture and gave her thumbs up. Simple and crude, but effective. The willows hang low and the forest shines. In this quiet courtyard, Gu Baishui sat under a tree intently carving his wood carving. Gu Shi couldn't stop fiddling around idly, sometimes looking at a piece of wood carving and blinking, sometimes choosing a piece of wood for herself and gesturing something thoughtfully. The expression on Gu Baishui's face didn't change, but there was some confusion in his heart. How could a young girl who couldn't even speak make herself feel so loud? Isn't she sick? How come she's more energetic than the first day we met? Where was the cold and reserved Miss Gu when we first met? Is it sick and confused? In the evening, Gu Shi got another carving knife from somewhere, and followed the freckled teenager's example of scratching around on the wood. Gu Baishui rolled her eyes, found a chance to put away the wooden sculpture in her hand, and returned to her house. Nothing happened during the night, and the next day the second elder brother didn't come looking for him, not knowing where he had gone. Gu Shi's throat still wasn't healed, but he seemed to have taken a great interest in wood carving, and sat under a willow tree thinking about teaching himself. Gu Baishui had also gotten used to having an extra person by her side by this time. The white girl was at her side with her eyes open and full of earnestness, and sometimes, unable to see the details, she would bring her unapologetic head a little nearer. The two young men's foreheads were separated by only a gap, and the young girl's silky hair fell on the teenager's neck, shifting around and tickling a little. The tip of Gu Baishui's nose was haunted by the light gardenia and sandalwood fragrance of Gu Shi's body. Her fingers suddenly lurched, and her heart inexplicably emptied for a beat. He lifted his head against the young girl's forehead. Some moved their foreheads away silently, others lowered their heads and laughed silently. During the night, Gu Baishui carved all the wood carvings, leaving behind only 2 wooden heads. These 2 logs were supposed to be reserved for 2 young ladies, but all of them were carved by Gu Shi into something tragically strange during the day. She said it was a dog named White and a cat named Black. The teenager under the tree looked at the 2 piles of things for a long time in silence, his expression complex and indistinguishable. Then she said yes. It was late at night, and the main house had extinguished the candles early. Gu Shi was so tired that he sank his body into the soft quilt and drifted off to sleep. She didn't notice that the door to her house wasn't closed tightly, nor did she see that the crack in the door was getting wider and wider. A shadow noiselessly pushed open the door to the house, turned its back to the moonlight, and came a moment later to the side of the young girl on the bed. The young girl on the bed was sleeping soundly, her mouth slightly open and her small face slightly white. The shadow just lay face to face, quiet and silent, but Gu Shi opened her eyes. There was no panic in the bottom of her clear and lucid eyes. She just looked at the familiar-looking teenager and blinked silently. She didn't let out any screams, just confused. Ha 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 ha. Without a word, the teenager covered her warm mouth with one hand, then rested his fingertips against a small carving knife, cut her forehead from top to bottom. So, is here. The moon was clear and hazy, and a red shadow stood in the quiet courtyard at an unknown time. It looked wordlessly at the teenager in the room, then moved. Chapter 75, Back Mountain, Emperor's Tomb. After one night, both of the Gu family's young ladies disappeared. Along with the missing, there was also an underling named Gu Xinyan, who was the guardian servant of Gu Shu, the eldest miss of the Gu family. No one knows where they went or what happened after that rainy night. But this matter of Miss Gu's disappearance was not the first time it had happened in Chang'an City. 3 years ago at the same time, the 2 Gu family ladies suddenly disappeared for a few days. The city of Chang'an at that time was in an uproar, a long storm. Even His Majesty in the palace had decreed that the imperial guards guarding the city should search together and rummage through Chang'an City to find clues and traces. A few days later, however, the 2 Gu family ladies returned to the mansion on their own. Moreover, when they came back, they had already become the personally selected senior sisters of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Not long after that they went to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, practicing Taoism and seeking immortality. The story of their disappearance became an unsolved mystery in Chang'an City. Some people said that the 2 young ladies of the Gu family had bumped into a mortal fate before they met would be chosen by the fairies of the Yaoqi. Others say that they encountered an evil and horrible thing that night and were saved by Fairy Yaoqi. Opinions vary, but they're all just guesses out of thin air. No one would have thought that this bizarre disappearance would happen again in Chang'an 3 years later. And one thing that was a little different this time than 3 years ago was that the Gu mansion had lost an extra subordinate. Then not long after that, the freckled teenager in 3rd Miss Gu Shi's yard also disappeared. The 2 Gu family ladies and the 2 subordinates just suddenly disappeared into Chang'an City. It's like it's evaporated without leaving a trace. The hills behind Chang'an City, the dense woods blocked out the sun overhead, and the dirt in the forest was damp after a heavy rain. The freckled teenager carried his own bulging parcel and followed behind his second senior brother in step, not speaking or saying anything. In the early hours of this morning, second senior brother suddenly floated down to Gu Shi's yard. He didn't say anything, just stood on the wall and waved his hand towards Gu Baishui. Gu Baishui was also clear that it was the 3 days that had come and gone, and that his second senior brother was going to take himself down to the tomb. But whose grave? Where do I go to the grave? He knew nothing about it, and when his second senior brother didn't say anything, he didn't ask. Su Nuyir waited outside the courtyard for Gu Baishui to pack up his packages, then led him out of the Gu mansion silently. No one could detect Su Nuyir's arrival, and few saw him take Gu Baishui out of the Gu mansion. The two of them were like transparent people walking through the mansion, coming and going as if they were ghosts. The means of the saints are indeed beyond human comprehension. When the two people left the Gu mansion, the courtyard of those two Gu family misses was just completely quiet. It was empty, not even a ghost left behind. Su Nuyir led Gu Baishui out of Chang'an City, through a dense bamboo forest, to the sparsely populated back of the mountain. It is said that the back of Chang'an City's mountain was a forbidden place for the Tang royal family a long time ago, and outsiders were never allowed to set foot on it. But then, for some reason, the royal family stopped sending people to guard it, so it fell into desolation. Su Nuyir walked to the foot of the mountain, tilted his head and looked at this quiet and silent old mountain. Quiet for a long time, did not know what to think. Hearing footsteps coming from behind him, he turned back to look at the young master who was carrying a large package and raised an eyebrow in question. "Where's your storage ring?" Gu Baishui stopped and tightened the package in her hand, responding helplessly. "I was struck by lightning when I was going down the mountain, and both storage rings were split into pieces, with nothing left." So, Su Nuyir thought sideways, then fished out a flashy purple and gold-colored ring from his sleeve. The ring was inscribed with complex and intricate patterns, and looked quite rare and valuable. However, the center of the ring was passed through the middle by Su Nuyir with a plain red string and casually handed it to Gu Baishui. Purple gold dragon ring, a top-ranked minor immortal treasure. Gu Baishui knew his wealthy second senior brother very well. His luck was unbelievable, and he didn't even bother to pick up an ordinary spirit weapon when he saw it on the side of the road. There wasn't a single cheap thing on his body, and the ropes that bound his hair had to be extremely valuable tools created by a master refiner. When second senior brother was out wandering, he was definitely a first-class big fat sheep in the heavens and earth. However, as the youngest saint of the human race, he too had never been robbed by others. Therefore, Gu Baishui didn't politely reach out and fished over the red rope, placing it in her hand and looking at it for a few moments. Another token of love from which royal fairy? Su Nuyir pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Senior brother, I'm not the kind of person you think I am." "Forgot again, did you?" Gu Baishui slanted a glance at him, then saw the word ginger from the rings in her ring. "From the Jiang clan of the central continent. Senior brother. Oh, remember." Su Nuyir shrugged indifferently and smiled at Gu Baishui. "This storage ring is considered to be a top-notch superb product. Except that, senior brother, I have a better one. So it's cheaper for you. And the hidden nature of this storage ring goes quite well with you, junior brother." Gu Baishui froze and asked, "What hiddenness?" "Protection against lightning strikes." Gu Baishui used the storage ring given to him by his second senior brother to put away his package, then followed the white-clothed figure in front of him, gradually going deeper and deeper into the dense forest in the back of the mountain. The two of them, one after the other, drifted away in the quiet forest, and the sounds around them slowly became ethereal and quiet. Looking up, a dense canopy of trees obscured the sky in lifting eyes. The shade of the trees is thick, and the birds of prey are hibernating. Gu Baishui looked around for a few moments and asked out loud, "Senior brother, where are we going?" "Find the tomb." Su Nuyir's answer was simple and dry. "Looking for a tomb? Whose tomb?" "The tomb of the divine Shou Emperor." "The Emperor's tomb?" Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched as he asked. "Emperor Xinxiu's tomb is in the back of Chang'an City? Why has no news ever gotten out?" "Because this is Chang'an. There wouldn't have been many high-ranking cultivators who would have rummaged around and explored," Su Nuyir said. "Moreover, the divine Shou Great Emperor disappeared after realizing his own mysterious emperor scripture in his later years, and not many people know exactly where he went, and no one knows whether or not he built his own emperor tomb, but it's quite reasonable to think about it. Xinxiu the Great was originally a close friend of Emperor Tang, and choosing to naturalize heaven and earth in the back of Chang'an City in his later years was also a logical choice." Gu Baishui asked again, "Then how did you know, senior brother, that the tomb of Xinxiu the Great was here?" Su Nuyir's body slightly paused and calmly returned. "I followed a man to the back of the mountain the night before last." "Gu Shu?" Aha. And where is she? Su New Year shook her head. I don't know. No? Gu Baishui was a bit surprised. Lost him? Sort of. Gu Baishui raised his eyebrows. You're a saint. Second senior brother. It's because I'm a saint. Su New Year turned around with an expressionless face. So I watched her disappear into the forest with my own eyes. And didn't notice any strange traces. What do you think a mountain forest could be that could deceive a saint and leave me unaware? The Emperor's Tomb. I think. Chapter 76 Shin Xiu. Decay. Gu Baishui followed Su New Year as he wandered through the old forest in the back of the mountain. Su New Year didn't seem to have any ideas or preparations, and just roamed around aimlessly, cruising around the old forest. Sometimes he would stop in front of a towering stone wall and tentatively tap on it with his hand, listening to the sound to see if it was empty. Sometimes he would gaze into a dark hole in a tree for a long time, and throw stones into it to see if he could smash something out. But unfortunately, until midday, both men came up empty-handed. Not to mention the entrance to the Emperor's tomb. Not even a decent hole in the ground has been found. Gu Baishui was in no hurry. After all, he had never been here before. Life is unfamiliar, and his cultivation is shallow, so it's good to honestly listen to his second senior brother's arrangements. But it was not until noon that the blazing sunlight broke through the forest tops and fell on the two familiar rows of footprints not far away. Gu Baishui still fell into silence. Second senior brother. It seems like we've been here before. I know. This is the third time we've circled back. The corner of Gu Baishui's eye twitched, and she asked expressionlessly, then do we still have to continue around? Su New Year stopped and looked back at Gu Baishui. Why don't you take a break? Rest for a while. I'm more experienced than you. Senior brother. In descending tombs, it's not something that can be encountered just by stifling your search. Gu Baishui leaned on a rock in the forest and yawned lazily. It's a matter of fate. If the Divine Show Emperor doesn't see you, you won't be able to find the entrance to the Emperor's tomb even if you dig up this mountain. Su New Year's expression didn't change much as he patted his spotless white clothes before looking deeper into the jungle. He was silent for a moment with a flat expression, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked Gu Baishui with a sideways glance. Senior brother, where did that third miss of the Gu mansion of yours go? I think I went to see you twice, and I didn't even meet her. Gu Baishui was on his side, with his back to his second senior brother, so he couldn't see what the expression was. Gu sure? I don't know. She went out yesterday and hasn't been back. Like this? Su New Year raised his eyebrows and was silent thoughtfully for a moment before he added. Senior, I suspect she's a traveler, and a soul walker with red hair hidden around her. Gu Baishui craned his neck and looked back at Su New Year with a somewhat strange expression. Soul piercer? It should be a soul wearer who crossed over at a very young age. I don't know if she has eroded the original Miss Gu's soul, but she must not be a local. Su New Year seemed certain, but Gu Baishui was a bit curious instead. Why do you say that? The red-haired monster appeared in Chang'an 3 years ago, which also means that at least one of them is a traveler. Gu Shu is not a traveler, so it can only be Gu Sure. Gu Baishui asked again. Then how did you conclude that Gu Shu was not a traveler? Su New Year smiled strangely, then shook his head. Naturally, I have my own methods. It's not quite convenient to tell you. Gu Baishui sniffed but didn't continue to ask, instead asking another question that he hadn't yet figured out. Senior brother, if according to what you said, Gu Sure is a traveler in the Gu mansion and Gu Shu is just an ordinary person, then how did the two of them get involved with the tomb of the Divine Show Emperor? The 4 plague things of 3 years ago were all due to them? Su New Year nodded. A trace of imperceptible color flashed in the depths of his pupils, then said, I understand the presumed story is this. 3 years ago Gu Shu and Gu Sure stumbled into the tomb of the Divine Show Emperor and awakened the tomb-guarding plague object that the Divine Show Emperor had left behind in the Emperor's tomb, and that's what led to all the things that happened afterward. But do you think it's a bit too much, elder brother? Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, then asked. 3 years ago, Gu Sure and Gu Shu were just 2 little girls who hadn't yet cultivated, or even reached adulthood, so even if they were followed by a red-haired monster, it wouldn't have been that strong. Why could such weak beings break into the Emperor's tomb? And why did the two of them manage to trigger a riot of the 4 kinds of calamitous things? Would the tomb of the Divine Show Emperor be so sensitive to them? It even seems to have some fear? Su New Year froze at his words and nodded gently after a moment of silence. Actually, you're right to think so. Shinshou Emperor is a special existence standing at the peak even in the history of the human race. It is reasonable to say that even if a sage like me had broken in and entered, the Emperor's tomb wouldn't have reacted so dramatically. A single calamity thing would have already caused ordinary saints to have their hands full and flee in a state of confusion. but it so happened that when the two of them entered the tomb, the entire imperial tomb rioted, with red bones and human skins and the four plagues awakening at the same time, with an air of wanting to lift the entire city of Chang'an over. Su New Year frowned, then said, "From my perspective, there are two possibilities. The first is that godly Shou Emperor himself was one of the travelers, but he died in his later years at the hands of a mysterious person. That mysterious person set up his tomb in Chang'an City in order to lure the other travelers into a trap. The four plague things and the red-boned human skin are the means of that man. The second is that the divine Shou Great Emperor was not a traveler, but he extremely detested and even hated travelers, and before he died he set up the four types of calamitous objects to drive out the foreign travelers. It is even possible that his own fall had something to do with the travelers." Gu Baishui was silent for a long time at his words, then shook his head. "I'm leaning towards the second possibility." Su New Year raised her eyes and asked, "Why?" "Because Gu Shi and Gu Shu are still alive, and if that mysterious person wanted to deal with the travelers, he wouldn't let the two of them leave Chang'an City alive." Su New Year's eyes gave a lurch as he also thought of this. If it was the first possibility, on that night 3 years ago, the four plagues wouldn't have stopped outside the Gu Mansion's old courtyard. They had no need to cower at a great emperor who had died at the hands of his own master, kept at bay by a great emperor's secret message. But really, no matter what, the crux of the problem isn't actually Gu Shu and Gu Shi. Gu Baishui thought for a while and suddenly spoke out. Su New Year narrowed his eyes and looked sideways at his youngest brother. "Then lies what?" "Lies in how Shinshou the Great actually died in his later years, and with whom his death was actually related." Gu Baishui turned his head sideways, his face calm as he looked at the white-clothed youth under the tree. "This matter, I think you should know something about it. Second senior brother." Su New Year raised an eyebrow and rubbed his chin for a moment, then smiled softly. "I do know something, but the story may be a little different than you think." Gu Baishui didn't have much of a reaction and just stared at Su New Year. Su New Year's eyes flashed with a strange color, and the way he looked at his youngest junior brother became more and more strange. "Senior brother. According to what I've guessed, the fall of that ancient era divine Shou Emperor had something to do with two words." The woods were quiet for a moment before a certain white-clad youth softly uttered two words. "Rotten." The woods are quiet and the falling leaves are silent. Gu Baishui was silent for a long time before she lowered her eyes and asked, "Elder brother, do you realize what you just said means?" Su New Year tilted his head up, looking at the dense shadows of the trees, and slowly squinted his eyes. "It means that the decaying emperor is a much older than our master, and much older than the great emperor's forbidden zone. Real old monsters." "Senior brother, do you think the decaying emperor is dead or not?" "I don't know. I've never heard of a guy who can outlive our master." Chapter 77, Meeting the Buddha's Corpse. The great emperor's tomb is the world's first-class place of great evil, mysterious and unknowable, treacherous and unfathomable. Even a first-rate Saint Realm powerhouse on the continent might not be able to find the entrance to a great emperor's tomb in his entire life if he didn't have an emperor's destiny. Even if one encountered a great emperor who was vicious in nature in his lifetime, even if one could step into the emperor's tomb, there was a great probability that there would be no chance of survival. As the only four remaining disciples of the Gravekeeper lineage, both Su New Year and Gu Baishui knew this very well. So even in the mountains and forests, finding their way from early morning to dusk, neither of the two felt any anxiety or lethargy. Gu Baishui did have more experience than his two senior brothers in this matter of descending tombs. On the one hand, it was because his two senior brothers were a bit wary of the tombs in the Forbidden Zone, and on the other hand, it was also true that because Gu Baishui's cultivation level was too low and he had never been down the mountain, he was the only one who could be made to work in the Forbidden Zone a lot of the time. As the sky darkened, Su New Year and Gu Baishui had already searched the vast majority of the back of the mountain. Whether it was a cliff or a mountain stream, Su New Year didn't even let go of a single rock crevice and inspected all the suspicious places in a serious and meticulous manner. But the end result is still nothing. "Senior brother, do you think that the divine Shou Great Emperor will have his tomb built in the Void Mysteries?" Gu Baishui looked at the gradually overcast sky and spoke to the white-clothed youth in front of him. "If Gu Shu really did suddenly disappear in front of your eyes, she might have walked into another dimension, and I think this scenario is more reasonable." Su New Year's footsteps slightly paused, turned around, and raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. "It's not impossible. With divine Shou Emperors means building a subspace wouldn't take much time or effort, and I didn't detect any traces of the divine Shou Great Emperor's dojo during those days in Chang'an City. Then if that's the case, there's no way for us to enter without the secret space opening." Gu Baishui frowned and added, "But how did Gu Shu and Gu Shi break in? Could it be that the tomb of Great Emperor Shinshou will open at a specific time?" Su New Year froze for a moment, and then a wisp of color gradually surfaced under his eyes. Open at a specific time? Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched as if he had thought of something. Elder brother, have you ever thought that if the two misses of the Gu family returned to Chang'an City this time, really to dig up the tomb of Shinshio the Great, wouldn't the two of them always disappear into thin air at the same time? Midnight? Su New Year squinted her eyes, remembering her first night in the courtyard of the Gu mansion. That night Gu Shu carried a shovel and left the Gu mansion in the night, while Su New Year encountered a courtyard full of red-pink skeletons. It wasn't just Su New Year. Gu Baishui was the same. He had met Gu Shi inside the courtyard, so no one actually knew where Gu Shi had gone that night. The human skin that had fallen from the beams of the room had not been meant for him either. Gu Baishui could only be considered a fish in the pond, if all of this was not a coincidence, but rather the two young ladies of the Gu family had agreed on a plan beforehand, and midnight was the time for them to carry out their plan. Then all of this would seem much more reasonable. The tomb of the Divine Show Emperor will open at a fixed time at midnight? Su New Year was slightly silent, then looked at his junior apprentice brother. So you mean we have to wait here until midnight at the stroke of midnight? Gu Baishui didn't respond, but frowned and thought for a moment and shook his head. The time is midnight. But the place? I don't think it's that simple. Su New Year was a bit surprised and asked, why? Elder brother, have you ever felt that there are still some untenable doubts about what actually happened 3 years ago? You tell me. Gu Baishui pondered slightly, then raised his eyes and said, actually, everything else is pretty much the same. The only thing that puzzles me is that the Gu Shu and Gu Shi from 3 years ago were just teenage girls. It's fine that the two of them stumbled into the Great Emperor's tomb, and it's fine that the Great Emperor's tomb was built in the back of the mountain. But why would they both be in the backcountry? Su New Year's eyes slightly paused, seemingly sensing something. Gu Baishui continued. Two pampered Gu clan young ladies, without a single person by their side, just broke into the deserted, eerily silent forbidden land of the royal family that has been abandoned for many years? I was thinking it didn't make much sense. Su New Year asked, so what do you think it might be like? Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the foot of the mountain. In the distance the old town was lit up with lamps, and the light fell through the shadowy forest at the feet of the two young men. I think it would make a lot more sense if those two little girls never came out of Chang'an City, or even if they both just disappeared into the streets. Never got out of Chang'an City, Su New Year murmured to himself, and the look in the depths of his eyes became increasingly strange. The woods are quiet and the night breeze is blowing. The robes of the white-clothed youth bulged with the wind, and Su New Year was quiet for a long while before he suddenly raised his eyes and asked, Senior brother, where did you get that idea from? Gu Baishui in the shade turned around and calmly opened his mouth. The goddess of mercy weeps blood, 100 ghosts walk at night, Buddha's corpse roams the streets, and red bones rot. Senior brother, these 4 signs of calamity occurred in the imperial capital Chang'an City, but no saints from any power converged here, and not even the slightest sound came out. Either all those saints are crazy, or it's just that there's not much to see at all. Su New Year was silent for a while, then nodded silently. He had to admit that his youngest brother was indeed talented in tombs and some other strange places. No one can see them, but they do happen. Su New Year frowned, then asked, what does that mean? Gu Baishui looked at the lights of the old city below the mountain and said softly, representing their presence in the city of Chang'an, but not this city of Chang'an. Underneath Chang'an City, there may be another old city that has been dead for 10,000 years. That is the true dojo of the Shinshio Emperor, and the tomb of the Shinshio Emperor that no one has ever discovered. Senior brother, we should go back to Chang'an City and take a look. The moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, and in the shadow of a quiet backwoods forest, the two young men reversed course and walked quietly and silently toward the road from which they had come. The dark clouds dispersed and the bright moonlight fell on the forest path, like dew and morning sunlight condensed and scattered on the ground. Gu Baishui walked ahead, shaking and quiet. Su New Year was in the back, and suddenly thought of a phrase he had heard a long time ago. You leave a town and come back some time later, but you don't know if the town you return to is the town you left. You've changed, and so has it. It may have been many years, but maybe it was just a turn. I'll look back. After half a quarter of an hour, Gu Baishui stopped walking and Su New Year did not move forward. It wasn't because the master and brother had walked out of the backwoods and back into the city of Chang'an. Rather, it was because, far away from the city gates, the two of them saw a figure. A bald head, a robe, a piece of flesh and blood. It was a monk full of Buddha nature with his hands folded and his back to the world. Only he was hung with rotting sinews, with blood on his feet and white bones on his face. More like an evil spirit than an evil ghost. The Buddha's body is paraded through the streets. Chapter 78 Brothers and Sisters. It's time to go into town. Su New Year stood in the distance, quietly and silently watching that Buddha corpse step into Chang'an City, leaving behind a trail of blood-red footprints. Gu Baishui was silent for a while, and took off a purple golden ring from his own finger, handing it to the second senior brother beside him, saying with a sincere and serious face, "Elder brother, I suddenly remembered that the clothes at home haven't been washed yet. Why don't you go in first and I'll come find you tomorrow?" Su New Year was a bit helpless, but he still took the ring and played with it on his fingertips, then looked at Gu Baishui and shook his head. The two young men stopped outside of Chang'an, but neither took a step forward. I don't know how long had passed, but a certain white-clothed youth suddenly smiled and narrowed his eyes, raising his head to ask softly, "Senior brother, are you afraid of senior brother?" Gu Baishui's body gave a start. His face did not have any abnormalities, and even carried just the right amount of doubt. "What do you mean by that, elder brother?" Su New Year pulled the corner of his mouth and lifted the storage ring in his hand. "What elder brother has given you is naturally a very heartfelt gift. You wouldn't suspect that elder brother would have tampered with this ring, would you?" Gu Baishui first subconsciously shook his head, was silent for a moment, and then nodded again. With the moon's shadow, the freckled teenager raised his eyes and asked, "So did you do it, elder brother?" "Sure." Su New Year laughed roguishly, his fingertips wiggling the purple and gold-colored ring, and said seriously, "Of course I did something about it. Senior brother. Your second senior brother. I'm a lousy person. It's not like you don't know that." With a click sound, the purple golden ring broke into two halves and fell to the ground. Imperceptible spatial fluctuations escaped outside Chang'an City. Along with the storage ring, which disappeared into the space collapse, was a package tied up by some freckled teenager. Inside the package was a pile of oddly shaped wood carvings that Gu Baishui had painstakingly and diligently carved for several days. Su New Year didn't need to know whether there was any of his own likeness in the pile of wood carvings or not, and it would be best if they were annihilated together inside the storage ring anyway. Gu Baishui subconsciously took a step forward, looking at the two halves of the broken ring that had fallen into the dirt, and fell into silence. Su New Year sighed softly, then patted Gu Baishui's shoulder. "Junior brother, I know what you're trying to do, but actually, senior brother, I'm also very frightened. This matter of you becoming a saint is not urgent. Senior brother can promise you that after leaving Chang'an City, he will search for all the heavenly materials and sacred source bones to help you become a saint. If you want to kill saints, senior brother will take you to kill saints. If one isn't enough, we'll kill two. If two isn't enough, we'll kill three, until the day you can become a saint." Su New Year smiled sideways with a sincere and genuine expression on her face. "But you can't be sainted here. You can't be sainted in Chang'an City. You can't be sainted in the Emperor's tomb. Elder brother will be afraid." Su New Year didn't care what kind of expression that freckled teenager had. He stepped away with a calm face and walked towards the covered city gates in the distance. As the moonlight spilled down, the white-clothed youth's body was plated with a blinding white aura. His pupils flipped twice. His cheeks became more and more delicate and demonic, and his aura became more and more distant and indifferent. Gu Baishui under the tree was silent for a long time before he heard that second senior brother who had already walked to the city gates say something from afar. "Senior brother, it's time to enter the city. When the sun hangs in the sky, everything in the world has its own shadow, but as the sun set, the moon also climbed into the sky, casting another very similar shadow from the canopy. Is the shadow of the day and the shadow of the night the same shadow or not? Gushu used to think that there was no difference. Shadows are all the same. How can you tell the difference? But then, that Gushur girl told herself it was different. Walk out of the city gates as the sun is setting and step into the mountains in the shadows of the day. At nighttime come out of the mountains again and step into town in the shadow of the moon. It would be a different town, a different kind of Chang'an City. Of course, you have to follow the same thing to walk in. Maybe it's a Buddha corpse, or maybe it's a goddess of mercy. They'll open the door at the entrance to the city, and you'll just follow them in. One thing to keep in mind is that you must not make a sound to startle the thing, otherwise bad things will happen. And that night 3 years ago was actually a very random accident. The two young ladies of the Gu family then inexplicably fell into another city, the exact same street, but not a single person in sight. There were only a few horrible, weird things that followed them at a distance, bobbing and swaying, far and near. 3 years later, those two young girls returned to Chang'an City on their own. They learned how to walk into the City of Shadows, and they learned that the city was actually a dojo, a mausoleum, the tomb of the great emperor. Where the hell did that guy go? Didn't he say he was going home to change his clothes and would be back soon? Gushu sat in a black restaurant on both sides of the street, scrunching up her small face as she bitterly watched the Buddha corpse disappear around the corner. Only then did he touch his chest and catch his breath. The other city of Chang'an is almost devoid of any living thing. The streets were empty, with no vendors or people. Only the occasional passing of a Buddha corpse, or a goddess of mercy. That's when you must hide and never think of going up to give it a kiss. Otherwise it may have no problem gnawing off your mouth, and all the parts of your body. Gushu couldn't help but roll her eyes at the thought. Who would voluntarily kiss that? You're crazy, aren't you? Only the crazy girl Gushu would have such strange brain circuits and advise herself in a serious manner. Like she was going to kiss it herself if she didn't say so. Don't all travelers' brains look different from ours? Gushu smacked her lips and felt that it didn't quite make sense again. That girl in her last life was only in her teens. When she was a child, she was not familiar with the place, or I taught her the local language one sentence at a time, and I didn't think there was anything wrong with this niece's brain at that time. Gushu sighed fervently. Maybe it's because she grew up practicing and refined her brain. I told her that what mysterious gongfu was not something good, and she had to not believe in it. Now it's good. Already the brain is not very good. Refining that broken book inside is even more insufficient. Gushu hid in the corner of the tavern, complaining brokenly about her confused sister. The words were helpless, but they also carried a hint of imperceptible favor and worry. The two young ladies of the Gu mansion grew up together. The older sister is not a traveler and the younger sister is a traveler. She knew it, and she had known it, from a very young age. But Gushu had always been rather neurotic, and when she realized that her sister was a traveler, she was only perfunctorily shocked for a moment, and then thought it was cool. That's all. During those uneventful 10 years, Gushu doggedly pestered her traveler sister, telling her stories of another world. Also because of this sister, Gushu learned a whole lot of strange and useless words, and she felt that her originally boring childhood had become much more fun. In all seriousness, the relationship between the two Gu family sisters was actually similar to that of a pair of senior brothers on the mountain. Only there's a little less hooking up and you know what between them. The sound of light, slow footsteps came from the stairway of the tavern. Gushu looked over with a sideways glance as a light and gentle figure walked up. Gushu frowned and smacked her lips. Why are you wearing that outfit? It's weird. It looks older than I am. In the shadows, the umbrella store owner's wife, who had raised her head, laughed silently. The lips are red and the teeth are white and delicate. Chapter 79, A Temple in Chang'an City. Senior brother. You don't need to sulk. Senior brother, I'm not the type to unload. You help me find the entrance to the tomb of the Divine Show Emperor, and I'll make sure you survive in the city. It's a win-win for everyone. Su New Year walked on the empty and quiet streets in a white dress, rather conspicuous and casual under the darkness of the night. He didn't seem to be particularly cautious, concentrating his mind to beware of the prohibitions and unknown dangers in the Emperor's tomb city. Instead he was like an idle tourist casually traversing the streets. This was actually because Su New Year had meticulously investigated and prepared for the life of this ancient era Shinsho great emperor before coming to Chang'an City. He knew that such an ancient emperor who had a gentle character and had gone to the extreme in both Taoism and Buddhism would not go about designing those tiny and boring mechanisms and prohibitions. There wouldn't be any of those complicated and trivial tests in the emperor's tomb. There would just be the two endings of inheritance and death. If it was an outsider who had unintentionally trespassed into the Divine Show Emperor's tomb, as long as they didn't disturb those tomb-guarding Buddha corpses and the weeping blood guanyin, it was very likely that they wouldn't have suffered any danger as well. But if it is a saint cultivator who has the intention to disturb the great emperor's long sleep, without the chance to get the inheritance, it is certain to die. After all, this word emperor, it was indeed not something that an ordinary great emperor could afford. The character D means that Emperor Shinsho has cultivated the path of cultivation to the realm of the great emperor. The word honored has a more Buddhist connotation. The Buddha's fruit is thought to be honored. Great Emperor Shinsho was both a great emperor and a Buddha. In the history of the human race, it seemed that there was really only this one Divine Show Emperor who had taken both of these paths to their end. It has been given the name of the Emperor. Guarantee I'll survive? Not far behind Su New Year, Gu Baisui raised her eyes expressionlessly and asked that second senior brother in front of herself. If even you, senior brother, can't protect yourself in this emperor's tomb, what about me? The body of the white-clothed youth walking in front paused for a moment, then slowly turned around and let out a soft laugh. Senior brother. You have to have some faith in senior brother. Although senior brother isn't very reliable on a regular basis, since I'm the one who brought you into the emperor's tomb, I'll definitely be able to ensure your safety. Big deal. Elder brother can make you a promise. Su New Year sidled her head, looking casual but serious. In the Emperor's tomb. If anything does happen, I can guarantee that you, senior brother, will die behind senior brother me. That should always reassure you, right? Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched at his words, and he didn't know if he believed Su Nuyear's words. And Su Nuyear didn't care, turning around and continuing to walk deeper into the city. The night was thick and the cold wind was blowing. The two young men walked forward through the quiet, deserted streets, fading away in the dimly lit old town. After about half a quarter of an hour, Su Nuyear stopped in his tracks. He looked at the building in front of him that stood out at first glance and protruded in the city of Chang'an, and gently raised an eyebrow. There's still this stuff in Chang'an? Gu Baishui walked up from the back and shook his head strangely even as he looked at the scene before him. A Buddhist temple could not have been allowed to be built in Chang'an City. Originally this place was either a tavern and tea house or a greenhouse and brothel. It must not have been such an architecturally odd temple. In front of Su Nuyear and Gu Baishui was an exceptionally tall temple. The walls were high, the gates were hidden, and a wisp of grayish-white incense could still be faintly seen rising as he tilted his head to look over the temple. It's weird and unusual. The appearance of an ancient and elegant temple in the city of Chang'an was originally a thing that people found mind-boggling. Not to mention the fact that the location of this temple appeared out of nowhere in the downtown area of the streets of Chang'an City. All around were taverns and tea houses, and hawker stalls. It is extremely mismatched and particularly jarring, both in terms of the overall style of the street and its normal structural composition. The feeling is like a temple forced into a harmonious painting of the city's smoke and mirrors. It's particularly off-putting and distinctly uncomfortable. It's too conspicuous. Su Nuyear quietly pondered for a while, then slowly narrowed his eyes. This is the dojo of the divine show Great Emperor, so there's nothing wrong with building a temple, but is there any special meaning to building a temple inside a downtown area? Gu Baishui stood in the middle of the street as if he had suddenly realized something. He slowly stepped back 2 parts, facing the door of the temple and with just enough of an afterglow to see the street farther down the road. Su Nuyear turned to look at him, but did not utter a question. Gu Baishui pondered in silence for a moment and raised his eyes. The location of this temple seems to be a bit off. Su Nuyear asked, "What's wrong?" "The distance from here to the city gates, and the distance from the temple to the imperial city of Chang'an, seem to be just about the same." Gu Baishui frowned, then added, "I should say it's exactly the same, not a hair's breadth apart." Su Nuyear thought for a moment and asked, "You mean that this temple is located at the midpoint between the core of Chang'an City and the city gates? Not just the midpoint of the distance," Gu Baishui said. "This place also seems to coincide with the midpoint of the entire southern region of Chang'an City. If you take the imperial city out of the entire Chang'an City, then all the remaining area can just be divided into 4. City East, City West, City South and City North." And the place where Su Nuyear and Gu Baishui were standing at the moment was the core point of the entire City South district. Not a hair out of place. Not a fraction of a second. This temple is the center of the southern district of the city. Su Nuyear looked at the distant street corner and said with a sideways glance, "Then that means there are most likely 3 other similar temples in Chang'an City that occupy each of the 4 elephants? Then will there be a 5th temple inside the imperial city?" Gu Baishui shook her head. "That's unknown. But just now, at the city gates, we also saw a Buddha corpse." The Buddha corpse opened the door to lead the way and disappeared after entering the city, Gu Baishui said and turned his head sideways, looking towards the temple's hidden door, and glancing at the gently swaying incense in the sky above the temple. The presence of incense means that there are living things in the temple. Of course, it doesn't have to be a living thing. It should be something that moves, to be precise. If the Buddha's corpse is in the temple, do we still have to go in and check it out? Gu Baishui asked. Su Nuyear thought for a moment, then nodded. Actually, it's not necessarily true that you'll encounter that Buddha corpse in the temple. Maybe the person is just simply passing by. Elder brother, are you lying to yourself? Gu Baishui helplessly sidestepped his head and said expressionlessly, "There are 4 temples in the city of Chang'an, and 3 years ago there was a riot of 4 plagues that showed up. Don't you think that one temple corresponds to one kind of plague, and the number is just right? If Godly Show Emperor himself is buried in the imperial city, wouldn't it be quite reasonable for these other 4 tomb guards to be distributed in the center of the 4 areas outside the imperial city?" Su Nuyear didn't respond, but for some reason, his eyes still lingered on the half-covered door of the temple, like something in the temple was attracting him. Even though it was likely to harbor an incredibly terrifying Buddha corpse inside, he still wanted to go in and look for it. Gu Baishui read Su Nuyear's expression and asked, "Do we have to go in?" "Aha." Su Nuyear nodded. "Then can you beat that Buddha corpse?" "Depends on the state." Chapter 80, next time. Su New Year couldn't beat that Buddha corpse. Gu Baishui was well aware of this matter. When I was in the mountains, my second senior brother used to say that the competition between him and my eldest brother would be decided by the state of the game. But over the past years, the second brother has never been in better shape. There are also only two ways to end it. Either lose to big brother or claim that you will win next time. And the current situation is far more dangerous and unpredictable. A great emperor who was known as Emperor Zun in the ancient times and left something to guard his tomb after his death was definitely not something that a saint could deal with head-on. Sobbing goddess of mercy, night-walking 100 ghosts, parading Buddhist corpses, rotten flesh and red bones. Of these four types of calamitous things, the night-walking 100 ghosts should be considered the wonkiest and safest of them all, but only relatively speaking. When 100 ghosts haunted the body, it was just as capable of pitting saints and making ordinary saint kings in a sorry state. Instead, the wandering Buddha corpse is, like the weeping guanyin, one of the most vicious and horrifying calamitous things in the world. In the name of Buddha, corruption becomes a corpse. On the day of its birth, even a quasi-emperor encountering it would be just as likely to have a layer of skin peeled off. And there are two kinds of Buddhist corpses. One type of heavenly Buddha corpse that would become more and more terrifying as the years sunk in. The other is an earth Buddha corpse that will be corrupted by the long river of time and gradually fall in realm. This Buddha corpse in the tomb of Shinshu the Great has endured endless years, but no one knows exactly what kind it is. If it was an earth Buddha corpse, Su New Year might actually have a fighting chance. But if it's a heavenly Buddha corpse that's been metamorphosed for countless years, Gu Baishui could only pray that he would be able to get more full while the Buddha corpse gnawed away at his second senior brother. This might still leave you with your own food storage for later in the day. Gu Baishui didn't know why his second senior brother would suddenly go insane and must go into the temple to have a real man's fight with that mysterious Buddhist corpse. It was as if Su New Year had put his life and death at risk ever since he entered the tomb of the great emperor. Not only his own life and death, even the life and death of his own little brother was also put at risk by his help. Gu Baishui was a little uncertain for a moment, whether it started from the time he came to Chang'an City, or whether his own second senior brother was originally a complete lunatic. Senior brother, you must keep a devout and firm heart after entering the temple. Why? Gu Baishui asked. Buddhist corpses still talk about this? Not eating faith devout believers? Not really. I just think it's important to be polite when entering someone's yard. Su New Year was in a serious mood. The corner of Gu Baishui's eye twitched, then silently nodded. He also didn't say anything about the pretense that he didn't actually have to go in with Su New Year. Because Gu Baishui had now figured out that second senior brother's visit to Chang'an City this time was simply an operation that had been meticulously planned and prepared. Su New Year had long known that the Divine Show Emperor's dojo was in Chang'an City. It was also known that the two young ladies of the Gu family had accidentally broken into the Shinshu Emperor's tomb 3 years ago, which then triggered a bunch of weird and wacky things. So he planted his eyes in the Yaoqi Holy Land and also quietly investigated for some time within Chang'an City. However, he ultimately failed to find the entrance to the Divine Show Emperor's dojo and tomb. Su New Year knew he needed an opportunity, one that would open the tomb. This opportunity lies with the two young ladies of the Gu family. So by the time Miss Gu was suddenly going to return to her hometown from Yaoqi, Su New Year knew that this opportunity had come. And at the same time, thousands of miles away in the city of Luoyang, his youngest brother, who was more experienced at going down to the tomb, suddenly showed up and I heard he was mad. So Su New Year temporarily modified his plan and first made a trip to Luoyang City, bringing that young master who didn't know if he was really crazy along with him to Chang'an. He realized that there was a red-haired monster behind his junior apprentice brother, an emperor soldier of the corrupted emperor. This was a fortuitous but huge surprise for Su New Year. He wanted to find an item from the tomb of Shinshu the Great, and Gu Baishui didn't know what that item was. Maybe it was an extreme imperial soldier. Maybe it was something else. However, Su New Year was determined to win it, and Gu Baishui knew that she had no room to resist, because on the way from the city gates to the front of the temple, Su New Year and Gu Baishui told an incident that happened a long time ago. It's the story of what happened between the 5 men, master and disciple, in the forbidden zone of the great emperor. There had been no other living beings or outsiders in the great emperor's forbidden zone in his time, only the 5 masters and disciples on the mountain. There is only one way for them to spend their time in this boring life. Play chess, playing against the game. The master once said that the game of chess is like life, and every move is in your own hands. On the chessboard, you can influence more than just yourself and your opponent. When your thoughts are in turmoil, playing a game of chess can calm your mind and spirit, as well as cultivate your body and mind. That's why siblings, brothers and sisters, and masters and disciples have hand-to-hand conversations every now and then. It started out as a mutual victory, but then a weird circle gradually formed. The second elder brother could not defeat the first elder brother. This was something that everyone was used to. The youngest sister couldn't get under the second elder brother because the second elder brother was indeed very smart and good at calculating. But big brother couldn't beat Gubaishuei, and it was hard to win a game out of 10. It was something no one had expected. In fact, it wasn't just eldest brother. Su New Year was just as unable to get under Gubaishuei. It could even be said that apart from the youngest sister, in the later games of chess, those two senior brothers couldn't win in a wheel-to-wheel battle against that youngest brother who liked to gawk. They lost miserably, and only the youngest sister was able to win a game against Gubaishuei once in a while. But it wasn't because little sister's chess skills were really better than Gubaishuei's. Rather, it's because there are always things in the world that don't make sense. For example, Su New Year had never scammed anything from his junior sister, but those things he had his eye on wouldn't be laid out in Gubaishuei's cave at some point. Gubaishuei is good at tricking his little sister. Gubaishuei was the only one who was good at tricking his little sister. This is a very unreasonable thing to do. Gubaishuei did play chess very well, better than his two senior brothers. But until the day Master died, he hadn't beaten him once. Is it because the Eternal Emperor has lived a long time and is superb at chess? Actually, no. It was because even if Gubaishuei had set up the game carefully, step by step, that old man sitting across from him could smile and wink, turning black into white and white into black out of thin air. And Gubaishuei could never notice it at the time, and only occasionally when he was reviewing himself would he suddenly be unable to resist cursing. Master is an average chess player, but he is unreasonable and has the qualifications and ability to be unreasonable. In the face of an insurmountable chasm, all careful calculations and footwork are mere jokes. Then later, the first and second brothers became saints. They also had the ability to turn black and white upside down, but since then, Gubaishuei had never played another game of chess. He can't win, so he doesn't want to play. On the streets of Chang'an City, there was a young man dressed in white with a demonic face who laughed silently. He was serious and sincere. Junior brother, do you still want to play a game of chess with senior brother here? The board is big, but there may only be one next chance in a lifetime. The other man was silent for a long time, but eventually shook his head and smiled helplessly. Next time. Chapter 81, The Statue in the Temple. Riding the moonlight. The two young men pushed open the door to the temple courtyard, one after the other. They walked into this temple in the south of Chang'an City. Behind the gate was a square courtyard. The courtyard was lined with dried-out trees and a clean flagstone path laid on the ground that led to the rest of the yard behind the surrounding doorways. From the surface alone, it is not possible to discern just how large this temple is. The doorways overlap, with 1 yard inside and 1 yard outside. Each courtyard was in turn connected to each other and other courtyards, complicated like a labyrinth. But the only thing that made Su New Year unexpected was that there was no main hall directly opposite the courtyard he was in. There was no house, not even a roof. The only thing in the direction they were both facing was a dry, clean, grayish-white stone wall that stopped the outsiders of the temple. Su New Year and Gubaishuei couldn't see what was behind the stone wall, nor could they find any side door to bypass it. They seemed to have only one choice, and that is to go left or right. Take a detour to the deepest part of the temple by walking through the different courtyards, like a circular maze. Su New Year raised his eyebrows and looked thoughtfully at the two roads in front of him. To the left or to the right? That's a problem. Or let's split up and go our separate ways. Gubaishuei suddenly suggested at this time. Generally speaking, temple buildings are concerned about a symmetrical and neat. If we can go around to the deepest main hall from the left, then the probability is that the road on the right will also work. We'll both split up and save time searching the courtyard. Su New Year sniffed and turned his head sideways, glancing at his junior apprentice brother. Then what if you encounter something else? That Buddha corpse is not something you can deal with. It's not really that bad. Gubaishuei shook his head. You couldn't even that Buddha corpse. Does it make any difference when we both encountered it? Even if I encountered a Buddha corpse with you, the odds are that we'd still be running away from each other. All one and the same. Su New Year froze, but didn't retort, just nodded helplessly, then pointed to the right. Then I'll take the right. You go to the left. And remember to call out twice if you run into any danger. At least it's something to give you a heads up, right? Gubaishuei shook his head, then walked down the stone steps and walked along the stone path toward the courtyard on the left. Su New Year didn't doubt it, and turned his back, and Gubaishuei walked towards a very different path. The two men passed through the doorway of the courtyard and drifted away along the stone path. Logically speaking, Gubaishuei could have gone nowhere at all. or waited for his senior brother to go deeper into the courtyard before turning back from his own yard, then silently escaped from the temple, even from this dark city of Chang'an. But for some reason, Gu Baishui didn't seem to have any thoughts of doing so. Su Nuye also subconsciously ignored this possibility and walked into the right side of the courtyard on his own. The sandalwood is strong and the doorway is cold. Su Nuye walked into the first courtyard on the right, then stopped. In the courtyard there is the Buddha Hall, in which a statue of Buddha is enshrined. Although there were no incense and tributes on the desk, this courtyard and the Buddha Hall were clean and tidy, and even after countless years, one could still see clearly the face of the Buddha statue sitting on the tribute platform. The features are rugged and angry. The statue of the Buddha on the tribute platform was 10 feet high, with a stout and robust body and a solemn and peaceful appearance, and in the right hand of the Buddha statue, there was a golden tin staff. The head of the tin staff is above the head and has several brass rings on it. When the breeze blew through the courtyard, the seemingly heavy copper ring would gently shake, making a tin sound. Su Nuye raised his eyes and recognized this Buddha statue with a glance, raising his eyebrows and smiling gently. No tea and a half toga venerable. It's quite appropriate to watch the door from across here. Note the tea and half toga honored. The name is a mouthful, and in Buddhist texts it is called the gatekeeper Lohan, ranked 16th among the 18 Luohan, above the 2 Luohan of the subduing dragon and the ambushing tiger. The world doesn't really remember much about this Rohan. However, Su Nuye had followed his own master to learn Buddhism for some time, so naturally he was able to recognize it easily. Watching the door Lohan watching the door. So my side of the courtyard is dedicated to Buddhist bodhisattvas and Lohan? Su Nuye looked to the left side of his courtyard, where there was also this next doorway that led to another courtyard. He pondered briefly, then turned toward the next courtyard, but did not enter the Buddha Hall to explore it. After all, the so-called watchman Lohan is nothing more than the position of a saint in the Buddhist canon. Even if there was something in the Buddha Hall, Su Nuye didn't have the heart to rummage through it. As for worshipping Buddha and asking for directions, to this youngest saint of the human race, it was even more somewhat ridiculous. If you were a living Rohan, maybe I'd be able to look at you twice. A statue of a Rohan would be a little too boring. Su Nuye walked to the second courtyard. This courtyard also has a Buddha Hall, which is also dedicated to a Lohan statue. The statue of Luohan had a sad and compassionate face, and in his hand he held up a blackened iron mantle, like a man who has not had enough to eat, holding his porcelain bowl. This time Su Nuye even briefly glanced at it before walking down the path towards the next courtyard with a complete look of undisguised dislike. Why is there a reacher for food? It's bad luck. The Lohan inside the Buddha Hall looks like Venerable Noga Tremendous, the mantle-lifting Lohan. Strictly speaking, that Lohan really did cultivate his fruition by begging for food, and chances can be picked up all over the place. All rich and noble Su Nuye in the temperament and fortune. Indeed some collision. Just like that, Su Nuye walked through one courtyard after another. I've met the Atri, the dragon-bucking Lohan. I have also seen Venerable Maitreya Voodoo Lohan. After walking through the 18 courtyards, Su Nuye gradually walked into a deeper part of the temple. He watched a statue of Buddha and Bodhisattva pass by in front of his eyes, his expression rippling, and in his heart he was somewhat curious. If the right side of the temple is dedicated to a Buddha statue, what would be dedicated on the left side of the young master's choice? Or a Buddhist statue of a Bodhisattva? Or Taoist real people? Su Nuye's footsteps slightly paused, as if he had thought of something. His face suddenly became odd. It can't be. Ferocious demons and ghosts, can it? Gu Baishui looked at the black ritual hall in front of him and gradually fell into speechless contemplation. Because in those ritual halls on the left side of the temple, it wasn't some real Buddha statue that was enshrined. Instead, it is a vicious ghost statue with an inky black body and a weird and gloomy face. Perhaps evil spirit should not be used to describe this particular being on the tribute stage. The official's hat hangs low and his robes are graceful. The evil spirit sitting on the king's chair had a serene face, but it was not angry. Looking down on everything, the 10 temples of hell, the 10th temple, the king of reincarnation, a Buddhist temple dedicated to a demonic monarch from hell. It does seem a little eerily out of character, and makes one even think a little thinly and shudder. And Gu Baishui, who was standing in the courtyard, was quiet for a long time, then raised his head and locked eyes with the turning wheel king on the tribute platform for a moment. Quietly, he shook his head. This is losing its paint. Chapter 82, he can't tell the difference. In the right courtyard of the temple, Su Nuye has traveled past the 18 Luohan, and has also seen Vajra Bodhisattvas of all sizes, miscellaneous, one after the other. There were even some unnamed Vajra that even he couldn't name, and in the left courtyard of the temple. Gu Baishui had also traveled through the 18 layers of territory and met the 10 temples of hell and the other ghostly servants. Some of the courtyards are built so solemnly that you feel as if you've actually stumbled into hell by mistake, and some courtyards are austere, casual with a hint of perfunctory. Gu Baishui walked through the last dark and gloomy courtyard, then came to the mossy stone steps at the exit of the cave door. He raised his eyes, then raised an eyebrow, for there is indeed something about the view before us that makes one prone to trance, even vertigo and disorientation. This huge courtyard should be considered a huge flower garden. Only the same kind of somewhat strange-looking flower was planted inside the flower garden. The petals are slender and gentle, and the stamens are exerted. Boundless flurries of red petals flew up and fluttered down across the courtyard. The red sea of flowers flooded with blood-red tidal waves as the breeze rushed by. And that's just half of the flower garden on the right. The flower garden on the left is planted with identical white odd flowers, creating a sea of white flowers. Amidst the two seas of flowers, there was a yellow soil path that led from the stone steps under Gu Baishui's feet to the end of the courtyard. Gu Baishui recognized the flowers in this courtyard. The other side of the flower of hell, which has been recorded in both Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, is said to symbolize the karma of a person's life and death in the afterlife. In the two kinds of the sea of flowers on the other side of that curved stretch of yellow soil path, perhaps also is the hell that the yellow spring road symbolized. Gu Baishui narrowed her eyes and gently tilted her face up and, looking at the petals of the other side of the river that danced randomly in the night wind, red and white mingled with each other. A vague emotion rose vaguely in the teenager's heart amidst the rain of red and white flowers. It is both joyful and mournful. The red petals of joy and the white petals of mourning blend together appropriately in this courtyard. One does not know whether it is bitter or joyful, happy or sad. With a slight movement of her feet, Gu Baishui quietly and silently walked into the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore. He walked along that yellow path. Step by step, a sea of flowers springs up as the night breeze blows through. The rain of flowers sprinkled down on the young man's shoulders, and he did not look back again. With a complex and bizarre expression on his face, he walked towards the end of the Yellow Springs Road. The teenager faded his freckles and cheeks, and his face grew bright and clean. Only if one looked at him from the front, one would find his expression eerie and somewhat unnerving. One half of the brows leapt with joy. Half of them are sad and forlorn and mournful. It's natural for a person to have two very different expressions on one face at the same time, and it's eerily twisted to send chills down the spine. How can a normal person be happy and sad at the same time? Unless he's crazy. The creepy-faced teenager walked to the end of the courtyard, picked up the steps, and stepped out onto the Yellow Springs Road. He stood in the doorway of the stone cave, his back to the sea of flowers for a long time in silence, and raised his hand to rub his stiff face. Feeling a little itchy again from the petals landing on his face, he casually picked at them, then sighed silently. Luckily there are no pollen allergies. Half an incense burner later, he put on that freckled scowl again out of habit and walked deeper into the temple. Shifu? In a square of black and white stone, the two young men met again. Su New Year's frown was frivolous, and it seemed that he hadn't gained anything, but he wasn't in a hurry either. Gu Baishui sulkily walked in from the distance and stopped beside Su Xinyan, then nodded. The two men leaned against the stone pillars in the plaza and looked away from the main hall of the huge temple. The doors to the main hall were wide open, but neither of the two young men seemed to be in any hurry to enter. On my side, it's 18 Luohan and Bodhisattva Vajra. Most of them are bald asses. Nothing to see. Su New Year opened his mouth and asked sideways to his junior apprentice brother, "What about your side?" Gu Baishui was expressionless and said calmly, "The 10 temples of hell. The ghosts and gods dispatches. There is also a path to the Yellow Springs." "Oh, so haunted?" Su New Year said casually, but his eyebrows didn't seem to be surprised, and he was even calm as if he had expected it. Gu Baishui noticed this and turned his head, saying to Su New Year, "It's normal for great Emperor Shinshio to have a few temples in his dojo. After all, he was an ancient emperor who practiced both Taoism and Buddhism. But isn't it a bit of a stretch to say that in this temple, half of it is dedicated to Buddha and half to hell?" Gu Baishui said. "Shinshio the Great is a cultivator of Taoism and Buddhism, not Buddhism and ghosts. So what's the point of setting up these Hell's Yen Luo servants in his own dojo? Is he trying to build his own hellish reincarnation? Or does he think it's fun to hunt?" Su New Year shrugged his shoulders and shook his head without moving. "I don't know. I'm not sure." Gu Baishui was silent for a moment, his gaze calmly looking at the rogue white-clothed youth. Su New Year pretended to be invisible, staring at the main hall of the temple in the distance without slanting his eyes. "Is it that you don't want to talk about it? Or can't you say it?" Gu Baishui asked hopelessly. Su New Year thought for a moment, then responded with a face of innocence. Actually, it's not willing to say. That's okay. Gu Baishui didn't care and gave a thoughtful laugh. Or let me guess. And just respond if I'm right or wrong. Su Nuyir turned his head and looked at junior brother for a few moments with an odd expression on his face, then smiled gently and nodded in response. Gu Baishui pondered for a moment, his eyes drifting towards the distant main hall, and said after some thought, rumor has it that during his lifetime, great Emperor Shinshio practiced Buddhist monasticism, had a calm and gentle character, and acted in a rather gentlemanly manner. Aha! Su Nuyir nodded. This is what Master told us. Gu Baishui asked, is the speech correct? As far as I know it's a small difference. Su Nuyir said, whether it's the ancient Buddhist scriptures or the Tang Kingdom's official history, this Shinshio emperor is highly esteemed and highly rated. Yes? Gu Baishui was quiet for a moment and asked strangely, then if he is such a decent and leading figure, why is it that what he got out of his own tomb after his death are 4 kinds of calamitous things that make people scalp numb? For a great emperor, guarding a tomb has its own countless means. But how did the divine show great emperor become more and more evil before his death instead? Getting closer and closer to the ghost road? Su Nuyir thought for a moment, then said, perhaps that divine show great emperor suddenly fell in love with the side path in his later years? It could also be that the goddess of mercy is not as righteous as the world thinks, and that he is only in good disguise. Who doesn't have some perverted fetishes in his private life? Gu Baishui rolled her eyes, then shook her head. I don't think so. In fact, practicing the ghost path may not necessarily mean that you have to fall into the ghost path. If you spend your mind to understand something, you may not necessarily have to obtain it, or maybe to deal with it, or even get rid of it, Su Nuyir added. But since the 10 temples of Yenluo and the Ghosts and Gods Dispatcher were constructed in the Shinshio Great Emperor's dojo, that also proves that in fact, his relationship with the Earth's capital is not simply one of hostility. Aha! Gu Baishui nodded and said hesitantly, perhaps what he is dealing with is not hell, but something mixed in hell? Su Nuyir's body gave a start, and a trace of imperceptible color flashed under his eyes. His ears were ringing with the speculations of his youngest mentor. Something to do with hell. Something to do with Buddhism. In order to deal with something with a vague face, even he, the divine show great emperor, can't tell the difference? Chapter 83, Hugging the Son of Yama. Guanyin devouring the Buddha. The bells in the temple rang, and the incense wafted and escaped from the square. Gu Baishui and Su Xinyan looked at each other before walking together towards the main temple hall at the end of the square. The main hall of the temple was built majestically. The building is tall, with flying eaves and a hint of gilded Buddhist nobility. Walking from the end of the square to the entrance of the main hall, almost a few dozen feet away, the air was mixed with wisps of sandalwood incense, and the mellifluous sound of bells rang out from behind the main hall. Gu Baishui and Su Nuyir slowly walked to the entrance of the main hall, and both of them had somewhat strange expressions. The bells are? Su Nuyir was a bit hesitant and raised his head to look at the dim sky above him. The black clouds were low, the night was thick, and there was no sign that it was going to get light at all. But that made the bells inside the temple sound even more out of place. Twilight drums and morning bells are Buddhist rules. Gu Baishui's eyelids twitched as she looked at the dimly lit scene inside the main hall and said, but it's only shortly after the stroke of dawn. There's still quite a bit of time before dawn. Where did the bells come from? Twilight drums and morning bells mean that in a Buddhist temple you have to play the drums at night and ring the bells in the morning. It can make people alert and awake, meditate and clarify their minds. The problem is that it's kind of late at night and it's not even time to ring the bell. Su Nuyir was quiet for a moment, then smiled strangely sideways. There are bells in the temple. Could something be ringing them? Su Nuyir didn't say it explicitly, but his meaning was also obvious. The Buddha corpse that the master and brother duo saw at the city gates hadn't appeared until now. It is said that the Buddha's corpse is paraded through the streets, but it can never be paraded through the streets day and night, and it is reasonable to ring the bells and drums once in a while. Just go inside and see. Without caring, Gu Baishui took the first step over the knee-high threshold in front of him and walked into the main hall. In Buddhist temples, the threshold of the main hall is usually built very high. There is something to be said and said here as well. For example, the main hall of the Buddhist temple is clean and holy. The incense burner crosses the threshold. Will be the world of mundane left behind. With a pure heart to the good to feel the solemnity and sacredness of the Buddhist temple. The threshold of the temple is also not to be stepped on. This is because the Buddha is rumored to be very jealous of feet, considering them to be dirty. Stepping on the threshold in the main hall of a Buddhist temple is considered disrespectful, and there is even talk of being punished by going to hell. Gu Baishui stepped over the threshold. However, The second elder brother behind him looked at the threshold in front of him and slowly raised an eyebrow. He had studied Buddhism and was naturally clear about this precept. But some people are born even rebellious and unruly and like to provoke some inexplicable rules. So under Gu Baishui's gaze, the white-clothed young man at the door slowly raised his right foot and stomped solidly on the threshold. Then he lifted his left foot again, and with a jerk of his body, both feet were firmly planted on the threshold. There was a quiet dead silence in the main hall. The man on the threshold even jumped twice on purpose before he flicked his sleeves and walked into the main hall full of concern. Gu Baishui didn't say anything. After all, the second senior brother didn't tear down the threshold. It was considered a sincere salute to the Buddha. The main hall was dim and quiet. Huge stone pillars held up the roof of the temple, and there were no lamps or candlesticks. The two young men stood in the very center of the main hall, the faint night light spilling down from behind them, illuminating only the small area at the threshold. They were surrounded by darkness and couldn't see what the walls around them actually looked like. The main hall of the temple contained an obscure prohibition or formation that suppressed divine sense to death. The empty and quiet main hall was silent. A few moments later, the two young men parted in silence, one to the left and one to the right. Just as before, Gu Baishui walked to the left, passing through the darkness past the stone pillars, and eventually came to a very wide black gondola. Unsurprisingly, countless strange and twisted-looking severe ghosts and gods were placed on this tribute table. It was densely packed with hundreds of monsters, both big and small. But again, what made Gu Baishui freeze a bit was that the demonic ghosts and gods with teeth and claws on this tribute platform clearly had twisted bodies and 3 heads and 6 arms, which looked exceptionally frightening. But their faces are solemn, even loving and compassionate. With the body of a ghost, the face of a Buddha grows. One hand was digging into the bloody heart, fangs exposed at the corners of his mouth, oozing bright red blood, but the expression on his face was sad and compassionate to the core. The weird and the twisted, the hypocrisy and the fraternity, all together are mixed together on this gondola. It makes those who see it unconsciously a little creepy, even numb. Gu Baishui was silent in front of the tribute platform for a long time before he finally moved his feet away and followed the edge towards the deeper part of the main hall. As we walk from the edge of the platform to the inside, the size of the compassionate spirits on the platform grows bigger and bigger, from a man's height in the beginning to 2 or 3 feet later, growing larger in size, but also more hideous in appearance. The head penetrated deeper into the darkness above the main hall. Gu Baishui saw ox head and horse face, Judge Meng, and even the ghostly corpse Zhongkue holding a long black sword. Only these things looked more and more bizarre and horrible, and the expressions on their faces became more and more solemn and compassionate. Eventually, Gu Baishui's footsteps stopped at the end of the tribute platform. In front of him was a ghostly statue so massive that it was impossible to see the whole thing. All dark, brocade robes, imperial crown on his head, towering divinity. There were no horns or scales on his body, and his appearance was no different from that of a mortal, but just standing there quietly, as if subject to the submissive pilgrimage of 10,000 ghosts, overlooking the entire hell. Yama, Gu Baishui tilted her face up, and the expression on her face became incredibly complicated and frustrated, because he saw clearly that the King of Yen's warm and kind face, and also saw that in the arms of the King of Yen he was holding a crying baby. What's wrong with you? At this moment, all the divinity and solemnity shattered, leaving only distortion and weirdness remaining on the tribute platform. And by the tribute platform on the right, Su New Year gradually came to an end. A Buddha statue with a robe and plain clothes and a golden body swept past him. He raised his eyes and also saw the twisted and horrible faces on those statues, greedy and grim, vicious and tyrannical. All the horrible and creepy expressions were displayed on the faces of those golden Buddha statues. They are more frightening than ghosts and gods, and more ominous than the stern ghosts. The body of the Buddha breeds the soul of calamity. Su New Year walked to the end of the tribute platform on the right and also saw a Buddha statue that was so huge that it was hard to see the whole thing. The veil was hanging down, and the face was like a crown. Her brow was dotted with a bit of holy red, and her plain white sari was draped over the back of her head. This is a statue of the goddess of mercy and the bodhisattva of compassion. Su New Year tilted her face up, her eyes looking towards the face in the darkness. Then after a moment of silence, she suddenly grinned a silent smile. He saw the statue of the goddess of mercy, holding a Buddha's head in both hands and gnawing on it in one mouthful. Dark red Buddhist blood ran down the corners of his mouth, and a skull hung from his white neck. Her expression was as innocent as it was haunting and creepy. "O goddess of mercy, devouring Buddha." Su New Year lowered her eyes, then shook her head and gently exhaled. "Gee, but that's a little scary."